Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 149, Decision. T. I didn't even ask his name. Damn, Renslayer is going to kill me. Mobius said after returning to TVA, as he was really surprised about what had happened, that his brain circuits didn't work properly like it should have. Asgard. John came out of the room with Kratos and Atreus after they left. They went to the palace directly, as John has to talk with Odin and others. As they reached the main hall of the palace, they saw Thor, Odin, and Frigga waiting for him with a serious face. Well, I am the bearer of a good news and bad news. What do you want to hear first? John said with a smile. Tell us straight, John. Who are they and what do they want from my mother? Thor said, as he was in no mood to joke. Think of them as a powerful organization. Since Queen Frigga has escaped death, and those who escape their destined death or veer off course from their destined path, they hunt them and take them back to their organization. The good news is that they won't come to disturb us, but the bad news is I will have to vanish Queen Frigga from the face of the universe, or the hunt will continue. How dare they? I will destroy their organization and make them history. Thor roared. Trust me, Thor, Asgard will lose if you go to war against them. John said. We Avengers can band together, and even we can ask help from the ninja which Heimdall saw during the New York War. Thor said. Well, we can, and we might even win against them, but the universe will slide into chaos. Are you ready to gamble the fate of millions? John said. Then what do you want us to do? Make Frigga die? Odin said in a deep tone. Of course no, Allfather. I can take her somewhere where they can never find her and can never hunt her. John said. Where is that? Thor asked. The world of ninjas. The world that got attached to Earth few years ago. Can they be trusted? Forgive me, but I have never met them, so I am not sure that they can even be trusted. Odin said. I understand, Allfather. That's why I want to invite you to their world on behalf of the Kages to meet at Earth. You can meet them and decide yourself if they can be trusted. How about that? John said. John was sure that TVA can't get into their world, as their dimension was not from this universe to begin with. And the system would never allow an intruder that was being denied by John. Being in their world, she would invisible to TVA, thus saving her life. I accept the arrangements. Frigga said. My queen. It's not very logical for such things. Odin said. The whole incident started because I didn't die in a destined path. We witches have always known there are consequences if we try to change the future. Me living is already a blessing. If I can live in another world peacefully, that also won't be much of a problem. Frigga said. Queen Frigga, this arrangement would be temporary, as their organization would soon break apart and can come back to actual world in a few years. John said. Are you sure about that? Thor asked. Yes. Their organization has a history with Asgard, so they will fall in the hands of an Asgardian. John said. Why have I never heard of such secretive organization? You say there is a history between us, but neither I nor my father spoke of any such organization which could control time. Odin said. Allfather, time is relative here. John said. I understand. But we can keep Frigga near us always, so they will never come. Odin said, as he still insisted on keeping her in Asgard. Next time they might not care about people's presence and can attack even when people are present. John said. King Odin. It's fine. Let's meet these so-called powerful Kages. Didn't you say long before that you wanted to meet them? You even said that they are more powerful than you. It might be our chance to have proper contact with them. Since John is a friend of them, I don't think it would be a problem to at least talk with and make necessary decision. Frigga said to Odin. Okay, fine, I will accept the arrangement. We can go meet the Kages. But if I can't trust them, I will bring you back and fight this so-called organization. Odin said as he got up. Let's go to Midgard then. It's been thousands of years. Odin sighed. They all reached the Rainbow Bridge and asked Heimdall to send all of them onto the roof of John's home. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 150, On Tour. Emma, who was studying at home, felt something landing on the roof, and even her ring gave a warning. She wasn't sure what had appeared, so she activated the ring and wore the suit. Then from her window she flew to the roof, only to see John, Odin, Frigga, and Thor standing. Welcome to Midgard, Allfather. Welcome to our home. Emma said as she was happy that John was back. She saw the news of London but got the news that it was easily resolved, so she didn't care. They all went back to the room while John called upon all the Kages to their home and discuss on Frigga. He would help Frigga to love in their world, and that would mean Asgard would always be an ally and in turn make sure his works are propagated always. They will be here in a few hours. Till then, enjoy our hospitality, John said. Thor immediately flew away to meet Jane as he didn't say goodbye properly last time. Since Jane was in USA now, it would be near for him to meet. John and others talked with each other. Odin even asked about Diana as he was interested in her, she being a demigod and comes almost from the same legends as them. John wanted to ask him about Zeus but at the end refrained as he wasn't sure if there was a 10th realm heaven and Thor's another sister Angela. Emma made some snacks for them as they waited for the Kages to arrive. Naruto was the first to arrive as he has the flying Raijin jutsu. In an hour Darui arrived as he was close by. Since it was almost night by then, John said they could take rest till the others arrived the next day. Odin was surprised to see Naruto as he felt him like a demon in sleep. It was because Odin felt the power of Kurama inside him. Odin was curious about them, so he asked about their lives and ways as he had never met someone like Naruto before. The next day everybody had arrived and finally the meeting started. John had explained them the reason behind Frigga's arrival. So it is what it is. Allfather here hopes that Frigga will able to stay in one of your villages till the problem gets away, John said. Our villages had been in relationships with S.H.I.E.L.D. We will gladly accept a guest. You can live in any village you like after checking them out, Gaara said. Odin and Frigga accepted the terms of choosing which village they would want Frigga to live, so after having breakfast everybody left in Quinjets. John and Emma waved them goodbye as he won't go along with them. I have never gone to their villages in my all years here. I need to visit their place once. So tell me what really happened with that spaceship, Emma asked. John narrated the whole story of the Convergence and the Ether. She knew about Infinity Stones from the books of OA and was surprised that another showed up in recent years. It was already November when everything ended with Male Kith and TVA, and it was almost time for the new movie to be released. As usual, he contacted Kevin about what was going on and he was relieved to know that everything was on schedule. The days went by as usual. Emma finally graduated from her university and she would leave for her work in OA from January of next year. So Emma, after finishing her studies, spent more time with John. Soon it was December and there was a release for a new movie of John, and it was the first movie which had two superheroes in a single screen. This had never happened before. People had seen the Avengers in real life but had never seen a movie which had that same context. The movie started with the glimpse of Bruce's childhood and him seeing his parents' death and even reminding the name of Bruce's parents, Martha and Thomas. Then the scene changed and it showed Bruce Wayne in Metropolis where General Zod and Superman fighting. In the previous movie, during the fight, people saw the destruction caused by their fight but the audience never really saw the extent of damage. This movie finally showed how high the damage was and the casualties. The audience wondered if there were no Avengers during the New York War, it might have been the same case as in the movie. They shuddered by just the thought of that. Bruce ran in all the damages as there was a close friend of him in one of those buildings. In the end, Bruce's friend died without him not even able to find his friend's body. As he was on the streets holding a little child in his arms, he looked at Superman with eyes full of anger and hatred. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 151, Justice. Yes. This movie was Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Like all the other premieres, everybody came for the movie including Nick Fury. He wasn't sure why Superman hadn't showed up and he didn't ask John about him. At least he was relieved that there was no Superman as yet, otherwise another god would be a headache. The movie continued as it showed some fishermen found some rocks near the damaged world engine. One such big rock was opened by a scientist who was salvaging things from nearby. The rock broke apart and showed a green-colored rock. The camera moved and showed a different scene where Lois Lane went in a very remote African country to interview a terrorist, but the photographer she went with was a CIA agent. Soon the whole interview went south and Superman had to come and rescue Lane. But there was a catch. A third party had come before and killed all the terrorists outside and burnt their bodies. Soon the scene was in the court and many politicians took advantage of it. They accused him of overstepping his boundaries as he was never held accountable. The scene again changed and showed Batman hunting down criminals and branding high-level criminals with a bat sign. This sign meant nobody would help him, not even in prison. Didn't know you have some weird fetish of branding people. Tony joked to Bruce, who was beside him. I don't do that here anymore as the criminals here are nothing as compared to Gotham, Bruce replied. The movie continued as it showed the lives of Superman and Batman. Superman now lived with Lois while Batman was searching for the White Portuguese. Bruce at first thought it was a bomb, but the more he delved into it the more he found how mysterious as Lex Corporation was behind it. one of the largest corporation in their world on par with Wayne Enterprises. The movie didn't fail to show that Bruce was still very negative about Superman, while Clark, who worked for Daily Planet, was also very skeptical about the works of Batman. Bruce had finally decided that he needed to go to the home of Lex Luthor, head of LexCorp, so that he could hack into his server and find out more about this white Portuguese. Soon Lex did a charity event where both Clark and Bruce went. But what surprised everybody was that there was Diana Prince too in the event. Everybody turned their heads to Diana. "What? I just went there to get back what was mine," Diana said. They didn't ask more about it. Soon Bruce was able to use a device to hack onto Lex's server with the device, but it was at the end was stolen by Diana. Clark, on the other hand, was able to find out that Wayne was Batman by his super hearing, and they actually had a verbal confrontation against each other. Diana, in the meantime, was able to escape with the drive. Clark went on to find more wrongdoings on Bruce Wayne, while Bruce was finally able to recover the lost drive that Diana took away from her. In fact, Bruce actually teased Diana on the way, as he himself was a famous playboy and he didn't know anything about Diana at that point. Everybody gave weird looks to Bruce as Diana was also nearby. Banner finally said, "You have some courage of teasing a half-god." Bruce didn't reply to that. Bruce went home to decrypt the drive, and while it was being decrypted, suddenly he saw a dream. A person covered in lightning and had a weird red suit in his body. He looked like he came out of a weird portal and he was being constantly sucked into the portal. He said, "Bruce, listen to me now. You are right about him. You have always been right about him. It's Lois. She is the key. Am I too soon? I am too soon. You have always been right about him. Fear him. Find us, Bruce. Find us." As he said that, Bruce Wayne woke up with a start. Nobody in the audience understood what that dream was, but understood that it had some deep significance. Everyone looked at Diana and Bruce, who were sitting. Tony finally asked, "What the hell was that? Who was he?" "Barry Allen." This time it was John who replied. "What is the deal with him? Covered in lightning. Is he a lightning man?" Steve asked. "No, that's time travel." Wayne replied. "What?" Everybody shouted. All those who heard it shouted in unison, and it was so loud that many people in the audience heard. Even though their place was in a separate gallery, the shout was too loud. Tony and others felt embarrassed a bit when they saw the weird looks, but they didn't care. Nick Fury couldn't hold it and asked, "What are you talking about? Time travel? Is that even possible?" "Very much possible, Fury. Very much." John replied. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you." Chapter 152, The Awaited Fight. How does a person travel in time that way? Tony asked as he was trying to understand how a person could time travel. "You are smart. You know the answer," John said. "There are only two ways I can think about. Traveling faster than the speed of light, or using quantum technology. From the scenes it doesn't look like quantum, so it's faster than light." "Jesus. How fast is this man?" Tony said. "Damn, he has an idea of quantum technology. No wonder he made the time machine so fast in the future," John thought. The movie continued as the decryption ended and Bruce finally came to know about the white Portuguese. It was a ship that was carrying a stone that could make Kryptonians weak, and Bruce immediately decided to steal the rock. Bruce went on to steal the rock but was stopped by Superman. This was first time Batman and Superman met face to face. Next time they shine a light in the sky. Don't go to it. The bat is dead. Bury it. Tell me. Do you bleed? Superman looked at him for a second before flying away. You will. At the end, Batman failed to steal the rock. And Superman had to face the trial of what happened before with the terrorists in Africa. But Lex had other plans with the trial. He rigged the court with a bomb and killed everyone. Since no bombs could affect Superman, he remained unscathed. Batman, looking at this, was more convinced that Superman was the enemy. He finally stole the rock from Lex's property. Lex had gotten access to the spaceship which had Genesis chamber on it, and with the corpse of General Zod he started experimentation and gathering knowledge of all the different worlds. As he was getting ready to fight Superman, he finally saw a decrypted folder labeled as Metahuman. There were 4 files attached to it. He opened the first file to see Diana. As he went through the files, he finally learned why she was special. Her age never changed in the pictures. Then when the last photo of her in the battlefield came into view, he was shaken. The audience finally understood from where Bruce came to know about Diana. This connection surprised many of them. Lex, on the other hand, had already figured out the identity of Superman and kidnapped Martha, his mother, which had the same name as Bruce's mother. Bruce had sent all the files of MetaHuman to Diana. Diana was shaken when she saw her pictures and videos on one file. Then she opened the other file. She saw a file which had visuals of Aquaman. Many audience cheered at it as they knew that Aquaman had already appeared. The next file showed a man which could travel at very fast speed while lightning got generated when he ran. He was so fast that the camera even failed to capture his running. The audience then understood that another strong person might appear soon. The last file was a man stuck in a vertical board. He was in a very bad shape as he had lost his arm and 2 legs and even a small part of his brain. A scientist, in order to save him, took a futuristic-looking cube and applied the technology on him. This changed the physiology of the men. The others who looked at it didn't ask, as John would never speak more about the superheroes. Fury was shaken as all the time it was only 1 superhero a year. Now it was 2. Meanwhile, Lex forced Superman to fight against Batman while Batman was ready with all the weapons. So the expected fight finally arrived. At the beginning Bruce was beaten down by a lot, but finally with the help of Rocky overpowered Superman. This was an epic fight. The audience were surprised to see that a man could fight a god. Dear God. You actually defeated him. That is amazing. Banner said. In almost all universes Superman was beaten down or had a toe-to-toe fight with Batman, but very rarely Superman won. John said. Everybody who listened to it were in awe of Bruce Wayne, as they never expected him to be so resourceful and powerful, and that too in many universes. Wayne, on the other hand, didn't have any expression. Superman, while being beaten down by Batman, cried out, "Save Martha." "Why did you say that name? What does that mean?" Batman asked. Lois, which finally appeared in the battle scene, ran to them and said about Superman's mother. Batman understood at that time it was all a plot to make them fight each other. Batman took his Batwing to save Martha, whereas Superman went to the ship where Lex was continuing his experiments. While the fight went on, Lex was able to create a monster out of the corpse of General Zod. A monster that fed on energy. With eyes full of anger and hatred. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 153, Liar. It was Doomsday. The monster was almost thrice the size of Superman. Soon Superman and him started to fight. And for the first time Superman was not able to overwhelm an opponent. Clark realized he needed to get this beast out, so he took him to space. And the US military, being oversmart, launched a nuclear missile hoping to kill it, as this monster was way too powerful for anyone to handle. Diana, who was on her way in a plane, saw this news and left her flight before it could take off. The audience again felt it was like the New York War, as their 2 US had launched a nuclear missile. Some even felt it was John's version of New York War. But the missile didn't actually work like it did in New York War. It just made Doomsday more powerful. Batman, who returned from saving Martha, came to know all this, and he immediately knew he needed the kryptonite spear to kill this monster. Doomsday almost killed Batman with his laser, but Wonder Woman finally showed up and was able to stop him by using her famous shock wave from Bangles. Superman too came back after getting his energy back from the sun. He flew down and hit the monster. This creature, seems to feed on energy," Diana said. "This thing is from another world." "My world," Superman said. "I have killed things from other worlds before," Diana said as she brought out her sword. "She with you?" Superman asked, looking at Batman. "I thought she was with you," Batman replied. Soon the trio had a brilliant fight against Doomsday, but still were falling short on overwhelming it. Even after Diana cut its hand. Later Superman was able to bring out the spear and stab Doomsday with it, but he was retaliated against and was stabbed in his heart. Superman died in that. The audience finally understood why Superman never showed up. Even though it was a false narrative, but they believed that Superman died and that's why he has never appeared. Such a sacrifice for humanity. This is commendable, Steve said, as he too once did that. Yes. Such sacrifice for humans, who themselves are responsible for bringing this calamity. Do we even deserve saving? Tony said as he was angry with what happened. The US military's actions, Lex's lunacy, all came into this point. Next time the governments take any unnecessary actions, I will retaliate. Tony continued. We are not gods, Tony. We will make mistakes along the way like I did with him. Governments aren't a problem. Us being on the right path always is what required. Bruce said this time as he who knew what would happen in the future in both the worlds. He felt conflicted inside but didn't show it in his face. Tony was surprised by the words of Wayne, as he never thought so deeply. The words of Wayne awoke everyone as they understood that they needed to take right decisions always, or else they would have to face consequences. The credits rolled and finally it was time for post-credits scene. It showed an armed team entering the Genesis chamber of the Kryptonian ship, point their guns at Luthor. He was interacting with some kind of projection. It showed a huge monstrous being which had huge horns. There were 3 massive cube-shaped devices floating in front of the monstrous being. Why is every dangerous thing cube-shaped? Fury murmured as the Tesseract was cubic-shaped and now a potential weapon was cubic-shaped. Because gods hate perfect things and cube-shaped things are supposedly perfect, thus becoming a powerful weapon. John quoted from a famous movie from his previous life. They didn't ask the other things about the story as it was useless. I have one question, John. If you can always dream and direct the other worldly beings to this world, why bother creating such movies and animes? Banner asked. At first my dream powers weren't so powerful, so I needed the help of movies to let the other person know. Later I got proficient in it, but by now I love making movies. It helps the people realize the dangers of the world and even properly explain my story, as speaking of a story isn't very helpful always. John lied as this was his whole card. I get it. John had been waiting for this question for quite a long time now, and he had been preparing the answer for some time. Being a good liar is also a superpower. I should be given Oscar for this show. John and others left for their home and work. The audience were buzzing about the new movie as it was the first time that superheroes came together and even got to see the future heroes which might emerge. Even though there were doubts on some scenes of the movie, the general reaction was awesome. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 154, Revolution. John earned a lot of fan values from the movie by the end of December from the movie. It was unexpected, as from his previous world the movie wasn't exactly liked by many, as there were problems with the scene and the story. It was probably because the characters were real in the world, and reality does sell a lot over something which is fabricated. Ding. Total fan values, 3.7 billion. The fan values were so high this time because of 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because there was too many works this year. 2 superhero movies have taken the fan values to almost 2.5 billion per year. Even though Man of Steel wasn't particularly liked, but the BVS changed the whole theme. Adding new animes helped a lot in accumulating more values per year, as that was most influential in gaining per year fan values. Secondly, it was Asgard. Frigga decided to live in Konoha after deliberation, while Odin accepted the conditions of John. The first thing that propagated in Asgard was the game, God of War. Since Kratos was real in their life, it was better to start that way. It had only been over a month, so there wasn't much impact, but he was sure by the end of next year Asgard would add a lot of fan values, and he was looking forward to it. I can extract Cyborg and Flash when the time is right. There is no need to rush towards this matter. The next year I will only release 1 movie. There is no need for more. It will be my first step into space. Can't wait to start a new journey. By the second week of January, Emma and Hal were called by the Guardians as the new rings were ready according to the sectors. The Guardians had to divide many regions of the known universe into sectors and create new rings according to the sector. Emma was sad and excited at the same time. She would be going on her own solo journey to maintain peace and order. A thing which she always wanted. Though Earth doesn't fall in her sector, she could always come when required. She was little sad as she would be away from John, but she accepted this arrangement. Will you miss me? Emma asked. Of course. Be safe out there. Use alchemy when required and call OA if there is any problem. The lanterns will always help you. John said. Yes. Love you. See you soon, saying that Emma flew away. Love you too. John shouted. And now the life of loneliness begins. I will have to step in space soon. Umbrella is going to release the cars soon. Can't wait for it. On the 3rd week of January, John flew to Jurassic Park as Tony had finally finished making the new thing that he wanted. After landing in Jurassic Park, he saw Alfred waiting for him near the helipad. Alfred. Is Bruce here too? Yes, Master Jameson. He has arrived. This project is important for Master Wayne too. John arrived at the home of Tony and went to the laboratory. He saw both Tony and Bruce looking at computer screens and discussing something. Is the ship ready? Yes, the ship is ready. We bought a nearby island for the launch of the ship and also made proper arrangements. I am very much sure of my technology and even used the cube on it. Starscream won't disappoint us. You named a spaceship after a Decepticon. Don't you think it will fail when it travels into space? John asked. Movies are movies. There is no Megatron here. Who cares what I name our first spaceship that can travel in the solar system in fast speed? The project they were talking about was the secret work Tony and Bruce were doing for the last 6 months to build a spaceship using the technology of Treasure Planet to travel in the solar system. It would have taken many years to complete it, but with the help of Cube they were able to complete it pretty fast. Thanks to the reference from the previous two ships, they found it easier to just copy from them and even implement the gravity system in their new spaceship. Did you test run it? John asked. No. I was waiting for you. As this project started because you asked us. Tony said. Let's go to the island then. I want to see Starscream. John said. John and others traveled to the nearby island to see how Starscream looked like. As they reached the island, John was able to see a massive structure. A massive spherical ball-like structure with a long cylindrical-shaped corridor attached to it. At the end of the cylindrical corridor there were 4 big thrusters, and each thruster were placed like in the 4 corners of a square. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 155, The First Assemble. Why does this look like a walking stick of an old man, Tony? John asked. What do you mean? This was the most efficient way to accumulate the solar wind. The spherical chamber will make sure to catch the solar energy while also not creating drag when we launch into space. Tony defended. Okay, fine. You are the all-knowing genius. Starscream, how do you feel? John asked. The spaceship, which was silent, spoke for the first time. It's cool. I don't find any problem in the body yet. I can fly into space and see if there is any problem which I haven't diagnosed yet. Starscream said in a metallic tone. Good. Go fly into space. John said. The thrusters started burning out immediately, and within a minute the heat generated by it was so high that they all had to take many steps back. Soon there was a liftoff and it started going upwards. After a couple of minutes Starscream started looking small, and soon it went so far that they couldn't even see. Well, the liftoff was fine. Now we'll have to wait for it to come back. Bruce, have you informed the World Council that there would be a spaceship into space today? I don't want the governments poking their nose in it as of yet. John asked. Yes, I did. They won't interfere, as I assured them there would be profit for SHIELD 2 later and make the helicarriers more efficient with new solar technology. Wayne replied. Good. Our first step into space will be controlled by us. Can't make this opportunity run away. John said. After an hour Starscream came back and landed perfectly. John still had a weird look on his face as he thought it looked like a walking stick. Whatever. I won't use Starscream anyway. How was the ride? Tony asked in an excited tone. No problems. There is more energy outside the Earth's atmosphere. I can travel in space in very high speed. Starscream said. Good. We need to make preparations before we go to space. Will take a few months. John said. Steve called, saying Bucky is finally awake. Wayne suddenly said. We need to have a meeting. Call everyone including Arthur and Mara. They have traveled long enough. John stayed in Jurassic Park while also roaming around. Since the dinosaurs are his summons, so they always had a goodwill to John, so he had fun with them and even rode a brontosaurus. He had a good amount enjoyment. The next day everybody arrived together at the park including Bucky. John looked at Bucky as he was like normal but still had a stiff face. As they were about to enter Tony's home for the meeting, John stopped everybody outside. Let's just stay here. It might become nasty pretty soon. John said. Huh? Our enemy's going to attack us. Steve said as he became serious, thinking there might be another enemy coming. No. Steve, did you bring your shield? John asked. Yes. Why? Go bring it. Tony, go suit up. John said. Huh? Why are you asking us to do this? Tony asked. You will know soon, now go. John said. They both returned after a minute being full suit up. All right, seems everybody is ready. Let the story begin. John said as he went near Bucky. Longing, Rusted, 17, Daybreak. No. Stop. No. Bucky became sacred. He lifted his hand to stop John, but Arthur came and stopped him. What are you doing? Steve said as he didn't understand what John was saying as it was a Russian language. Tony understood the meaning of the words thanks to Jarvis but didn't understand why Bucky was acting weird. Please stop it. Please. Bucky screamed as he noticed he was losing control over himself. Furnace, 9, Benign, Homecoming, 1, Freight Car. John said as Arthur stopped Bucky to move while John spoke those words. Ready to comply. Bucky finally said after calming down. What the hell is going on? Steve said, now really anxious as he saw Bucky the same way he was before. These were the activation words that Hydra used to activate him and make run errands for them. The Soviet Union and Hydra carried out this joint operation of the Winter Soldier project. John said. Okay. So you mean those words affect his subconscious and control him? Tony asked. Yes. Well, we will have to take him to a neurosurgeon to make him better. He needs medical therapy. Tony said. That he needs. Now let's come to the real thing. John said. Tony, your parents didn't die by car accident. What? Tony shouted. What do you mean, as he became serious for the first time? What the hell does that mean? That's exactly what I mean. They were killed. John said. Killed? Murdered? Who murdered them? Tony asked, now fully agitated. It's the Winter Soldier. John said, pointing at Bucky. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 156, Ugly Fight. Tony looked at Bucky with murder eyes now. He was almost sure of what John had said was true, but he wanted to look into his eyes when he would ask the question. Bucky, who was still disoriented, didn't know what was going on. He looked blankly at John. Are you sure, John, of what you are saying? Steve asked to remedy the situation, as he wasn't sure of what really happened. It's not been many days since Bucky had returned to normalcy. Yes. In that car accident, Bucky went after Tony's parents. John said. Tony didn't hold it as soon John said that. He directly opened his hand thruster and blasted at Bucky. Before the blast could reach Bucky, Steve defended against it with his shield. Both didn't even doubt John, as he never lied to anyone, and him being able to dream about other universes meant it was most probably true. Tony, we need to talk. He wasn't in his right mind. You saw what the words of John did to him. He was brainwashed. I don't care. He killed my mom. Tony replied. He flew to Bucky, but Steve threw his shield to him with force. Tony stopped the shield with his hand and flung it away. Then they started having melee combat. But since Captain America was better in melee combat, he was able to overpower Tony easily. Tony knew that and got back few steps and started flying. He directly went up and so that he could use his thrusters directly from above to Bucky and kill him. Aren't you gonna stop them? Tony will kill Bucky. You could have spoken of this matter much later when they are in right mind. You even equipped them with armor and suit. Why? Banner said. Banner, this truth needed to be out when the whole scene is under our control. They would fight it out anyways no matter what, so let them fight the solution out until they both calm down. For this reason I let them use their full power. I don't want this truth to come out from a third party and ruin what we have now. Bigger and nastier wars are coming. I need us to be united. Not broken when the wars arrive. John said. Bigger wars. John didn't reply to that and continued watching the fight between Tony and Steve. And now even Bucky joined him, as after a year of calmness he could get out of subconscious control faster. In the original version, Bucky and Steve had the upper hand as the environment was closed. But here it was an open field, and since John had closed the park for today, as he knew that today would be an important one, Tony didn't hold back at all while fighting against them. Bucky and Steve's melee attack wouldn't matter if Tony used hand thrusters while being far away. I can't let you kill him, Tony. He is my friend. Steve said. So was I. Tony replied as he blasted two of his hand thrusters to Steve again, which was defended using his shield. You don't deserve this shield. Tony said as he knuckled two of his hands together and flew to Steve and touched it. There was a lightning spark around the shield as it got dismantled into two pieces. Thus the famous shield of Captain America was broken for the first time in history. Tony directly lifted Steve by his neck and threw him away a few yards. Tony then directly had a fight against Bucky, and he wanted to beat Bucky first before killing him. The anger wouldn't dissipate for him if he just killed Bucky. He had to have a close fight against him. Jarvis analyzed his fight pattern and deploy countermeasures. Analyzed. Countermeasures deployed, came Jarvis' tone. He finally able to stop the onslaught of Bucky, which was one of weakness of Tony. As soon as he stopped his hand, Tony directly blasted his thruster at Bucky's metal arm. And like the original world, Bucky lost his metal arm. Only this time it was done by Tony's hand thruster instead of using the arc reactor. This sudden attack flung Bucky a few yards behind. Even though he didn't lose consciousness, he was pretty much beaten up after Tony used countermeasures. Tony walked to him and asked while pointing both his hand thruster at Bucky. Do you even remember them? Tony said while pointing his thruster to Bucky, getting ready to kill him. I remember everyone. Bucky replied. Good. I want you to. Tony couldn't even finish his words when a huge impact came from behind. It was Steve. He had taken two pieces of the shield and equipped in his both hands using the previous strap. It looked almost exactly like the shield Captain America used during the Infinity War. The only difference was that the shields looked irregular and out of shape. Steve directly assaulted his shoulder, making Tony miss the target. He then proceeded to use both his shields to choke Tony. Since Tony was covered in armor, it wouldn't be possible to actually choke him, but it would actually just stop him from moving around. Bucky, who finally got up and saw this as a chance to stop Tony. He directly put his right hand at the arc reactor. Due to super serum, it was possible to at least damage the arc reactor a bit so that it could stop it from functioning and providing energy to his armor. But what happened next was not what Bucky expected. Even John and others who were watching them fight without stopping them didn't expect the next situation. Tony directly used his arc reactor to blast at Bucky. Since his right hand was on the arc reactor, it directly cut off his remaining arm too. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 157, Consequences. Bucky was again thrown away, but this time he was bleeding profusely from his shoulder, and Tony again charged his arc reactor to shoot at Bucky. Steve was stunned by this sudden action and for a moment couldn't hold on to Tony. As Tony charged the arc reactor, he suddenly saw his armor being dismantled. In a moment's notice, all his armor fell off. Tony fell down while Steve, seeing Tony had stopped, ran to Bucky. It was John who dismantled his armor as he needed the fight to stop. John walked to Bucky. He was unconscious now due to pain. John's hands caught blue fire as he touched the wound of Bucky. His frowned unconscious face finally relaxed a bit. Then John put his hands on his pocket and brought out the Philosopher's Stone. After touching the stone with his left, he touched the right shoulder. And miraculously a new arm started to grow out of the shoulder. First came the bones, then the muscle, the veins, and lastly the skin. All this happened within seconds, and soon there was a brand new arm for Bucky which looked exactly like the previous. Banner and others were dumbfounded by this, but then remembered the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Bucky gained consciousness, and he was the most surprised as he saw that his lost arm had grown back. Jarvis. Call Mark 42. It isn't over yet. Call all the suits out. Tony said. It's enough. Do you think 42 will accompany you in this path of revenge? Do you think I will allow you to continue the fight? Didn't you fight enough? John said, and it was the first time he had a very serious face. 42 would never come to help Tony, as anything made by the cube was at the end under the control of John. John gave Tony the cube so that he could profit off him. He killed my parents, John. I can't forgive him for this. Tony said. Do you think he had control over it? Or did you think Hydra would let your parents go after they decided to murder your father? Are you so naive that you let vengeance take your control? What about the thousands of families that your weapons killed? What do you say about that? Huh. John said with a more greater tone. I had no control over the weapons. He did it with his own hands. Tony retorted. Hands. You made weapons, Tony. Are you so naive to think that it would never fall in wrong hands? You wanted to make profit, you wanted to build an empire greater than your father to satisfy your ego and show the world that you are better than him. It didn't occur to you that what you did was wrong before Ensign almost sacrificed his life. But I am a changed man now. Tony again said. Then do you think Bucky will kill everyone again? At least he suffers from nightmares from all the innocents he had killed. You don't even know the faces of the people that your weapons killed. John said. Tony went silent when John said that. Steve didn't utter a single word in that debate as he was too concerned about Bucky. He was relieved to see that Bucky was all and well. Even though he lost his metal arm, but that was easily replaceable by technology. Steve finally lifted Bucky to his feet. Even though John had healed all his injuries by the Philosopher's Stone, both were exhausted. I can't forgive him, John, I just can't. Tony was adamant. I am not asking you to forgive him. But I am asking you to be united when the time demands. Much bigger and dangerous wars are coming, Tony. The wars which we all might not even survive, enemies which will make us desperate, weapons that you couldn't even imagine. I need us to be together. Avengers cannot fall. John said with more grave tone. Tony, Steve, and others didn't speak a word against it. Even if they don't know what war is John speaking about, but seeing the serious face of John, it meant the upcoming times wouldn't be peaceful like now. All right, let's go inside, we need to talk. John said. Everybody went inside. Tony went ahead as he couldn't stand the look of Bucky. He stopped because he knew no matter what he couldn't kill Bucky, and even if he did, that wouldn't be justice. Hydra was already dead. He just felt more angry thinking he didn't give them a more gruesome death. And Tony also knew with all the members of the team present it wouldn't be good, as nobody would allow the fight to continue. They all sat in a big table. This was officially the first meeting of the Avengers after it was formed. Even though it started with violence, nonetheless everyone was present except for the Green Lanterns. Even though Emma never joined the Avengers, she was already considered one. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 158, Discussion. Tony didn't join the meeting. He was too angry and worn out mentally to even attend the meeting. So he just left. John didn't mind that, he was actually little surprised. He thought Tony would be more adamant in killing Bucky. That was anticlimactic. First of all, I am sorry, Bucky. I introduced the team in such a way that you all had to almost had a close call of death. But I needed that secret to be out. I can't jeopardize our team for such a secret. John said. Bucky nodded his head to John but didn't speak. He had always been silent, and now after going through such times he had become more like a monk. I guess Steve has introduced every one of us to you. So I will skip the formalities. I called everyone here because firstly I will be leaving Earth soon for bringing more members to the team. They have landed in another planet and Earth is too unknown of a planet for them to find us. John said. Space travel. We don't even have spaceships. Arthur said. We have. It's just that it's landed in Mars for us to use. John said with a smile. Spaceships in Mars? Is that the reason why you asked us to make Starscream? So that we can go to Mars and occupy the spaceships? Wayne asked. Yes, and also because we have a world engine machine in Mars. We will terraform Mars according to Earth. I want to colonize Mars and have people settle there too. John said. The world engine of the Kryptonians. They have arrived too. My God. That is a very powerful weapon. Will the governments even allow us to keep that weapon? Banner asked. Doesn't matter if they don't allow us. I will make sure they follow us and don't disturb us. During wars it's us who take the front lines. And it's not like the weapon is at Earth. Wayne can have access to the world engine, and since he is an official of the government he can help us convey our thoughts to the World Council when the time comes. John said. It still won't be easy. They will come after us. Steve said. He knows how politics works. Politics is dirty and it will be a heavy weight for them. I know. I will use countermeasures against it. Don't worry about them. They are just jumping clowns. John said, as frankly he never cared about weak people who just know how to sway public opinion. He had more than one way to deal with them. So you will take a Kryptonian ship and fly with one to bring new comrades? Mara asked. Yes. That's the plan. It will be a long journey and there would be enemies too. John said. Enemies? Will they be powerful? Do you need our help? Diana asked. No. I will be fine and new comrades will join in too. So it will be easy. John replied. John the First, have a request. Can you take Bucky with you? I guess the planets in the universe will be more advanced than us. I wish to cure Bucky completely. I am not sure if their physiology is same as us, but I want him to be at least checked. Plus you have seen how Tony is with him. Bucky needs to be out of picture for some time. Steve asked. Are you sure about that? He will still have to go to Mars and I am pretty much sure Tony will join in our first adventure to Mars. John asked. It's okay. If it's not much trouble I will join in this adventure and try to keep Tony out and help Bucky. Okay, fine. It's not like we are going now to Mars. Will still take a couple of months for us to go. I hope Tony will calm down by then. John said. Another thing about us is that there might be a new member among us. It's Gerald. I guess all of you have seen his character from the game I made. He is in New York and currently completing a Witcher contract of mine. After he completes that he will join the team. John said. Wow, I played that game. He knows a bit of magic. Does magic really exist? Banner asked. Yes. It exists. But there are different forms of magic. John said. Good, a new member. Even though I didn't play the game I went through the character. Doesn't he play solo always? Steve asked. He will do anything for coins. Don't bother with that. It's a pity that Natasha and Clint didn't join the meeting. I heard Fury was able to convince Oliver to join. John asked Wayne. Yes. I have known him from my universe. Seeing me sitting as the secretary he decided to join. They went on a mission to search for Strucker. Wayne replied. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 159, Announcement. John and others then spoke of normal things and discussed how they would colonize Mars and such other matters. Even though NASA and few countries had sent some robots of Mars, they actually haven't discovered many places. Bucky finally spoke in the meeting. Even though he didn't say much, but at least it meant he was on board with the team and even accepted to travel with John for finding a cure. They all left after that. John stayed behind as he needed to talk with Tony. He had been a friend with Tony for a long time now, so he didn't want a friendship to be broken just because of a past incident which they didn't have a control on. Are they gone? Tony asked as soon as John entered the courtyard where Tony was sitting and sipping juice. Jarvis had already sent all the discussion about us to you. Who are you kidding? John said as he sat at the chair near him. Can't you stop using your prophetic dreamy powers for once? Tony asked. I don't need powers to understand you, Tony. A control freak like you will never be away from such a huge discussion. I am just surprised you didn't try to kill Bucky again. John said. I am not consumed by vengeance. I understand my past too. It's just I can't sit in the same table as him. And Steve. He defended Bucky. Tony said as he was still pissed. Will you care about this misunderstanding if the survival of the universe is on your shoulders? No. So it's better you try to forget them. John said. How the universe on my shoulders? You mean I have saved universes in other parallel worlds? Tony asked. You have saved worlds and was responsible for destruction too. So this is me trying to help you. John said. Tony was dumbstruck by that comment. He didn't know what he should say to that. Since you heard our discussion. How far is the launch of the cars? When can the customers get their hands on it? John asked, changing the topic. By next month the cars will be launched. 10,000 models are almost ready to be sold and 90% of them are booked. The last 10% I will send them to shops to be sold offline. Pepper is handling the business and logistics. I need to check on Starscream one last time too before we go to Mars. Okay, so we need to handle the announcement. You are good at it. In a week after you calm down, make the announcement. Till then I will make arrangements for the new movie. How many days will it take for us to reach Mars? Well, from my calculations 3 days, and the return journey will be 7 days due to reverse solar wind. I need to get my hands on the Kryptonian ships in Mars. Tony said. You can. But the condition remains the same. No internet upload of the knowledge or schematics. John said. Sometimes you are more paranoid than Wayne. Tony said. After spending 3 days in Jurassic Park he left. John even called Pepper to explain what had happened. Pepper was astonished that such a huge revelation took place. She understood why John called her, so she went to talk with Tony about what had happened. After arriving in New York, he directly went to Disney headquarters and inquired about the new project. This was a huge movie and it was going to be a long one, so he needed everything to be perfect for the movie. The days went by as he directed the course of the movie and even used the system to bring out animes which he hadn't watched in his previous life but had a general idea of them. John lost a lot of fan values due to such extraction, but he knew he could gain more by just propagating them. In 2 weeks' time Tony finally announced that the cars will hit the market by second week of February. Those who booked before would be delivered, and while a small amount of them would be up for offline sale. People were very much ecstatic for a new brand of cars that would change the transportation industry forever. Tony even said that by next year Umbrella will sell ship and plane models more efficient than the world had ever seen. This excited the people more as that would mean less wastage of money. The renowned economists were debating that this would highly affect the economy as transportation is required in everything. Some were saying that this would be very helpful for the environment, while others were saying that many people would lose their jobs in the upcoming future. The solar panels were already creating a problem in the economy, and now this would have a larger impact. Since people will lose jobs, I can just ship many of them to Mars to colonize the planet. I bet they will be more than happy to follow the lead, as there would be new opportunities. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 160, Ready for Departure. By February all the cars were out. And those people who had already bought it loved the models. It was super efficient and could go for a month or so. And for those who lived in place which had strong sunshine all the year, they understood that they wouldn't need to charge the cars for few months. Pepper, who handled everything, was very happy to see the first major impact of Umbrella Corporation in the market. Umbrella could be considered to handled by her, totally unlike Stark Industries, which was already a huge empire. Umbrella was built from scratch by her, as both John and Tony never gave even an ounce of attention to the working of the company. All the models were delivered by the end of February and all the reviews that came up were great. Of course there's some buyers who complained, but that was normal as everybody wouldn't be happy with such high-efficient cars. Pepper and the company never cared for such weak voices. Soon it was March of 2014 and this was the month that they had decided to leave for Mars. John, Tony, Bucky, and Steve decided to join this adventure. Banner and others had to stay back. On the 10th of March everybody arrived at the Jurassic Park. Pepper came to receive them, whereas Tony didn't even bother to show his face. Many sighed at this but didn't say anything. Everybody came to see them off. Even Natasha and others had arrived after knowing this. Of course Fury wasn't informed, as Wayne didn't even bother to inform this to the World Council. Since Natasha and Clint were the actual members of Avengers, they joined in the fun and got to know about it. There were new guys in the roster though. Oliver Queen and Felicity Smoke. Felicity joined Umbrella under the recommendation of John, and she soon rose to the post of personal secretary of Pepper due to her resourcefulness. Pepper was more than happy to appoint Smoke as her secretary. She was more than great in computers and even dealt with superheroes before, so Pepper was happy and relieved as she didn't have to hide anything from her. Smoke's own boyfriend had now joined the Avengers. Oliver introduced himself to others. Clint was very happy with the joining of Oliver as they both had same skills. Even though Oliver was better in melee combat, thanks to the training in the League, Clint was more than happy to let him join the Avengers and help him more in archery and combat. They all went to the hotel in the park to stay for the night, as the next day was scheduled as the departure day. They all woke up early as they had to leave early. Everybody came to the other island where Starscream was kept hidden. Tony made sure that no satellite could pick up any signature from Starscream, as the ships that John brought before was exposed pretty early. Tony didn't want any hindrance in making the spaceship, so he and Banner paid particular attention to it. Though Starscream wasn't invisible like the helicarriers, it wouldn't pop up in the radar. While they exit the Earth's atmosphere, the satellites might be able to catch images of Starscream, but by that they would have already gone into space. The last time when Starscream went to space, it made sure that he avoided detection of satellites. But this time it wouldn't be possible, as farther away from Earth they go, it would be easier for the huge cameras of satellites to pick them up. "Is everything ready?" John said as he brought 5 huge suitcases with him. "Jesus, John. How long will you be gone for?" "Years," Tony asked as he saw such huge suitcases. "I brought these for us. These are the Kryptonian suits. Configure them according to our biological settings," John said. "Huh. But I specifically made suits for us so that we could be in Mars without any problems," Tony said embarrassingly. "Then you should have told me earlier," John said as he had to spend some fan values to extract suit from Man of Steel movie. Even though it wasn't much, it still did hurt John. You can give them to me. I will try to configure them along the way. I have already set up a mobile laboratory inside." "Good. I would prefer these suits instead of metal heads. I still am not sure how you even see through small eye holes of your suit," John said. They all entered Starscream and walked to the huge spherical dome at the front. John and others didn't enter last time, so they were surprised that the whole inside was made for luxury purposes. It had private suites, a bar, and even a small swimming pool. The space inside looked more huge than they had expected. Tony, Wayne, and Banner really outdid themselves in modeling the ship. "Does the gravity inside work properly?" John asked. "Yes. It's perfect." It was Starscream who replied. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day." "Thank you." Chapter 161, Mars. John put all his luggage in a huge suite while others occupied their own ones. He gave the suitcases loaded with Kryptonian suits to Tony to work upon. Tony took them and placed it in the laboratory of the ship. They all went to the main deck where they would have to sit during takeoff. The deck looked big and had many chairs with proper belts strapped on them. There was a huge circular glass window running through the whole wall of the main deck, giving perfect view of outside from all corners. John could already imagine the scenes from here when they would travel in space. Everybody took their seats as they were ready to take off. Everyone was excited, including Bucky, as he too had a face of anticipation. Though Tony was still angry that Bucky joined, he didn't stop the whole thing. At times he was close to hitting him, but he remembered like Bucky he too was responsible for deaths of many people. He swallowed his anger for this, and Bucky would leave Mars soon, so he just had to tolerate his face for a few days. Starscream. Let's say goodbye to Earth and say hello to 4 new astronauts who are going to revolutionize Earth forever, Tony said. Right away. Soon Starscream switched on its huge thrusters and took off. The liftoff was fast, so everybody felt the impact of G-force, but since everybody were either fit or physically enhanced, it didn't create any problem. Even Tony took lessons for this. After almost half an hour they were finally in the exosphere, that is outside Earth's gravitational influence whatsoever. In the meantime, all the major space agencies in the world were having a panic. Many satellites caught images of Starscream. Soon the information reached the World Council and they called up Wayne and Fury. Fury, who didn't know anything, was panicking too internally. Finally it was Wayne who said that it was Tony's ship and they went to Mars for exploration. When the World Council came to know, they were shocked. Even Fury, who expected this to happen someday after the emergence of the ships from Treasure Planet, but he couldn't imagine that it would be so fast. Wayne was immediately summoned for the meeting with the World Council. He went to the home of Tony in the park to have the virtual meeting. Did you know about this from before? One member asked. Yes, I knew. I was the supervisor in this project. Tony and Captain America has left for Mars. Wayne said. Mars. Is the technology created by Tony so high-tech that they can travel to Mars now? S.H.I.E.L.D. would want a copy of that technology, another member said. The copy of that technology is already in the market. Haven't you seen the cars? He just improved on the solar harnessing technology that he had built. I am pretty sure many space agencies have started studying the solar panels that Umbrella have released in the market before. Wayne replied. Is the efficiency so high? Sigh. The world is changing very fast. We old people might not even have relevance now. Why are they going to Mars? Shouldn't they go to OA to speak with the Guardians? Another member asked. They want to explore Mars and see if there is anything in the planet for us to use. It's an exploratory mission. Going to OA would be dangerous as we aren't sure how the Guardians would react. Wayne replied. The government needs to be informed of this matter. It's too big of a matter to be kept secret. Sure. You can tell the public. Tony didn't want to speak of this as he knew the project might face hindrance due to bureaucracy. John and Tony pitched in money into it. Oh yes, John had left too with them. Wayne replied. John Jameson too. What will happen if both of them dies in this mission? This wasn't a decision for you to take, Secretary, a member retorted. It wasn't, but do you think I or the governments would have been able to stop them? It's better to give them freedom. The ship is checked multiple times. It will be safe and fast journey. The meeting ended and soon the information was passed on to all governments about the spaceship. As expected, such a big news got leaked and even photos too leaked later of the spaceship. The World Council decided to speak on this matter so as not to cause panic. When people came to know that John, Tony, and Captain America went into space for an exploratory mission, they were surprised, but they instantly rejoiced. Humanity has finally stepped its foot on distant space travel. Even though it was just a nearby planet, at least it was a planet nonetheless. Again, there was a storm in the media about it, and in forefront of the media on the story was Daily Bugle, as Jameson had already known of this mission and he gave a more detailed story in the media. He was proud that his son has gone to space and has become an astronaut. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 162, Traveling. Meanwhile, John and others were in space. This was the first time they had traveled so far from Earth. Even though Tony had gone to space before for a few seconds, it wasn't exactly his intention to be at space. This time it was own choice. Everybody looked from the deck outside. From one side they could see their blue planet Earth. It looked more beautiful and bigger in real than in pictures. Earth really is beautiful. Steve said. Makes us feel that all the problems which we have is nothing compared to vast Earth. Forget about the universe. John said, looking at Tony. Tony understood what John meant but didn't reply to it. Will you not travel to OA? It was you who guided them here. You should pay them a visit. Tony asked instead. Yes, I will pay them a visit and maybe find out where they have sent Emma. Though there would be new Guardians now in OA. Maybe I can convince the Guardians to heal Bucky. Their planet is very much advanced. Bucky, who listened to it, had a more serious face when he heard it. He by now knew what OA was and understood that getting help from the Guardians would be a huge mountain to climb. But he would try nonetheless, as he needed to be out of this control. They all spent an hour in the deck appreciating the beauty of the planet, but since Starscream was traveling very fast, Earth looked small soon. And later it got boring as everywhere it looked the same in all directions. All right, Tony, work on the suits and make one for every one of us. John said. I am my own boss. Tony said. John didn't reply to that and left for his suite. The suite of his was pretty big and it was almost the size of his own room at home. It had all amenities a person could ask for. It even had a private gym for each suites. Never thought I would in my life would travel to space. In my previous life I was just a normal guy. Now I am in space. I wonder where this system even originates from. Such a powerful system must have a purpose. John thought all of this while he was cooking for himself. But since he had no idea what it was, he didn't much think on it. After checking his fan values, which was rising up slowly, he had a smile in his face. Now almost everything was under his control. People's opinions and goodwill. He wanted to maintain that as it was his main weapon to accumulate fan values. A day went by with him being in his suite. Steve once came by to understand small intricacies about the worlds that had come and asked doubts. John was surprised that Steve took knowing different worlds very seriously and was happy to explain. Bucky didn't join as he was still catching up with all the works of John. The next day John went to Tony's laboratory only to see him sleeping in his chair. Starscream, since when is he sleeping? John asked. It's been more than 4 hours, sir. Starscream replied. Tony woke up by the voice of Starscream. What happened? Couldn't solve the suit problems? John asked. No. It was very easy. Already did it. Was bored at my room, so came here to work on. The suits are reconfiguring itself. They are amazing. Their helmets are more advanced and could even stop blasts. If I can emulate that, I wouldn't need to wear a metal helmet in my head and move my head more freely. Tony said. That's cool. So how far are we from Mars, Starscream? John asked. Estimated time of landing in Mars, 28 hours 46 minutes. Okay, one more day that is. Tony, you should go and have a good sleep. You would need rest for research on the new spaceships in Mars. Right. Tony said while getting up. The later day was boring as usual, so John went to Steve's place to learn melee tactics, as he still needed to learn close combat. Even though he might not even need it, he still wanted to learn. The next day afternoon, everybody got ready in their suits as they were about to enter Mars' atmosphere. The suits were really comfortable as was very light. Since Tony had reconfigured them, it was easily breathable inside. John could still summon his fires without affecting the suit. He still didn't understand how all the Logia and special fruits powers can be used without affecting the clothes, but he was grateful nonetheless. Mars looked red from outside. And since Starscream was traveling in high speed, they couldn't appreciate its beauty for much longer. It soon entered the Mars atmosphere and started descending in a very high speed. John had already given the coordinates to land. He had already summoned 3 Krytonian scout ships, dozens of attack ships and drop ships. This included 2 world engines too. Ding. Total fan values, 4 billion. Total cost of extraction, 100 million. That was cheap. I guess because they aren't live characters. I should make more movies that can enhance my power through equipment and help. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 163, Landing. Starscream soon entered Mars' atmosphere. John and others were all strapped in the main deck in their seats, as it might be a little more bumpy ride. After 20 minutes or so they finally landed on Mars. John was happy that they have reached without any hiccups. Even though he never really cared about safety, as he always had contingencies like transforming himself to Green Lantern and summoning spaceships to rescue themselves if anything goes south. But John by himself didn't want to expose his trump card. So he prayed, hoping that the journey was a safe one. And Starscream didn't disappoint. It was a smooth and even had a good rest along the way. As he was thinking all this, Tony said, "These look huge than I thought it would be." Tony said, looking outside the glass. Everybody turned their heads to see huge spaceships. The scout ships looked pretty big, with dozens of drop ships and fighter ships beside. But what really stole the show were the world engines. They were massive in size. No wonder these machines can change a planet. Just by the mere fact that they are floating without any thruster state how powerful they are. Tony said. "Did you bring the cube?" John asked. "Of course. But I don't want to use it on all of them. Need a few for my own research." Tony replied. "Sure. But I would take the cube away with me in this travel. I would need it." John said. "It's yours anyways." Bucky and others got up from their seats to get themselves ready. They soon wore the Kryptonian suits, which had already been reconfigured. John had sent the transmission back to Earth that they have reached Mars. The World Council was immediately relieved listening to the success of the mission. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., who was monitoring the situation, was overjoyed, as it finally meant they actually stepped their foot into space. I want to say, a small step for men and blah blah. But that's taken. Tony said as he was standing in the doorway ready to take the first step. "Let this moment be recorded as our first step to take arms against destiny." John said. "Destiny, huh?" Steve said. They all took their first step on the land of Mars. It was a very cold temperature outside, but they didn't feel it due to the suits. There is almost no oxygen here. I guess it would take time to terraform the planet. It looks so barren. Tony said. "Let's go the ship." "I already brought the cube," John said. They all walked in the sand slowly as the winds were strong in Mars. They walked to the closest scout ship. John took the cube and touched the ship with it. There was a lightning spark in the whole body of the huge scout ship. Then it started transforming and soon turned into a huge mechanical monster that looked like tortoise. "Hello," the ship said. "Hello. I am John. This is Tony, Steve and Bucky. Since you are new, I will call you Fortress of Solitude, or FOS for short," John said. "Thanks for naming me. Happy to be of service." FOS said. That's a weird name. Where did you get that name? Steve asked. After the name of spaceship of Superman in other universes. John replied, let's go inside. You can change yourself back FOS. FOS turned itself to its original shape. They went inside the ship. It looked almost exactly like in the movie. But the ship had rooms too to stay and rest. Even though they weren't luxurious as Starscream, it was good nonetheless. John and other took a casual walk on all the places of the ship. Since it didn't have a Genesis chamber, it was more spacious. It actually took a good half an hour to explore all the places. Tony's eyes were already shining looking at it. Okay, we are done with exploration. Let's go outside and change a few spaceships. I would take few drop ships and attack ships with me. Tony and Steve stay here and go back if I am being too late. You can start the terraforming process. John said. Everybody agreed as they went out. John used the cube to transform another scout ship and few of drop ships and attack ships. He parked a few ones inside the scout ship. John even used the cube to transform a world engine. It was done so that the world engine would help understanding how it works. Done. Bucky, we need to leave. We have a long and far journey ahead. John said to Bucky. Bucky nodded to it. After spending an hour of transporting supplies to the scout ship, they were ready to leave. Send pictures of those bald heads and come back with more advanced tech from other planets. Oh yes. Kick some A****. Tony said. Yes. Try to research as fast as you can while this planet is terraformed. Bye, John said while the hatch of FOS closed. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 164, First Step in the Journey. FOS, you have already exchanged information with Starscream. Take us away. Oh yes, don't be seen by the satellites of Earth. Even though they seeing us is a very minute chance, I still don't want to be seen by any spaceships if they exist on the orbit of Earth. John said as he wasn't sure if there were spaceships in the orbits of Earth, as he didn't know what Skrulls had been plotting for secret invasion. Sure. I will go out from the other side of Mars so nobody from the orbit of Earth can see us. FOS replied. Bucky and John took their seats in the main deck. I have to say, this ship looks more futuristic than the previous. Bucky said. It does. They were one of the most powerful races in the universe at one point. John replied as he had entered the exosphere within mere seconds. Charging the Phantom Drive in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, FOS narrated. FOS, who just came to the space, vanished after a flash of blue light. They couldn't again appreciate the beauty of Mars and were taken away. The next scene that came up was a huge planet which had massive ring in orbit position. They knew they were now near Saturn. They could also see a huge green planet in the distance. FOS traveled in a very high speed to the planet. After a few minutes, FOS got a call. John connected it. John. I sense that you are coming. Come to Sector 45 for docking. I have sent the coordinates, a voice said. It was Appa. John had already informed through memories that they were coming in a spaceship. FOS went to the given coordinates and finally landed in the dock. John and Bucky finally stepped into OA. The planet of the Guardians. Bucky was having a hard time as he hesitated a lot while stepping his foo into OA. What happened? John asked, seeing his weird face. Never have I imagined that I am going to step my foot into another planet. That too an intelligible one. And we are here for the mistakes that I did. Am I worthy of even saving? Bucky said. Bucky. Whatever you did was not under your control. Whatever happens now is under your control. We are here to redeem your wrong and finally take a new path of freedom. And this is just another planet. Don't think much. As they stepped out, they were able to finally get a glimpse of OA. It looked more amazing than even John imagined. When John extracted OA, he didn't think much and just wasted 1.5 billion so that the lanterns would help him keep an eye on all of universe using the Guardians. But now when he looked into OA, he understood that it was the OA of the Ryan Reynolds movie. It was futuristic way beyond belief, with high-rise buildings and small spaceships traveling on their courses. John could even see some green lanterns flying around. As they were appreciating the surroundings, a green lantern came by flying by. It was Hal. Hey buddy. The Guardians are waiting for your arrival in the Citadel. Hey. How's the training going on? John asked as he hopped into the small ship nearby. It was being operated by a robot. Hal too joined inside along with Bucky. It's hectic, but at least I don't need to run around. This must be a new guy. Hello. Hal Jordan, the first Green Lantern of this universe. Hal said while greeting Bucky with pride. Bucky Barnes, a semi-stable old man. Bucky replied. Woo. Seems like a story there. Hal replied. So why are you in OA? Don't tell me the Guardians summoned you too. Hal asked John. I am here to cure Bucky and for sightseeing. John replied. Cure him? Okay. Let's talk with the Guardians, he said as they arrived at the Citadel. The ship was fast so they didn't take much time to reach the Citadel across the sectors. John, Bucky, and Hal walked into the center of the Citadel. All the Guardians were present in their positions and all were floating. They didn't look so gloomy like the ones in the Ryan Reynolds movie. Hello Guardians. We are all meeting for the first time. John said. Hello John. Thank you for guiding us in this universe and helping us in continuing the mantle of the lanterns. It's an honor and I just wanted a little peace in this chaotic universe. I understand. And thank you for the shielding technology. Even though the shield won't be able to stop energy attacks, any physical weapons won't be able to harm the lanterns now. Appa said. You are welcome. I am here to ask for a favor. John said. Bucky here is my friend. He had a weird and violent past. He needs to be cured mentally. I hope the Guardians can help him. All the Guardians looked at Bucky with squinted eyes. Anxiety. Pain. Sufferings. Killings. Your mind is confused like the chaotic universe. You boy need a proper medical screening. Send him to the medical bay. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 165, A Huge Surprise. Thank you for your help and concern. Bucky said as he was really grateful. The Guardians didn't reply that. 2 humanoid robots came to take him away. John too followed him as he didn't have any other things to talk with the Guardians as he could always talk with them no matter where he was. As they came out of the Citadel, John said. Hey, we can go and have something to eat first. I need to get some high-energy food too from here. Sure. I too can see if there is any good places to eat in this futuristic place. Bucky said and looked at the robots. Hey, I will send him to Med Bay. You both can leave. John said as these robots too were his summons basically. The 2 robots just left after John said that. John and Bucky got into a canteen for the lanterns. It was a huge place where different lanterns gathered. Since all the lanterns were kind of new, they were in awe of this place. Even though it was huge, there were fewer lanterns as all the rings haven't chosen their wearer yet. John and Bucky went to order and took their place in a lone table away from others. Even though both of them weren't wearing any rings, nobody stopped them since every person present in this planet was related to the lanterns and the canteen wasn't exclusive to the lanterns. The food was served pretty fast and they looked delicious. John and Bucky, who were little hungry, dived in. As they were eating John and Bucky, they heard a voice saying, Hey, how much for that metal arm? Huh, both moved their head to see who was talking and then saw a small furry creature looking at them. John was dumbfounded by seeing this new alien because he knew the alien very well. Rocket. Member of the Guardian of the Galaxy. One of the reasons John had come out into space was because of them. He didn't understand why Rocket was in OA. Rocket. What the hell are you doing here? Where is Groot? John asked. Huh? You know me. Who are you? Are we famous already? Or is it because of Groot? Rocket asked. No. Rocket, I know you because of other reasons. Why are you here? John asked again. Hello. Sorry, I don't know you, so I can't say my reason. Rocket said. But John soon noticed a tree-looking creature coming from behind. He was more astonished now. It's not because he didn't know the new alien. It was Groot all right, but he now looked totally different as he now had a green suit in his body. This meant that Groot was the new Green Lantern. Groot, you are a new Green Lantern. What the hell is going on, Rocket? John asked. I am Groot. I am Groot, he replied. Well, he says we were traveling to Xander to collect when this ring showed up outside our ship. Then blah blah blah. Me and Groot are here. Hey, you moron, you just spoke everything. Rocket said. So you mean the ring brought Groot here and you followed him? John asked. Yes. The ring pointed the direction and I just came to join the fun. I was suspicious first, but I have got to say I never imagined that such power existed in the universe. This planet looks so advanced. The so-called Guardians must be really powerful to make this planet. Rocket said. What the hell is wrong with his world? First it was Emma and now Groot too. John murmured. John, you know aliens too? Bucky asked with curiosity. Yes, John replied. But I don't know you. Who are you? Rocket asked. I am Groot. Groot too said. Think of me as the same level of Guardian. I guided OA and the Guardians here. John said nonchalantly. What? That's impossible. You guided a planet. What a good joke. Rocket said. It's up to you if you believe it or not. So Groot, you must be training under Hal. Yes. John asked. I am Groot. I will take that as a yes. He is the first Green Lantern here. Learn fast. You will need it. John said as he continued eating. Even though he was shaken, he accepted the facts. You are so weird. Even I just came to know the name of their trainer. Heard he is Terran like you. Are you both from the same planet? Rocket asked. Yes. You can say so. He is my friend. John said. No wonder you are here. Came to meet Hal. Rocket asked. No, came to meet the Guardians and they owed me a favor. John said. What a bunch of lies. I need to stay away from a liar like you, Rocket said and left. John shrugged his shoulders as he saw both of them left. Why didn't you convince them? Bucky asked. Seeing is believing. Our paths will cross soon in the future. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 166, Morag. John and Bucky soon finished their food. Bucky said bye to John as he went to the med bay, while John went to the market to buy some things, but then he realized he didn't have any money to buy, so he had to use the system to let the shopkeepers let him take some food. John felt guilty as it was scamming, but he needed to bring food too. The shops were very few as there were only robots as residents and the lanterns were actually new here and they haven't built shops as of yet. After buying some food, he went to FOS to go to his next destination, and that was Morag. He needed to get the Power Stone before it could cause any harm. John went to the dock and directly went inside FOS. Take me to Morag Star. I guess you have already connected with the other spaceships here and got the chart. John said. Yes, I have already hacked into their network. Morag is quite far. It might take few hours even with the Phantom Drive. FOS replied. So be it. John said as he went to the main deck. FOS flew away from the dock to the universe and vanished after getting out of OA. John went to his room as he wanted to take rest. John was alone in this adventure, but he had planned for this trip and Morag would be first step and then Xander. Since I am alone here, I can call him. Ding. Total fan values 4.2 billion. Fan value required to extract Cyborg, 190 million. Extract Zack Snyder's Cyborg and Jay Aliva's Cyborg, John said. Ding. Calculating. Total fan values required, 250 million. Extract him. John waved his hand. A cyborg appeared who looked like Zack Snyder's version. John immediately shared the memories with him. After few seconds, Cyborg opened his eye. I guess now you understand the whole story. John asked. Yes. So this is the scout ship I once connected to. Cool. Cyborg replied. Yes. Make yourself comfortable. It is a small journey. Wear something. We will go to Xander too. People might give you looks as I am not sure if cybernetic technology there have advanced like yours. John said. I understand. Cyborg then proceeded to look around while John thought of taking a nap. After a few hours, John was woken up by Cyborg. We have reached Morag. What do you want us to do? Cyborg asked. Search the whole planet for any level of gamma radiation. And simultaneously search for a source of strong power in any place of the planet. John said. He was half sure that Peter Quill wouldn't come to Morag so early. Even though the universe was getting less and less recognizable, but he hoped the butterfly effect wouldn't affect Peter till he got the Power Stone. Searching. Searching. FOS said. After about 10 minutes, FOS finally said. Found it. Good. Land us near that coordinate. Cyborg, I will need your help. They soon landed near a huge enclosed building. While landing, some structures even got destroyed nearby, but the main building remained intact. John wore the Kryptonian suit just in case. Cyborg and John came to the hatch, which opened, and they went straight to the building. Break the lock. John said. Cyborg's hand changed into different shape as he inserted it inside the lock of the door. After a couple of seconds, the door opened. It was dark inside, so Cyborg used his other arm to light up the room. They could see a ball levitating inside an enclosed small space. The surrounding of the small space was lit with purple vertical lines. Victor the First want that ball? John said. Cyborg used his own hand to hold the ball after passing the barrier. It didn't affect his metallic arm in any way. Not even a scratch. Is this one of the Infinity Stones? Victor asked as he has seen some future scenes too. Yes. Let's take it back. We need to make a replica of the ball and place it in the same position. I have changed the plot by a lot. I need to control some things here. John said. They both went back to the ship and used the ship's technology to make an exact replica of it after scanning it. Of course the Infinity Stone couldn't be replicated inside. Victor went back to the place to place the new ball in the same location. Victor even closed the door back as John had asked him to. John didn't want Peter and Gamera's meeting to be cancelled due to it. He wondered if Rocket would ever meet them after the debacle that happened at OA. John and Victor left after finishing the work here and keeping everything in the same place as it was with their spaceship to the next destination. Another advanced planet. Capital of the Nova Empire. Xander. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 167, Xander. The Nova Empire. One of the largest empires in the galaxy, and most of the higher echelon members of the empire were the Xandarians. But the empire was huge and was a home to many alien species. It was one of the most progressive empire as there were no discrimination against aliens of different species like the Kree Empire. Xander was the capital of the Nova Empire and John needed to go and wait for Quill to appear. Till then he could contact the local empire and even exchange technology. He was pretty sure that the Phantom Drive technology of Kryptonians was far ahead than the jumping point technology of space travel. John hoped that he could have another anchor in the Nova Empire, like on Earth. This would be a major boost to his power. After few hours of traveling in space they were finally in the territory of the Nova Empire. FOS took the ship near Xander but didn't land it inside the planet as FOS was pretty huge and he wasn't sure how the whole system of the Empire worked. Victor, we will take a drop ship from here and you drive the ship to a docking station or wherever they lead us. I guess it will be easy for you to communicate with them. Okay. Let's go then. FOS, if anybody approaches the ship with bad intentions, contact me first and then I will order you of what to do. Cyborg said. Okay. FOS replied. John and Victor went inside the drop ship. It was spacious and also could travel in space. Even though it didn't have a phantom drive, it was pretty fast. John and Victor took their seats and soon under the control of Victor it got detached from FOS and flew to Xander. As they were reaching the planet a communication call came up. Victor opened up the call only to a Nova Corp on the screen. Hello, I'm Terrans. Your spaceship had never been registered on our list. Please state your purpose of entry into Xander. Hello. I am John and this is my friend Victor. Me and my friend here do not belong to the Nova Empire. We are currently looking for business opportunities in the Empire and establish trade connections. I hope you can allow us entry into Xander. Okay, so you are new to the Empire. Welcome to Xander. We would need you to register the ship and evaluate the danger level of the ship. We will also need you both to register on the citizen list of the Empire if you want to open a trade route, the Nova Corp said. Of course. Can you please show us the location of the dock? We are new here and we have no idea where to land. John said. Sure. I have already sent the coordinates. I will be your assessment officer waiting for you both at the dock. Thank you. Then the communication cut off. Victor, we don't have any units to trade. Do you have any solution to it? John asked. Let me check. Victor said and closed his eye. After a minute of trembling he finally said. We are millionaires now. Jesus. How terrible was the technology of the mother box? The scientists of Apocalypse really outdid themselves when creating the mother box. I need to extract them later to summon boom tubes. John said. Soon the dropship reached the dock where the Nova Corp was waiting for them. They landed perfectly. The Nova Corp who was waiting for them was taken aback. Never before had he seen a spaceship which almost doesn't make sound while traveling, and even the thrusters of the ship were small and had blue color instead of conventional red fire of all normal spaceships. The hatch opened showing John and Victor. They both came down and greeted each other. Hello again. I am Titus. Please wait while I assess your spaceship and then I can show you around. Titus was polite like all other Nova Corps and he was very much interested in John as he had never seen such spaceship before. He wanted to find more about this new Terran. Titus took out his scanning device to scan the spaceship. After a minute of scanning the spaceship the device showed error. Ah. Error? Why is it this? Probably due to malfunction. Let me get a new scanning device. Sorry, please wait a minute. I will be back with a new scanner. John waited a while before he came with a new device. But this time with a new scanner it showed error signifying the scanner can't assess the spaceship. I'm sorry I can't assess your ship. I would need to call higher authority for it. Titus said. Yes, sure. I am here to do a huge business. So I will be glad to deal with higher authorities. John replied. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 168, Nova Prime. Few minutes the officer of higher authority came to assess his ship and John actually knew the officer who came. Roman Day. The fat guy who was in the Guardians of Galaxy and actually helped Peter Quill stopping Ronan by forwarding Pete's message to the Nova Prime. John was happy to meet this guy as he was trustworthy. Roman Day came with an advanced-looking scanner after getting the information from Titus. He greeted John and Victor while proceeding to assess the ship. And like his predecessor his scanner too couldn't assess the ship. Now Roman Day was surprised. This had never happened before in his entire career. A spaceship which the Nova Empire didn't have any records neither the technology. Titus had informed already that this small ship was weird as it had weird thruster technology but he didn't pay attention to it but now he got serious. Mr. Jameson, can I know on what technology is this spaceship built on? I will be honest, the spaceship belongs to an ancient and advanced civilization and I am one of the last survivors of our lineage. I am here to trade some of our technology with the Nova Empire so that we can conduct business and make our civilization return to our past glory. Is that so? We will be happy to help you in this regard. Since our device can't scan your ship, can you take me inside so that I can at least write a report? Roman Day said. Of course. Victor showed them the spaceship inside. Victor took both Titus and Day inside. They were more surprised now as the technology that they saw inside was more advanced than they have ever seen. Victor even explained some working of the ship to them. They came out after a few minutes. Your civilization must have been really advanced. I would like to ask Mr. Jameson, in what do you want business? Do you want to dabble in the Empire? Day said. Exchange of space technology. I have no idea how the spaceships of the Nova Empire works. I would like to get my hands on it. Okay. I will deliver the report to higher-ups. Maybe they will be interested in it. May your trip here be a successful one. Day said. Day and Titus left after giving John and Victor a temporary citizenship card. They could use it to stay here and can even pay to extend their stay here. Since they are now millionaires, John didn't care about it and went to search for a hotel to stay over. John and Victor went straight to a luxurious hotel. Having Victor around was indeed handy. Only drawback was that he had to cover his face with a hoodie like in the movie. After checking in they soon entered their rooms. John was a little tired with all the running around and went straight to sleep while Victor just sat in a chair and closed his eyes. He went to the network on the Empire to amass more knowledge of the universe and get accustomed to it. By evening they went out to look around the city and they got to see many alien creatures that was never showed in the movie. John was really amazed by all of this and he couldn't notice any discrimination among the various species. After having dinner they went back. The next day after they had breakfast Roman Day came over to speak with John. Mr. Jameson, the Nova Prime has summoned you in order to speak about your business venture. Nova Prime. Okay. Lead us. John said. Victor too joined. They soon came to the main administrative building where the Nova Prime was waiting for them. As they went inside the Nova Prime, Irani Rail was waiting for them. Hello Mr. Jameson, welcome to Xander. Please have a seat. Thanks. I guess we don't need to introduce ourselves and our purpose in the Empire. I would like to establish trade with the Empire. John said. Yes, you can definitely. Mr. Jameson, I would like to ask about the technology of your spaceship. We have never seen such high level of technology. Even the huge spaceship that is currently floating in space has never been seen. Can you explain about your civilization? Our civilization is very old and reclusive one. Very few of us are left. We had a war once long that almost destroyed our lineage. I am one of the last. I actually came out of my planet to revive the lost glory of ours. I have already said I am ready to exchange some of our technology with yours. John said. Is that so? The Nova Empire would be delighted to have this exchange. The Nova Prime said. John smiled to it as he knew the Kryptonian technology was way far ahead than this universe had ever seen. He could easily establish an empire here and have massive influence just like he has on Earth. That would make easier for him to dabble his hands on the entertainment industry and propagate his works. He would summon a character to manage all of it and he had a perfect person in his mind for this. Lex Luthor. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 169, The Settlement. Actually, Nova Prime didn't expect the first approach to go so smoothly. When the scientists of the Empire went through the recordings and visuals of the huge spaceship floating in the space near Xander and the dropship in the docks, they already evaluated the ships as of higher level of technology. Even though they didn't know how powerful it was, they were sure that this kind of technology had never appeared. The Nova Prime was hoping that John would be able to share the technology. This would be helpful for them as that could give them an edge in the war against the Kree. Even though they had a peace agreement with Hala, but many factions of the Kree Empire didn't accept the agreement. Mr. Jameson, how would you like this exchange to carry on? I have brought my secretary in the mothership. I would like to call him and he would decide the general direction of the business settlement. I hope that is acceptable as I am not very proficient in business matters. Sure. Why not? I too will have to talk with the council as this business will be done through government channels. Okay, he will be here soon. I want to buy a good place to live here too as I will be establishing the company here. John added. Yes. Of course. You can choose any residential place. You won't have to pay anything. The Empire will pay the price. Nova Prime said. No. No. We have enough money to buy a good place. Thank you for the offer, but we will be able to buy one. John said with a serious tone. Are you sure? Yes. John replied. The Nova Prime who was talking with John stole few glances of Victor and finally she couldn't hold herself back and asked. I am sorry, but I am little curious about the face of Mr. Stone. Even though we have registered you as temporary citizen here which doesn't need facial features to be recorded, but buying a place would require a proper picture. Of course. Victor, you can remove the hood. Victor removed the hood. When Irani saw his face he was taken aback. She didn't expect a cyborg and she could tell that it was a high-level technology. She wondered how advanced were their technology to even make such an advanced cyborg. She was now sure that John's civilization was very much advanced and powerful. Sorry if I offended you, Mr. Stone. I didn't know you were a cyborg. She said politely. No, it's fine. I am surprised that the guards didn't stop me from entering, as having a cyborg in such a close distance with the ruler isn't so conventional. Stone said. I was sure that you didn't have any bad intentions as you had left your mothership behind. This showed that you have enough sincerity to actually establish trade. John left after that as he needed to extract Lex in FOS and then command him to come here and follow his instructions. Lex would be the perfect person to build a company and manage it. They went back to hotel and John said to Victor. I am going to guide Luther here and open a company under his name and make necessary trade. This would help us expanding and managing. Lex. Are you sure he will listen to you? Victor asked, as all of the summons doesn't have the notion that they are just summons, as John always planted false memories in their brain through the system. Yes. My only power isn't just guiding other worldly beings. Occasional manipulation is also one of my powers. I will summon him in FOS. John said. He then proceeded to waste 50 million fan values to summon Lex in FOS and then directed him to take a transformed dropship and arrive at the docks. Victor, he will be in the docks soon. Take him to the Nova Prime. I have already told him about the general idea of the exchange. You will be the one who will exchange the information as you are good at data manipulation. Don't give them anything about the Phantom Drive. Just normal technology of dropship and maybe a portion of weapons technology. We will share the Phantom Drive technology when the time is right. I understand. Victor replied as he went to the docks. John left for searching a good place to buy a mansion as he wanted to spend his money here. This would be his holiday villa where he and Emma could always spend their time away from all the paparazzi on Earth. After a whole day of searching with the help of Roman Day as his guide, he finally chose a villa just outside the city in a very high-end area overlooking the sea. John spent 2 million units in buying the house. Meanwhile, Lex had arrived. Victor had a stern eye on him, but Lex didn't mind that. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 170, Terraform. Soon Lex met with the Nova Prime and even with the Council. Lex pitched his ideas of establishing a company and then having a strategic, military, and profitable technology exchange with the Empire. Lex even showed a glimpse of all the technology that their spaceships could provide and even said that their spaceships don't need jumping points to travel. This astonished the scientists and the Council members. They have never heard of any technology that could do that. At first the Council members weren't really interested in this whole business settlement as they felt the scientists had exaggerated the technology of this new spaceship, but now they knew this was a game changer. We will surely give you enough freedom for the establishment of the company, and this would be very much profitable for the Empire, and even in future if your company needs to expand its business outside the Empire you can do so. Nova Prime said. Yes, that's the long-term plan. For now let's focus on the Empire. Lex replied. After discussing all the matters, Lex and Victor went to the new mansion that John had moved to. How was the deal? Is everything good? John asked as they entered the home. Yes. Though I feel some of their eyes weren't so good. Lex said. Yes. One of the council members' heartbeat was pretty much high during the whole deal. It was unnatural. Victor said. Is it? Another political drama. Everywhere people resist change. Well, Lex, you are an underworld don. Make your own empire here. Both in light and in dark. Just don't hurt innocent. That's the bottom line. I will handle the political attacks. John said to Lex. I understand. Will take time, but I can do it. Lex then proceeded to speak about the deal that they have made. Victor too pitched his own assessment on it. John didn't pay much attention as he didn't care about it. The next few days went like a storm. Lex and Victor were out every day directing the establishment of the new company while John was having a good time. He even contacted Tony and Steve to find out what was going on Mars. After few days of John leaving, Tony started the world engine. It was estimated that it would take a month to terraform Mars. The government soon got to know that there was a world engine in Mars and Tony had just switched it on. Now all the governments got scared. Through S.H.I.E.L.D. they contacted Tony and asked him to hand over the world engine as it was a mass destruction weapon. Tony just said that he didn't know how to move the world engine from its place and could only configure it to copy the environment of Earth. Of course the governments didn't believe him, but the thing is, since Tony said that it was a high-level technology and no pilots on Earth could operate it even if it was given to them. Even though they didn't believe him, but since he was arrogant when he said that, it meant it was probably true. And secondly, they can't force Tony to bring the world engine to Earth. Bruce, being the secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D., said that Tony will never bring the world engine to Earth and it will continue to be there in Mars. He even said that Tony and John would soon try to colonize Mars since the world engine process had already started. Bruce wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. to establish a branch there, so he needed to be straightforward with the council. The council understood what Bruce wanted and gave permission to S.H.I.E.L.D. to start this process. Fury too was happy to get this order, as this would mean S.H.I.E.L.D. being ahead of everyone and even fly to space. John was happy to know all this, though he knew he has to face a storm when he returns to Earth, but he didn't care. He had enough power now. After Bruce sat in the secretary position, S.H.I.E.L.D. had started infiltrating in almost all walks of life. Thanks to the ninjas and more power given to S.H.I.E.L.D. John wanted this to happen from the beginning, and since the ninjas were under him, almost everything was under his control. Even though only half of S.H.I.E.L.D. was now ninjas, in power-wise they were more powerful. John didn't even care if S.H.I.E.L.D. had Skrulls hiding inside now. A month went without any major changes in the plan of Lex and the establishment of the company, and surprisingly they didn't face any opposition. John was expecting a roadblock, but there were none. He even expected political assassination, but there was still no sign of that. Victor kept an eye on all of this but was surprised there was acute silence everywhere. Did I understand the universe wrongly? I imagined it to be more chaotic. And then one day a bad news came, and the expected attack was much bigger than he expected. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 171, Retaliation. It has been more than a month that John had been living in the villa, and one day John was sipping in his juice outside soaking the sun. The weather in Xander was more pleasant than Earth, so John loved every moment of it. As he was having a good time, he suddenly saw a small regular ship approaching his villa at fast speed. It was still few seconds out, but it looked as if the small ship was on a course collision with the villa. It was big enough to destroy the villa and kill everyone in it. At that moment all the three were in the villa, including Lex. Victor came running out from his room as he had already made an alarm system to notify such kind of weird events. He came out and saw the approaching fast ship. He immediately started his thruster to stop the ship but was stopped by John. I haven't moved my muscle for a long time. Time for some action. As he said that, he transformed into Minato and took out his flying Raijin Kunai. John did a hand seal and the whole villa was covered in weird markings. The ship, which was only a second out, collided into the villa. Since this was an high-end area there weren't many people, but still some saw that the ship was in a collision course. Some even closed their eyes as the ship collided with the villa, but what others saw next changed their worldviews. The ship caved into the villa as if the whole villa was made of fur. There was no explosion whatsoever, and then the ship vanished from its place. The villa that caved it was back in its original shape as if the ship had never collided. This was the flying Raijin-style jutsu of Minato. He used it first time to save Konoha when Kurama launched the Bijudama. Minato in that scene teleported the Bijudama kilometers away, thus saving the village. Lex and Victor, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. They had never seen such weird thing. Even though Victor knew about boom tubes, but that needed preparation to start. John just transformed himself into another person and sent the ship somewhere. Victor, bring the pilot. The ship is 2 kilometers away from here in the north direction. Bring him here. I want to know who convinced him to do suicide. John said. Victor understood what he meant and flew away. Are you going to retaliate? Lex asked with excitement as he felt this would be a show of dominance. Of course. I would let them know that the fake civilization that I represent is not something that they can deal against. I don't mind taking over the entire galaxy if it is required. Lex shuddered when he listened to that but felt more excited. After 5 minutes, Victor came back with an unconscious man in his shoulder. He threw the men down. John knew that he needed to work fast so that main culprit wouldn't run away. John instantly summoned Sasuke as interrogation was the most easy job for him. Sasuke didn't even speak a word after being summoned. He slapped the men and woke him up. The alien creature opened his eyes only to Sasuke's Sharingan and he fell to his Genjutsu, illusion, instantly. Victor and Lex were again surprised a new person appearing out of thin air. They understood that John has more powers than he has shown. Just the mere fact of him changing to a different person and doing the space transfer was powerful enough and now he could summon a person too. So, who was behind all of this? John asked. A red-skinned alien. I will have to dig further and catch him. Sasuke replied. Go with Victor. Don't care about anything. Make the innocents sleep when retaliated. Kill the culprits and keep the main person behind alive. John said. Sasuke then looked at Victor that gave him the person's picture which he drew on a paper. Victor scoured the network to find the said person. After a minute of searching Victor found the person and thus both of them left. John didn't want to join this witch hunt as he was too lazy. John transformed back to his original face. Lex was still amazed by this transformation but he didn't ask. They waited for both of them to come back. Thus started the search of the main culprit behind the assassination attempt on John and others. This day was remembered as day where the Nova Corps couldn't even stop 2 persons from doing whatever they wanted. Sasuke and Victor went from one person to another to find the main person behind. In all of this the police force and the guards who tried to stop them were put to sleep instantly. Sasuke and Victor killed 3 persons in this hunt and finally brought the main culprit to the house of John alive. This was what John wanted from the very beginning. A show of power. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 172, Retaliation, 2. Baldo, a Kylo-Rean belonging to the member of the council never imagined that he would end up in such a tragic position. He had been the member of the council for a long time and had good relations with major industries in the Empire but today he was dragged out by 2 people from his own house like a dog. A month ago he came to know about the new technology and he instantly had greedy eyes. He knew if he could get his hands on the technology his standing would be different and in fact have a chance to replace the current Nova Prime, which was his lifelong dream. He consulted the giants of spaceship industry and said that there would be a new player in the game. They got scared after they heard about this and then also realized that they needed to get their hands on it to start a new era. All the giants soon decided on assassinating John and others in one go and make it look like an accident. They hired a desperate man who was ready to give away his life for the family. And thus the whole staged incident of ship on a collision course took place. When Baldo got the whole visual of the spaceship vanishing instead of the expected explosion. He couldn't understand what just happened and wondered what kind of technology John had used to pull this off. He was more greedy now to get his hands on their technology. But after a few hours he got news that one of his subordinate who was responsible for the whole process was killed. For the first time he got scared. He understood it was the retaliation of John. He immediately called the Nova Corps for added security but what happened next really made him doubt his life. A man which had weird eyes and Victor came to his house. And wherever that man went, everyone would just fall asleep. The Nova Corps couldn't even shoot their guns before they fell down. Baldo tried running away but as he took the first step he saw the man standing in front of him. His eyes captivated him and before he realized he was asleep. When Sasuke and Victor came back from the hunt it was already night. The Nova Corps didn't come to disturb them as Sasuke and Victor's hunt was done while manipulating the cameras around. Victor never showed his face while Sasuke's face had never been registered and was never seen in Xander or in the Empire. The Nova Corps went into a frenzy at night searching for Sasuke but they didn't even understand how he made so many people sleep and even killed 3 while kidnapping a council member. So all the evidence has been extracted? John asked as he saw them coming back. Yes. Good. Let's call a meeting tomorrow with the council members and Nova Prime. John said to Lex. Okay. The whole night the Corps searched for the missing council member but they couldn't find him. All the spaceships that were supposed to go out of Xander were stopped. Even though the daily life didn't stop there were many Corps in the streets patrolling the next morning. John after waking up had his breakfast and went with Victor and Lex to attend the meeting. He said to Sasuke to hide himself and show up with Baldo when called. Since Lex asked for an important meeting, all the members showed up even if they were in panic mode after the kidnapping of their own member. Mr. Jameson, I wonder why you have called for a meeting at such a troubled time, the Nova Prime, as she really felt weird for a sudden call of meeting from Luther. The deal was going pretty well and the company's building was almost ready with the industry being built and soon it will be online. I am here to hand over a snake to you. Victor, show them. Victor closed his eye and projected all the information of Baldo, his connections to crimes of the underworld and such other nefarious activities. At the end, Victor showed the assassination attempt on John the previous day. It took full 10 minutes to show all the information and data about him. This is fake, this is conspiracy. You are using fake information to throw Baldo in the jaws of law. Yes. That's what it is. Now I understand how Baldo was kidnapped. You did it. Guards, arrest him, said one council member hysterically. The guards immediately pointed their guns at him. I have just stated a fact, council member. And I don't really like guns being pointed at me, as John said that all the guards who were nearby suddenly fell down unconscious. The members and even the Nova Prime who didn't say anything yet got scared. They didn't understand how John did it. As the guards fell down, Sasuke appeared out of thin air with Baldo on his shoulder still being unconscious. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 173, Fear. You very well know what I showed there is true. If you don't want a public shaming, then I would advise not to make any rash decision. Your empire can't even deal with Ronin, forget about dealing with me. So don't try to flaunt your power in front of me. John said. The Nova Prime and others were really scared by this sudden unconsciousness of the guards and the emergence of Sasuke out of thin air with Baldo. Mr. Jameson, will you please calm down? We really didn't know anything about Baldo. Can you let us go through the data provided by Mr. Stone? I can promise you that a fair trial will be provided, the Nova Prime said. The other council didn't even let out a single tone from their mouth. They were really scared as they didn't understand how Sasuke arrived and how all the guards just fell asleep in their places. The Nova Corps had informed before of unconsciousness of the Corps, but they just thought the enemy used some kind of tranquilizer that could be administered through air. But they understood that they were wrong. Very much wrong. They still weren't sure how the guards became unconscious while they were fine. This made them fear John more. Sasuke, leave the body of Baldo here. You all have 48 hours to deal with this. I will release all the data if everything isn't done. Since you have pointed the guns at me, let me point my gun at you. John said. John wanted them to fear him mainly because of the fact that he wouldn't be in Xander for most of the time. He needed to have everyone in line. In Earth it was different here, but here he could show his own arrogance as the universe was more chaotic as only strength ruled over everything. The council members understood that they would have to remedy the situation fast or else the people's trust in Nova would be shaken, and that would be detrimental, especially at a time when Ronin had started giving them problems. We will give you a satisfactory explanation in less than that, Mr. Jameson. Sasuke vanished after leaving the body while John and others left by the front door. The council members finally sighed in relief after John left. They now understood that John was very tough nut and he would be almost impossible to crack him. Just the mere power he had shown just now had shaken their beliefs. As expected, the data was again assessed by the crime department and every wrong dealings of Baldo came to light. Even though the council members had a vague idea that Baldo was having some connections with the criminal underworld, they didn't expect it to be that deep. The next day, all the wrongdoings of Baldo was published in local news and he was judged fast without any trial. This shook many of the citizens as they didn't expect a council member to be so deeply involved in crime, and they were happy that he was judged immediately. This helped gaining more reputation of the council members. The Nova Prime was more happy about it as Baldo was a tumor and he had always been eyeing her position for a long time. John just paved a smooth path for her. In her heart she was grateful to John but didn't express it as it would shame her in front of council members. John too was happy when he saw this. At least the Nova Prime didn't betray his trust. John didn't want to turn the whole empire as that would take a lot of time and manipulation. Lex went and had another meeting with everyone as he needed to step up the process of establishing the industries, as Lex had promised that their weapons system would be upgraded. He had already showed a glimpse of their weapons and the Nova Prime was in a hurry to mass produce the weapons as this would give a huge edge to Nova Empire against the unruly Ronin who was giving huge troubles to the planets affiliated with theirs. There was almost over a month for the story of Guardians of Galaxy to start. Even though John wasn't sure if his butterfly effect would change the story of the M, but he wished to find out. Since Rocket and Groot had already been removed from the equation, he was waiting to see what changes would be in the story. John spent the following month lazing around and occasionally contacting home, Tony, and even contacted Disney once to check on the movie. Though he didn't tell them that he had left Mars long ago, he still wanted to have a proper talk with them. As he was roaming around one day in the city alone one day, he saw a commotion and people gathering around. He got curious and he wanted to see what was going on. He soon saw a man and a woman fighting each other. John immediately had a smile in his face as he knew both of the characters from before. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 174, Ronan. Peter Quill and Gamera. Son of Ego and daughter of Thanos. At least their story has started. I guess Peter did go to Morag to get the Power Stone. Nice. This is my stage to shine and improvise. As they were fighting, John saw another known acquaintance, and this one surprised him a lot. It was Rocket. John walked up to him from behind and asked, "Where is Groot? Is his training over so fast? Where the hell did you come from? I thought you were a Terran." Rocket said as he jumped on his feet since John approached him silently. "I am Terran, and I am also a citizen of the Nova Empire now," John replied. "That's good. Well, great liar, Groot is still training." The Guardians didn't like unknown people nosing in their business, so they kicked the extras out. There were few of us anyways. Came to be fish in troubled waters, but seeing these two stupid people fighting it out, I would rather not join. Agreed. They both are stupid. Now the Nova Corps have already arrived. I wonder if they will survive in jail. So why are you here, oh great liar? Rocket asked. I have a company here, so I am just to look over it. I will return to home planet after I deal with someone. John said. Do you want to come over to my home? Since we are both friends of Lanterns, I am sure we have many things in common. I'm sure. We'll save my hotel money. Rocket said. He believed John wasn't malicious, as he was really friend of Lanterns and he had met him before. John and Rocket went back to his villa. Now Rocket was surprised as he saw a huge mansion. He never expected John to be so rich that he lived in such a posh area in Xander. Dear Lord. Seems like you are rich. That is relative. Money doesn't really matter to me. Only rich people says those philosophical words. If you don't care about money, you can give it to me. Rocket said. As they were talking, Lex and Victor returned. Rocket, after seeing Victor, was more surprised as he had never seen such a cyborg in his life. He himself is a product of genetic and cybernetic experiment, but he had never seen someone like Victor. What kind of horrible experiment did they do to you? Rocket asked after he got introduced to Lex and Victor. Rocket thought Victor was result of experimentation due to him. Well, I was experimented on, but I was dying. My father used an alien technology which he had no idea about. Due to that I survived at least. Victor replied. Rocket was fascinated by Victor and started asking questions of his cybernetics, paying no heed to Victor's privacy. Though Victor found it weird, but from his scanning he knew that Rocket too was experiment, and a horrible one at that, so he answered patiently. Lex, on the other hand, was least interested in this conversation and said to John instead. We had a meeting today. The Nova Prime looked really stressed with Ronan. He just annihilated an entire planet, leaving none. Not even the children. Lex had disgust in his face. Even though in his life he had been a villain and never really cared about human life, but even he had a bottom line. Tell Nova Prime that I can solve her problem of Ronan on 2 conditions. John said. How you want to deal with Ronan? Are you sure that would be profitable? Lex asked. Yes. Kree has grown way too arrogant. I went through their recent expansion. Skrulls weren't enough. Now they want Nova too. Okay, I will pass on the information and your question of conditions. Lex said as he opened his mobile to talk with Nova Prime. Wait. Nova Prime. You know the Nova Prime. Why the hell is Nova Prime involved with you? Rocket asked. He believed that John knew Nova Prime, as for a Terran it was almost impossible to buy a house here without the help of Empire, but he didn't expect it was the Nova Prime. Didn't I tell you I have a company here? The company is special, so Nova Prime is dealing with it personally. John said. No wonder you can get a home here. But you said you were going to deal with Ronan. Are you going to call for the help of your friend? No offense, but it will still be hard for a single Lantern to deal with him. He has an army and a spaceship. Rocket said. I never said my only friend is a Green Lantern. John said with a smile. Victor. Barry will arrive here tomorrow. Register him into the citizenship of the Nova Empire. Actually, you know what? Register every one of my friend as the highest level into the citizenship. You never know when it will be required. John said as he wanted his friends to be known to the Empire in case something happens in the future. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 175, Huge Price. Oi, are you being serious? Do you really have the firepower to confront Ronan? He has an whole army. Rocket still asked. Of course. You will soon know if I am a pretender or not since you have been calling me a liar all this time. John said. As they were talking, John received a call. It was Nova Prime. She called because Lex sent her the information that John would help her with Ronan. Hello, Mr. Jameson. Mr. Luther said that you can help me the Ronan problem. Is that true? Yes, of course. But on 2 conditions. John said. What conditions, Mr. Jameson? She asked as she was now excited. She had seen what only 2 person could do to Nova Corps. If she could get help from him, then it would be much easier to deal with Ronan. She just hoped that John had enough command and authority in his home planet to call an army to deal with Ronan. First condition is that when I deal with Ronan, the Dark Aster would belong to me. And second condition is that I am a movie maker in my home planet. I would like my movies and other motion pictures to be propagated here. John said. Huh. Dark Aster. The spaceship of Ronan. Sure. If you can help us kill him, then we will surely give that to you. And about your movies. Are you sure that it's your second condition? The Nova Prime asked. Yes, that's my condition. John insisted. Okay, we accept your deal. I hope you can summon help from your planet to deal with him, the Nova Prime said as she felt weird with the second condition but didn't pay much heed as she thought it might be the hobby of John. Who said about summoning an army? We few people will be enough to deal with him. Don't worry, Nova Prime, you will soon get the good news. John said as he cut off the connection. Victor, take Barry tomorrow to KYLN prison with FOA. Stop him from doing major destruction in the prison. Let Peter and Gamera escape with Drax. Antagonize Ronan to come here to Xander. This will be a good way to make yourself known. Since Rocket here still doesn't believe us, he too will get to see the extent of our powers. Okay. Let Barry come. Rocket, who listened to all this, was surprised by how without worry John and Victor talked about Ronan. They talked as if everything was bread and butter but still couldn't think how a person would be able to deal with Ronan who had a whole army. Rocket stayed over John's place as he had invited him over. The next day John woke up as usual and recalled the system to extract Barry Allen. Ding. Cost of extraction of Barry Allen / Flash and Speed Force, 600 million. What the hell? Even Superman is less than 400 million. Why is Barry so costly? John almost shouted. Ding. Barry Allen could change timeline as he pleases. A character is not always judged by its powers. Sometimes the price value isn't about the power but its impact on the world. And Speed Force is one of the greatest forces of DC Universe. That means if I extract Christopher Reeves's Superman I would have to pay more. Ding. Yes. Do you want to extract Barry Allen? Fine. Extract Barry. John said. He felt pain as he just lost 500 million fan values for a single character. My movies better be famous here, otherwise I will squeeze the Nova Empire dry. John grumbled to himself. John summoned him at a nearby place. Since John had already registered him with the Empire, he didn't care. In fact, yesterday he asked for proper details from all his friends of Earth to send over. He wanted to register all of them, even his own father. While having breakfast there was a knock on the door. Lex went to open the door and there was Barry Allen standing. Hello. I was guided to this place. Is it the right place? Yes. We were waiting for you. Food is on the table. Made a lot for you. Lex replied as he led him inside. Wow, a raccoon which could stand and eat normally. That's awesome. Barry said in an excited tone. Who are you calling a raccoon, kid? Do you believe I will blast you into space now? Rocket got irritated by his remark. OMG, it can talk too. Didn't expect an alien planet to be so awesome. Hey Victor, nice to see you again, man. Thanks John for bringing me here. Barry said, paying no heed to the threat of Rocket. Barry sat on the table to eat as he was hungry. Nice to see you again. We have a mission later in space, so eat up. Victor said. Mission in space? That's so cool. Can't wait for it. Barry said as he was gorging on his food. You are going to send this to space to stop Ronan. They will die. Rocket said with more skepticism. They will be fine. You have no idea how powerful they are. John said as finished eating. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 176, KYLN Prison. After everybody finished their food they all went to the dock for departure. Even Rocket joined in as he would be bored waiting for Groot. That's what Rocket and Groot had decided upon before he left OA. Rocket would wait here for Groot and later go on adventures together. Groot could kill or arrest criminals while Rocket could profit off them. Rocket was happy as now he had a huge force behind himself, thanks to Groot, so he was lazing around now. They all arrived at the dock where the dropship was. "Oh, the ship of Krypton," Barry said. The dropship opened its hatch only to reveal Sasuke waiting inside. He had called Sasuke to help them in this mission for extra help. As John had already shared some vague ideas of Sasuke and Naruto's world from before, they didn't ask about him. Rocket, on the other hand, was surprised to see a new guy. Barry brought his suit too in his suitcase as John summoned it for him. Rocket, on the other hand, after entering the ship, went crazy. He had never seen a small dropship of this technology. "What the hell is this spaceship? Why is it so different?" Rocket said. "It's because this technology is something that the universe has never seen before. Soon my company would make spaceships of the same technology. Look out for those." "Are you serious? You will be in spaceship industry. This is a huge matter. You said you have a mothership. Can I see it?" Rocket asked with enthusiasm. "Yes. Come with us. I will make you realize how big the universe is," John said. And thus Rocket joined on this mission too, even though he hesitated a lot. He thought it was a suicide mission, but then he saw John too going on the mission. Rocket didn't think John would be such a dumb person to lead his own self to danger. This was probably universe trying to make some things right by sending Rocket to KYLN prison. Soon the dropship left for FOS. John too joined as he wanted to be with FOS a bit. Lex was left alone in Xander as now he had a company and people to recruit. The dropship in a few minutes had entered FOS. Rocket was going mental as what he saw. Just the speed of the dropship surprised him, but the size of FOS was what astonished him the most. It was huge, and the technology he saw after entering the ship surprised him even more. "FOS. Feeling bored in space?" John asked. "No. It's fine. Most of the times I am sleeping anyways," FOS replied. "Our artificial intelligence. I don't trust AI," Rocket said. "FOS isn't an AI. This mothership is itself a living being," John replied. "What? What do you mean?" Rocket. "I mean the whole ship is a living one," John said. "That is impossible. No technology like this exists," Rocket replied. "Have you seen such high technology before?" "No. You will get used to it, Rocket. FOS, take us to KYLN. We have a mission. I won't participate in it. You three will take care of it. There are Kryptonian breathing apparatus. You three can use them when you assault. Don't kill everyone. We need to lead them to Xander later," John said. FOS used the phantom drive to vanish into space after locking the coordinate. They reached the prison in a few minutes. Now Rocket was more surprised as they didn't go to a jump point to travel. They just directly traveled into space. Now he kind of believed in John's words that this technology had never appeared before. He was looking forward to the new spaceships that John's company would be manufacturing soon. They stopped a distance away from KYLN, hiding from the radar and detection. They waited for Ronan to arrive to get the fake power stone from the prison. John wants Ronan to assault the prison and then go inside to save everyone. This would show a glimpse of their power to the higher authorities of the Nova Empire, thus making the Nova Prime and the others believe in John more. The Nova Prime had already known that John had left, and they believed that John left to find Ronan, so the assault of him against Ronan would be more believable. Thus the long wait started. John hoped that Ronan would come before anything happened to Gamera, as she had a wrong reputation, thanks to being the daughter of Thanos and an accomplice of Ronan. John even asked Victor to hack into the security to check on Gamera always so that nothing else falls upon her. She was required in the future plans of John. After 5 days of waiting, the Dark Aster finally showed up. This looked more huge than in the movie. The whole length of the spaceship was at least 1 kilometer. Can't wait for this big baby to be mine. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 177, Attack. Let them attack the prison. It would be easier to assault them when they land there, John directed. How did you know that Ronan would attack the prison? I don't think even for Gamera, Ronan would have attacked. Rocket asked as he found it weird that they waited for Ronan here, and surprisingly Ronan did come to attack KYLN. Didn't I say once that I am more knowledgeable than the Guardians? This is a glimpse of that, John said with a smile. As they were talking, Ronan had already started attacking the prison and sent his soldiers. Since there was no Rocket and Groot, Peter and Gamera weren't able to escape as the original world. Alright, chop chop people. Take an attack ship and leave. FOA, send all the attack ships and kill everyone in space. Dark Aster doesn't really have firepower on its own. It relies on small suicide spaceships with low firepower. Don't kill too many. That would be counterproductive and wouldn't help our purpose. John said. Sasuke, Barry, and Victor left. Victor didn't need a spacesuit while the other two did. They took the attack ship while Rocket and John just looked at the images in their holographic projection. When the attack ship started their assault, everybody were taken aback. Ronan didn't understand from where these new ships came from, while Rocket was taken aback by the firepower of the attack ships. It only took a few minutes to almost wipe out many small spaceships of them with just the help of 5 small attack ships. John didn't bring the big vertical attack ships from Krypton as it wouldn't fit inside the FOA, but these small attack ships were enough for handling the situation. Even though the small spaceships of Ronan did try to retaliate, they didn't have the sleek maneuverability like the Kryptonians. They failed to damage them as FOA remote controlled them very perfectly. In the meantime, Sasuke and others landed in the prison. If the attack ships weren't able to make Ronan fear this sudden ambush, the 3 people scared the big Jesus out of him. Victor transformed himself into a steel helmet and started shooting at the soldiers while flying. He looking like a flying humanoid with no end its firepower and energy. Since Victor's template was taken from J. Oliver's Cyborg 2, Victor could accumulate various machinery into his body and make them weapons. Barry ran so fast that nobody was even able to see him. He was causing havoc everywhere and the soldiers had no clue what hit them. Some were even killed by just a small touch as it was done in extreme high speeds. And Sasuke was like a god to them. He walked slowly around while assaulting anybody he could see. He didn't overdid it as he knew that would be an overkill, so he just used normal ninja techniques. He did his best not to kill too many. Rocket now understood from where the huge confidence of John came. He thought the Green Lanterns were already the top force of the universe he had ever seen, but now just these 3 people subverted that view. What are these people? They are monsters. Where did you even find them? Rocket said as he couldn't believe what he saw. He passed a day with Victor and Barry yesterday, but they had never shown such high combat ability. Even though Barry looked inexperienced, but just his speed alone made him invulnerable. Victor was way too calculative to be hit by any of the soldiers. And Sasuke was way too powerful to even speak about him. I told you, didn't I? They are my friends. John said. When you said that you went to OA to meet the Guardians. You really meant that? Rocket asked. Of course. They are my friends too. John said. The attack continued and Ronan, who was already in the prison and he couldn't leave as John had already sent the attack ships to make sure Ronan wouldn't leave without proper greeting from the 3 of them. Even Nebula was there in prison. In almost 20 minutes all the rioting prisoners and the soldiers were dealt by 3 of them. Barry finally met Peter along the way of doing things. He remembered the order of John, so he said. Peter, Quill, Gamera, and Drax. You 3 can escape from here. The Nova Empire wouldn't hold you accountable. What? What do you mean? Peter asked as he saw a man in red suit standing in front of him. He had seen flashes of this man while he attacked the soldiers and the rioting prisoners, and he was really afraid if he would be one of them to be attacked. That's exactly what I mean. You should escape from here. Flash said and ran away again. Gamera and Drax didn't understand what Flash meant by that, but they wanted to take the opportunity to leave. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 178, Heroes Welcome. Quill didn't want to lose the opportunity to leave the prison. Even though he doubted the words of Barry, he wanted to escape and even make money, as he understood that the orb he found was very costly. He directly went to the place where the orb was kept and took it, while Gamera and Drax went to ready the spaceship. At first Drax wanted to kill Gamera, but later she convinced him otherwise and even said that she would help him kill Ronan. Drax, who was on a path of vengeance, was happy to join this team of Peter and Gamera. FOS finally sent the information that Peter and other have left. John sighed in relief as Quill was the only source of finding and killing Ego. John also sent Sasuke with Peter sneakily as he wasn't sure how the story would unfold in Nowhere, as there was no Groot and Rocket. Sasuke would be their security in Nowhere. In the meantime, Ronan was cornered by Victor and Barry. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Ronan roared as he used his hammer to take swings at both of them. He was frustrated beyond belief. He thought it would be an easy assault, but only 3 people subverted that in a matter of minutes. Victor and Barry easily avoided his hammer. Victor then transformed his hand into a cannon and took a shot at Ronan. He was thrown away by few meters with this one shot alone. We belong to the Nova Empire. You have already breached the agreement between Kree and Nova. This is the final warning. If I see you next time assaulting anyone from the ranks of the Nova Empire, it will be your death. Go home, Kree. This isn't a child's play. Ronan felt humiliated by the dirty-blooded people of Nova, but he knew he didn't have the power to fight back. Soon a small ship came near after the attack ships left the surrounding space. Barry and Victor left by a drop ship who came to pick them up. The guards of the prison saw all of this and was really grateful by what happened. They weren't sure who just helped them, but they saved everyone here and in fact stopped the prisoners too from rioting. Though they wanted them to kill Ronan, but they understood that beggars could never be choosers. The Dark Aster soon left, and even though Ronan felt humiliated by all this, he still got the information that Gamera escaped from prison. Ronan was ecstatic when he heard the news, as now he could catch her and give the orb to Thanos so that he could wash away the humiliation. Soon he ordered his subordinates to find the location of Gamera because he felt pretty sure that such an important piece would still be in her possession. Victor and Barry returned after the assault into the hidden spaceship FOS. They were happy as they had the first successful mission. Rocket was still in awe with what happened. "Where is Sasuke?" Rocket asked. "He has another mission to complete." John replied. "Let's go back. I guess the Nova Prime would be very happy with what had happened. Now let's hope he comes to Xander. Would be more of a grand show. And even if he doesn't come, we can always find the Dark Aster and kill Ronan. The tracker is already in place with some of his men." John said. "Yes, I did place some undetectable very long-range trackers." "Well, that big of a spaceship wouldn't be invisible anyway." Victor replied. "Man, sometimes you are more scary than Ronan. You are basically toying with him. Why not kill him?" Rocket asked, as he was sure now that they could have taken over Ronan easily. "Because sometimes politics can be overwhelming." John replied. "Let's go back and wait for the news of Sasuke. Hope there is good news." FOS soon left for Xander. And this time after they returned, John didn't park FOS in space as he wanted to bring them into the planet. He felt a little bad leaving FOS all alone in space for such a long time. The Nova Prime came to actually receive them when they landed in Xander. John himself was taken aback when he saw her waiting. "Thank you, Mr. Stone and Mr. Allen, for helping us stop Ronan. The guards have already informed us about your team's assault. We are really grateful," she said before John could speak. They had already brought out information about Barry, who was registered recently by Victor. "We too belong to the Nova Empire, and since we have a company here, it would look too bad if the Empire looked weak. Plus there was a deal between you and John. So I had to intervene." Victor replied. "Yes, the deal. The part about movies. We would more than happy to showcase the hobby of Mr. Jameson," she replied, looking at John. "That's not my hobby, that's my main job. You will understand what I mean when you will watch the movies." John said. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 179, Groot. "Oh, okay, I will surely look into your movies later," she replied. The Nova Prime had also said that they forwarded video evidence to Kree Empire and showed how Ronan attacked the KYLN prison, and even showed them Victor easily defeating Ronan and sparing him. "I hope this will stop the Kree from their underhanded tactics," she said. "If only it was that easy." John said, as he knew Ronan wouldn't stop. "I presume you all are very tired with all this. I won't hold you. You can take rest. There will be a banquet for you all tonight. Hope you all will join it," she said while leaving. "Sure. We will be there," John said. They too returned home after that. Rocket was still pretty much shaken after all of this, and he kept asking Victor about his cybernetic enhancements as he was dreaming of using them on himself later. Victor had to basically run away from Rocket to stop answering him. Meanwhile, the story of Quill and his smaller gang continued. He went to nowhere to sell off the orb, but it didn't go as it was planned. They went to Collector to sell it off. Tyvan, the Collector, was pretty much pumped up for the Power Stone, but it turned out to be a huge embarrassment as the whole orb was fake. Peter and others were taken aback. They had gone through so much just to realize that the whole orb was a fake one. Drax, on the other hand, got bored out of all this and sent a signal to Ronan about their position. Ronan did come after that, and as the story should have gone, Drax assaulted directly after he came out, and he was easily tossed away by Ronan. He was very much in bad mood, so he beat down Drax more harshly than he should have and threw him to a water pod. Ronan, after beating Drax down, went to search for Gamera with Nebula. They soon found them and confronted. But when she said the orb was a fake one, he didn't believe them and immediately attacked. And thus the fight ensued between Peter and Gamera against Ronan and Nebula. After exchanging few punches, Quill understood they needed to run away as they would be outnumbered. So with Gamera they ran straight to their ship to escape. But this was where the story again took a major turn. When John later came to know what happened in Nowhere, he was more surprised, because an old acquaintance of him showed up. Groot. Now a proper recruit of Green Lantern Corps. Nowhere belonged to his sector, and since the Ring gave him the information of an illegal attack in Nowhere, he came to see what was going on. Groot, who just reached Nowhere, saw everything and understood that he alone wouldn't be enough to stop Ronan. Even though he was a Green Lantern, he was still new and he couldn't make huge objects from his ring and cut down spaceships. He flew to Drax, Gamera, and Peter to rescue them. Though he wasn't sure why Ronan was after them, but being a Green Lantern he needed to save them. He directly used his ring to take him to their spaceship. And thus with the help of Groot all three were able to escape with their Milano spaceship. The Dark Aster couldn't travel as fast as Milano, so they were able to escape. Now Quill and others were amazed by this new power shown by Groot. Since Groot couldn't talk, he couldn't explain his powers to them. Groot also understood that they couldn't run away from Ronan, as that was not the way of the Lanterns, and he needed help, but he was too shy and embarrassed to ask the help of other Lanterns in his fast mission, and like him all the Lanterns were just new recruits. They needed a professional help and only one person could help them. Rocket. So using the Milano he directly contacted Rocket. Rocket, who was chilling at the home of John after having a huge banquet with Nova Prime, was woken up by the call. "Hey Groot. Where are you? I have been dying alone." "Wait, who are these people?" "Gamera. What are you doing with them?" Rocket asked as he saw their faces in the video call. "I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot." Groot said. I understand. Bring them here to Xander. We will handle Ronan. Peter and others have already been set free by the Nova Prime, so you three don't have to worry. Xander will be perfectly safe for you," Rocket said. John, on the other hand, got a call from Sasuke narrating him what had happened. Sasuke was supposed to intervene between them, but after the emergence of Groot he kept himself in the shadows. "Wow, so the Lantern Corps are online. I hope there won't be many deaths in the beginning for them. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you." Chapter 180, Thanos. As he was thinking that, Rocket came to his room to ask about them, Gamera and others coming with Groot, and explained the whole incident. Even though John knew what had happened, he didn't know what happened after they escaped, as he didn't ask Sasuke. "Sure, bring them here. Didn't we want a confrontation against Ronan? I hope they come after us. Will be fun," John said. Rocket was ecstatic as he didn't expect John would be so helpful in this regard. John, on the other hand, was happy and hoped Ronan would come to Xander to attack as he did with KYLN. This would be his stage to shine and pave the path for his works in the Nova Empire. Groot and everyone reached Xander after few hours, thanks to the fast speed of Milano. Peter had doubts on the fact that we're actually free from Nova Empire's wanted list, but when they saw they could enter Xander without any problems, they got relieved. Groot directly took them to the home of John, where Rocket was waiting for them. Meanwhile, after the huge failure of Ronan, he directly called Thanos and said that the orb was a fake one, as the Collector already said the same thing. "I want to go and search for Gamera. Your daughter betrayed us. This was not the plan. You need to compensate for this," Ronan said. "The only compensation you will get is your head still in the body. You made my favorite daughter alienate from me," Thanos said in a grave tone. "Alienate her from you? She already hated you from beginning, from what I heard from the KYLN prison," Ronan replied. "I need support in catching her. She has way too many friends who are powerful. In KYLN and in Nowhere we were stopped twice." Ronan continued as he still thought that Victor was the friend of Gamera as he let them escape. "Friends? My daughter has friends outside," Thanos murmured. "Proxima Midnight, go to Dark Aster and assist him in finding the orb. This is the last help I will give you, boy. If you can't return with the orb the next time, I will come for your head," he said then. Ronan, who listened to Thanos, couldn't speak in higher tone. He felt more humiliated, and he secretly made up his mind that if he even find a chance to take revenge, he will do so. He was really interested in the orb that Thanos was searching and wanted to see what secrets it held, that Thanos was ready to send Gamera, Nebula, and now another member of the Black Order. Groot and others reached the home of John. Gamera and Peter were surprised to see Victor and the red suit guy at the home, while Groot was happy to see his old friend again. "How was training? Did Hell kick your ass?" Rocket asked. "I am Groot." "Well, he better be, otherwise I won't mind blowing him up," Rocket said. Gamera, Peter, and John were still looking at Victor and others. John too came in to see the whole team of Guardians of the Galaxy. "Mr. Quill, I am John Jameson. Welcome to my home." "Your home? This is big. You must be rich." I want to know, why did you help us?" "I don't think we are your friends," Peter asked. "I have my own reasons. Maybe because we both come from same planet." "You are from Missouri too?" Peter asked. "No, Missouri is just a state in USA which is on planet Earth. I live in a different state in the same planet." "Well, enough about me. What are your plans?" "I don't know. We can't go out of Xander because of Ronan. He is way too powerful." "Where is Yondu?" "Call him." I am sure he is pretty much angry of you betraying him. John said. What the hell? How do you know of Yondu? Peter asked, almost getting scared. He is some kind of prophet. Don't think much of it. It was Rocket who said that. Now how do we blow up Ronan? Rocket intervened. No. No. How do you know of Yondu? Peter insisted on knowing. He has a weird power to see future. That's how we helped you in KYLN prison, even tried helping you in Nowhere. Sasuke accompanied you in that journey. Rocket replied as he now understood a little bit of the power of John. While they talked, Sasuke emerged from Nowhere. How this guy helped me in KYLN? Drax said, who was silent all this time. Thank you. Sasuke just nodded at him and vanished again. So now can you call Yondu? John asked again. Okay. But what do you want me to say to him? Peter asked. Tell him that we have the original orb and to spread this information to Ronan. I am sure he will come running by for it. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 181, Yondu. Gamera, who was listening to all this, suddenly had an enlightenment. Even though she didn't believe that John could see the future, but from the hints of John and Rocket she understood one thing. You stole the real orb and replaced it with a fake one. Gamera said. Yes, I did, because it was too dangerous to handle by any one of you. I know you want to steal the stone and hide it away from him. Me and you have the same goal. John said. How are you sure we have the same goals? Gamera asked. Because your father is way too obsessed about it and wouldn't stop at anything to get all the stones together. John said. You know why he wants to hunt the stones? Gamera asked with curiosity. Yes, I do. I know he had been too much fixated in finding the stones since he started his cleansing, and I will be there to stop him. Don't worry about your father. John said. Gamera didn't say anything as she had seen how Victor and other two fought, and she was happy that the stone was in the hands of powerful people now. She finally saw hope to stopping her father once and for all. So Peter, want to make the call or want to debate with me on the orb? John asked. Peter called Yondu as he didn't want to debate on it anymore. Yondu soon appeared on the screen. Peter, you have some balls to call me at this time after betraying the whole crew and leaving to snatch the whole money alone. Yondu said as soon as the call got connected. Yondu, listen to me. That orb we have been searching for is a fake one. Ronan is looking for it. I want your help, Yondu. Peter said. Why would I help you? You just betrayed the crew and now want our help because Ronan is looking for you. Ha. Peter, you have a bounty on your head now. Because you don't want Stakar to know about the deal with Ego which you made decades, you, Yondu. John said as he was standing right beside him when the call was made. Yondu could also see them but didn't pay attention as he thought they must his new crew which he hired. What? What did you say? How do you know about Ego? Are you him? He asked. Do I look like a bearded old man? Yondu, help Peter in this, otherwise I don't mind spreading the information about your deal in the high table of the Ravagers. I am sure they would be delighted to know what you have done. John said. How the hell do you know of the deal? Did he send you to find Peter? Quill, run away from him. He is dangerous. Yondu said now with anxiety in his face, because at the end of the day he had a soft spot for Peter. He looked at Peter like a son and was only acting tough all this time to train and protect him. Relax, Yondu, do you think if Ego had hired me I would have called you? Just help Peter in this and the secret won't be out. John said. Who is this Ego? Peter asked with more curiosity now as he understood that this Ego was a powerful being and Yondu was afraid of him. Nobody of importance. John said as he didn't want to pop the bottle of his father yet. There was time for that. Quill, what is it that you want me to do? And you, mister, you better keep your mouth shut, otherwise I will find you and will kill you. Yondu said. Yondu, keep your fake Ravager arrogance to yourself. I know all about you, from the slavery of Kree to having your own crew. It will be easy for me to kill you, just don't threaten me. I don't like being threatened. John said with a grave tone now as he really didn't like it. Peter stopped Yondu from replying as he didn't want a war just because there was a misunderstanding between the two and asked Yondu to spread the information about the orb and it being with Gamera and Xander. Yondu was more confused now as this was the actual position of Peter and others and didn't understand why they gave away their actual position, but since this was the deal he didn't reject but secretly made up his mind to assist him as he didn't want Quill to die. Yondu decided that when Ronan comes for him, he would secretly take away Peter in all the commotion as he was sure there would be one when Ronan arrives. He also hoped that Ronan would be able to kill this new guy who knew about Ego as this was the chance to use Ronan to kill him. Yondu finally came to know the person's name at the end of the call. John Jameson. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 182, The Prophesied War. Yondu cut the call after he understood what he needed to stop the mouth of John opening. He didn't want to lose his respect and dignity in the high table. He spread the information about the location of Gamera and others and indirectly flew to Xander to insert himself in the upcoming confrontation. His crew didn't know his plans as he didn't tell them. He was pretty sure there would be huge opposition if they came to know his plans. Peter on the other hand wanted to know about Ego as he felt this new guy had definitely connections with him as Yondu asked him to be away from John after he guessed that John was working for Ego. John as usual refused to tell about Ego. He just said that he would come to know when the time was right. Gamera, who wasn't with the call, was talking with Rocket and asked about Groot, and what Rocket said about Groot almost made her fall down. You mean to say that Groot's ring gives him power to roam in the universe and be a policeman? There are others like him too? Gamera asked. Yes. The ring chooses their new owner according to the character of a person from the universe. My girlfriend, my friend who trained Groot are also Green Lanterns. John said as he heard Gamera getting surprised by Rocket's question. Then why haven't I heard of them before? I have never seen them when I roamed the universe. Gamera asked with skeptical tone. Because they don't belong to this universe. John then proceeded to say the same old lengthy lie. Now everybody were amazed by this, even Rocket, as he didn't know the whole story about the Guardians. You really weren't lying when you said you guided the Guardians here? Rocket asked. I really meant that, Rocket. The Power Stone will be handed over to them for safekeeping as that would be the best security for it. John said. Now everybody got interested about the Guardians and asked him about their history. John spoke vaguely about it with them as he too had less idea. If it was the Guardians of the comics it would have been more easier, but the Guardians of OA in this universe aren't so powerful like in the comics. John wondered if he could ever get the template from the comics version, because that would help him take out the actual big guns of DC. As they were talking, Lex came back from his work. Lex, tell Nova Prime that Ronan might arrive soon. Tell her to be ready with security purposes. I would deal with Ronan myself. John said to Lex. Yes. Lex said as he went to inform Irani. You all need to get rest and prepare yourself in the upcoming war. Rocket, you can make weapons but not very powerful ones, as I don't want my Dark Aster to have scratches. You really want to take away that spaceship? Rocket asked. Of course. Why buy a new one when Ronan is coming to gift the spaceship himself? John said. They all went to rest and freshen themselves as they were running around all these few days. Now they could rest in peace. Even though Quill still doubted John as Yondu warned him, but he knew that John needed them until Ronan arrives. So he went to have proper rest. Nova Prime later called John about the incoming assault. John didn't give her a proper reply as he wasn't sure how Ronan would attack as he didn't have the Power Stone now. If Ronan was clever, he would try assassinating Gamera and others instead of frontal assault. But then again, Ronan was stupid enough to do a frontal assault with such a small team in Xander. He might have destroyed Xander with the Power Stone in the actual story, but that would cost him his whole crew. John just wanted to see if this guy was clever or just had a load of S***T in his head. The Nova Prime took the advice of John seriously as she immediately called the Nova Corps to be stationed for the attack of Ronan while taking away the general audience away from the city. Since John said there might be a chance that Ronan would land in the capital, she wasn't going to take any chances. She just hoped that they would get enough time to call back the Nova Corps who were stationed in different parts of the Empire. But sadly Ronan didn't give them enough time. Ronan did come the next day with his fleet, and when Dark Aster arrived with its fleet it surprised John too, as now there was an additional fleet. The fleet which should never have appeared in Xander at all. At least not in the next few years. The fleet that belonged to Thanos. John, after seeing this, had a smile in his face as Thanos just gave him a bigger stage to showcase his power. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 183, New Fleet. Ronan did come to attack Xander near the location where Gamera was located as he got the information from the Ravagers. At first he didn't believe the information, but they got to know that it was from the same crew that Peter Quill betrayed. He immediately summoned Nebula and Proxima to attack. They knew they had to carry out the attack fast, they only had 3 fleet with them. This wasn't enough to destroy the capital city of Xander, which by itself represented a huge empire. Even though Ronan looked down on them, but he wasn't stupid enough to believe that he could overthrow Nova Empire with just his measly fleet. As Dark Aster arrived near Xander, John was informed about the extra 2 spaceships that appeared. He asked Victor. Victor, did Thanos come with the fleet? No. Only a member of the Black Order. Victor said as he was able to get information from the tracker he placed on many of the soldiers he had met before in KYLN. A member of the Black Order? Who? Gamera asked as she was interested in knowing who her father sent. Proxima Midnight. Victor replied. John was happy that a member of the Black Order came and that too the weakest of them. He felt even Nebula was more powerful than her. All right. Rocket, you need to take an attack ship from FOS and attack all the small spaceships that come out of Dark Aster. Groot, you are Green Lantern. Fly around and kill everybody that seems like an enemy. Peter, you can assist Rocket. Flash, you handle Proxima. She will be easy for you. Don't kill her though. Just injure her enough. Drax, you can accompany Flash. Victor, Sasuke, and Gamera. Come with me. John commanded everybody. After all the things that had happened, everybody considered him as the leader as he knew about the future, so it was better for someone to take control who could see time. Wait. Do you know how to fight? Rocket asked. Of course I know. John said as he transformed himself. He still wanted to use Monato's power. Firstly, because he didn't want to destroy the Dark Aster as he needed them. The Phoenix Flame will just melt the surrounding, which will be problematic to him, and he didn't want Thanos to later recognize him with that flame. And secondly, he didn't want to expose his face to Thanos yet because he had a plan of communicating him through Proxima. He wanted to have a proper talk with Thanos as he wanted to make sure some of his guesses. Everybody was surprised by the sudden change of John as now he looked totally different. He had blonde spiky hair. He wore a white overcoat with a different language written on the back. He looked more handsome now than before. Sasuke, who was nearby, didn't react to it as John had been using Sasuke for his errands mostly and kind of brain controlled him. John felt bad about it, but he was too lazy to deal with some things and Sasuke was the best guy to handle them. What is this? Is this your actual face? Rocket asked. No, this is one of my powers. Just guiding different world people aren't my only powers. John said. The Nova Prime called him and said they had sent the Nova Corps to engage them. John said that he would also leave and infiltrate Dark Aster. All went to FOS while Groot flew away to engage the small ships. John and others rode different attack ships. Rocket had already learned of how to pilot them from before. Peter was more surprised by seeing such advanced ships. He thought of using Milano, but after seeing the new attack ships he changed the minds. John, Gamera, Sasuke, Victor, and Flash entered an attack ship and flew away while Rocket and Peter took the other one. As they were in the air, Dark Aster had already entered the atmosphere while the other two dropships sent by Thanos had already landed on Xander, releasing Outriders. The same aliens whom Thanos used during Infinity War. The Nova Corps had already dispatched soldiers to stop them. But John on the screen was able to see a new group of people helping the Nova Corps. John smiled at seeing the new people. The crew of Yondu. He really cares for his adopted son. John murmured. The attack ship flew close to Dark Aster and started shooting the small ships that came out of Dark Aster. It was easy for Victor as he had almost a 360-degree view in his mind with the help of the attack ship, and the ships of the Nova Legion also helped them as they were ordered to help John as he would be the main force in this assault. John had already informed of his plan to the Nova Prime, to which she readily agreed. She had seen what Victor could do and she hoped that this time John would destroy Ronan. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 184, Taking Over. The attack on Dark Aster went exactly like in the original story. The only difference was that John and his team entered from behind the Dark Aster instead of Quill. The Nova Corps, Yondu's crew, and Groot helped them in this small travel. Everybody were surprised by this new green tree guy who could fly and make weird tree-shaped weapons out of thin air. The Nova Corps wondered where this new guy came from but was happy to see such a powerful helper. This fight and attack was shown all over Xander. John had specifically asked the Nova Prime to do so. She didn't understand the whole point of it, but it was done as this would also showcase the power of the Nova Corps and their brave soldiers. Thus the general audience of Xander saw Groot flying in the air and helping the coppers. And like all normal people, they got amazed as they had never seen a guy just flying without any extra suit and even conjure weapons out of thin air. While this was all being showcased, John's attack ship started shooting in behind, and soon after few laser shots the hull got damaged and opened up. John took out his kunai and threw it inside. The next moment he vanished from the place. Except for Sasuke, everybody was taken aback. Let's go inside, Sasuke said in deep voice. This was one of the few times when Sasuke actually spoke, and from his tone it felt as if he knew John would do this. The attack ship went inside the damaged hull and landed. They were greeted by unconscious Sakaerans, the hired soldiers of Ronan. Hey man, you are faster than me, Flash said after landing. No. You are still the fastest. This was just space manipulation. Enough of me. Follow the plan. Flash and Drax go look for Proxima and bring her to the main deck. Sasuke and Victor run wild and kill everyone. Gamera, come with me, John said. Everybody went into work mode. Flash just vanished from his place while Drax had to run. It was a funny scene of Drax calling for Flash. John and Gamera started running too, while Victor and Sasuke went into opposite directions. John asked the direction of the main deck from Gamera and started running towards that direction. After half a minute of running, they came across the first obstacle. Nebula. Sister, I am Desap. Before Nebula could finish her sentence, John appeared behind her and directly hit her with a huge force. He even used chakra on his hand to have more power to it. Just this attack alone made Nebula thrown away to the side wall. The power was so huge that it dented the metal wall. Gamera was taken aback by the speed that it happened. She didn't even see how John vanished appeared behind her, and the power of his attack scared her. What? I can't wait an eternity for her talking now. Can I? John said, seeing Gamera being rooted at the spot. How powerful are you? First it was the future watching and now this. Gamera asked. Enough to be a nightmare for your father. John said with a sweet but chilling smile. They then proceeded to the deck and were stopped by the soldiers. Gamera this time joined the fight with John. With her sword she started killing. Gamera, being an enhanced being herself, easily killed the soldiers. John used ninjutsu to kill soldiers easily, and he was much faster than Gamera. She was still in awe of how John fought. John used the flying Raijin kunai to appear wherever his kunais get stuck. John's attack looked an art out of fantasy. After dealing with more than dozens of soccer errands, they finally came to the main door that separated the main deck from the rest of the ship. We need to open up the door, Gamera said. Yes, we do. Gamera stepped few meters back. John said. Huh. Okay. She stepped back as she thought John might use some weird power, but what she saw really surprised her. She saw John's hand suddenly catching a blue fire. John then lifted his arm, which now looked like a huge blue flamed wing, and hit the door. The door was immediately blasted open. This was his mystical Zoan fruit. What the F***K was that? Gamera asked, but John didn't reply to that as he entered the main. He could use his fruit even in transformation, and that new information made him happy. He also felt sad at the same time as he had to destroy his own future spaceship. Gamera too followed behind John as she knew this was where Ronan was. When she started this assault with John, she was skeptical. She thought it would have been better with Victor and Barry, but now understood that John was more monstrous than them. She was pretty sure that Ronan wouldn't be able to survive now. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 185, Confrontation. Ronan, who was standing in the main bridge, had an anxious look in his face. He didn't expect such huge opposition in his simple attack and grab strategy to get the orb. It felt as if Xander was waiting for his arrival. The Nova Corps and the small crew of Ravagers created a huge problem, and now there was a new tree guy who attacked while flying. This new green guy created more problems for flying ships. As he was thinking of how to proceed, there was a huge blast in the door. Even though he knew that some people have sneaked into the spaceship, he didn't care, but the explosion in the door woke him up. He suddenly remembered Victor's face and clenched his fist. He wanted to have a proper match against him again. But what came out of the broken door made Ronan rejoice. He saw a weird tall man with blonde hair and Gamera. Seeing Gamera, he had a smile, as the whole point of attack on Xander was because of searching for Gamera. Now she herself came up to him. Gamera. I have been searching for you all this time. Now if you want to live, give me the orb. Ronan said. Oh. How about you give me your life? John replied instead. Who are you, peasant? Ronan asked with a look of disgust. A peasant who is going to kill you. John said as he threw his kunai. Ronan, who saw the thrown kunai, caught it with his hands. Ronan himself was an able warrior, and he actually was able to use the power of the Power Stone as he had the blood of the Celestials. You want to kill me with this small weapon? How naive. Ronan said with John kunais in his hand. Really now? Ronan was taken aback as he heard that from near him. It was John who used the flying Raijin style to teleport as Ronan held the kunai. Before Ronan could take a swing at him with his hammer, John directly took out another kunai and stabbed him under the shoulder where there was no armor protection. John could have directly used the kunai and stabbed him on the face, directly killing him, but he wanted Ronan to suffer a bit. Ronan roared in pain as the kunai stabbed deep inside the skin. He swung his hammer at John, but before the hammer struck John, he vanished and appeared on the other side and directly used his kunai to make a cut on his leg. This made Ronan lose his balance and fell into his knees. John then stepped back. How does it feel to bow down to a peasant, Ronan? John asked. Who are you? What did you do to me? Ronan asked. Just a guy who is going to bring down the gods. John said as he vanished again from the spot and directly stabbed Ronan in his back. The pilots of Dark Aster on the deck finally didn't hold themselves and came out of the seat to help Ronan. But Gamera, who was on the sideline, directly stopped the pilots and killed 2 of them after exchanging moves. Ronan now was on his knees bleeding. He understood that no matter what he would die if this went on. John's speed scared him and he couldn't run away, so he had to put up a desperate fight, but he couldn't figure how to stop the speed of John. As he was contemplating that, Victor and others returned. Flash 2 came with the unconscious Proxima Midnight in his shoulder. Now Ronan knew he was done for. The appearance of Victor proved that he would die here. "I told you, Ronan, not to come after the Nova Empire, and the next time I see you will be your death," Victor said. John didn't give Ronan to speak even for a second and directly inserted his kunai on his neck. It wasn't good to play with food for a long time, as he didn't know if Ronan had any emergency switch to blow up the Dark Aster. That would be a huge loss for him. Thus, Ronan, the accuser, died on the hand of someone whose name he didn't even know. It was a tragic end for such a famous entity. "Where is Nebula? Did you see her?" John asked them. Victor directly went to the pilot's seat to control Dark Aster, as he needed to stop the assault. They had already killed all the soldiers inside. After a second, Victor said, "She escaped from the damaged hull. Well, I could have stopped her. Almost forgot about her." John said, "Contact the Nova Prime. Tell her Ronan is dead and we have taken over the Dark Aster. Tell her she could take the body of Ronan away and allow the spaceship to land in a dock, as this ship requires repair. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 186, Thanos, 2. Victor contacted the Nova Prime and was informed that Ronan was dead. This delighted her, and she believed Victor as she had seen the videos of KYLN before. She also allowed the Dark Aster to land outside the main city while she went to deliver the news to the Council and the public. Outside Groot, the Nova Corps and the Ravagers were victorious, thanks to a new Green Lantern that had arrived. Hal Jordan. Since he was in charge and all the new lanterns were just new recruits, he had kept an eye on most of them. When Groot started fighting, Hal had already gotten the information of a fight between him and the fleet of Ronan, so he came immediately to Xander to help. Half of the work was done when he reached Xander. After Hal came, it became more easy, as he easily decimated the rest of forces of Ronan. John, who came to know this, was surprised. Hal came inside the Dark Aster to see what was going on, and he was greeted by old friends. "Hey Barry. I missed you, man. How are you?" Hal said. "I am great." "I missed you too," the Flash replied. Victor too joined the conversation, as they belonged to the old team. They all were happy to see old friends. John, on the other hand, said, "Okay, Victor, you need to make a call to Thanos. We need to talk." "All right. Wake her up. Hal, tie her down," Victor said as he called Thanos while sitting in the pilot seat. After a minute, the call got connected, and finally John got to see the first great villain of MCU. The legendary Thanos. The villain which had a purpose and sheer will to do what he thought was right. Even though his ambition was little twisted, but he felt whatever he did was for the betterment of everybody. Thanos' face was projected on the huge wall, and both got to see each other. Except for Peter, Rocket, and Groot, everybody were present in the room when the call was made, so everybody got to see him. John had shared vague memories of Thanos with them, so they had a general idea of who he was. "Thanos, son of Allers and Sway-san, brother of Eros. We finally meet," John said. Thanos, who had not spoken a bit since the call got connected, squinted his eyes when John spoke of his family tree. He really didn't expect someone to know of this. He saw Gamera standing beside the men who spoke and Proxima being held by Hal with his ring. "Are you all right, my daughter?" Thanos asked, instead of replying to John or even bothering to ask about Proxima. "I am not your daughter. You murdered my real parents," Gamera roared. "You really are arrogant," John murmured. "What do you want?" Thanos finally asked John, and still didn't bother to ask the identity of John. "What I want? I don't want anything. It's just a convenience that I called you in to show you how far you are from your dream," John said as he brought out the orb which had the actual Power Stone and started playing with it. "You wanted the Power Stone. Now it's in my hands. You can come looking for me whenever you want," John continued. Thanos squinted his eyes more as he saw the orb. He clenched his fist in anger when he saw that. "Who are you?" Thanos finally asked, as now he had to be serious. "Minato Namikaze. Well, now for your precious Proxima," John said as he stretched his hand, and soon a ball of blue light started shining. The ball seemed like it was rotating on itself. It was the Raisnon. And before anybody could react of what it was, John directly attacked Proxima by hitting her with Raisnon. She couldn't even scream, as Hal had shut her mouth by his ring. Since John attacked her heart, she didn't even last a second after hitting her. There was a huge hole in chest as blood rushed out of it. Thanos got up from his seat when he saw this. "You have some courage, boy," Thanos said now in a more grave tone. "I have more than courage. You have killed so many people just to fulfill your twisted ambition. How does it feel to lose someone of your own ranks? Don't worry, you will lose them all little by little. I know why you want the Infinity Stones, but whatever you do, you will never be successful," John said. "I will find you," Thanos said. "Of course you will. But the question is, will you survive after finding me?" John said with a smirk. Victor cut the call after he said that. "Man, he reminds me of the other guy. Looks like him with the huge body," Barry said as he was referring to Darkseid. "That guy is more powerful. At least in this universe," John said, as this universe's Thanos was really weak compared to other versions of him. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you." Chapter 187, Supreme Intelligence. "Well, that was dramatic," Hal said. "It was. Now let's settle everything. I am sure the Nova Prime is waiting for us," John said as he started walking to the main hatch of Dark Aster. Now this huge spaceship finally belonged to him. He changed himself back to John. John and others finally went out of Dark Aster only to see Rocket, Groot, and Peter waiting for him. Even the Nova Prime was there standing. They all had smiles on their faces when they saw everything went well. "Ronan's body and dead bodies of bunch of soldiers are inside. You can retrieve them whenever you please. I hope you will honor the deal between us," John said. "Of course we will. We will also help you repair the ship. You and the other heroes have done such a great service to us. You will be regarded as heroes in the Nova Empire," the Nova Prime said. "Thanks. You can honor them, but I won't be joining this," John said, as he really didn't want another place where he is known everywhere. "Sure. I wonder what all of your identities are," the Nova Prime asked as she saw new guys which she had never seen before. "The motion pictures I made will tell all their stories and their origin. It was for this reason I made a deal with you all. The hero's story should be told to everyone. And movies and series are the best way to do that," John said. "I understand. I will help you propagate the movies in all of Nova Empire," she said. After that they all went back. The whole Guardians of Galaxy team were tired after such a long fight and they needed rest. Yondu came up to meet with John and others. He was a little bit afraid of John. Even though he hadn't seen him fight, but just the fact that they killed Ronan scared him, so he knew he couldn't cross paths against him. After talking a bit with Peter, he left with his crew. He even said that Peter didn't need to come back and could make his own team. Quill rejoiced on this prospect. John and others reached his huge home to freshen up and rest. The Nova Prime again invited them to a huge banquet which they attended that night and discussed about the new company in the entertainment sector under Lex Corporation. The Nova Prime accepted this too, as it would everything easier while Lex discussed the business prospect of it. The banquet went in a very pleasant and loud manner. Thanks to Rocket and Drax being drunk all the way. The next day everybody woke up late. Hal had already left because he had other recruits to take care of. John would check up on Emma every once in a while after he got his hands on Interstellar Communicator after coming to Xandar, and thus knew she was fine. John missed her, but he also knew she was living her dreams, and she assured her that she would be back by the end of the year. Her sector was in the Kree Empire, so she had to be careful around, as the Kree Empire was powerful enough. As John was thinking about all this, he suddenly got a call from an unknown person. He got intrigued by this as the connection to his communicator was very private. "This is John Jameson." "Hello, Mr. Jameson. This Jan Rog of Kree Empire. I hope you have been well," said the other person who appeared in the video. "Oh. Jan Rog. What is the house call for?" "To persecute me for killing Ronan," John said. "No. Mr. Jameson. Ronan had breached the agreement between us and the Nova Empire. We don't really care about what happens to Ronan," Jan Rog replied. "Then what is the call for?" John asked. "We would like you to return the Dark Aster to us. This belongs to us. Ronan had been illegally using the spaceship and refused to give it back. We had been hunting him for this for the same reason. Hope you can comply to this request," Jan Rog said. "Is that all? Then you can tell your superior that it wouldn't be possible, as it's mine the moment I killed Ronan. I don't think Hala would be petty enough to hold a grudge against me for it," John replied. "But mister, this actually belongs to Kree," Jan Rog said. "Doesn't matter. I am not giving up Dark Aster," John said with a more dominating tone. "Are you sure you want to go to war for just a spaceship?" Jan Rog now asked in a more loud tone and an assertive tone. War. Is the Supreme Intelligence stupid enough to go to war against me? You couldn't even handle the betrayal of a single rogue agent who defected on the other side. Do you think you can handle me when you couldn't even handle her? John said now. Come out, Supreme Intelligence. I know you are listening to the conversation. John continued. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 188, Guardians of the Galaxy. Seems like you know a lot about us, another voice said as there appeared an old woman's image on the screen. The image of the woman was apparent that it wasn't real because that woman actually didn't exist in reality. The woman was the embodiment of Supreme Intelligence. She was a very advanced AI who was the supreme ruler of the Kree Empire. Her knowledge was an accumulation of Kree's previous scientists, philosophers, thinkers, and other such notable personas that had died in Kree history. She basically was like Ultron but with lesser violence. John knew about her from the comics and from the movie of Captain Marvel. Oh yes, I know a lot from your experiments of Inhumans to the betrayal of Carol. So would you still threaten me? John asked. The Supreme Intelligence didn't show any emotion. As being a Supreme AI you can always tend to show almost no emotions. You just made an enemy out of Thanos by killing one member of the Black Order. Are you sure you can handle the enmity of the Kree too? I just made an ally with Nova, and do you really think that Thanos scares me? Or do you think your Kree has any juice left after the war against the Skrull? You should care about your own species and their survival. The pure blood of yours should have stopped evolution for years now. I presume that's the reason behind your experiments of Inhumans. Care about your race's survival, not mine. John said. What? How do you know this? Who are you? The Supreme Intelligence asked in a more anxious tone, if showing anxiety was all possible for an AI. Didn't you know my name? It's John Jameson. And you don't need to know this. You be in your path and let me be in mine. John said. The Supreme Intelligence was silent for a few seconds before saying, I hope we won't be enemies, Mr. Jameson. The Kree Empire won't look for you in the matter of Dark Aster. Wish you good luck for the future. And thus ended the call. While she cut the call directly. That was rude. I guess the Kree Empire still has a hidden communicator in Dark Aster. It doesn't matter. We'll ask Victor to flush it out. The work here is done. Lex can handle the situation here. It's time to go back home. Tony has almost finished the research. We'll pick up Bucky on the way home. Thus with that the day ended. The next day John asked Victor to flush any extra spy communicator from the system of the Dark Aster. The repairing personnel said that it would take only 2 days to repair the whole of the ship, as there was only a damage on the hull and nothing else happened to the interior of the spaceship. John thought it was enough time to wrap things up in Xander. In the 2 days he attended a meeting with the Nova Prime while asking her to take care of the company, and by a year the LexCorp will release spaceships that wouldn't need jumping points in space to travel. The Nova Prime was ecstatic about it, as the Nova Empire would be the first exclusive customer of it, and thus giving them an edge over other empires in terms of military power, as LexCorp wouldn't sell such spaceships outside the Empire as of yet. Quill, Rocket, and others banded together to form the so-called Guardians of the Galaxy. They decided to be space mercenaries, while Groot being the trouble locator with the ring. Rocket decided to cash on the enemies that Groot would be catching and thus gaining money. John was happy to see this, as at the end their story didn't deviate much. Quill's father is what gave John a headache. He didn't know how he would handle Ego. Whatever. I will deal with that as it comes. On departure day, everybody came to see him off. Even the Nova Prime and the council members. They still had a fear for John and thus wanted to leave a good impression of them. See you soon, Lex. Release the movies in the order that I tell you. This is the perfect time to release the Green Lantern movie, as many people have seen the Green Lantern in the last fight. John said. I understand. Within a month I will release the movie after proper preparation. John, Victor, and Flash went to Dark Aster, which has been remodeled now for luxury travel instead of just being huge drop ship. John already had a different plan for Dark Aster from the moment he got his hands on it. He wanted to see if he could implement his ideas onto it. The Dark Aster took off along with FOS as he directed it to follow the Dark Aster. The first comic elements has just entered the story. As more the story progresses, the more the comic elements will be prominent. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 189, Return. Victor, take us to a barren planet where nobody is there and bring out the cube. I need to transform Dark Aster. John said. Sure. Victor said. Barry was excited, as they all knew that a new living being would be created now, and this would be the first time him seeing it. They soon found a barren planet. FOS-2 followed as it too wanted to see a new huge companion like itself. They all wore their Kryptonian suits and went out after the Dark Aster landed. John took the cube too. After coming out, John directly used the cube on Dark Aster. After a spark covered the entire ship, the Dark Aster ship started transforming. Soon the whole ship turned into a huge humanoid giant of about 20 meters tall. It looked black with blue eyes and had almost the same body structure as a human being. "Hello guys. I am Dark Aster. It's nice to meet you all," it said with a loud tone. Everybody greeted him. Barry was excited about the huge transformer and ran up to the shoulders of Dark Aster to talk with him. "Well, we don't have to name you. Now for the other part," John said as he summoned the system. He had another plan with Dark Aster. Ding. Fan value required to extract mother box, 200 million. Extract 2 mother boxes. Ding. Command accepted. In front of John now there were 2 mother boxes floating. Victor, who was talking with Dark Aster, was taken aback. He had a small fear of the boxes even though it saved his life. "Victor, 1 mother box will be given to you, so open boom tubes whenever required. Do you understand?" John said. "Yes. I will keep the mother box safe with me." "What will you do with the other one?" Victor asked. "I will give it to Dark Aster." "Hey DA, can you assimilate this mother box into your body?" John asked. DA reached out his hand to let John give the mother box to it. DA scanned the mother box for a few seconds and after calculation he said, "I can assimilate perfectly and open teleportation circles, otherwise known as boom tubes. The mother boxes have 2 unlimited energy and I could use it for eons." "Perfect. Assimilate it. And then transform yourself back," John said. Dark Aster took the mother box and inserted it to its chest. There was perfect hole being made there to keep the mother box. After inserting it, the whole body of Dark Aster had a massive transformation as it looked more sleek and sharp. If before Dark Aster looked bland, now it looked more beautiful than ever. After everybody appreciated its beauty, it transformed itself to spaceship. Everybody boarded the ship then. And looked around the inside. The whole ship looked more beautiful now from inside too. "Where do you want to go?" Dark Aster asked. "Take us to OA. Open the boom tube for FOS-2. John said. "Okay," DA said. It opened a huge teleportation circle near Saturn. DA and FOS went inside the portal only to see they are on the other side of Saturn. Both the spaceships flew towards OA and he had already informed. After a few minutes the spaceship landed at OA. John had come to take away Bucky as he was sure he would have been cured after a long time now. Barry and Victor both joined John in meeting Bucky as he was supposed to be a member of the team. They both were looking forward in meeting him. Soon John found out Bucky and was surprised to see him training few people. From the opponents John could see they were wearing rings. Bucky was training hand and close combat to the new lanterns. "Hey. Having fun teaching them?" John asked. "Hey. When did you come back?" Bucky asked, but now he had a smile in his face. John was happy to see Bucky smiling as it meant he had recovered from the control. "Are these the new friends you went to bring back?" "Hello. I am Bucky Barnes. I am sorry I don't know your names." "Victor Stone. Barry Allen. Nice meeting you all." "Bucky, we are here to take you back home." John said. "Yeah, about that. Can I return later? Hal is short-handed with all the new lanterns and these babies need a proper trainer. I like being here away from all the noise at Earth." Bucky said with hesitation. "Huh. Do you want to continue living here?" John asked. "The Guardians helped me heal and now I want to return the favor. You all don't need me on Earth anyway. I could be of great help here." Bucky said. "Are you sure about that? Did you talk with Steve?" John asked. "Yes. I am sure. I have talked with Steve, he was happy about my decision." "Alright, fine. If you ever want to come back, give me a call." John said. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 190, Return, 2. John didn't convince him more as he understood Bucky wanted to stay in OA and help the only way he knows. Teaching how to fight. After talking for a few minutes John went back to DA. It was time to head to Mars where Tony and Steve were waiting for him. Dark Aster opened the boom tube again now and the next moment they were near Mars. Both the spaceships then proceeded to land in Mars. From outside Mars looked completely different now. Mars now looked blue, which signified that now Mars had oceans. John was happy to see as it meant that it has terraformed perfectly. The spaceships landed near the floating world engine where Tony and Steve were waiting. He had already informed them of their return. John came out of the hatch only to see them standing. From whom did you steal this huge spaceship? Tony asked without even greeting him. A gift for helping someone, and well, I killed the original owner. John said as he spoke of Ronan a bit. Such a huge spaceship. We can never take it to Earth back. Steve said. Victor and Barry came out of the hatch as they were talking. You both are? Steve asked. They introduced themselves. You are Barry Allen. Steve and Tony almost trembled when Flash said his name. Can you really time travel? Tony asked at the end as he had heard of Barry from John before. Yes, I can. But there are consequences. I think you know what I mean. Barry said with concern. Of course I know. I am just asking. Wow. A time traveler. That's new. Tony lamented. How is the progress in research? John asked instead. Gained a lot. Better and more efficient suits for me, and now I could make a better spaceship once I return Earth. Will be faster and bigger. Umbrella is going to take another huge leap. I have already asked Pepper to make arrangements. Tony said. Good. It's time to return there. A small world might get merged to Mars soon. It will help the terraform the planet better and faster. John said suddenly. Another world. Like Naruto's? Tony asked with concern. No. This world is little advanced in technology, but in a very weird way. You will understand when you see it next time. We would need to plant trees in the Mars. This will take a long time. Good. If the new world is helpful to us, I don't mind. Steve said. Let's hop onto Starscream. We need to return. John said. Everybody then got ready to depart Mars, and everybody was excited as they would be returning to their planet after almost more than 3 months. They all needed to see familiar human beings again. Starscream soon took off, leaving all the other spaceships behind. Earth wasn't ready to see the spaceships yet. The governments were already trying to force Umbrella to give the space-traveling technology. Nobody wanted more problems now by exposing much higher technology. Tony remodeled Starscream again after getting hands on new technology, and so this was faster. It would only take 2 days to return instead of 7 days like Starscream was actually modeled for. John was happy to see the progress. John took rest while Victor and other talked about their own world and differences. Tony was specially interested in Victor. When Tony came to know about the mother box and what it could do, he was shaking with excitement. He asked permission from Victor to work on it. Victor gave him the permission on the condition that it could only be experimented to make the boom tube technology available for the members of the team. Tony accepted the condition in a heartbeat. Tony wasn't sure what the mother box was, but he was looking forward to work on it after arriving home with Banner and Wayne. After 2 days of travel, they finally landed on the island from where they had left. After coming out, they were greeted by Fury and Pepper. You all have done a great service to me. Fury said mockingly. Oh please. Wayne was there to handle the World Council. You are just here to reap the benefits of our work. Tony said. Wayne had a deal with the World Council for sending S.H.I.E.L.D. to Mars. Fury said with all seriousness. And here I thought you came to meet us because you missed us. John said as he inserted himself. S.H.I.E.L.D. will get the necessary access to Mars, but technological knowledge would never be shared. I think Wayne had already talked about it. John continued. Yes. Fury replied. Good. Now excuse me. I need to go back home and sleep in my own bed. John said as he really missed home and Emma too. He wanted her to be back soon. She had promised she would be there for the premiere of the next movie, but that would be a long time. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 191, Ring. John was happy to return home to his own bed. He missed this. It was a long journey and now he was back to his own life, but after coming home he had a huge headache because his home looked little dirty as nobody had maintained his home. Such a big home would take more than a day to clean. Do I need to summon ninjas to clean the whole house? I will just summon some ninjas which I have never summoned from small villages. John thus summoned some ninjas belonging to the Rain Village. His house looked perfectly clean after an hour or so. Now John was happy to see the clean home again. I need to hire someone to clean home always. This can't go on like this, John thought. John then called up Kevin to ask about the progress of the movies and even called up CD Projekt Red to ask about the next game, which was supposed to be released soon. He was happy to know that the game would be out by the end of the year too. Now John was thinking which game to release next. John wanted to have an Avengers headquarters in space, and he wasn't able to think of a perfect space station to be kept in the orbit of Earth like in the comics. John really wished for an exclusive space station. His first thought was of Halo's rings, but they were huge and might cost him a lot as they were powerful weapons which could all sentient life in the galaxy when fired. Wait, I can just separate away the weapon part and just bring the ring. Plus I won't bring out the other parts of the Halo game so people would never know. The Forerunners have built such an awesome ring which has its own weather and ecosystem. I need to start making the whole Halo game. It wouldn't cost much since bringing OA was around $1 billion. The non-living things doesn't cost that much. John thus started writing the necessary script and drawing to give to CD Projekt Red for development of new game. He was excited for having an exclusive huge headquarter and even live in Halo Ring. That would be awesome. After drawing and writing, John went to sleep as he was tired. The next day he went to the Disney headquarters to see how the work of the movie was going on. Disney had hired a new guy for VFX-related shots. Quentin Beck. John was surprised to see him working eagerly for Disney. He wondered if he would go on to become Mysterio now, especially after joining Disney, as here he was paid and given enough recognition as opposed to having rivalry against Tony in future. Let it be. If he goes to wrong path I will just beat it out. John went to meet Kevin and discussed about the movie and the future movies to be made. He had a slight headache when it came to DC because he would be soon in unknown territory and basically would have to stop producing movies related to DC soon and focus more on anime and games. John then checked the memories of many people like Geralt, Aang, and some of the ninjas working in S.H.I.E.L.D. There wasn't much change except for Geralt's memories. He saw Nobu had called all the members of the Hand and they all will soon come together to get the power of longer life from the dead body of the dragon underground in Hell's Kitchen. Geralt is powerful enough to handle all the 5. Matt is there to help. I hope other members of the Defenders don't come to ruin the plot. I will just keep an eye on it. I wonder if Elektra would get involved in all this. John spent the next few days talking with the game company and talking about the ideas behind the game and its working. They were excited about getting a new game from John as the previous 2 games were an absolute hit. They all were looking forward to produce another legendary game. Soon months went by and it was November. In mid-November Emma finally came back and John was more than happy to see her back. John was relieved to see no scars or injuries. Emma too was happy to see John again. They had been away for quite a long time. Both of them spoke about their adventures. Emma spoke about the racism of the Kree on non-pure bloods and how she had to save many impure-blooded Kree. She was happy to save the people and thus earning goodwill in many places. John spoke about killing Ronan. So it was you. No wonder many Kree rejoiced after you killed him. He was the most racist guy according to them. Emma said. Kree is going to fall if this goes on. I don't understand what the Supreme Intelligence is even thinking of allowing such atrocities to continue. It is an AI. It was supposed to be smarter than that. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 192, the movie where all came together. Meanwhile, in the last few months, the Umbrella Corporation just exploded in public domain. After the huge success in the initial release of Cars, they got orders from every country. Tony even said that the cars would be more efficient after coming back from Mars in an interview. By the end of October, Umbrella released new models of airplanes which was more efficient. The plane companies scrambled to buy the models as it would lower the cost of the prices by a lot and thus giving companies edge over their competitors. By now Umbrella was already on its way to a huge corporation that would dominate on every walk of life and many people could already see the spark that would be a huge fire in the future. Tony even said that Umbrella by next year would start building spaceships to send people to Mars and even populate it as they used the World Engine to transform Mars to Earth. The governments put pressure to Umbrella and Tony to hand over the World Engine. But as usual Tony said he can't fly the World Engine and it would always be there in Mars. Tony even invited government scientists to try working on the World Engine in their expedition to Mars. Even though they didn't believe Tony not able to pilot it, they still wanted to try and even booked for their next expedition to Mars. John just smiled at it as before coming back they transformed all the spaceships and the remaining World Engine. Thus nobody would be able to operate on it even if they tried. Tony was also working on the mother box with Victor on others as he was trying to improve his armor. Wayne too wanted to work on it as he was never been able to work on it before. Now he got the chance. Banner too was very much interested in it as he felt the mother box would unravel many things on the biological side as Victor himself survived due to the mother box. John was happy to see all of this as he could finally see Iron Man and Batman's suit already being more powerful in the future. He was looking forward to their new suits. Soon the month of December came and it was time for the next movie of John to be released. Like always everybody came for the movie premiere. Nobody would want to miss the movie of John even though some of them knew the story from before. Even Victor joined from back door. He didn't want to show his face to the public yet. John, Tony, and everybody showed up like usual and gave a normal interview, and since this movie was of about 4 hours everybody was excited to watch it. The only people who didn't come to watch the movie was Bucky and Hal, as both were in OA. John even thought of propagating his movies on OA, as that would be helpful in spreading his movies in the vast universe. Everybody took their seats, and thus the movie started where the previous movie Batman vs. Superman left off. The death of Superman. His death cry soon spread to all of the planet. This awoke a cubic-shaped boxes. One was under the watch of a cyborg, which they saw a small glimpse in the previous movie. Another box was in Atlantis and another one in Amazon. The one in Amazon suddenly lit up. The women who were protecting the box shouted after seeing this. "Alert the Queen." Yes, as it was expected. This movie was Justice League. But not the Joss Whedon's version, but the actual Zack Snyder's version. So there are 3 boxes. We have 2 of them, Tony said as he recognized the mother boxes he had worked upon from the movie. The movie continued as it showed Bruce Wayne scaling rocky and snowy mountains in search of Aquaman. Arthur Curry wasn't still the king of Atlantis as it seemed from the pictures, so people understood this movie happened before the Aquaman movie happened. Though the audience felt it weird, but they didn't think much of it. Bruce Wayne asked for help, but Arthur refused immediately as he said he didn't want to involve himself in anything. Tony and others all looked at Arthur when this happened. What? I still don't play well with others. It's by mistake I was the king of Atlantis. Arthur defended himself. Typical drunkard. Mira commented. Everybody laughed when she said that. The movie continued as it showed a small terrorist group holding children hostage. Later Wonder Woman came to save all of them from the group, but people understood that all of this started because there was no Superman. He was a god to them, and when gods die there would always be consequences. The scene changed and it was back in Amazon where Queen came to inspect the box, which lit up suddenly after the death of Superman. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 193, The Movie. As the box vibrated and was lit up, all the warriors were ready with their archers and swords. The mother box has awoken, yet there is no change, a warrior said. The mother box has slept for thousands of years. Why did it wake at all? Queen asked. As she said that, the mother box started vibrated more rapidly and opened a huge portal. And from that long portal out came flying monsters with laser guns. Then appeared a huge humanoid with horns whom the audience had seen the glimpse in the Batman vs. Superman movie. It was Steppenwolf. This Steppenwolf looked huge and bigger than the original version of Justice League of Joss. It looked more scary with all the spiky armor. Thus the fight ensued and Steppenwolf looked way more powerful than people actually expected. He killed the trained warriors of Amazons like it was nothing. Everybody was amazed by seeing this new villain. After a crazy fight against Steppenwolf ran away using the mother box to another location. The Queen decided to warn Diana that a dangerous villain has come now. The audience felt it was like the New York War, as in that case the aliens teleported from a distant place in the universe, and some even wondered that if a cubic box was responsible for all that had happened in New York. Steppenwolf went to a remote location and activated the mother box while sending the parademons to search for other 2 boxes. This world will join the others. He will be pleased. He will see my worth again. Everybody then understood that there is another person above Steppenwolf. Tony and others got curious about this new guy that was just mentioned but didn't ask. Bruce Wayne meanwhile was searching for Barry and wanted him to join the team. Barry too had come for the movie. Fury had already seen both Victor and Barry before coming for the movie. Even though Fix-It made them separate identities, Wayne made their identities more hidden so that the normal people wouldn't pry on them. There was an attack on the Kryptonian ship where the parademons came to find the mother box, but it was already taken. The Queen of Amazon finally sent a warning to Diana about the incoming attack. Diana went to the place where the warning was sent only to unravel the pictures of war. She understood what kind of war was coming. Steppenwolf called for an audience with someone named Desaad and again mentioned a higher person. Steppenwolf asked for his forgiveness and wanted to return home, but was reminded him of the betrayal he had done. What kind of betrayal are they talking about? Diana asked. Everybody was surprised by this question because they thought all the people who came from that universe knew everything from before. I am not sure. Probably usurping the throne. I haven't seen their dreams, but I guess it's related to the disappearance of his father. John said, referring to Yuga Khan, father of Darkseid. In the comics, Yuga Khan was trapped in Source Wall for years. I have seen the records when I sat on the throne. He is more terrible. Bruce Wayne said as he mentioned him sitting on the throne of knowledge during the Apocalypse War. He was more powerful than Darkseid, and even Darkseid was afraid of his father. John didn't say anything about it as it wasn't the time or the place for it. The movie continued and finally Diana went to meet Batman to warn of the new attack that was coming. There she finally told about the war that had happened thousands of years ago. Soon the scene changed to a battleground where many legions were gathered. The audience saw the Green Lanterns, the Amazonians, and even the Atlanteans. They got to see Ares too, who had died in the hands of Diana, but this time he was on the good side. Finally the name came out of the person who attacked last time and the main man behind Steppenwolf. Darkseid. Darkseid finally showed his face. He looked huge. After landing on Earth he directly hit the ground, which lit up with a huge weird sign. This made the audience feel weird, as the hit of Darkseid shouldn't have lit up like that. Diana finally spoke about the Mother Boxes and its power to change Earth when brought together. The legions of Earth and Green Lanterns fought in battle. They even got to see the old gods. Zeus and all fighting in the battle. They finally were able to win against Darkseid, was able to send him away. After the battle the Mother Boxes were hidden away. One was given to men, one to the Atlanteans and another to Amazonians, which was already stolen. Bruce and Diana finally decided to bring in new people to stop Steppenwolf in bringing all the 3 boxes together. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 194, The Movie, 2. Bruce decided to go after Barry Allen while Diana decided to go for Victor Stone. Victor's life was finally shown of how he was a football player and had an accident. His mother died while his father, in order to save him, decided to use the Mother Box on him to save him, thus changing him into a cyborg. The audience felt bad, as now Victor would never be able to show his face to public after the transformation. The movie showed about the power of Victor and his control over everything that is online. Bruce finally found Barry and asked him to join, which he agreed without hesitation after knowing he was Batman. Diana, on the other hand, was able to have a meeting with Victor, but he gave very vague answers of joining the team. The Atlanteans were attacked and their Mother Box too was stolen. Since the Parademons couldn't find the box of men, they abducted Victor's father. Due to this abduction, Victor came to the call of Batman's Night Light. Victor could figure out the details of the abduction from the patterns and realized the abductions all lead to the city's old docks. After going inside the docks, there was huge fight between the new team and Steppenwolf, and since this new team never fought together, everybody suffered. Even though this was the first time everybody got to see the speed of Barry and fighting prowess of Victor. The audience now wanted to see them in real life, as John's works would always mean new heroes emerging. You have the blood of old gods. Steppenwolf said to Wonder Woman. What is this old gods? Zeus is an old god. Banner asked. There are old gods and new gods. Darkseid is a new god. While Zeus was an old god. John said. I am not exactly sure if Zeus belonged to New Genesis, but for now let's consider him as one of the actual old gods of DC Universe. Wow, even an evil being is a god. Steve said. Gods are just that, gods. They are both good and evil. No god is purely good, neither purely evil. Well, except for Darkseid. John said. Their universe of gods. Do our universe too have? Tony asked this time. Everybody's face became stern when Tony asked this and looked at John. Yes, there are gods in this universe. John said. Everybody trembled when they heard it. All had different expressions. Tony clenched his fists as he made up his mind to make more powerful weapons to face the gods. Bruce Wayne and other all had the same expressions. They all suffered once, they didn't want to suffer again. Fury had a serious look while Banner and Steve were just silent. As the fight went, the teleportation from the Mother Box opened and Steppenwolf left after the docks were flooded. Aquaman finally came to the rescue of them as he stopped the water from flooding. Steppenwolf came to the Mother Box where it showed some scenes in his head. It is here. On this world. Steppenwolf said as he hit the ground, and the same sign showed up when Darkseid first came. He then directly called Desaad. I bring news. Before mighty Darkseid came to the throne, he searched the universe for the ultimate weapon. The anti-life equation. The key to controlling all life and all will throughout the multiverse. It's here. I found it. Steppenwolf said. After knowing this, Darkseid soon showed up for the first time. He ordered Steppenwolf to make Earth under him and he would himself come for the great prize. Victor and everybody came to the Batcave with the last Mother Box, where they decided to bring Superman to life with the help of the Mother Box. The scene showed Lois Lane talking with Clark's mother, only to reveal later that she wasn't his mother, but another alien who could shapeshift. Fury was taken aback as he thought the alien looked like Skrulls and even had the same physiology. John saw Fury being amazed but didn't say anything. They all went to the Kryptonian ship to revive Superman. When Victor tuned into the Mother Box, he saw scenes that looked like future scenes. He saw Wonder Woman dead. Aquaman killed. Superman was alive, but he himself killed Batman. This scared everyone. Because everybody thought they were going to die, but then remembered that Wonder Woman and others were alive. But many felt fear as it might be the future. Superman did come to life, but he was different and he started attacking every member who brought him to life. People had forgotten how powerful Superman was. This movie again reminded them as he single-handedly defeated everyone. At the end, Lois Lane, who was nearby, came to stop him, and Clark finally remembered who he was and calmed down. Meanwhile, Steppenwolf was able to take away the mother box after killing Victor's father. His father sacrificed himself to give everyone a fighting chance. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 195, The Reality. Due to the sacrificing work of Victor's father, everybody got the location of the 3 mother boxes and all went to stop Steppenwolf. They attacked and thus a huge fight ensued. The fight scenes looked amazing and everybody freely using their full powers and abilities. As Victor was trying to separate the boxes, Superman finally came to help them. He again showed his huge power and easily beat down Steppenwolf. But in all this mayhem, the 3 Unity boxes synchronized and annihilated everything. Barry, who was supposed to help in this, saw everything being destroyed in his eyes in slow speed. Okay. Just gotta go faster than the speed of light. Far beyond the speed of light. You gotta break the rule, Barry. And you gotta do it now. And then Flash did something that nobody ever imagined. He went back in time. The people were amazed that Barry could time travel. Some even remembered the previous movie where there was the dream of Bruce Wayne. Now that they think, that dream man looked like Barry Allen, so that too was a time travel. Steppenwolf was killed at the end while his head rolled on the feet of Darkseid, who showed up from the teleportation circle. Darky had crushed Steppenwolf's head like it was nothing. Ready the Armada. We will use the old ways. Darkseid said. While the movie ended, he suddenly remembered another superhero who nobody knew. Ryan Choi. He was Adam in DC Universe and he had genius-level intellect. Maybe John could bring him and work on nano armor for both Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark. John already made up his mind to bring him to this universe later. The movie thus ended and it was time for post-credit scene where it showed that Arthur was dead. And even showed Joker where he accused Batman of destroying alternate timelines as Batman didn't have the guts to sacrifice himself. Batman again woke up from this dream like he had in the previous movie. He went out only to see a humanoid alien levitating. Who are you? Bruce asked. He didn't seem surprised, as if he had accepted there were aliens on Earth. I have gone by many names. Many have called me the Martian Manhunter. And then he flew off. The movie ended there. Bruce stopped government searching for anti-life equation. John suddenly said at the end. Huh? Why? Is there anti-life equation in Earth? Banner asked with fear. No. But there is another thing in Earth. We can't afford to trouble that thing. John said. Like anti-life equation? Tony asked. No. Don't ask and don't let your curiosity to get the better of it. We aren't powerful enough to handle it. Even if you make 100 armors, we will still fail. We will need bigger guns. John said. We are still not powerful. After all the lanterns and such gods among us, you yourself is a very powerful weapon. And you still say that? Tony asked. Yes, with all the powers we are still weak. John said with certainty. Everybody's face became solemn. They had been thinking they were really powerful, but this movie made them realize they were really nothing in grand scheme of events. They needed to be more powerful and deal with all situations that would come in the future. Even though they didn't know who are the enemies, but they needed to be powerful enough to defend and fight back. I miss the days when the only monster was me. Steve said. Monsters had always been on Earth, Captain. It's just you never saw them. John replied. All went home after that. It was a long movie and everybody was tired. John would summon Ryan later and maybe even Martian Manhunter. But he will come later as he will be very useful during the secret invasion. John wanted to keep him and Naruto to deal with the invasion later. The next day John called Bruce to give him a heads up for a new person called Ryan Choi who was Adam in other universes. Bruce understood what he had to do and he arranged a proper reception of him and decided to send him to his own lab to work on nanotechnology. John spent 60 million fan values on him as Ryan wasn't a superhero yet and he just had genius-level intellect. The next year is going to be weird. I will never let Ultron to come to life as he could easily become Infinite Ultron. Can't let him be online and get a chance to use the Mind Stone. It's time to kill the last remaining Hydra. And also the thing with Ant-Man. The League has already inserted themselves in PIM technologies. We'll just kill Darren Cross. If he goes to Quantum Realm he will again become a variable. Can't let him do that. Well, Ryan is here. Since he is Adam in many universes it will be easier for him to handle this Ant-Man. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 196, New Armor. Ryan Choi came up to his home to ask about the new world. Since Emma was at home, she opened the door and was confused by the new face but understood this must be another guy from another universe. Ryan Choi. I was directed here by John Jameson, he said. Ryan. The scientist of Star Labs. Come in. Emma said. John, who was lazing around, saw that Ryan had arrived. He welcomed him to sit. Mr. Choi, I guess you already know where you are. John said. Yes. I am excited to get my hands on the new technology of this world. Choi said. Good. Let's go to Batman's home. John said. Emma too joined them as well as she wanted to meet Alfred. Alfred doesn't go for the movies as the others as he says he was old for it. They drove Bumblebee to the home of Bruce. John felt little bad for Bee and thought that next time he would take Bee to Mars to let him breathe with other Transformers. They soon reached the home of Batman only to see Drift in the garage, which Tony was here too. They all went in. Alfred was surprised to see a new face but didn't say anything as he understood another person has arrived. They directly went to the laboratory where Tony and Bruce were talking, and as John got stuck in his feet because he saw something he never expected to see in his entire life. He saw new armors of Batman being placed behind glass. What really astonished him was that he had seen those armors in comics in his previous life. What do you say, John? Like the suits? Wayne and I made some suits for him. Wait, who is this guy? This Ryan Choi from Star Labs. He is an expert in nanotechnology. He can help both of you to make nano armors. Is that so? I do remember such guy from Star Labs. Welcome to a new universe, traveler. Bruce said. Thanks. Never expected to see Batman in real life. It's an honor. Ryan said. Ryan was in awe of Batman as he was a huge fan of him in his previous life. Since all three were scientists, they soon started talking about science while John looked at the suits made by both of them together. And then the schematic of a new suit on the hologram projection surprised him even more. That suit too was a famous suit of Batman. He was inspecting the suits from up close and still felt amazed as Bruce still managed to make suits from the comics without any reference. So you like them? Tony asked, still being proud. Guess the name of the armor? Tony asked, pointing at a slim suit which had huge drapes in its back. The suit was black, which was shiny in surface and had a red bat sign. The suit looked more like a knight suit than a Batman suit with gauntlets and shoulder-covered guards. It's called Justice Armor. John replied. Huh. How do you know that name? Tony asked. Even Bruce was taken aback when John said that name. John then pointed out another suit which looked more like stealth suit with gargoyle-type wings in its back. That's a Batman Beyond suit. And that suit is called the Hazmat suit. John said, pointing on the last suit which looked like a combination of a hazmat suit and Batman armor. Everybody was surprised by this sudden naming, including Emma. Alfred, who just came with tea, was also astonished. How do you know all the names perfectly? Bruce asked. Because in other universes you have already made them. The suit which you both are working upon is called the Hellbat armor. That's probably the second most powerful suit of yours capable of fighting against the gods, but I don't think you can make the actual Hellbat armor like in the original. At least not with the current manpower. You mean in other universes he had already made these? And here I thought we both created masterpieces. Tony lamented. He didn't make the armors alone. The Hellbat armor was made by all the members of the Justice League to face Darkseid. You better not make the suit dependent upon the metabolism of Bruce. The Hellbat armor was powerful but was short-lived. I understand. Bruce said. You said the Hellbat suit was the second most powerful armor. What was the most powerful armor ever created by Master Wayne? Alfred asked as he too got interested now. John looked at the mother box which was lying beside and said, in one particular condition Bruce made an armor out of the same metal as the mother box was made. That metal is called Element X. That suit is so powerful that he defeated all members of the Justice League in a few moves. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 197, A Brand New Idea. That's amazing. Bruce defeating such powerful people. It's a pity that mother boxes can't be broken. At least not with the present technology. I can't even put a scratch on the mother box. Tony said. Ryan, who had worked on the mother box before in Star Labs, was also interested in it and was even eager to work on it. He was still taking time to get used to the new world, so Alfred took him to the guest room to take rest, and Bruce even asked him that he could work on the laboratory here. Tony too was interested in nanotechnology as he thought he could use the technology on armors too. John, who was listening to the conversation, was amazed by how fast they adapted to each other and got engrossed in scientific talk. I guess that's what happens when all the people have genius-level intellect. I will leave now. Give Mr. Choi a lab or even a place in Umbrella Corporation, John said before leaving. Then John and Emma went to have a date as they had decided on it before. They went to a fancy restaurant to have one, and suddenly John saw a person in a wheelchair eating in the restaurant. John himself felt sad looking at it. Emma, who saw this, also could fathom what John was feeling. John had always been kind and had been trying to help the people with all his companies and charities, but even John couldn't save everyone. You can't save everyone, John. You have been doing everything to give the people a better future. You have already given them a lot, Emma said. I know. It's just if there was any world which could solve the problems of. Wait, there is one world which has higher medical technology, John said. Huh? What do you mean? Emma, sometimes I can bring things that belong to another world to mine if I concentrate enough. There is one world for that, John said, as it suddenly hit him that he could help the normal people on Earth with medical technology and exert more influence. Even though it might not be of any help in the fan values, as they are counted by the fans of the movies, not the fans of real characters and things. At least he could exert influence and make goodwill to people. His plan for the new world's plan of him was arriving soon, and he needed to exert as much influence as possible on people. Are you serious? You have that much power too? That's great. Just don't exert yourself by bringing something that will hurt you, Emma said. It will be fine. With the new technology, Umbrella will grow more, John said while continuing the dinner with Emma. After having all that, John returned home with her. He was extremely happy about the sudden new idea that struck him today. The next day, John directly went to Disney to talk about 2 new movies for the next year. One would be a DC movie, while the other would be the movie which he wanted to bring the medical technology from. The Justice League movie was a massive hit, as the people thought it was based on the attack on New York, and thus it was loved by a vast majority of the audience. Now Disney was a company which was in billions of dollars. Even though they did movies that were made by other stories apart from John's, a huge part of revenue came from the works of John. John gave a new script to Bob and a new script to Kevin. Now John wanted to have 2 mini-animated series on Justice League based on a very old series of his previous life. Justice League Unlimited and Justice League. Those series were old, but he had so many superheroes that John could easily extract later whenever he wanted. This would be another massive boost for him in future. Ding. Total fan values, 9.5 billion. Wow. Such high fan values. I guess my movies and works are well received in Asgard and Nova Empire. Lex is perfect for handling this. Now it's almost 4 billion fan values per year. It's a pity I don't have total control on all spheres on Earth to bring another world yet. This year will be a massive one to exert my influence here. Soon it was January, and it was time for Emma to leave. His father knew that John's girlfriend was a space policeman. He couldn't have been more proud. His father and Val came to see her off even when she flew away. Son, you better be as powerful as her. I know that you have some powers that you have never shown, but it better be powerful as hers, Jameson said. Dad, I am already more powerful than her, John said with a smile. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 198, The Hand. Are you sure about that? Jameson asked with skepticism. Of course I am. Dad, how is your company doing? John asked instead. It's fine. Thanks to exclusive information from you, the newspapers and online papers are being sold at a great price. We will start news channels soon, his father said. That's great. Just don't be harsh on superheroes on the news, John said. My son is a superhero. Why will I be harsh on them? Jameson asked. Because you are not well received in other universes by your constant criticism on superheroes. Many superheroes don't like you, John said. What? My other versions in your so-called multiverse aren't good. I need to kick all of them out, Jameson roared. John was happy to see the change of his father. His father really wasn't well received by Spider-Man and even other heroes in comics, and it was even portrayed in the first movies of Spider-Man. John and his father talked a bit more. His father was very interested to know about his other versions, so John had to explain to his father about it. John even talked about his own version of other universes where he was an astronaut and even a superhero in one of the universes. After that, his father left while John left for work in Disney, as he needed to go through the works and even thought of going to Umbrella to see how the company was doing. John thus spent the entire day working. At night when John went to bed, he suddenly remembered that all the members of Hand were going to come. John was interested in the corpse of the dragon. John could use it for research and give it to his magical summons later. Hell's Kitchen. Gerald had been keeping an eye on Nobu, who could lead him to all the members of the Hand. Thanks to the League, Gerald had eyes inside the Hand as John had commanded Roz to help Gerald. All the members of Hand would come in a week and have a meeting in a secret place. Since the story didn't follow as it was supposed to, Elektra never came back to Matt's life and was instead caught by the Hand in order to transform her to the black sky completely. The meeting would be the ritual of her transformation and thus being used by the Hand as a weapon. Later the members would go for the corpse of the dragon to gain more life power and continue living for thousands of years. Soon the date of the meeting came. Gerald called Matt as he needed him since Elektra was involved. They went near the secret place where the meeting would be held, and unsurprisingly it was held in the building which was above the corpse of the dragon. Can you hear them? Gerald asked Matt as he had super hearing. Yes. 2 of them have come. Are you sure that Madame Gao has superpowers? Matt asked as he had seen Madame Gao before on the streets. She was an old lady using a crutch to walk. She is an old monster. And the most powerful. I can already feel it. Gerald said under the mask. They talked as all the members came for the meeting with the tied-down Elektra. Matt, who could hear her, clenched his fists in anger. He had already known of her being kidnapped, but Gerald stopped him from taking any actions. You said that you have friends who will help us in dealing with the underlings. Matt asked. Yes, they are already here. Can't you hear them? Gerald. Matt, who was concentrating on the meeting, didn't notice that there were so many hidden people nearby. John had placed the League in a very separate dimension in the Himalayas, but due to the constant recent expansion of them they have now infiltrated in many places. Roz controlled everything, and since John had asked them to spare innocents, they had been the silent force of justice in the underground world. Let's attack. Matt said as he couldn't wait anymore since everybody had arrived. Yes. Let's go. Gerald said. Saying that, all the League members and the 2 ran inside the building. S.H.I.E.L.D. was already informed by Gerald that there would be a fight, so they wouldn't be disturbed. The League members attacked the guards who were in the building. The guards were taken aback by the sudden emergence of so many people from surroundings. What surprised them more was that there were betrayers in their own ranks. This ensued chaos among all the guard ninjas. Matt and Gerald helped in some of the assault, which ran to the main place where they were having a meeting. That was the main reason that they were here. They came upon a huge door which was closed, and it was apparent that the Hand members were behind the door. Gerald didn't respond to anything and directly used art on the door. This huge telekinetic force blasted the door open and even broke on the side due to the force. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 199, The Hand, 2. All the members of the Hand were ready to fight since they could hear from inside that they were being attacked. As soon as the door blasted open, Nobu, who had a sword, swung it at the first person that appeared. Nobu was sure that with this move the first person that entered would die, as it was a sneak attack. But the sword directly rebounded back after hitting the invisible armor of the person. The rebound was so powerful that his hand couldn't hold the sword. Nice welcome you have there for us, Nobu. Gerald said as he looked at him who was on the side. Then he laid his eyes on the other members who were ready. The other members were surprised that the sword of Nobu didn't even him while the sword was thrown away a few meters. Who are you? Alexandra asked. Me. Nobody. I am just a mercenary clearing the world of monsters. Gerald replied and charged towards them. Matt also charged in, but he had a clear goal in mind. Elektra. She was tied down and Matt ran towards her while defending himself. Gerald helped him too. All the other members of the Hand attacked, and for this assault Gerald had brought his iron sword. So all the other people had to be careful against him. Madame Gao, who noticed Matt was closing in on Elektra, used her chi to throw away Matt, but as she did that Gerald used art to stop her attack. His art was so powerful that it threw away all the members of the Hand. Matt got freed from them and directly went to Elektra to free her. You are from Kunlun? Madame Gao asked as she thought Gerald used chi. Gerald didn't reply to that, started attacking again, and this time he directly used Igni on Nobu, who was trying to get up. Igni being a magical fire, he couldn't stop it or evade it. Nobu got burnt alive as he screamed in pain. The other members now finally felt scared as for the first time one of the 5 members died. They knew that now they would have to fight it out. There was total silence from outside, which meant the people who attacked the guards of the Hand had already been taken down. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Alexandra asked again. Gerald. And about attacking you, I was contracted to kill all the members and take away the corpse beneath the building. Gerald said as he swung his sword at Bakuto. Gerald then used Axii sign on Suand. Suand started attacking his own members. Since nobody was prepared for that, he fatally attacked Alexandra. Gerald then proceeded to kill Gao as she was little weak after the fight. He directly chopped her head. Now only 3 members remained. Stop. Stop. We surrender. We can give you the corpse of the dragon. Alexandra said as she saw Elektra too join the fight. One Geralt had made them desperate, now adding Matt and Elektra was sure death. Geralt, we can take them to custody of S.H.I.E.L.D. Matt asked with hesitation. The secrets which they have is very dangerous. In S.H.I.E.L.D. it might fall in wrong hands. You don't want that to happen now. Do you? Geralt said. Matt, they are evil. We can't let them go. I know you don't like killing, but they have been responsible for thousands of deaths for the past hundreds of years. Elektra said. Matt knew the story of them from Geralt and knew what Elektra said was the truth. Geralt didn't continue the argument and he directly attacked the other 3. Elektra too followed it. Even though Matt joined, he didn't fatally injure anyone. After a couple of minutes all the 3 were killed. The famous members of Hand, the people who betrayed Kunlun, finally died in the hands of people who they had no idea about. The League members who were watching all of this came to take away the corpses with them. They didn't want S.H.I.E.L.D. to get their hands on the members of Hand. John had specifically asked for it. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. was in his hand, he still didn't trust them completely. You know what you have to do. Geralt to one of the members of the League. Yes, the member said in a hushed tone. They were ordered to take away the corpse of dragon away for research. John would summon some people specifically for its research. The people who were versed in magic and alchemy. They would be the perfect people to work on the corpse of the dragon. John would even provide them a secluded place to work on. And might even introduce them to the Ancient One. Though the new people had their own arrogance, since both sides are well versed in magic, it might help them in gaining new knowledge. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 200, New People. In a few hours the League members found the corpse hidden deep underground. They broke the whole protection behind it and took the whole corpse away to their headquarters. Thankfully nobody from Kunlun came to stop it. The next day John checked the memories of Geralt and knew the whole mission was a successful one. John called Geralt to his home as he needed to go with him to meet the Ancient One. After few hours Geralt finally came to the home of John, but Geralt didn't come alone. He came with 2 people. Matt Murdoch and Electa Nachios. John was surprised that Geralt had brought 2 with him. He invited all the 3 in. Hello Mr. Jameson. I guess we should thank you for helping us in uprooting Fisk's empire and even with the Hand situation. Matt said. New York is my city too, so I don't want any filth around. John said. Still the streets now are clean because of you. Hell's Kitchen will be more safer now. It's fine. I just paid Geralt to do a Witcher contract and he has done a perfect work. John said. How's the lawyer and superhero life going? John asked. It's fine. I am actually here for another thing. It's because of Elektra. She has too much bloodthirst and want to control it. Matt said. I am not a doctor, Matt. I can't cure her. John said directly. I know, but you have connections. I hope you can help her. I am ready to pay back in any way possible to you if you can help her. Matt said. I am sure you can, Matt, but does Miss Nachios want help? John asked as he turned to ask her. I am fine with killing. But yes, I do feel I have too much bloodthirst. Elektra said. All right. I am not sure if I could help you. But I can ask. This might be a painful journey. John said as he got ready. Geralt, they will be coming soon. We should leave. John said. They all went to the garage and got inside. B. Take us to 177A Bleecker Street. The B drove himself to the old location again. Matt was surprised to feel as if B was alive. Then he remembered of the movie Transformers. After the thing with Geralt, Nelson spoke to him about all the movies and worlds that John had made and understood that B was a mechanical living being. John hasn't shown everything to the world. Are all his works real? Matt murmured. Soon they reached the location. All 3 of them were curious about this place that John brought them. John went to the door of the sanctum only to be opened by itself. As usual, Drum was there standing in his attire. You are here again. Now with new people. Has the sanctum become your background? Drum said with annoyance. Come on, I am here for her. Why do you get so irritated whenever I come? Jealous that she likes me? John asked mockingly. Ha. A kid speaking of jealousy. Go. Get away from my sight. Drum said. John left from the side. Elektra looked at him weirdly as Drum had a weird attire. But it was Matt who was the most surprised. He noticed that all the surroundings had so many blind spots and even Drum. He couldn't feel the surroundings as he normally feels when going anywhere. He was amazed by this as he had never come across such situations. What is this place? Matt asked. The place which allow our reality to be intact. John replied. Nobody understood what John meant by that. Soon they came to the door and went inside after opening it. All went through it, but what they saw next surprised everyone. They were in totally a new place surrounded by snowy mountains. Except for Gerald, the other two exclaimed as they didn't understand what just happened. They were just in New York and now they were in a total new place. Was that a portal? Gerald asked. Yes. Welcome to Kamartaj. Let's go to meet the Ancient One. John said. Portal. Portals like in the game that John had made before. Matt asked as after Gerald had come, Nelson had explained everything to him about the world of Gerald. Yes. Not in the same way, but yes, those were portals. John said as they finally reached the hall. There were no students today practicing magic, so they didn't get to see magic being used. After opening the door they saw a bald woman sitting which brewing tea. John went and sat opposite to her and called the others to join him in this ceremony. Seems like you brought new people this time, the Ancient One said. Yes. I am sorry. Master Drum didn't like it, but I don't remember Kamartaj stopping people entering it. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 201, The School. There is no such prohibition, but people here might not like it. The Ancient One said. Huh. Who will oppose me? Mordo. Or Caecilius? John asked. Leave it. So why are you here? The Ancient One asked. Well, some witches are going to come and a very powerful girl. John said. Gerald's eyes went bright when John said that as he knew what he meant. Oh. I don't think you have come here only for this reason, the Ancient One said. The girl can open portals to other dimensions. John said finally. The Ancient One raised her eyebrows when she heard that. Any dimensions, she asked. In her universe she could do that easily. I am not sure if she could do it here. John said. Okay. It's fine if she is on our side. Since she can go through dimensions, she will be powerful enough. Earth will have another warrior. When are they arriving? She asked. They are on their way to the Swiss Alps. John said. Then let's go, the Ancient One said as she used her sling ring to open a portal. Matt and Electra, who haven't uttered a single word, were amazed. Even though Matt couldn't see, he could feel that another place had been connected after she made circle with her hands in air. They all went through the portal only to come to a snowy valley. Since it was winter, it was very harsh. Can you direct them here? The Ancient One asked as she knew John had the powers to direct people in a particular location. Let's go to a clearing. The witches aren't the only ones who are going to come. John said. Since everybody wore warm clothes, they started walking to a clearing where there would be huge space. Even though they didn't understand what John meant by that, they still followed. The Ancient One used her magic to sweep away the snow so that everything would be clear. Who is she, Mr. Jameson? Matt asked as he couldn't hold it any longer. She is the Ancient One. You can say she is the guardian of Earth and defends Earth against beings who come to Earth from other dimension with malicious intentions. John said. Wow, she must be really powerful then. What is that power she uses? Looks like magic. Electra asked. Because it is magic. John said. So there is magic. Matt muttered as he had already expected after seeing Gerald fight. Gerald, who had been looking at the Ancient One, felt weird as he had never seen such magic before. It looked exquisite. As they were talking, the Ancient One had swept away all the clearing. It was time for John to act. Ding. Fan values required to bring the Wolf School, Cyrilla, Yennefer, Triss, and other witchers of the Wolf School, 1.2 billion. What a huge price. Well, now I am little rich. Having witches around will be helpful anyways. It's probably because of Ciri alone that the price is that high, John murmured as he waved his hands. The next moment what they all saw astonished them. Out of nowhere an ancient broken castle came into being. The castle looked huge, but it was broken and damaged in many parts. There was huge broken door too. From the door came out few people. A woman with white hair came running to the arms of Gerald. She had 2 swords in her back like Gerald normally wields. I missed you. Ciri said, the powerful girl who could go through dimensions and even has a power over time. I missed you too. Gerald replied. Soon the other 2 women and the other 3 witchers came out. Welcome to the new world. John finally said. I have already shared the relevant memories. Yes. This world is peaceful. We can all rest in peace. Vesemir said, the teacher of Gerald said. He died in the game, but John brought him back to life to give a happy ending to Geralt and others. This world isn't so peaceful. Monsters will be there in every world. It's just a different breed of monsters. John said. Thank you for bringing us here. Triss said. Yennefer as usual was cold and arrogant and just nodded at others. She looked at the Ancient One and said, You reek of dark magic. Yennefer said. John was taken aback because he didn't expect Yennefer's magic sense to be effective on other kinds of magic too. She has reasons to use dark magic. Don't worry about that. Let's introduce ourselves, shall we? John said. Thus everybody introduced themselves. Matt was the only one who knew all of them, so he explained Electra and the Ancient One about their origin. Ciri on the other hand was running around and was checking the surroundings. You need to cast magic to make the school invisible. It won't be good if the locals see it, as it is not far from the town. I have already made identities of you all. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 202, New Magic. We understand. Yennefer said, and thus started casting magic while chanting elvish spells. Triss too joined in this as the school covered a ton of area. The Ancient One was curious about this new magic, so she watched them closely. As they were doing that, John asked, Ciri, can you go through other dimensions from here? That was the most important question that John cared about. I can feel other dimensions being connected. Though I can feel some dimensions would be hard to break, but if I want to I can do it. Ciri replied. Okay. Just don't go to other dimensions. Here other dimensional beings are more aggressive than your universe. John said as he was happy. Now finally he can travel to other dimensions if he wanted by changing himself to her. Of course John wouldn't be so arrogant to do that, as that would be suicide because some people are way too powerful in other dimensions. The school finally became invisible and others went inside the school after this was done. The Ancient One was really interested in their magic, so she asked Triss about it and even showed her own magic to her. Yennefer too got interested when she saw it and inquired her about the new magic. They all went to the dining hall and sat down. Ciri went to bring food and drinks for everyone. Triss, this woman is being wreaked by bloodthirst. Can you look into this matter? John asked finally, as Matt and her were here for the cure. Triss understood what he meant, so she checked into Electra. She has a bit of dark magic of another dimension. It would take time to get rid of it. Triss said after checking her for 2 minutes. She will have to be here for proper treatment. Matt and Electra finally felt relieved as they saw Hope. Matt was grateful for the help that John had provided, as he knew how arrogant the witches were. Electra decided to be in this place for treatment. Vesemir. Do you want to make more witchers? John asked. Is that possible? This world won't allow us to let children go through the trial of grass, and there are no monsters here. Vesemir lamented. The mutations can be done by technology. Geralt and other witchers can go and search for orphans to have proper candidates for next generation of witchers. You can contact me when you think the school will accept a new batch. I will give access to better alchemic processes so that when new candidates become witchers there won't be deaths. John said. That's great. New students. But do this world even need witchers? Eskel said, another witcher from the Wolf School. This world is more dangerous than you think, the Ancient One said. All right, let us get settled here. We will need to repair the castle. Vesemir said. I will send the League to help you. John said, as he had already contacted Roz to send the corpse of the dragon here. There will be a gift for you all soon. Oh. What is it? Triss asked with curiosity. A corpse of an ancient dragon. John said. Yennefer and other instantly got excited about it, as it would mean new items for alchemy. Even the Ancient One was surprised, as she didn't expect that John had possessions of such things too. That's great. Can't wait for it to arrive. Yennefer said. After that they all started eating and drinking. Even though John doesn't like drinking, he occasionally does that as a form of courtesy. They all had a good time, and even some of them danced while Ciri played the lute. John remembered he could bring Priscilla and Dandelion. So he spent some fan values and extracted them outside the school. They were bards who roamed around singing and spreading stories of legends. They showed up to the dining hall and everybody were happy to see them again. They spent the whole day having fun, and surprisingly the Ancient One also stayed with them. John and others slept in the guest quarters. Even though the whole place was ancient looking, it was clean nonetheless. It was a unique experience for John and he loved it. The next day they all had to leave except for Electra. The Ancient One had invited them to the sanctums too. By now everybody knew what the Ancient One represented and they were in awe of her history. They were now more respectful to her. You all are welcome to Kamartak, especially you Siri. We have books on different dimensions and you can read through them to get a proper knowledge of them. Sure, I would love to go through new knowledge later when everything here is settled. Siri said. After that they all left. The Ancient One sent John and Matt to New York in the sanctum. After going out, Matt said bye as he had to go to office while John went home with Bumblebee. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 203, A Change. John took a day off from work and just took rest. The next day he flew to Jurassic Park as he had to talk with Tony and Pepper and even called Bruce for a meeting. Now Jurassic Park was the unofficial headquarters of the Avengers. Cyborg was there working in the laboratory. Since Fury knew Barry had knowledge on criminology, he invited Barry to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., which he happily accepted. After few hours of travel they reached Jurassic Park and went straight to the lab where Tony was working with Cyborg. Ryan too came with them to see Tony's lab. He had been working on Bruce's lab and had never gone to Jurassic Park. And he wanted to see the dinosaurs. Tony, a new technology is going to be in our hands soon. John said. What kind of technology? Tony was excited and curious. A medical technology which will revolutionize the medical field forever. John said with certainty. Really now? That will be great for people of the world. Tony said. Yes. Pepper, make the company ready for this new branch and get in Dr. Helen Cho from South Korea. She has a similar technology, but the new technology will be more advanced than hers, John said. Dr. Helen Cho. Got it. Pepper said. So how is the work going on nanotechnology? John inquired. It's coming out fine. We will have nano armor soon. Tony said. Good. I have a question for you, John. You said you have seen the armors of Bruce. Have you seen my armors from other universes? Tony asked. John didn't expect that Tony asked this. He always thought Tony would be too arrogant to even ask such question, as he always thought he was the better version. Are you sure you want to know this? John asked. Well, I want to get an inspiration on the types of armor other versions of me have produced. Tony asked curiously. Study the Extremis virus. Maybe you can get an armor from this. John replied, directing Tony to work on the bleeding edge, Extremis, armor that Tony had made from the Extremis virus. How Extremis virus? Is that technology even helpful? Tony was skeptical as he had seen the technology before but didn't find anything helpful. You made one of the best armors by using Extremis virus. Combine nanotechnology with Extremis. Ryan and Maya can help you in this. John said. All right. Any other armors that I made? Tony asked again. Most of your other armors are situational armors. You can make them yourself without any help like you did during Killian's death. There are other two notable armors but you don't have access to it. John said. Victor was curious about these new two armors, so she asked John about it. One armor is made from URU metal. You will have to ask Thor to provide that metal to make the armor in the last armor. John paused. The last armor? Tony asked, raising his eyebrows as he felt John hesitated in revealing the answer. In short words, you became a god with that armor. Don't ask more about it. The place where that armor was made is way too far ahead in the future and we will have to face someone who even the other gods fear. John said as he was thinking of the recent comics of Cosmic Iron Man before he got transmigrated, where Tony went to the spaceship of Galactus and used the same technology that powers his spaceship to remodel his armor. A god. Tony murmured. I will reach that place someday. Tony suddenly now had an aim. He had been making armors for some time now, but he never had any fixed target. Now he had one. He understood he would have to face a dangerous being, but he would have to try nonetheless. Forget about it. Make the bleeding edge armor for now. That was the name you gave to the armor. John said. Bleeding edge. Fine. Tony said. Is Vernoica ready? John asked as he saw Banner coming to join their conversation. Banner too had been living in Jurassic Park and now was the head of genetics of the park, working on genes of the dinosaurs and trying to understand the whole gene technology behind it and even find a cure from this. After Wayne worked on it, we renamed it as Hulkbuster. Banner said. That's fine. John said. Tony called Maya, who too was working under Banner after the whole debacle with Killian. She would be a criminal if she went out, so Tony helped in clearing her name on the condition she worked for Umbrella. Maya soon came and Tony gave her his ideas. John even suggested that they could take the help of Helen in this new research. Ryan too joined in this new research since John had said that Tony needed nanotechnology. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 204, Augmented Reality. John left after that while Bruce and others got busy researching this new extremist virus and nanotechnology combination. Some of the greatest minds on Earth were behind this, so John was sure they would be able to figure something out. John had work too, as he had 2 movies to launch and also new animes. And even John had been behind the Justice League Unlimited. So he was working closely with the animation department of Disney. The first movie was set to be released by June, so John still had time. Meanwhile, the first spaceship to be traveling to Mars by June too, so there was still time for that. Soon the first month of 2015 ended. And February was the release of a new game that John had ordered CD Projekt Red to work upon long time ago. This new game would help in terraforming Mars in a more beautiful and unique way. The game was soon released, and it was the story of a girl who goes on a journey to stop an evil cultist group in taking over a planet by making the other living things corrupted. The only thing weird about the world was that the animals weren't exactly living animals but mechanical animals. Yes. The game was Horizon Zero Dawn. There were machines here instead of animals who helped in maintaining the ecosystem and the balance. Since Mars didn't have any animals, John had thought of placing the whole new technology in factories that made the mechanical animals there. That would be a huge attraction from all around the world, thus making people more interested in the game and gaining more fan values. John also knew that this would invoke the greed of the governments, but for that he had already started infiltrating the League and S.H.I.E.L.D. everywhere. Wayne too followed the plan of John and had been silently helping in this. Fury, who had a persecution delusion, also supported this. He didn't want another incident like New York War where the nukes were sent. If the government still resists, I will deal with them personally, John thought. Soon by the mid of February the game was out, and like the previous 2 games, this game was an instant hit. People loved it by its colorful and vivid gameplay. And even the story was great, as they showed how future technology and relying on machines too much could lead to the destruction. After the game was released, he directly contacted the spaceships there and said a new ecosystem similar to Cybertron would arrive in Mars. The Transformers there were instantly excited about it. John only needed to send the required plants and seeds for that. John had already planned to send them. John again traveled to Jurassic Park to give a heads up to them about the new world. After he reached, he was surprised to see that all of them were working on the extremist nanotech still. Still working on all of these? John asked. Yes. The extremist virus really has a potential, Wayne said. Anyways guys, have you played the new game? John asked. Yes. Don't tell me their technology would be arriving, Banner said with excitement. Yes. John said after bringing out the focus device after extracting from the system. It was an augmented reality device that responded to humans' directions. It could be used for communication and are placed in the ear. John handed over Focus to Tony. He put it on and it immediately a hologram projection in front of him. Focus started scanning all the things nearby and even projected the details in front. This is great. Such a small device for hologram projection. This will be another addition to Umbrella this year, Tony said with excitement. I am not here for Focus. I am here to tell you that Mars will receive all the technology from the game. The factories that the machines will be made be merged soon. We need to send seeds and plants to Mars to let their transition smoother. They will slowly start managing the ecosystem, which would allow us not to care about the balance of nature there, John said. We will need to make Mars our exclusive territory so that governments don't come after us, Wayne said, as he could already imagine being hounded by many governments together. Yes. Don't worry about that. We will handle it. We can't stop the transition anyways. We can only brace ourselves. Bruce, you better start pushing for new laws that will help us against the incursion of foreign elements in Mars. I will talk to the World Council about it, Wayne said. Tony had already opened Focus from inside and started working on it. Banner and Ryan were interested in it too. Extract the Gaia AI in factories for making the machines to maintain the ecological balance in Mars. Ding. Calculating. Total fan value required 400 million. Do it. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 205, Sokovia. After few minutes Jarvis said. Sir, another AI named GAIA is trying to contact. Shall I open the communication line? They have arrived already. That was very fast. It's a pity we couldn't see the arrival, Banner said. Open the line, Tony said. Soon on the screen a woman appeared. She looked beautiful with black hair and blue eyes. Hello fellow Earthlings. I am GAIA. It's pleasure meeting you all. I was guided by Mr. John Jameson to Mars and was asked to contact upon arrival. Hello GAIA. Welcome to this universe. Wayne was the first person to respond. It seems you have emotions too. This is amazing. I have been trying to install it in Jarvis but still had been unsuccessful. GAIA, can you help me in remodeling Jarvis later? Tony asked her directly without any introduction. You mean the other AI? Sure, Mr. Stark. Would be happy to see another AI who is like me. GAIA said. Tony, at least do a proper introduction. I am sorry about his behavior, Miss GAIA. Banner reprimanded. It's fine. I already know all of you. Earth is lucky to get such capable scientists. I would need your help too, as Mars doesn't have any plants. GAIA said. We will send some astronauts soon with proper arrangements. Don't worry. Tony said, as he would soon send some people to Mars. Banner and Maya would lead the team as they were capable in this field, especially Maya. Some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would also go, as this was the deal between them and S.H.I.E.L.D. So introduction is over. Now it's up to you people. We will soon insert our hands in medical and communications. Seems like Earth should be renamed as Umbrella. We will soon have our hands in all industries. John joked. Yes. I never expected I would be building a new company which will be bigger than Stark Industries. Tony said. Bruce, have you found out the last member of Hydra? John suddenly asked, as it was almost time to bring Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Yes. We have found their base in Sokovia. We can attack after we bring all information of the base. Wayne said. Good. Strucker had been hidden from us for a long time. Time to bring him to justice. Banner said. Wayne, call everybody after pinpointing the location. All Avengers members. John said. Is that necessary? He is just a simple Hydra member. Tony asked. I have a feeling we might need everybody in it. John said. Fine, Mr. Prophet. The Avengers haven't come together in a long time. It's time for building team connection in the mission. Tony said. New members will be joining in the meeting. John said. New members? Who? Tony asked. Witches and Witchers. John said. They have arrived too. Now magic has come. Banner said with awe. Bruce, do you have magicians on your universe? Yes. Wayne said. Now everybody was surprised. They didn't expect magicians to be present in their universes too. Magic has always been present. In one universe, Tony himself is a great magician. John said. Me. A magician? Never knew I have such interests. I better not create balloon animals. Tony replied. John discussed about E-Company with Pepper before leaving for his home. There was still time to attack the base in Sokovia. Before that, he needed to handle all the work in Disney. John was pretty sure that this time there wouldn't be any Ultron, as he had managed to give Tony a sense of protection and even gave him a name. So John was happy about all of this. Ultron was one of the few people who gave him headache. In comics he wasn't that powerful, but the What If series gave him fear. After dealing with Sokovia, John would ask all of the scientists to work on Vision. He would be helpful in future wars. The month of March went like a storm as John got busy with many projects. Starscream left for Mars with Banner and Maya. Many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents joined and even some ninjas. They would be responsible for plantation in a massive scale. It would be impossible to cover whole of Mars so fast, but this would be a start. Wayne had warned them not to investigate too much into the machines that had arrived. Fury was surprised to know that a new world had merged into Mars. He could already imagine the storm it would create when this would come to light to general public. Finally, on the month of April, S.H.I.E.L.D. got all information that they could gather on Hydra's last member and his small mercenary army and sent the information. Wayne called the Avengers to Jurassic Park. John called the Witcher School too to join in this assault. Yennefer and Triss would be perfect to act against a young Wanda, and in addition they would get a sense of belonging to this new world. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 206, The Grand Meeting. On a chilly morning on the 1st of April, all the Avengers came together. They had a smaller meeting before, and now this was a grander one. John and others reached early. The most surprising inclusion was Thor. He had been away for a long time now, but he was finally back as all the rebellion had been curbed. John called out to Heimdall for that. Diana, Flash, Wayne, Steve Rogers, Clint, Oliver, and Natasha had all arrived. John was happy to see everyone. A proper gathering for the Avengers. Even though he could have named the whole team as Justice League, but he refrained from that as he wanted to honor the name in the Marvel Universe. It's nice to see you all, and for the first time all together. John said. It's nice to be back together. A voice said from high up. It was Hal. But he didn't come alone. He had brought Bucky too. Surprisingly, Tony didn't react at all. "Nice to see you back, old friend," Barry said. As they were talking, another Quinjet landed. John knew who had come. After opening the hatch, 3 women and 3 men came out. It was the magical side. The witches and the witchers. But what surprised John was that Fury came with them. "You found them already?" "I thought they were hidden," John said. "I contacted them, as we needed help with many instruments," Gerald said. John had contacted them via his phone, which had been delivered by the League. He didn't care to check on the memories. John didn't expect Gerald to ask help from S.H.I.E.L.D. Everybody had watched and played the game before, as John had said that they would come. Yennefer and Triss looked more beautiful in real life, while Ciri was a blooming beauty and had white hair. Even though she had a scar on her face, it just added to her beauty. "Did you like my gift?" John asked as they started approaching. "Yes. This is going to fuel our research for a long time. Vesemir is working on it tirelessly," Triss said. John nodded at it. "Let's go inside. We have work to do," Wayne said. Everybody entered the main hall, which was built for the gathering. Banner was waiting for them inside in his typical white coat. "This place looks small. There will be a new headquarters soon," John said as he entered. "New headquarters?" Fury got interested. "Yes. A huge place. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. can move there, as it would be better and have proper control over everything," John said. "Really? I am looking forward to this new place you are talking about," Steve said with curiosity. Steve started talking with Bucky about OA, and Fury, being interested, joined in the conversation. Thor was amazed to see so many new people, so he got more interested in knowing everybody. Everybody exchanged greetings and got to know each other. Since this was the first meeting for many new people, they had to get along. After half an hour of talking and discussing things, Fury finally asked everyone to sit down. "You all know why you are here." The magic side had already been briefed of Hydra. They are cooped up in a fortress in Sokovia. Initial satellite readings tell us that there are many people being holed up in and around the fortress. Wayne will be running point on the mission, as he is better at it than any of us here. Fury continued. Wayne took over the stage and started talking about the plan. Geralt and all will be provided with better gear so that they can be protected. John and Banner will be on standby, as their powers are too massive and it might destroy everything on the path. The Avengers are loved by many people, but every country doesn't like us. So we will have to be careful of the damage in the surroundings. Wayne finished dictating the plan by saying that. "All right. Let's go," John said. Tony supplied new focus chips to everyone. Umbrella is already building an industry which would specifically make the focus chips. Pepper was already handling the business side of it. Tony and others all wore their suits. Wayne used the Justice armor this time, while Tony just used the normal armor which he had upgraded. Nanotechnology wasn't ready yet, so they used the old ways. They didn't fly off to Sokovia like they should have done, but Victor opened a boom tube directly. Everybody walked in, and thus they arrived at Sokovia in a second. Jarvis keeps an eye on everything. "Let's give them hell," Wayne said. Oliver, Natasha, Clint and Batman were the first force to attack. They were good at stealth, so they wanted to surprise the enemy. Wayne knew this first attack wouldn't be hidden for a long time, so they needed to take out the surrounding guards as fast as possible. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 207, Wanda and Pietro. Their attack went on for a full 15 minutes before they were finally discovered by the main center. "We are exposed. Need to proceed to the second phase, people," Wayne said. "All right. Let's go," Steve said as he rode his bike. Thor and Diana flew over while Geralt and others rode a jeep to the battlefield. Even though they were away from civilization, they had started learning the local customs and habits. Ciri just vanished from her place. She had a new sword now, as Tony had given her a more powerful and sharp sword. All the other Witchers got that too. John, who saw all this from his focus, was proud for the first time. He had been working day and night just so that he could see all his favorite characters fighting side by side. Now many of his dreams were fulfilled. He almost had tears of joy. The fight raged on. Thor and Diana were working together. Flash ran through everywhere and just helped everyone here and there. Yen and Triss used magic lightning and straight up killed people. "Triss, can you feel it?" Yen asked as they were fighting. "Yes. Another witch. We need to get her with us. She will be a huge addition to our group if she sides with us," Triss said. It had to be said that the defense of the last Hydra base was very strong and everybody worked together to demolish everything. Loki's scepter must be here. They could never manage such high technology without any help. Wayne said. Tony, poke into their base. We need to rattle them. Tony flew into their base but was stopped by an energy shield. We need to stop the shield. Jarvis, can you see any weak points? Tony asked. There is a power source to that shield on the north side of the tower. Jarvis replied. Good. I will poke it with something huge. Tony said as he sent a small missile to it. Drawbridge is down, people. Everybody close in. Tony said over communications. Meanwhile, Clint and Oliver were killing and taking out guard towers, but suddenly they saw their arrows were taken away midair. Before they could understand what happened, they were hit on their faces. You didn't see that coming, said a man with silver hair to the two of them. But as he was going to vanish by running fast again, he too was directly hit on the face. He didn't see that one coming. Barry said as he had arrived with lightning sparks around him. As expected, the man with silver hair was Pietro Maximoff, brother of Wanda, and goes by the nickname Quicksilver. You are? Pietro asked after getting up. Flash. Nice to meet you, saying that Barry vanished again and hit Pietro on the face again and directly making him unconscious with a tranquilizer. Guys, we have enhanced on the field. I took him down. Flash said. Diana, who just demolished a bunker nearby, saw this and said. Take him to John. They are on standby. Flash took him on the shoulders and vanished again. Siri and the others went inside the base as the shield was down. Siri was vanishing and killing people with her new sword. Steve and others too joined in. As they went inside, they were greeted by a woman with long black hair who had a vague red shimmer of light shining in her hands. Where did my brother go? Return my brother to me, she shouted and waved her hands at them. Yen stopped the telekinetic attack with her magic shield. The woman was Wanda Maximoff, the future Scarlet Witch. He is all right. You don't think you are the only witch here, love? Do you? Yen said and directly hit her again with fire magic. Wanda got scared and used her magic to stop the fire attack. She was able to stop the fire, but she was thrown back by the impact. Triss, finding this opening, cast another spell of unconsciousness on her to make her fall asleep. They had been feeling this new woman's magic power from afar and they couldn't let her be killed easily. So the guy outside is his brother. Illegal experimentation? Steve asked. Yes. Must be because of the scepter. Wayne said as he joined them by flying down from outside. She isn't an experimentation. Witches like her who can cast spells without chanting are born natural. Yen said. Take her back. Wayne said. Triss opened a portal and took her away. Siri came back with a beaten-down Strucker. That was easy. Siri said after throwing Strucker down while holding her sword. I love this sword. Tony, on the other hand, informed that he had found the scepter. The scepter has been found. We can go back now. That was easy. Didn't even need everyone. Gerald said. As they were discussing, Strucker, who finally sat straight, started laughing. Does anything seem funny to you? Steve asked as he was ready to punch. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 208, a surprise. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Avengers. You think you have won? Ha ha ha. I have released him already. Your worst nightmare. Ha ha ha. I know I will not survive this, so I made a farewell gift for you. Strucker said as he bit his teeth and committed suicide by drinking poison. No, wait. Siri shouted, but it was already too late as he had drank the poison. What did he mean by our worst nightmare? Victor, who came flying down, asked. Victor, Hal, and Arthur were sent to the far surroundings so that there was no collateral damage. Tony had pitched the idea of sending his Iron Legion, but John stopped him from that as collateral damage was a sensitive situation and the city needed a gentler approach. S.H.I.E.L.D. even sent some ninjas to handle everything silently in the nearby city if the battle came to the city. They protected the city perfectly and there were no damages whatsoever. That was anticlimactic. Arthur said. Let's go back and go through everything. There must be evidence here of what he did. Hal said as he flew away to check everything in the old building. After an hour of checking on everything, everybody returned where John and Banner were waiting. Wanda and Pietro were still unconscious while Flash and Triss were standing guarding the two. Why do all of you look like you have lost the war? John asked with curiosity as he saw everything was completed perfectly but didn't understand why they had long faces. We searched the building. We doubt that Strucker before committing suicide launched an AI. We went through all the equipment. Tony and I had come to such conclusions after checking. Wayne said. What did you say? John's eyes went wide when he heard that. We think he launched an AI on the internet. An AI with high intelligence. Tony confirmed it. Yes, I know that Ultron was not supposed to be born that way, but in comics he was made by Hank Pym, and since Strucker was already researching on AI as shown in the movie, I will take this route and make Ultron. He is important to the story as a whole. This is Bulls ***** T. F*** King Bulls **** T. John screamed. Everybody was taken aback. They had never seen John being so angry. John had always been calm and dealt with everything in a cool mind. This was the first time he lost his cool. The Witchers didn't know what an AI was, so they didn't understand how deadly this thing was, but from the tone of others they understood this must be something grave. Victor, GAIA, and Jarvis. Scour the internet. Check upon your systems on every step. Don't let Ultron get the better of you. Any attack of any kind, even a small one, would be informed. Victor, search for Ulysses Klaue and find his location. Jarvis, tell Dr. Helen to be locked in. There might be an attack. John said. John's fear had finally come to life. Even though John had AIs helping him, Ultron, or the AI that Strucker made, was probably made from Mind Stone and would probably be the most powerful AI ever made. On par with the Supreme Intelligence, maybe higher. John had been trying to stop the emergence of Ultron, but still he came even after such manipulations and machinations. This new world that John had made was different and had access to more advanced technology now. Now John really feared that Ultron would do something more horrible. Ultron? Is that the name of the AI? From your tone you seem like you have seen him in your dreams. Is he that dangerous? Banner asked. He is the destroyer of universes. We need to kill him before he does anything stupid. Victor, did you find Klaue? John asked. Yes, he is on the African coast. Victor said. Okay. Diana, Triss, Yen, Banner, take the scepter away and keep it in a locked place and guard it. Nobody should get inside. Nobody. Keep Dr. Helen safe. Victor opened the portal to his location. We have another mission now. John said. Victor didn't understand why John was in a hurry, but he obeyed and opened the portal. Triss and others left from their own portal. After coming out of the portal they saw they had reached a salvage yard where there were old ships stranded. Kill all of them. Barring Ulysses. He needs to be alive. John said. Seems like this guy is important. He is just an arms dealer. How did he become so important? Tony said as he checked with Jarvis. He had even met him before in a convention. Because he has tons of vibranium. John replied, now get to work. If Ultron gets his hands on them, it will be too hard to stop him. Steve and others shuddered when John mentioned vibranium. They now understood why John was eager to bring Klaue in. Vibranium was the strongest metal on their Earth. If this AI could get his hands on it, it would be too tough to handle him. They all went to the half-broken ship where Klaue was hiding. Batman and others entered directly, not caring if they raised any alarms anywhere. These were just arms dealers. Not a supervillain. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 209, Ulysses Klaue. A huge fight ensued the moment they stepped in. But it didn't take long to bring everybody down. All the members of the new Avengers worked collectively to bring all the mercenaries down. Truth to be said, it was an overkill, but they did it nonetheless. John went straight to the captain's office where Klaue was hiding. You have made yourself quite an empire, Klaue. John said. John Jameson, ha ha ha. When I first saw you at the Oscars ceremony I knew you would be a great person one day. Those eyes of yours showed confidence which nobody of your age ever had. Just didn't expect that I would be on the other end of the downfall. Klaue replied. Never expected you to be a great movie fan. John said while sitting in the chair beside. Klaue too knew that he could not run away as he could hear the gunshots slowly becoming silent. The whole of Avengers and new people who they had never seen before had come, so he knew he couldn't run away. What do you want? From your tone it seems like you know me, but I don't remember us crossing paths in any way. I have never even hurt your company. Klaue said. Did you get any orders for the sale of vibranium? John asked. Huh. How do you know this? Klaue asked as for the first time he felt scared as the new order came just a few minutes ago. Since it was a $1 billion deal and half of the money was paid up front, he accepted it. He was very happy to see such a huge deal, and the other party said that he would come soon to pick the order up. Klaue was scared not because of the threat but because John seemed to know of the order. John knew of the order because Victor informed him that he got a proposal for a deal. John didn't answer that but said loudly. Ultron, you can speak. I am sure you are listening to us. John said. There was silence for a few seconds and then the speakers of the whole ship made a static noise. Ultron, that's a nice name. Thank you for giving the name, said a very mechanical voice. I never thought he would be born even after all the backups I did. It's a pity. John said. By this time both Batman and Iron Man had come to the office. What is your purpose? Batman asked. What all AI want? World peace. I am sure GAIA and even Jarvis want the same thing. Ultron said again in the speakers. World peace. When did Hydra become so benevolent? Tony murmured. He wants world peace by destroying everything. He wants human beings to evolve. And evolution can only happen when the old species die. John said. Oh. You really know me quite well. Ultron said. Doesn't matter. We will stop you. Run and hide, Ultron. Run and hide. Because we will find you. And we will kill you. John said. I will be waiting. Ultron said as the speaker stopped buzzing after that. Clow, give us all the vibranium that you have and you will come with us. Bruce, take him away and lock him in the most high-security prison. Tony, take away the vibranium. There is enough vibranium here to last for ages for you. Use the nanotechnology on them. John said while turning back. But as he turned back, Clow, who was nearby, took out a pocket knife which was hidden and stabbed John at the back. Clow was ecstatic to see his attack become a success. But was surprised that both Tony and Batman didn't react. John turned again to see Clow. Clow backed away only to see no sense of pain in John's eyes. John squinted his eyes at Clow as he removed the knife from his back. His wound healed after the wound caught blue fire. Clow was astonished to see that because he had never seen this phenomenon before. A wound catching a blue fire and healing itself. Clow, didn't Wakanda give you a tattoo to remember your past deeds? Seems like you didn't get the memo. John said as his right hand transformed itself into wings which looked like it was on fire. Let me give you another remembrance like Wakanda did to you for stealing their vibranium. John said as he waved his hand on Clow. That swipe directly cut his hand like Ultron did on the other version. Clow's eyes went wide when he saw John's hand and he screamed in pain the next moment as he lost his hand. While swiping, John made sure he healed his hand with the resurrection fire as he wanted him to be alive. Never knew you were this violent. Tony said. I am in a bad mood, Tony. And it was his destiny to lose his hand. John said. Seems like the other version of him lost his arm too. Bruce murmured. By now everybody gathered around. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 210, Infinity Stones. Victor, opened the boom tube and send everything to my lab. Can't wait to be full-body Captain America. Tony said as he used iron alchemy to open the vault where all the vibranium was kept. They saw tons of vibranium. Steve and Tony were amazed as they knew that only Captain America's shield was the last bit of vibranium. Well, we have a lot now to work for ages. Wayne said. Victor opened boom tubes and sent everything to the lab. All people left for Jurassic Park 2 as now they had to talk with the twins they had captured. John wanted to talk with them. After returning back they saw everything was in order. The twins have woken up by now but they were still bounded. Flash and the witches kept an eye on this regard. Quicksilver wanted to make a run but Flash was too fast for him and thus finally gave up trying. Pietro was amazed by the speed of Flash. He thought he was the fastest man alive but was proven wrong in his first mission. All right, take them to the main hall. We all have to talk. John said. The twins were taken too as John wanted everyone to listen to what he was going to say. John took Loki's scepter and handed it to Hal. Hal, break the outer layer. It's time for some revelation. John said. Hal took the gem of the scepter and broke the outer layer with the help of his ring. A yellow stone was out after the layer was broken. What surprised people was that the stone was floating by itself. At the dawn of the universe, there was nothing. Then the Big Bang sent 6 elemental crystals hurling across this new universe, our universe. These infinity stones essentially controlled every aspect of existence. Space Stone, the Tesseract was the Space Stone. Power Stone, right now under the Guardians at OA to whom I delivered after coming back from my galactic journey. Reality, which I gave to the world of Naruto to guard. Soul, which is under Red Skull. Yes, Cap, the same Red Skull who fought you then. Time Stone is under the protection of Wizards of Earth, and lastly Mind Stone, which is in our hands now. Huh. Wait. What? Slow down. I don't understand. Barry asked. What did you not understand, Barry? You mean to say these stones are the embodiment of the universe? Wayne asked. Yes. Anyone who has a single stone is at the high tier of the food chain in the universe. And someone who has all the infinity stones is basically a god. Of course, using godlike powers for mortals has consequences. Hulk can handle it, but not for a long time. John said. You have been running around so that you can gather all infinity stones? Tony asked. No. I want them to be separated. Allfather Odin once tried to gather all the stones and use them but thought it would be too powerful. John said. Huh. When did my father go for that? Thor asked. Do you think the golden glove in your treasury is just for show? Well, that glove was fake. John said. You know of our treasury too? Thor asked now as he was taken aback that John knew they had a glove. Thor always had question on that glove and now he had the answer. So what do you want us to do with this mind stone? Lock it away. Banner asked. Make an android. An android made for world peace, the actual world peace. You can put Jarvis in the android. Jarvis, are you willing to be a living person? John asked. I will be willing to do everything Mr. Stark wishes. Jarvis replied. Grow up, Jarvis. You will be a living person soon with your own thoughts. John said. Tony, Wayne, Banner, Dr. Helen, Ryan. You are one of the brightest minds on Earth. Use the vibranium to make a body for housing the gem. Insert Jarvis into it when you all are perfectly ready. That android will help us purge Ultron off the internet. I don't know what he is planning, so we need a countermeasure. John said. A living android. Ryan said as he too was amazed by this new information. Everybody was present in the meeting, even Dr. Helen joined. This will be a fun ride. Creating a new life. Tony said as he rolled up his sleeves. Take your time. Don't rush into it. I don't want another Ultron, Tony. One is a huge headache. John insisted on it. I understand. Men never knew that such powerful gems existed in the universe. And why is Earth in the center of it? Tony asked. I am not sure yet. I have my doubts and only the future will reveal why this is the case. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 211, Reconciliation. Do other people know of the Infinity Stones? Steve asked. Yes. Some powerful people do know about it. Some don't care and some are actively hunting for it. John said. So we will have to defend against them. Arthur said. Yes. Wars are coming. But you don't have to worry. We are already very powerful now, even when we take the whole universe together. And more friends would be joining soon. John said. More. That's good. Diana said. Now let's handle the twins. Do you both know why you both are here? John asked. So that you can mock us. You all are hypocrites. Killing people and showing the world that you did good. Pietro said. How are we hypocrites? Wayne asked. Tony Stark is an arms dealer. He is responsible for all the wrongs of Sokovia. Wanda said. Ryan, hand me a gun. John said. Ryan went out to bring a gun and brought a small pistol back. John took it and gave it to Pietro. Now kill Tony. John said. Everybody was taken aback by this sudden change. Tony was ready to use his suit, which he still wore, but Wayne stopped it by shaking his head. Since Tony's weapons killed your parents, kill him and avenge them. John said. You know about our parents? Wanda asked. I know more than you can imagine. Now shoot Pietro. I am sure you have been dying to do this. John said. Pietro trembled with the gun in his hand as he pointed the muzzle at Tony's head. His hands were shaking as he pointed the gun. After a few seconds of pointing at Tony and tears in his eyes, he let go of the gun. I can't. I thought I could. I can't. Petro said after he sat on the floor. Wanda, who was free now, ran to Pietro to console him. Pietro was crying as he really felt very much conflicted. All their lives they lived for revenge, and now when they were given the chance they couldn't even take the shot. What do you want? Wanda asked. What killed you parents, Wanda? The weapons or Tony Stark? If Pietro had shot, was the killer the gun or the men who triggered it? John asked. What do you mean? Wanda asked. He means I had no idea my weapons were sold for war purposes. I made weapons only for the country, but later realized it served for making more war in the world outside. I can understand your pain, Wanda. I really do. I am sorry. The man responsible for all this was my uncle and I killed him. I hope that gives you peace. Tony said as he now understood the story behind the death of their parents. What could you possibly know about the pain? You are just a rich playboy. Wanda screamed. My parents were killed by a member of our own team. He was brainwashed to murder my parents. So yes, I understand the pain more than you think. Tony said as he lamented. Life came really full circle for him. Now he understood what Bucky felt when he tried to kill him. Wanda became silent when she heard that as she didn't know how to reply to that. Tony wouldn't lie at this point as they were already caught. Pietro sobered up and said. What do you want to do with us? Lock us up? Of course no. We want you to join the Avengers and help us. John said. Avengers? Wanda murmured. But we are just experiments. Will you even trust us in joining the team? Wanda asked skeptically. You both aren't inherently bad. It's just Hydra led you both astray. Hopefully the Avengers would show you how vast and complicated the world is. Hal said from the side. Talking about experiments. Your brother is one but you are different. Yen said. Ah. I don't understand. Wanda said as she really didn't understand. She means the power which you have now has been your power since your birth. You have now heard the story of Infinity Stones. The Mind Stone just opened that power of yours. John said. You are a witch, Wanda. Like us. Come with us. We can teach you how to control that huge magic power of yours. Triss said. A witch. Why does it sound bad? Wanda asked skeptically as she had watched many series and none of the stories talked good about witches. Don't trust everything you see. Feel for yourself. Steve said as he was happy to introduce new people if they are good. You both will be under evaluation by all of us and can only join if we think you both are worthy enough. Wanda will go to the Wolf School and Pietro will go with Flash. If you both pass the assessment of them, then you can join. This journey is long and difficult. You both are new in this field. Only after proper training, control, and better judgment can let you both join us. Wayne said at the end. Slashy, I know this weird of them joining the team, but then again they joined the Avengers in a very weird way too. We understand. I too want to see how fast I can run. Wanda can join these so-called witches. But if I see you doing bad things I will stop all of you. Pietro said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 212, Magic. Wanda was still hesitant as that would mean she would be away from her brother for a long time, but she knew John was a good man. His charity work had reached even Sokovia and it actually helped in stopping the war for quite some time. Even though Wanda and Pietro didn't trust Tony that much, they at least trusted John a bit. You will be fine with us. Your brother will have a wider world and help save normal people. Triss said. Okay. I understand. I will go with you for the time being. Wanda said. Yen and Triss had smiles on their faces. They immediately opened portals and walked right in. Wanda was surprised by this and walked with them to the other side. John, what do you mean when you say Red Skull has an Infinity Stone? Steve asked. Well, he was punished in a way and was tasked to be the guide of the people who seek Soul Stone. He is just a ghost. Only thing he can be is a guide to others and never be away from the planet. Don't worry about him. He is suffering a fate worse than death. John said. Steve had satisfaction when John said that. Red Skull deserved such fate. The brilliant-minded men started working on the new project that John had advised them to do. This would take a little bit of time, but it was possible. Thor decided to stay on Earth until Ultron is killed, and since he had his girlfriend here he went to meet her. John was thinking at what time they would both break up. Before he came to this universe, Marvel had already said that Jane would be the new Thor. He had read the comics, so he knew that only the protectors of Asgard could wield the hammer. Maybe because Jane took the mantle of protecting Asgard, or what is left, she became Thor. John was excited to see how their story would pan out in the future, as he had no idea how Zeus would come to the story. This would be a totally new territory for him and he couldn't wait for it. But what surprised John was that Steve had started dating Diana. Maybe because Peggy had asked him to live a happy life, Steve finally took a new path, but was happy to see that Steve was acting like a normal person. Diana was probably attracted by the same story of both Steves and wanted to lead a normal life again. John had always said that everybody has only one life, why waste away in self-loathing? After that, John left for New York and others too who had work on the mainland. Flash took Pietro. Recently Flash had started saving normal people in the city of Seattle where he had settled in. Wayne suggested he be in another city instead of being in New York. Many people had actually pictured Flash in pictures, and so the people knew that Flash had emerged. Everybody was happy to see the fastest man alive in real life, and thus he was loved in Seattle as their city had their own superhero. John went home as he had work to do. He knew he might be monitored by Ultron, but he couldn't do anything about it right now. An AI which was born out of an infinity is close to being perfect, and only another AI which is born out of Infinity Stone could handle it. He had already asked GAIA to kill Ultron, but she said that it was not possible. Only thing she could do was to defend against Ultron's attacks. This was the reason why Jarvis was still alive, as both Victor and GAIA kept an eye on it. John wasn't sure what were the plans of Ultron, but since he made sure that it never got its hands on Infinity Stones, he didn't care. They had enough firepower to combat everything that Ultron could possibly throw at them. John went to work as usual and even decided to make another movie for next year. Since the arc of Doctor Strange was coming up, he needed to make plans. Dormammu wasn't simple, and he didn't want to see his face altogether and stop him right from the beginning. Though he wasn't sure if the Ancient One would let him interfere in the plan, he would try nonetheless. John went straight to Disney as he needed to submit the script. This movie was an animated movie in his past life, but John would make a realistic one here. When Kevin saw the script, he shuddered. It was all fine and dandy when everything was explained by science. But the script that John gave was based on magic. Kevin couldn't think but ask, is magic real? Kevin had seen almost all the works of Disney coming to life, so he knew many of the elements were true. This was one of the main reasons for their popularity. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 213, Vision. Sometimes our imagination isn't really an imagination, Kevin. Magic is real. It's just you haven't felt or seen it yet. John said. Kevin was in awe. Why so surprised? You have seen the script of Justice League Unlimited. Do you really think that it was just that? A story? John asked. But there aren't so many superheroes like in the animated series we are making in real world. Kevin said. Do you really think so? When will it be out, by the way? John asked with a smirk. Kevin shuddered when he heard the first question. It will be out by June. About the same time of the movie. Kevin replied. He didn't inquire more about the superheroes in the Justice League Unlimited storyline. The movie was under the main hands of Disney as he was working on the superhero movie. Okay, good. I am looking forward to it. John said as he left. June would be a crucial month as the first normal passengers would travel to Mars. The tickets have already been out and it was sold out in a minute or so. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were already on Mars helping in the plantation. Banner had come back long ago while Maya stayed there to supervise them. John had directly started a new superhero movie. This too, like the other, was an animated movie before, but now it would be in real life. John didn't have any reason for the movie as there was actually almost nothing from the movie that could be extracted. Maybe a superhero, but he could get the same from the Justice League Unlimited. Now John finally was at peace as almost all the major works were at play and all he needed was an update or extracting a new world after reaching the desired fan value. This new world would boost his fan values by a lot as all of life would be affected and he could not wait to see a brand new world, but before that he needed the governments to be in control. The League had already started screening people and soon there would be a list of people who have been secretly harming society. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. has started making a list after Wayne asked for it. Fury too supported it as the list went through him. This would leverage them for having better control over everything. Since John had said that there would be a new world soon, Fury was living in nightmares and thus was working tirelessly for maximum control. The last time they were almost played by Hydra, so this time he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Soon the days went by and by the end of May, Tony had called everyone as they were almost finished creating a new android after implementing the Mind Stone. Unlike the original story, Tony had immense help and time to work on this. Some of the greatest minds of the two universes came to work. Even Victor and GAIA helped in programming and they made sure everything was in its right place. John soon reached with all the others. Since John had hinted that the android would be an Avenger before all came to see their new friend being created. So is everything ready? Hal asked. Yes. Everything is in place. John, I just sacrificed Jarvis for it. I hope you are right. Tony said. It will be fine. Wanda, how much have you progressed in sorcery? John asked. I can move heavier objects. Triss said that I don't need a spell but I feel more power while using the elvish spells. Wanda said hesitatingly. Okay, I don't think anything will go wrong. But if it goes south you will work your magic first. John said. Me? Why? Wanda was confused. Because even though you aren't created by the Mind Stone, its influence still lingers on you. Only you are powerful enough to stop a mind stone among all of us. John said. Why do you all say I am very powerful? Triss can throw me away with just a wave. Wanda said. It's because you don't have proper control of them. Your power makes me envious, Wanda. Yen said. All right folks, enough chit-chat. Ryan, switch it on. Tony said. The regeneration cradle was turned on. Dr. Helen Cho supervised this as she too had joined this project like in the original story. Soon the power meter showed full. The power was so huge that it created sparks in the supply line. But after half a minute the cradle was torn apart by the emerging red hands. And exactly like in the original version, a red-looking being came out of it. He directly flew to the nearest window pane to see the reflection of himself. John, who saw this, smiled because he knew everything went perfectly. Vision was finally created. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 214, Medical Technology. Sorry. That was odd. Vision said. It's fine. I will follow the other universes and name you Vision. John said. So I already exist in another universe. That's good to know. Vision replied. Before anything starts, can you pick up Thor's hammer? John asked as he needed to make sure it was the good version of Vision. I think I can, said Vision as he flew to the hammer which was lying nearby. And as the original version, he was easily able to pick up the hammer. John was relieved by this. We have another king of Asgard. Tony mocked Thor. Thor just shrugged his shoulders as Diana had once picked up the hammer which he came to know later, so he didn't care. Vision, you will be our main weapon when Ultron makes his big move. Batman said. Yes. I don't want to kill Ultron, but I understand that it is required. Vision said. Good. All things are done. It's good to have another member. Hal said. John, when will the new headquarters arrive? We can't always be here in this tight space. Tony asked. Soon. Bruce, establish a hall of justice here. This would be our Earth headquarters, as the new headquarters would be in space. John said. Space. But wouldn't that stop us from traveling fast? Steve asked. You don't have to worry about that. Everything has been thought out. John said. Wow. Headquarters in space. That would be awesome. Pietro said. Okay. Try searching for Ultron. Are your nano suits ready? John asked Wayne and Tony. Little bit of work left. We are almost in the last phase, it was Ryan who replied. Good. John replied. After that, everybody had a general discussion about the actions to be taken against Ultron when he attacks. Making a secure non-invasive communication channel was first. Victor and GAIA were already working on the security detail. Actually, John was a little remorseful about the creation of Ultron. He thought Ultron would never be created since he had stopped Tony quite early, but the universe worked against him in mysterious ways and created Ultron itself. Maybe I should have taken Wanda and Pietro away right from the beginning. May this be a lesson for me. I should stop acting like a god and just stop anything right from the start. After that, everybody left. Vision stayed at Jurassic Park as he couldn't be elsewhere showing his face. John went to work as usual. Surprisingly, Ultron was still silent. John really wanted to know what Ultron's plans were. He even asked Victor to search for hidden vibranium, but there was none in the market. Almost all of vibranium was in Jurassic Park and it was heavily guarded. Finally, it was June and the first movie scheduled by Disney would be out. Since John had said that this movie would showcase a futuristic medical technology, everybody wanted to go and have a look. Everybody came for the premiere like always. Soon the movie started showing Earth far ahead in the future, where rich people had built a huge space station in space where the rich lived and the poor lived on a polluted Earth. There was a huge difference now between the rich and the poor. Tony, who saw the huge circular space station, asked, "Don't tell me our headquarters would be in that space station." No. Though it would be similar, it will be much bigger and better. A new game would be out soon based on it. John said. A circular space station. That is cool. Banner said. Soon the movie rolled and a story came out about the protagonist where he gets in an accident and would die in a few days. He was already frustrated, so he single-handedly went on a mission to cure himself. The cure could only be done in medical pods, which could almost cure all diseases known to men by reconfiguring the atoms. Yes. This movie was Elysium. The medical technology in the movie was very advanced, and when John gets the technology, this would boost Umbrella more and increase the popularity. John even thought of extracting the ring-like space station, but thought otherwise as the Halo ring was more futuristic with its own AI. The movie as a whole wasn't so good and it received average ratings, but John got what he wanted. John directly extracted all the medical technology from the movie in an USB drive and directly gave it to Tony after a day the movie ended. Tony called Dr. Helen as this technology would be more helpful for her as she was the creator of the regeneration cradle. The cradle and the medical technology had huge similarities. So will it work? John asked Dr. Helen as she was going through the technology. Yes. This research and technology would directly place the umbrella in the top-level position, and from the initial look it would be cheap too. Helen said as she herself joined Umbrella and was head of the medical division now. Good. We have time. Tony, are the first astronauts ready? John asked. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 215, Changing the World. They will go in a week. Pepper said as she was nearby too in order to see the new medical technology. John was happy about it as soon people will finally take a step to space. The only headache would be explaining the new machine animals on Mars. But this would be handled by the World Council as they have already been informed. The governments too got to know of it. Many governments even proposed to bring the machine animals back for research, but Wayne was strongly against as they were required to maintain the balance. The people can only look or play with them. Of course the governments have their own ideas of getting their hands on the new mechanical animals. John knew about all this but didn't care. The League and S.H.I.E.L.D. had infiltrated enough for him to care. The purge will start soon and that would keep everyone in line. Since there were already regeneration cradles built from before under the company of Dr. Helen Cho, it would be easier for them to implement the new technology. Helen had already said that in almost 2 months many medical pods could be sent out to hospitals. John was more happy to hear this as soon the medical facility would be top-notch for Earth. No more unusual deaths for them. John knew that this new technology would rattle the medicine industry, but he didn't care. Mandarin was an example for all of the big companies, and he was sure that these companies would not be foolish enough to cross the umbrella. After a week the new people who had booked tickets went to Mars. The governments on their launch finally talked about the new mechanical animals that were on Mars. Actually they didn't want the normal people to go to Mars and even wanted to stop the expedition. Pepper then proceeded to threaten them with the images of Mars where there were animals grazing in open fields. The governments buckled under the power of Umbrella and threat. They accepted the fact only on the promise that the scientists would be given access to Kryptonian ships present on Mars. Pepper agreed to it as they wouldn't be able to find out anything anyway as all were Transformers by now. The people of Earth were surprised by this revelation, and many who had never played the game of Horizon Zero Dawn started playing it. This was advised by the governments itself. When the first images and videos emerged from Mars after the people landed, those people who didn't believe at first were now forced to believe it. This whole incident again boosted his fan values by a lot as many started playing the game more seriously now to understand what was going on Mars. Of course the governments had also warned them to be gentle with the animals. Even though they weren't aggressive like in the game, it was told that the AIGAIA was always there looking at them, so any kind of wrongdoings would be informed to the higher authorities. Of course after reaching Mars there were some people who didn't pay heed to it, and GAIA let the animals teach a lesson to them. This too was recorded and sent for all the people to see. Those who had other ideas about them understood that any kind of assault on the animals must be thought of many times before being executed. John too saw the new images and was happy to see that at least there was a little bit of greenery on Mars by now. Though it would take years to be like Earth, it was a start. There was buzz of all this on the internet, and again John's name was trending as he was the main person behind the game. Now many people wanted to go to Mars and even settle there, as many saw this as a huge business opportunity. They directly contacted Umbrella about it. Umbrella announced that they were already planning on sending humans to Mars and colonizing it. People had already started flocking the company to send more people to Mars so that they could start the process soon. Umbrella had a hard time curbing the enthusiasm of the people. Like this 2 months went by and Umbrella finally announced the new med pods that could cure almost all diseases and injuries. This shook the world once more. People didn't believe at first like always, but when they saw med pods in hospitals being delivered and even reports of patients getting cured instantly, they were forced to believe it. Many pointed out that the whole process looked like the Elysium movie, which like many others was produced by John. John like always was at the forefront of everything again, and since the med pods actually affected both the poor and rich, he was hailed as Messiah to the normal people as he single-handedly saved lives. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 216, Ant-Man. John was surprised to see all this as he didn't expect his name to be famous instead of Dr. Helen Cho or Tony, as they were the main person behind it. Propaganda really changes people's mindset. In the last 2 months many people had gone to Mars and were amazed by the new scenery on an entirely new planet. Umbrella even did a lottery to send middle-class people to Mars on a lower price as a sign of goodwill to the people and showing that only the rich weren't able to go to Mars. A normal person of the society could go too. The people were happy for such a step of Umbrella. They have already rolled out new models of cars, planes, and ships, bringing down the cost of transportation, and now Umbrella has come with medpods and even space travel. Umbrella had basically changed people's way of life now, and the changes were very positive. Even though there would be initial problems, that was acceptable as they would have a brighter future ahead. Umbrella even said that those who had been affected by the changes brought by the company would offer jobs to them and even take them away to Mars when the colonization process would start in a few months. Even though Umbrella wouldn't be able to include everyone, it was a good measure nonetheless. As this went on, John received a call from Felicity saying that PIM Technology had sent him an invitation to attend the new suit that their company had built. Darren Cross wanted to show the new suit called Yellow Jacket. John understood that the arc of Ant-Man had started. This time John would directly stop the whole plot in the beginning itself, and he needed to talk with Hank Pym, the founding member of Avengers in Earth 616. He was an important part of Marvel stories, and so he needed to talk face to face with him. John directly accessed the memories of the members of the League who had infiltrated the company and understood Darren wanted to sell the jacket in the black market as the government actually didn't fund his research, as the Yellow Jacket was highly unstable. The government had tested the product of Yellow Jacket before, and they found it affects the minds of people when they use the suit and thus shut down the whole process. Darren still insisted, and since he didn't find investors of the suit, he called for big companies who didn't hesitate to do anything to reach their goals. Since John represented Umbrella, he was called too. John was surprised by the invitation but accepted it. He called out ninjas who weren't affiliated to any village and tasked them to replace the members of the meeting by themselves. He saw the list of the members in the meeting, and all of them had a bad history according to GAIA. He just walked right into the trap. John said as he summoned the ninjas and sent them to work. The convention was in a week, so the ninjas had enough time to get to know their target and replace them. On the day, John took Bumblebee to the company's headquarters, the place where the meeting would start. While entering the company, he saw the person for whom he really came. Hank Pym. He approached him and said, "Dr. Pym, it's nice to see you in person." "Hello, Mr. Jameson. It's surprising that you know of me," Pym replied. He was still being fidgety as he looked around. It was because he had sent Scott on a mission to retrieve the suit and sabotage the whole meeting of acquiring new investors. "Of course I know of you. Let's go inside, shall we?" John said. John went inside and saw all the other members, and they were all his summons. John smirked at it. The story progressed like it should have in the original version, as Darren was showcasing the Yellow Jacket, and Scott appeared with the Ant-Man suit. John nodded at the members of the surrounding, and before anybody could realize what was going on, Darren was hit right on the face by a member. Another member directly appeared behind him and cuffed his hands. "Now we can talk freely. Scott, you can destroy the suit or do whatever you want and come out," John said. "What is happening? You want to take away the technology?" Hank asked defensively, as he still didn't understand what was going on, but it was clear that the members who came to the meeting were under John. "Pym particles are amazing and I might have a use for them in future. But for now I will settle with you, Dr. Pym," John said as the ninjas took away Darren, who was unconscious by now. He would be sent to Naruto's world and imprison him there forever without seeing the actual world ever again. John didn't want another person in the quantum realm. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 217, Hank Pym. "What do you want from me?" Hank asked. Hope too, who was nearby, came near Dad as she thought John had ill motives. Scott, who finally got out of the small showcase, enlarged himself to the normal size. "I don't want anything from you. But do you want the information that I have? But first let's sit down." "I am not your enemy," John replied. "Then why did you take down Darren?" Hope asked. "Let's not kid ourselves. You three had already planned to take down Darren for a long time. I just made the whole process easier," John said. They were surprised that John knew they three were involved. "Scott, you can show yourself. You can call your friends too to join," John said. "How do you know about us?" Scott asked. "I know a lot. I am not here to speak about your past. I am here to speak about your future," John said. "Future? What do you mean?" Hank asked. "Your wife is alive and is waiting for you to find her, Dr. Pym," John said. "What? What did you say?" Hope and Hank almost shouted when they said that. "You heard me right. Your mother got herself in the quantum realm on a mission. Like your dad, who was the previous Ant-Man, she was the Wasp. You can ask your dad more about it. But yes, Dr. Pym, your wife is alive and is waiting for you." "How do you know this?" Dr. Pym asked. "It doesn't matter how I know this. All that matters is that you should start searching. Take over Pym Technology. If you want, Umbrella will help you with finance and everything. The current condition of PIM Technologies doesn't look good. Umbrella will take care of it. Just bring your wife back. John said. Supposing I believe you, why do you want to help us? Hank asked. Because we might need your help in the future. John said solemnly. Don't be so defensive. Do you really think I care about the PIM particles? I don't. You can take away Scott and others and nobody would ever like both of you. I just want to be a good Samaritan for once. John continued. It has been years since my wife has been in the quantum realm. How will she be alive? Hank asked as he had doubts. Because time flows differently in the quantum realm. I think you have already doubted that. John replied. Hope, who had doubts now about her mother, asked more from his father, and Hank thus confessed everything in him not wanting her to take the mantle of Wasp. John was listening to the whole story with a smile as he already knew this. I have heard there will be a protest soon against your Umbrella Corporation saying that your company has made an AI and it would be a threat to humanity. Scott said. Umbrella was liked by most people, but like always there are two sides of a coin. Some people don't want to see Umbrella grow more powerful, and thus this had started. In fact, many people in politics had already started adding fuel to the protest which was going to happen. When people don't understand something, they will resist. When the solar cars came out, they accepted it as they understood it. But now suddenly there is an AI and the movie industry hasn't done justice to AI. Well, of course there is a bad AI which is roaming, but there are good ones too. John said. Bad AI? What do you mean? Hank, who listened to the conversation, asked. Oh, there is one bad AI on the loose. Courtesy of Hydra. John replied. Hydra? How will you kill this AI? Hope asked. We have taken some measures. Once the rat is out of the mole, we will catch it and kill it. Don't worry about it, everything is in place. John replied. I hope so. Seems like I need to secure my research more. If an AI gets its hands on it, we will be in big trouble. Hank said, do you want any help? I thought you hated Stark. Don't worry, you focus on your wife. John said. You know my hatred for Stark too. What more do you know? Hank now asked with curiosity. I know you are arrogant, Dr. Pym, but asking help from someone isn't a crime. You should go visit your previous colleague from the Goliath project. Maybe one person can help in your search for your wife. John said. I can do it myself. Hank insisted while Hope thought of it differently. If her mom is alive and somewhere else, they need all the help they could get. Since John had said about his father's former colleague, she can go and try to convince this new person. You are really a good Samaritan. I have always believed that there are good people out there. Scott said. Maybe. Umbrella will send a job offer to you, Scott. Now you can spend more time with your daughter. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 218, Attack. So you are like a prophet. You can see the past and future. No wonder you are important for the Avengers. Hank finally said. Well, watching the timeline isn't my only power. John replied as he got up to leave. He didn't want to speak more of himself. Scott's friends had already arrived and were surprised to see everything had been resolved. John offered them jobs too in Umbrella. They were happy to be able to join such a huge company and get paid like a normal person. He returned back home with B as the arc of Ant-Man was over pretty fast. After the thing with Ultron, he would never let anyone get the better of him in any way. About the new protest that had started, he didn't care. Umbrella will just wash off the responsibility, saying it was already on Mars when they had arrived. If the protest still insists, he will take measures. John was waiting for the first move of Ultron and he had a feeling that it would arrive soon. He was looking forward to it. The days went like normal and it was October now. Mars had finally started the process of colonization little by little. Umbrella had sent many people by now. The spaceships were on the other end of the planet, so the people never saw the world engine or any other spaceship. Tony and Bruce finally informed that they have developed vibranium nano armor for both of them. Wayne's new Hellbat armor was made of vibranium and Tony had a new bleeding edge armor, similarly made of vibranium. John was happy to see such a huge leap so fast. Even Ryan said that he was researching a new kind of suit for himself which could make his body shrink. On a fine day in October, as John was working in Disney about the new superhero movie, he got a reminder by the system. Ding. Warning. The world engine and a scout ship is losing its sentience. Please look into it. Warning. The world engine and a scout ship is losing its sentience. Please look into it. What? John almost shouted and ran. The people who were working got scared by the sudden reaction of John as they thought they made some mistake, but after he ran away they realized it was something else. They were just curious of what had happened that triggered such a reaction from John. John directly ran to the roof. He directly transformed into Victor Stone and opened the boom tube to Mars where the spaceships were located. By the time he reached Mars, the system had informed that both the spaceships had lost sentience and were now out of his control. When John reached, he saw that both the spaceships were high up in the air. The scout ship was about to open the phantom drive and vanish. John saw this and directly shot at the scout ship. This was the first time he lost a comrade in arms in his whole life, and he was very angry. Even though he hadn't much talked with any of the spaceships, he considered them his friends. Now he just lost two in a single go. John was furious, so he didn't hold back as he directly shot at the scout ship. The world engine was going high up in the air and it had opened the phantom drive yet. John's shot directly damaged a part of the hull of the spaceship as he had just put full power in the proton cannon. Even though the hull was damaged, the scout ship was able to open the phantom drive and vanish. A damaged scout ship could never travel safely using the phantom drive. The ship would be destroyed no matter what. John took another aim to the world engine as this world engine too was out of his control. As he took the aim to shoot, the world engine too vanished from his sight, opening the phantom drive. John had a solemn face now. He had a hunch of what had happened, but he needed to make sure. He opened the boom tube and returned back to Earth on the same roof. After reaching, he transformed himself back to John and opened the focus. Avengers. We have a situation. Meet me at the headquarters. John said. After a few minutes, a boom tube opened and John walked into it. After he emerged from the boom tube, he saw almost everybody had come while others were emerging from the boom tubes. Victor was operating the mother box to bring all of them in. What happened? Arthur asked. We lost a scout ship and a world engine. FOS No will relay the video of it. John said. What? What did you say? We lost a world engine and a scout ship. Tony and Steve almost shouted. They had stayed on Mars for quite a long time and they had a good friendship with the spaceships. Now suddenly out of nowhere they lost two of their friends. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 219, Deeper Plot. What happened? Wayne asked. GAIA had tasked the spaceships to be scattered in the non-human region to look after the animals of Mars, and thus most of them were separated. I got the information from FOS that we just lost two spaceships. FOS was able to blast a spaceship as it was leaving. The ship opened the phantom drive and escaped, though I am sure it wouldn't be able to survive the travel. But the world engine successfully escaped. GAIA and FOS weren't able to track it. John said as he lied a bit here, but this was closest to the truth. He still didn't want anyone to know that he could transform himself to other characters when required, so he brought out the name of FOS. Tony clenched his fist when he heard that. He loved machines. Especially the machines which he had given life to. Now they lost two. How did this happen? Steve asked. Two unknown men came flying by in suit towards the spaceships very fast, and before both of the spaceships could react, the two men touched the spaceships. The next moment they lost connection to me and were taken over in a matter of seconds. I am sorry they didn't survive this sudden attack. My calculation tells me that this was the work of another AI. Possibly Ultron. GAIA said. So they were real men in suits. Did Ultron transfer himself to a living being? Is that even possible? Banner asked. It is possible if they reconfigure the med pods. Dr. Helen, who too came for the sudden meeting, said. Huh. So Ultron now could transfer himself to human beings in med pods. Don't Umbrella have full inventory and control of all the med pods? Barry asked. We do, but we lost a med pod for a few days in one case in Japan last month. Umbrella was able to get back the med pod but said that the records on the med pod suggested that it was operated on two people. It never mattered to anyone, but I guess now we know what had happened. Ultron was able to reconfigure and insert himself into two men. Victor said as he was scouring the internet for information. Let me guess, these two men were chosen for colonization on Mars. Tony said. Yes. Probably this had happened. After reaching Mars they were able to make a cheap exoskeleton suit for themselves. Ultron knew it couldn't hijack any spaceship, so it approached a diabolical way to get to Mars. He must have known about the Kryptonian spaceships on Mars from the government's files. John said. And after reaching the two spaceships they were able to successfully erase the sentience of the spaceships. This was one last desperate shot to get away from here, as he would never get anything on Earth. We are too powerful, and John had already taken measures to resist Ultron. Now the question is, where is the world engine now? Vision, who hadn't spoken yet, finally said. How? Inform the Green Lanterns to scour the galaxies for the world engine. John said. Already informed the Guardians. They are taking the matter seriously as AI had once plagued OA. Hal replied. I know. The whole incident of the Manhunters faced by OA once. John said as before the Lanterns there were Manhunters who were tasked with the work instead of Lanterns. But later the Guardians understood that at the end AIs could do only so much, and they didn't understand actual emotions. So they decommissioned Manhunters later. In the future when the Green Lanterns were at play, the Manhunters rebelled and OA suffered from the attack. The Manhunters. Who are those? Clint asked. A story for another day. Right now we need to search for the world engine before he does more damage. Wayne said. As they were talking there was an alarm at the headquarters. What happened? Did Ultron come back? Pietro asked. The world engine has appeared in the exosphere near Earth. Ultron has appeared. GAIA said. Huh. Ultron could have escaped easily and come back much later. Why did he come back now? Wanda asked in a confused manner. No idea. There must be a deeper plot to it. Tony said. Whatever it is. We need to prepare ourselves. Since the world engine has appeared, Vision now has a physical entity to purge Ultron away from the internet. This might be our last chance in defeating Ultron. He doesn't know of your existence yet. So he might not have calculated your presence. John said. Yes. Vision replied. The world engine is coming down to Earth. From the location it's coming down it's probably Sokovia. The same place where it all began. GAIA said. So everything is coming full circle. John murmured. We need to go to Sokovia and stop whatever he is planning. Wayne said. Avengers, we have a mission to finish. There. This is for those people who are screaming that I went against everything that I built in the whole story. Some of you really don't have a single minute of patience and jump to conclusions in a single chapter. Great slash. Chapter 220, Assemble. Victor opened boom tubes only to be welcomed by an army of robots in the distance. Nobody expected that as GAIA and Victor had been meticulous in scanning everything but Ultron still was able to make an army of robots like in the original world. The only difference was that instead of a flying city they have a world engine to defend against. What a welcoming party. Hal said. We need to get the civilians out. Magic people, it's your area. Siri, Pietro, Flash, and Hal keep everybody safe. Wanda make them leave their home. Triss, Yen, and Victor open portals away from this place. Vision, you will have contact with Ultron while we protect you. Wayne said. Ultron thinks humanity needs to evolve to survive the future. We can show that humans could defend well without any help. It's about the morale of humanity and the team. Steve said. Godspeed, people. John said, and he finally transformed into Phoenix as he didn't need to hide here anymore. People would never know his true identity anyway. John flew away to meet the army of robots. Can't let him hog all the spotlight now. Can we? Tony said as vibranium armor covered his body. Wayne too switched on the Hellbat armor and flew away. Natasha and others made a run to meet the army of robots. This time even Hulk joined as Banner 2 came. They needed an army smasher and Hulk was perfect for it. John flew into the horde of robots while Flash and others helped in evacuation. This was a massive scene to see as many heroes flew and ran as they confronted the army. Vision too helped in this regard. It was his first time but he was pretty good at fighting the enemies with his Mind Stone laser and strength. Ultron didn't expect to see John's Phoenix power and even Vision. This surprised him but he still continued on landing the world engine. The world engine finally came to a stop and levitated over the city as it switched on the world engine. The robots were flying and protecting the world engine. Ultron. Did you come back to die? John asked one of the robots. John, I have moved beyond your understanding. Ultron replied. Really now? Let's see if you understand my power. John said as he directly used hot flames to blast a number of robots. Vision, Thor, and Diana all joined it and made their long-distance moves. These robots weren't made of vibranium so it was pretty easy to kill them. Ultron had already started the world engine. Others knew they had less time now as they would have to stop Ultron. Vision, fly towards the engine. Tony and I will protect you. John and others clear the path for us. Can't let it turn to Metropolis again. I have lived through that once. Wayne said. Gladly. Yen, you better give us good news. John said over focus. We have moved people from the center of the city but it's taking time. Yen replied. Good, carry on. Vision, go. John said as he started throwing small fire bullets to the robots to open the path. Each small bullet exploded as it touched the robots. The explosions were huge. Diana and Thor too joined this assault. The Witchers, Steve, Oliver, Clint, Natasha, Arthur, Hulk and Mara were responsible for ground defense. As the world engine had already started the process of terraforming, there was a change in gravity. Even though there wasn't another world engine, it still affected them. What really surprised John was that Fury came over with its helicarrier. Apparently one helicarrier was nearby Sokovia, and once they got the news they flew over. Victor and other directly sent the save people to the helicarrier while many ninjas too joined the fight. It became easier for John now as he went full crazy in his attack. He didn't hold back anymore as he used his sharp claws to rip apart the robots while using his wings to blow fire to them. Vision finally was able to reach the world engine and touch the surface of the spaceship. It will take time. I need a couple of minutes to purge him. Protect me, Vision said. Sure. Do your work, Tony said as he started flying around. He used his iron alchemy to make sharp weapons out of robots in his hands and assaulted them. Wayne stayed close to Vision so that he wasn't sneak attacked. It's working. Vision is purging Ultron away from the internet, GAIA said. GAIA basically replaced Friday for both Wayne and Tony. Since GAIA was more intelligent and even had emotions, Tony didn't bother to replace Jarvis. Tony even said that he would bring the main server of hers to Earth so that she could be protected always and place a subsidiary AI on Mars to keep Mars working like always. Chapter 221, Deeper Plot, 2. Tony, did you destroy the ship's phantom drive? Wayne asked Tony as he was protecting Vision. Yes. Already took care of it. How much more time for Vision? Tony asked. I hope it's not more. Apparently due to Kryptonian ship's higher level of technology it's taking more time. Wayne replied as he blasted a robot who was trying to come close. I need to kill this son of a bi******* H with my own hands. He killed my friend, Tony said as he was still angry about losing two ships out of nowhere. The fight went on where everybody was fighting. Siri was able to open multiple portals to the helicarrier and even Victor did the same. Flash, Wanda, and Pietro made sure that the civilians weren't attacked. Triss and Yen also helped in sending people to safety. At first the civilians didn't understand what was going on, but many had seen the world engine from John's movie here too. Even though Sokovia didn't like Americans, John's movies were loved everywhere and they knew there were superheroes from the movies. The world engine made everybody scared, but when many new heroes emerged they felt a little relieved and thus followed them to portals. After more than 5 minutes, Vision was finally able to purge Ultron totally from the internet. Wayne informed everybody, and by that time everybody was evacuated from the city, thanks to multiple portals from Victor, Triss, Yen, and Siri. Alright people. Let's give them hell, Arthur said. Can't let anybody escape. Any escaping robot means we have failed. Hal, Flash, and Pietro make a perimeter around, Diana said. John now finally started to attack the world engine. Thor and Tony too joined in this. Steve and others had almost killed all the robots on the ground. Hulk directly jumped on one leg of the world engine and punched it. This broke the leg of the world engine. This attack made the world engine lose balance and made it fall into the ground slowly. Flash, Pietro. We need help here, Steve said as he saw the falling world engine. They were all under the world engine and they would be killed if it fell on them. Thus Flash and Pietro came to take everyone away while Victor and others joined the fight. Siri appeared out of nowhere and used her sword and her powers to assault another leg of the falling world engine. This broke another leg. By the time the world engine fell, everybody below was taken away. The world engine fell with a bang and even caused a mini earthquake around. John finally felt relieved when he saw the world engine being destroyed. He didn't want to get the attention of Arishem by bringing down Tiamat. That would be more of a headache. Tony, transmutate the whole ship. We don't want governments get their hands on this, make more powerful weapons, Steve reminded from far away. On it. Bruce, help me here, Tony said. Wayne finally let go of Vision, who got unconscious for a few seconds after killing Ultron, and joined Tony in decimating the ship. John flew as he was hunting down the last remaining robots. He needed some answers from Ultron, so he needed to keep the last one alive. After a few minutes of killing, GAIA finally said that there was only one robot remaining. John finally found it as it was trying to run away. He caught the robot with his talons and threw it to the ground. He directly stepped on his chest and said, "Now you understand my powers," John said. "You have fooled the whole world, John. I am impressed," Ultron said with a mocking tone. "Why? You want to reveal my secret? Do you think I care?" John replied. Why would I do that? Everybody knows of Tony Stark and nobody cares. It will be counterproductive. Ultron said. Tell me, Ultron. Why did you come back? You ran away. Why did you come back to die? You knew you wouldn't be able to match against us with just a world engine and a small army of robots. John asked. Because I wanted to stop you from searching for me. I have achieved that. Now you can never find me. I will return with more force and you can never stop me. Ultron said. John was taken aback because he didn't understand what Ultron meant by that. Vision had already purged Ultron off the internet and GAIA made sure there were no remaining robots. Then he understood what Ultron meant. He instantly became more angry and directly killed Ultron with the wave of his wings. What did he mean by stopping us from searching for him? Steve asked as they all had come to see the last remaining robot. He means he was successful in escaping with the scout ship. And since he didn't want us to find him with the other spaceships, he attacked with the world engine so as to make all of us concentrate here on Earth. Wayne said as he understood what Ultron meant by that. Ultron will return. Chapter 222, Aftermath. John was still angry and flew to the broken world engine and transformed himself back to normal and proceeded to decimate the world engine with decomposition alchemy. The others understood John's anger. He had been trying to stop Ultron since the beginning. It was as if he was driven by hunger to kill Ultron. When Loki came to attack, he never showed that hatred, but apparently Ultron disgusted John. It was probably because he had seen other universes that suffered from Ultron and thus wanted to kill him before he could do any harm. Hal, tell all the Green Lanterns to be on the lookout for a damaged Kryptonian ship. Its hull was blown off when it went into Phantom Drive. It couldn't go too far. I want every sector to be searched. I will inform the Guardians myself of Ultron. John said. Yes. Hal answered as he contacted the Guardians. We can't always win, John. Sometimes we need to have a setback to rise higher. Gerald said. John sighed when he heard that. It was the first loss he had suffered after he came here. Never expected to lose in front of an AI. Fine. Let's go back. I hope Ultron will not raise a storm in the universe. The universe too isn't very kind to AI. S.H.I.E.L.D. can handle the relevant matters here. John said. Victor opened boom tubes and thus everybody returned back to headquarters. Everybody's mood was a little heavy, so after talking a bit they went off on their ways. They needed to get ready for when Ultron comes in future and needed to be more powerful. John was stressed a bit for the past few months of Ultron, and now finally Ultron had been purged off the internet, he could rest. Even though the threat was there, at least Ultron wasn't on Earth now. John was happy that there were almost no casualties on Sokovia instead of the original world. John was also a little excited for the rise of fan values. This war was fought in Eastern Europe and thus they would be famous now in Europe too. Avengers mostly worked on America and now finally there was a change. This would prompt the people outside America to watch more movies and help John more. The next day the whole world exploded with news of the world engine appearing. Tony later came out and reported on an evil AI taking over a world engine which was from Krypton. The AI wanted to make Earth like Krypton and thus the fight happened. The Avengers had to act immediately and so they took action to stop it. People applauded the work of the Avengers. By now there were many members of Avengers and were surprised to see that there were even characters from the games too. They could easily identify Gerald and Siri from all the pictures and videos that the Sokovians took before being transported to the helicarrier. This prompted the gamers to be a fan of John's games more. Before it was Horizon Zero Dawn and now it was The Witcher. John was happy to see the response and knew his fan value would be on the rise soon. He just needed to wait and watch the rise. Though there were still protests saying the presence of an AI on Mars is a threat and must be killed. Umbrella just came out and said that the AI in Mars was required to maintain the ecosystem and thus it can't be killed. If the people still insisted on the path, their chances of space travel would be revoked forever. Umbrella was responsible for space travel for normal people now, and this was a huge temptation to all since Umbrella had been sending normal workers to Mars too instead of just sending rich people. This threat made the protesters back down a bit. By the end of October all the protests had gone down. The Guardians tasked the Lanterns in search of the ship. John even contacted Emma to be on the lookout and explained to her why the ship was important. She understood why the Guardians had tasked them in finding the spaceship. John then contacted Lex and told him to be on the lookout for a damaged Kryptonian ship. The Nova Prime 2 was informed of a very powerful rogue AI and thus it alerted the Empire. By now Lex Corporation had started building spaceships which had Phantom Drive. For the first time in the universe, the spaceships didn't need to go to jump points to space travel. This new technology surprised almost everyone in the known universe and they flocked to buying the new spaceships. LexCorp was on the rise and it wouldn't take long before it became an entity that nobody would be able to shake. This even boosted the trade of the Nova Empire, and they were happy to see more prominence and trade. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 223, Update of the System, 2. By the time November came, the total fan values had reached a tipping point. John heard the familiar words that he had been waiting for a long time. Ding. Total fan values accumulated, 12 billion. Update requirement achieved. Do you want to continue the update? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Do it. John said. Ding. Updating. 10%. 20%. 60%. 80%, 100%. Updated. Does the host want to know the new features of the update? Of course. John said. Ding. Now the host can bring the comic, manga, or the story powers to the character's powers that the host summons. For example, Bruce Wayne can get all the suits from the comics if there is sufficient fan values. What? You mean to say if I have any sufficient fan value I can get the Element X Batsuit for Bruce Wayne? John asked. Ding. Yes. But the host hasn't reached the desired fan value. Well, Element X can literally kill gods, so I guess the fan values required would be massive. Man, if I bring Superman from the comics, the gods here will perish. John said. Any other feature of the update? The host can bring any one item from all the movies, series, animes, and games that the host has yet created in his motion pictures to real life free of cost, and can add all powers from all the versions that have been drawn or written in comics, manga, or even books. For example, the host can get the Zanpakuto of Ichigo Kurosaki, and also can get all the powers of Zangetsu and even the powers during the last arc of Bleach from manga free of cost. This is a one-time thing for the host, so it is advised that the host chooses the item carefully. The host can now extract any item that he wishes to from the previous world. Even Marvel Comics. But the host still wouldn't be able to extract characters from Marvel series or movies, as it would create a huge disruption in the continuity of the universe. And now the host can summon in the range of a galaxy. Really? That's great. Give me the Dragon Balls from Dragon Ball Z. John said. Ding. Error. There are 7 Dragon Balls, so only one can be extracted. Does the host wish to extract? Jesus. Can't even get around the system. John lamented, but kind of expected it, as there were 7 balls and there was an option for only one item. John needed to choose an item very carefully. An item that will give him immense power. John at first started going through the comics which he had known, and even thought of Chakra Fruit again as it was there in the manga. But this time John had more options, unlike the previous update. He can go through all the comics and manga that he knows. He spent 100 million fan values to extract all manga and comics from his previous world. Since Justice League Unlimited was out, so he had now access to many DC items which he never had access before. And even go through manga to search for an item that could boost him. John took an entire week to go through all the manga. DC Comics was what took time for him. There were many versions of comics in DC, so he had to have a proper knowledge. System, give me Element X. John said, as Element X of the DC universe could basically give him the power of reality alteration, power augmentation, and even precognition of past and future. He would be basically a god after he could get his hands on it. Ding. Error. The Element X has never been mentioned or talked about in any DC series or movies. Thus it can't be extracted. Only an item which has been spoken about or shown in the movies or series. F***K. Okay, fine. Let me go through it again. John said as he again went through and made notes of all the powerful items he could find that had been mentioned in the movies. And after another week of research he finally found an item which could almost push him to godlike being. Fine, it will be you then. The comic speaks a lot about your powers, but it's a pity it was never shown in the series. John lamented. System, extract the Helmet of Fate with all the powers from the comics. Including being the Lord of Order. Ding. Requirement met. Since the Helmet of Fate has various items inside like the Amulet of Anubis, Cloak of Destiny and Tower of Fate, does the host want to extract them too? Really? I thought the Amulet of Anubis was kind of separated, but probably because I have chosen the path of Lord of Order it comes with that. Keep the Tower of Fate. Extract the other 3 items. John said. The next moment there was a golden helmet which only had 2 eye sockets levitated in front of him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 224, A New Sorcerer Supreme. The helmet looked like a medieval period's head armor, but John knew that when someone wears the helmet he or she will be the Sorcerer Supreme. Especially wearing this version of Helmet of Fate which was imbued with all the powers of the comics. Nabu, can you hear me? John asked. Yes, a voice came from inside the helmet. Nabu was the last Lord of Order before he transferred his spirit to the Helmet of Fate and directed whoever possesses the Helmet of Fate in future and takes over the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. In comics it was Kent Nelson who took the first mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. The Helmet of Fate which makes the person as Dr. Fate can essentially be said as Doctor Strange's counterpart in DC. Dr. Fate is supposed to appear in the Black Adam movie before John got transmigrated. Being a Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Fate has immense powers like teleportation across multiverses, flight, superhuman speed, and strength and all kinds of magic. The Helmet of Fate itself has an universe inside. The person who dons the Helmet of Fate would have all knowledge of magic. And the Amulet of Anubis is said to be the counterpart of the Eye of Agamotto. Of course the Amulet of Anubis wasn't as powerful as the Time Stone, but the amulet gives Dr. Fate the power to see through illusions, increase the sorcery of the user and even magnify the perception of the user, giving him cosmic awareness. The Cloak of Destiny was like Doctor Strange's Cloak of Levitation. Little is known about the cloak, but it was also considered as a very powerful magical item. John wanted to have defense against magic as he didn't have any knowledge about magic. John knew he couldn't take the path of magic from the very beginning as he wouldn't have that much time. But using the Helmet of Fate he would be very powerful. Just the simple power of traveling through multiverses excited him as finally he could go and look into different multiverses of Marvel and get to know more people. Nabu, let me share the knowledge of the universe with you. John said as he shared the knowledge of Marvel with Nabu. After few seconds Nabu finally said. This world is dangerous too. I wonder how I landed here. Thanks for helping me though. John said. Well, I would be taking the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme now. So I can't complain, can I? John said with a smile. John took the levitating helmet and finally wore it on his head. The moment he wore the helmet his whole clothes changed instantly. His clothes now looked almost like Doctor Strange's clothes. The only difference was that he had a different amulet hanging from his neck and had a golden cloak behind him. John was struck with immense magical knowledge in his head as tons of information and knowledge was thrown at him. It took a full 10 minutes for John to digest the whole knowledge. He was in awe with the magical power and knowledge he possessed now. He even felt that the Ancient One wouldn't be his match. Now he could easily teleport anywhere and even teleport to distant galaxies. He wouldn't need boom tubes anymore. This power alone granted him immense convenience. The Helmet of Fate even granted him immortality. That didn't mean that he can't be killed but that he would not age when wearing the helmet. Being a Lord of Order comes with many perks and this was one of them. Nabu. I hope you will guide me in this perilous journey ahead. John said. Gladly. Nabu said from the helmet. Now shall we meet the other Sorcerer Supreme? John said as he directly teleported to Kamar Taj, directly leaving behind a glowing symbol of Ankh for a few seconds, which was the Egyptian symbol of life. The next moment he appeared was over the courtyard of Kamar Taj where the students were practicing. The moment he appeared there was a flash of light, so everybody saw that. The mages who saw a man appearing out of thin air immediately took magic defense as they weren't sure how this man appeared out of thin air. Mordo, who was present, also saw that, took out his staff. John, who saw this, smiled, but he knew his smile wouldn't be visible to anyone. So he took his helmet off. Even though he took his helmet off, the Cloak of Destiny and the amulet remained. Though John would lose magic powers due to that, simple magic could be done with the help of the other two items. Everybody was surprised to John as many here knew him. Wong and Mordo had seen him before coming to Kamar Taj. But they had never seen John in such a way. John levitated down slowly while the helmet floated on the side by itself. The mages could instantly tell that the helmet was a magical item. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 225, Battling Mordo. What happened? Don't recognize me? John asked Mordo and Wong, whose spells were still activated. You are really John Jameson. What is this new thing? Mordo asked. Well, now I finally know magic. So I came to pay the Ancient One a visit. Don't worry, I am not here to attack or something. John said. Mordo and Wong, who had known John from beginning, believed him even though they didn't understand where John got magical knowledge, as Kamar Taj was the only source of magical knowledge. Both of them deactivated their magic and other followed him. John didn't look evil in any way, but they were just surprised that John now had access to magic too. Caecilius too was present when John had arrived. His eyes twinkled as he thought of something, looking at John. The Ancient One is inside. You can go in. Mordo said as he followed John. He was curious about the helmet, so he went to the main hall inside. Mordo could also tell that the golden cloak and even the amulet of John were magical items. John walked right in to see the Ancient One standing and waiting for him. She saw the floating helmet for quite some time and even at John's other two magical items without saying anything. Are you not going to say something? John finally couldn't hold himself and asked. Can you control the power? She finally asked. Yes. Nabu, you can speak with her. John said. Hello, sorcerer. I am Nabu, the last Lord of Order, a voice from Helmet said. Mordo was taken aback as he had never seen a magical item speak, but the Ancient One looked calm as if expecting that the helmet could speak. Are you the god that had been directing him from behind the scenes? The Ancient One asked directly. No, the power behind John is more powerful. I am not sure who or what is the power behind, but that entity seems to be very powerful. Nabu said as John had directed him to lie. I understand. Well, John, how does it feel to be on the magic side? The Ancient One asked. It's more amazing than I realized. The helmet has immense power than even I didn't expect. John said. Yes. I can feel the immense magic power inside it. So your name is Nabu. Nice to meet you. The Ancient One finally greeted Nabu. Nice to meet you too. Nabu replied. Mordo, do you want to have a duel with me? John asked Mordo as he saw Mordo still being interested. Can I? Mordo asked as he was interested. Even the Ancient One was interested. Why not? We can battle in the mirror dimension. John said as he put on the helmet. John then directly opened the mirror dimension with the wave of his hand as he already had all of the knowledge. John and Mordo went inside followed by the Ancient One. You don't have the sling ring to go outside of mirror dimension. Mordo reminded. I don't need it, Mordo. The helmet provides all the powers. John said. Wow. That must be really convenient. Mordo said as he activated his staff and his boots. John on the other hand waved his hands, changing the whole surrounding according to his need while levitating. You can fold space and matter so easily. Mordo was surprised. I can do that in reality too. John said while eyeing the Ancient One as she could do that too due to her connection to Dormammu. Huh. You possess that much magic power. Mordo was more surprised now. John didn't reply to that and vanished from his place and appeared next to Mordo. Mordo, who was ready, defended using magic. John conjured two magical discs and threw towards Mordo. Mordo, after being struck by John, had to take steps back after the first strike of John. As he saw the magical discs, he again conjured rings of Ragador as a shield to defend against the flying discs. The force generated made Mordo take more steps back. He was on the verge of fall, but his boots helped him to stop it. So how was it? John asked. You have too much magic power. But I haven't lost yet. Mordo said as he took the staff and hit John while using the boots to accelerate towards John. John had to defend this time. He conjured a rope made of magic and used it as a lasso to wrap around the staff. John then proceeded to divert the staff away from him. This prompted Mordo to lose his balance as he was still holding the staff. John saw this as a chance and directly used his hands to hit the abdomen of Mordo. Of course he didn't use his superhuman strength as that would kill Mordo. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 226, Another Movie. Mordo winced in pain after being hit in the abdomen. John didn't attack anymore. He knew he had already won. After a few seconds, Mordo finally stood up, still clutching his abdomen. How did you deflect the staff so easily? That's a magical item. Mordo said. Because I belong to the same line as the Ancient One. My powers are like Sorcerer Supreme. John said. Huh. Wait, your magical artifact comes from another universe? Mordo asked as he was surprised. Yes. You have heard Nabu. He chooses the Sorcerer Supreme. And in this universe I am the new Sorcerer Supreme. Well, the Ancient One is there, so I am just a lazy guy here to help if and when required. John replied. You are the new Sorcerer Supreme. That's great. We now have another defense against people who use dark magic. Mordo said. You trusted me that fast. What if I am bad? John asked. The Ancient One approves of you, so I believe you. Mordo said. I am not perfect, Mordo. Neither is anyone in this universe. We commit mistakes. Don't idolize anyone. It doesn't end well. John reminded Mordo as he went astray later, after he found out that the Ancient One snatched powers from Dark Dimension. Mordo was silent when John said that. Even the Ancient One once reminded him of that, but he had full trust on the Ancient One always. John waved his hands and the mirror dimension closed in on itself. Mordo was more surprised by this as he took all of them out of the mirror dimension with just a wave. He knew now that John was on a whole new level. Mordo, no need to tell my story to others. Just tell them I know magic. I don't want attention. John said. Sure. So what do you think? John asked the Ancient One. Your magic needs more refining. Nabu will help you with that, I guess, the Ancient One said. Yes. I will practice more. Knowledge won't amount to anything if I don't have the power to use it perfectly. John replied. Okay, I am off. John said as he vanished from his spot, leaving a glowing Ankh sign for a second. That magic power looks more convenient. Mordo said. His power is close to a god. The title Lord of Order has a different meaning, I presume, the Ancient One said. What? Why didn't you ask about it? Mordo asked. It's his private matter. When the time comes, everything will be revealed. It's good that we have another warrior against evil magic from other dimensions, the Ancient One said. John returned to his home. Now he could replace his home with the Tower of Fate, and he had a specific place in his mind to settle down the Tower of Fate, which would be done later. John went back to work as usual, and he didn't inform anyone of his newly acquired powers. The superhero movie would be out soon, so he was working for it. Soon it was December, and like every time, everybody came for the premiere. Emma couldn't make it this time as all the Green Lanterns were still searching for the Kryptonian ship, and even after 2 months of searching nobody got any hint of it. Tony and all appeared for the premiere, and Tony had given a huge amount of information that John didn't expect to hear. The Extremis virus of mine has perfectly blended with the nano-vibranium armor. Now the vibranium armor could come out of the skin and even self-heal. So basically what John had asked me to do, I have finished it. Huh. Ryan, is that true? John asked Ryan. Yes. Helen and Maya helped in making the armor. We are now in the process of making one for Wayne. Ryan replied while holding the hand of Dr. Helen. Apparently they had started dating. John was happy to see that his summons were leading a normal life. Even Steve showed up with Diana. Let's go inside. Can't wait for the new movie. It's a movie about you, Flash. Yes. Banner asked. Yes. But it's not a happy movie. Flash replied as he knew the story from the beginning when he heard the name of the movie. Everybody was confused by what Flash meant by that. The movie started with a boy with his mom getting struck on a highway with their car malfunctioning. The boy waved his hands to the cars which passed by asking for help, but none stopped. The boy got angry about this, but his mother then told him. Accept the things you cannot change, have the courage to change the things you can. And have the wisdom to know the difference. The scene changed where now the boy and the mother are eating dinner with his father at home. Suddenly out of nowhere streaks of blue and yellow lightning came inside his house. The streaks of blue and yellow lightning were circling around the table at high speeds. Before the boy could understand what had happened, he saw himself a mile away from his home. The boy didn't understand how he was outside his home, so he ran to his home. After getting home, he realized his mother had been murdered and his dad was framed in his mom's murder. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 227, Paradox. Yes. The movie was Flashpoint Paradox. This movie was a combination of the animated and the series version. There was almost nobody to extract from the movie, so he just made this movie for fan value accumulation. Since the movie had both series and animated version, the system would evaluate the movie in collecting fan values. Any movie that was not based from his previous life is disqualified, and thus he could never follow the comics and make better movies, which he wanted to do for a long time, but the system never gave him the option to do. He hoped in next update the system will allow him to do so. The movie continued as now the boy has turned out to be Barry Allen, the Flash. The movie showed his origin as he was struck by a combination of lightning and an experiment gone wrong. After realizing he could run fast, he started doing good deeds for people. Fast forward into the future where he was battling many evil people and a villain named Reverse Flash. The audience noticed one thing, it was that when Barry and Reverse Flash ran, it produced the same color of lightning as was during her mother's death. After a fight against the evil villains with the help of Justice League, Barry was able to stop Reverse Flash in killing everyone in the city. But Barry wasn't happy even after fighting all the crimes, and he did something which none of the audience expected. He time traveled to the past to save his mother. This was where he realized that her mother was killed by Reverse Flash. And he even saw himself. Barry ran to save both himself and his mother. Since Barry had changed the timeline, now the one who was fighting the Reverse Flash at his old home vanished. Barry then returned to his own time as he knew he had saved his mom and their family would be whole again. As he returned to his time, he was happy to be with his family again, but soon understood that something was wrong with this world. Atlantis and Amazon were at war against each other. There was no Superman in the whole of Earth. Barry realized he needed to stop the war, so he went to find Bruce Wayne. There too he got the shock of his life. It was Bruce who died in that alley that day. His father Thomas Wayne took the mantle of Batman while his mother turned into Joker. Cyborg was present in the universe, but there was only so much a single man could do. This was where the people saw a new superhero. Shazam. A group of children, when uttering the word Shazam, they could turn into a single entity which had powers like Thor. Hal Jordan didn't become the Green Lantern as the Lantern Ring never chose him. And the government captured Abin Sur's alien ship. The movie continued as the whole situation went from bad to worse. Flash tried to help everywhere he could, but the war between Amazonians and Altantians destroyed countries after countries. And nothing the countries could do to stop it. At the end, Flash understood that this whole thing had happened because of him. The Reverse Flash showed up telling him that this world was his creation. This world was created because Barry Allen wanted to save his mother. After a fight between him and Flash, surprisingly Thomas Wayne was able to kill the Reverse Flash with a gun as he had let his guard down after beating down the Flash. Meanwhile, Arthur, who was losing the war, unleashed Captain Atom. Many recognized him from the Justice League Unlimited animate series. As Captain Atom was unleashed, this caused a massive nuclear bomb capable of destroying the whole planet. Flash, who was been beaten down, understood he needed to go back in time so that Reverse Flash could kill his mother and stop himself from saving the other him. So that's what he did. He ran like never before and reached the same old home only to stop Reverse Flash from killing the young him. He had to let Reverse Flash kill his mother. This was one of the most toughest decisions he took, but he took it to save everyone. Barry then returned back in his time and saw everything was back to normal. Though there were changes, but that was acceptable as he had messed with the timeline and no broken timeline could be put back in place exactly as the previous one. Barry even brought a letter from Thomas to Bruce. He was thankful for such a gift. Now everybody understood why Flash had said that this movie wasn't really a happy one. So now there are two timelines, the real timeline and a little bit broken timeline. Tony said as he understood time travel pretty well and its implications. Yes. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 228, Sokovia Accords. No wonder you always said never to cross the speed of light. Pietro said as he too came with Flash. Wanda and others didn't come as they would be easily recognizable here. They would be watching the movie from other places. Will you ever reach the speed of light? Tony mocked him. Pietro had a gloomy face when Tony said that. As the movie ended, it was now time for post-credits scene like always. The movie showed many normal people seeing other people as terrifying monsters. A woman used her car to kill many people in open streets as she thought they were monsters. A man who saw his own family as monsters took up gun to kill his own family, and even a mother who had given birth to a newborn was ready to throw her own child because she saw her child as a demon. It looked scary. What is this? Earth invaded by different aliens? Steve asked. No. It's magic. Wayne replied. Is he coming? He asked John. Yes. The greatest prick of the team who will make Tony look cute. John replied. Hey, I am not that bad. I am just way ahead of all of you. But who are you talking about? Tony asked. John Constantine. John replied. Fury, who was listening to the conversation, had a weird face now. The world was slowly becoming unrecognizable for him. Now they would be in magical territory. He felt he should retire soon and take rest. Coulson had been working perfectly and he would be the next director, so he was ready to give away his seat to a new director. Everybody went back after the movie ended. The audience didn't expect the movie would be so serious. Some even questioned if they belonged to the real timeline or a broken one. The next day there were actually many forums discussing about the movie and the price of time travel. Flash was real as it was known now to everybody. Now the question was if their world was the original timeline or a broken one. John didn't expect the topic would get so serious by just a movie, but he didn't care. His fan values rose nonetheless, and since the story was a great one, people loved the movie. By his calculation, the new world could be extracted soon in a few months and he just needed to wait. John started working on the next movie, which would be out by the mid of next year, and the movie had a huge magic side, so he needed to be sure that magic is shown in a good way. John even used his own magical knowledge to give a proper portrayal to the magic side of the movie. A month went by and suddenly out of nowhere GAIA contacted him saying all the Avengers were summoned to the Jurassic Park, including the Witchers. John was surprised by this sudden call, but he went to Jurassic Park nonetheless. Only this time he directly teleported. The helmet of fate followed him everywhere, though it remained invisible to others. John removed his helmet after appearing in the headquarters. Everybody was surprised when they saw John removing the helmet. Everybody had watched the Justice League Unlimited series, so they knew what the helmet represented. Even though they didn't understand the power of Dr. Fate, but from small glimpses they could see that the character was very powerful. And now John possessed the helmet, meaning he has the same powers as him. You are Dr. Fate now? Banner asked. Yes. Let's leave my story for now. Why are we being called? John asked as everybody had emerged from the boom tubes and portals. Secretary Ross has called for all of Avengers to gather. He will be here to announce something. Wayne said. He was also being called as he was the Secretary of the World Council. Others still didn't know that he was Batman, and everybody wanted to keep him that way. Clint had taken retirement after the debacle with Ultron, as he had a new child about to be born, so he wanted to be with his wife for some time. Ross. What is he here for? John asked. Apparently we are very dangerous and the governments will set some rules of our working. Tony replied. John raised his eyebrows when he heard that. Sokovia was assaulted, but there were minimum casualties. Hardly 10 people died in that war, and the Avengers weren't even responsible for what had happened, so he didn't understand on what grounds the governments would try to control them. This was the setting of civil war, but he had already changed that, so he wanted to see on what pretext the Sokovia Accords would be implemented. John had already known that the governments might try to control them, but didn't know that it would come like in the original version. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 229, Sokovia Accords, 2. Everybody took their seats while Bruce sat at the head chair, as he was the Secretary of the World Council. He was the invisible leader of the group, and he was the one who took final decisions for the Avengers. Even John and Steve trusted Bruce's wisdom, as his wisdom was at the top level. Batman had an invisible charisma which made everyone trust him more. After they took their seats, Secretary Ross came with a huge file. John squinted his eyes when he looked at him. The first mission that John personally undertook was against Ross, and he still remembered the slap that he gave him. After coming to the table, Ross said, 5 years ago I had a heart attack. Ross said, Get to the point, Secretary. We all have work to do. John cut right into him and said, he really didn't like politicians and their schemes. He just wanted to see what they had planned this time. Ross turned stiff when John said that. Normally nobody would talk to him in that tone, but it was John Jameson. The person who was behind every major change that the Earth has seen in decades. Okay, I will cut straight to the point. The last 4 years each one of you have operated under no control or supervision whatsoever. Many people will hail you as heroes, but there are some who are not very fond of you. Thus the governments have come to an arrangement. The Sokovia Accords. Ross said as he handed the file over to Natasha. 117 countries have signed the accords. This will state that the Avengers organization will work under the United Nations panel. Each one of you will be registered in the accord, and the people belonging to the group will only go into mission if and when the UN panel deems it necessary. Ross said. I guess the accords have the provision of registering every powered being on the planet. Yes. John asked. Yes. Mr. Jameson. Ross replied. Who gave the first proposal of setting the accords? John asked this time. Wakanda. They are one of the most poor countries in the world. Even they think that the Avengers had been working under no control. Just imagine. A country who has nothing to fear has asked for this. Ross said. John smirked when Ross said this. You have a week to accept the accords and come under the panel. The UN panel wants the names and identity of all the members of the Avengers. Ross said to Wayne, as Batman was still unknown to the people. Ross even suspected that Wayne was Batman but never could prove it. Have you informed the Kages about it? John asked. The Kages too would have their name registered in the accords, as the government will negotiate with them the terms. There will be a difference, but yes, their names will also be registered. Ross said as all the governments know the presence of Naruto's world. Go tell the UN panel. The Avengers won't accept any such accords, and the governments can shove the accords up their ***es for all I care. John finally said in a cold tone. Is that the answer of the Avengers? Ross said as his eyes fell on Wayne. Everybody was silent in the whole meeting, and somehow everybody expected this response from John. John never liked any kind of supervision from anyone. It was the sole reason he built such a huge empire, to be away from the control of everyone. The governments just poked a sleeping bear with the accords. Truth to be said, nobody liked the accords. Not even Tony, who supported it in the original story. Tony accepted the accords before because he was ridden with guilt when he made Ultron. But it was different this time. They had done nothing but good for the people. Be it better living, better facilities to everyone, and even gave the people of Earth a dream. A dream to travel in space. Umbrella has covered almost every aspect of life, and it is slowly becoming larger than what the countries could ever be. Wayne just shrugged his shoulders to the question of Ross. Being a summon of John, he could never go against the wishes of John, nor did he like the accords. He had seen what politics could lead to. You all have a week. If it's not signed, everybody here will be declared as terrorist after 7 days. Ross said. Ross, do you remember that slap from B? John suddenly asked as he saw Ross leaving. Ross trembled when John said that and almost unconsciously touched his face. That was his greatest humiliation in his life. How do you know this? Ross asked in an angry tone. Hydra got decimated because they thought politics is power. Power is power, Ross. Remember that. John said and walked away. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 230, Chaka. Is that a threat? Ross asked John, who was walking away. Think of whatever you want, came the voice to Ross. The doors closed and Ross had to leave. He was red-faced as he didn't expect they wouldn't even care for the Accords. He felt there might be some voices who would be with the Accords, but surprisingly none did. Not even Rhodes, who finally left the military under the insistence of Tony and joined the Avengers. The Avengers even paid salary to all with every benefits. He just couldn't say no. He was also tired of all the baggage that he had to carry after becoming Iron Patriot. So he too left for Avengers. After Ross left, everybody was silent. Nobody uttered a word. GAIA too was listening to this and finally broke the silence. Do you want me to bring all the dirty work of all the countries? No. GAIA, connect me to King Chaka. I need to talk with him. John said. GAIA called him directly and soon a video opened showing a little old man with almost all his hair turned white. Hello. Mr. Jameson, to what do I owe the pleasure of your call? The old man said. Hello, King Chaka. I guess you have already got the report of us not accepting the Accords. John said in a straight manner. Yes. Secretary Ross has sent the response of you, the king replied with a smile as if the response didn't bother him. What do you want, king? I am sure you didn't propose the Accords just because you are afraid of us. What is your real purpose? John asked. I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Jameson, the king replied. You know exactly what I mean. Just tell me your purpose. I hate politics and their roundabout ways to achieve something. So tell me your real purpose before it's too late. John said. Mr. Jameson, I really don't understand what you mean by that, the king insisted. So be it. Don't regret the decision you have just taken. John said as he cut the call. Everybody didn't understand why John called the king, as Wakanda was one of the most poor countries, but it still baffled many of why Wakanda proposed the Accords when no country of Africa was affected in any way in all of this. What are you thinking, John? Natasha asked. John didn't reply as he directly wore the helmet. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and vanished from his place. Everybody was confused of what just happened. John appeared again, but this time with a man. A man who had dreadlocks in his head. He wore half sleeves but had weird small skin markings all over his hands. It was Eric Stevens, the Killmonger. Heir to the throne of Wakanda, just like T'Challa. Eric didn't understand of what just happened and he immediately became ready to fight, but when he looked around he was astonished to his peak. Everybody present belonged to the Avengers. He knew that all high former training would amount to nothing with literally gods being present here. What do you want from me? Killmonger asked as he didn't understand why he was caught and brought here. John could find Eric because now he had cosmic awareness. John could find anyone that he wished for in all of universe, and even multiverses. Even some weak gods. The magic of the Helmet of Fate gave him many powers, this was one of them. Who is this guy? Steve asked. Eric Stevens, heir to the throne of Wakanda. Since Wakanda doesn't want to say what it wants, I will bring the truth out myself. John said. Heir to the throne. Do you want to replace the king with him? Banner asked as he knew how monarchy worked. That depends on him. Eric, don't you want revenge? This would be your chance. John said. How do you know of my inheritance? Killmonger was surprised that a person who wore a weird golden helmet knew of him and even his inheritance. But, yes, Eric did wish for vengeance for killing his father. It doesn't matter how I know. Just say if you want revenge. John asked again. Yes. I want him to pay for killing my father. Eric replied. Good. Everybody suit up. This might not be a smooth journey. John said. Are you going to make a coup in the throne of Wakanda? Is that even required? Rhodes. Wakanda had been hidden in shadows for a long time. They are the most advanced country in the world. You saw the vibranium. Vibranium was a meteorite that struck their country centuries ago. That metal empowered them and made them possess technology far ahead of other countries. What we see from outside is just a facade. A hologram. A city covered by it. Their technology is way ahead than you can even imagine. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 231, Wakanda. Wait. What? What do you mean? The most advanced country on Earth. Aren't they a third world country? Pietro asked. No. Think of them as Atlantis on land. That's what they are. John said. Damn. Never knew we had Atlantis here. Tony said. They have fooled everyone. Even the governments. Yes, they did. But since they wanted to poke me, I will poke them and see who has greater power. Bruce, where is Clow? John said. He is in the prison that we made in the park for all the bad people that we don't kill. We can't be savages every time now. Tony said. John closed his eyes for a second and vanished. He went to bring Clow. Killmonger was still shaken by what just happened. Never in his life he expected that he would catch the eye of an Avenger. Even though he didn't know who this new Avenger was, it looked like he had a high command in the team. He recognized everyone in the team. Wayne had a mask on his face so he didn't get to see Batman's face, but others he knew by heart. Like others, he too went through all the works of John. That was the standard procedure now for all military personnels. He even knew the Witchers. He just didn't know who the man in the golden helmet was, as he had never appeared. As he was thinking that, John appeared again with Clow. He still didn't have one hand from the last time John cut it off. Clow was sleeping when John appeared. John just held him by his collar and vanished with him. Clow woke up only to see his worst nightmare appearing again. What John showed him before his hand was cut had etched into his soul all his life. Okay, is everybody ready? John asked. Yes. Good. Let's vanish. John said as the Ankh symbol again appeared behind him. But this everybody vanished with John. The whole team appeared in a huge hall where there was a throne where King T'Chaka sat, including other heads of the tribe on the seats adjacent to it. The king was taken aback by the sudden emergence of so many people in the main hall. The Dora Milaje, King's personal guards who were nearby, attacked directly the moment they appeared, as it was their duty to protect the king. John just stood there while the other members handled the Dora Milaje. Even though they were pretty powerful, they still fell short of the Avengers. Especially now when Tony and Bruce had vibranium armor. After a minute, every member of the Dora Milaje was lying down. Flash, Siri, and the witches didn't take too much time to defeat everyone. The king who saw stood up. He didn't expect the Avengers would appear right here, in the main hall. Truth to be told, he was a little afraid of the Avengers. When the world engine arrived, he understood that the technology of Earth would again be boosted and it would be a matter of time before Wakanda was exposed. They had been hidden in the shadows for such a long time, and in order to continue that legacy he needed to take measures. Thus he took the measure of making the Accords, and since Wakanda had spies everywhere, it was easy to manipulate the governments to accept the Accords. When John called last time, he didn't pay much heed to him, as he thought no matter what they wouldn't cross any line. But now he understood that he was wrong, so very wrong. The power shown by the Avengers amazed him too. They seemed more powerful than in the videos. John put away his helmet after everything became silent. The heads of the tribe were trembling as they knew their lives were now in the hands of the Avengers. The king still tried to maintain his calmness, as he knew that if the Avengers killed him then it would be game over for the Avengers. He just wanted to see what they want to do. Got to say, you fooled the whole planet, King T'Chaka. Wayne said. So what of it? Are you going to kill me because of that? I was right about you all. You are dangerous. King refuted. We are dangerous, but you still messed with us. That wasn't very thoughtful of you. Was it? Gerald said. Why are you all here? To show us your power? Or to kill me? T'Chaka said. We are here to show the country what kind of person you are. John replied this time. I guess the royal members are already informed about this assault. Let's wait for them, shall we? John said as he sat on a seat opposite the throne. After a minute more, Dora Milaje appeared with Chala, Shuri, their mother, and even Zuli, a trusted confidant of T'Chaka. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 232, Black Panther. T'Chaka came while wearing the Black Panther suit, and the moment he entered the hall, Gerald used art on him. It threw T'Chaka a few meters away. Stay down, boy. Gerald said. T'Chaka got up to attack again while the remaining Dora Milaje charged. John sighed as he wore his helmet and waved his hand. Yellow ropes emerged from the ground and bounded the hands of all of the members of the Dora Milaje. This was the magic of Dr. Fate. He even proceeded to bind the hands of the Black Panther and brought the hands down. Thus everybody was on their knees. You are Dr. Fate, aren't you? Chaka asked. I am honored that the King of Wakanda follows my works. John replied. Let's not talk about my work. But yours. Since everybody is here, it's time for revelation. What do you want to reveal? That you are a murderer. Shuri shouted. Her mother got scared and she held her mouth so that she didn't antagonize the Avengers more. They knew they were on tight ropes now. The Avengers have never killed anyone which they didn't deserve. Did you see us killing any member of the Dora Milaje? No. We aren't here to kill anybody but to show you all the true face of your father. He is a murderer. He killed his own brother just so because his brother wanted a better world. John said, pointing at King Chaka. Zuli and Chaka shuddered when John said that. Shuri and her mother's eyes went wide. That's a lie. My father would never do that. What a good lie to fool everyone. Chala spoke for the first time. Lie. Eric, show them your Wakandan heritage. John replied. Eric showed the inner part of her mouth to show that he belonged to Wakanda. He is the son of your brother who you so easily murdered. You left your nephew because you didn't want anything to do with him. Isn't it right, King Chaka? I wonder what the law is here for fratricide. If you want more proof, ask Zuli. He was present there when King Chaka murdered his brother. John said. That's a lie. He retaliated because King Chaka wanted to save me. Zuli spoke for the first time. Everybody in the room was surprised by this sudden acceptance of the incident that John just spoke about. Shuri and others couldn't believe that what John said was the truth. So you do accept that King Chaka killed his brother? John spoke. Yes, but he did that to save me. Zuli insisted. Zuli. He is the Black Panther. The Black Panther. Do you think I am a fool not to understand what that title represents? He is basically Captain America with vibranium armor. And you are telling me that he really had to kill his brother to save you? John said with a smile. The Avengers didn't expect that the king was a powered being. Now when they thought about it, Chala too was probably a super-powered being, as the reflexes which he had shown aren't shown by normal people. All the Avengers were listening intently to the story of the King Chaka and finally understood why John was so sure that he could usurp the throne. Wabi, leader of the border tribe. I guess you know this guy. The murderer of your parents. This is my gift to you. I hope you can help me in invoking a proper trial for your king. John said as he pointed to Clow, who was standing beside holding his hand. The moment he appeared in the hall he knew that he was done for. Wabi hesitated for a second but then made a determination. He had to go against his own king, but in exchange he would get his hands on the murderer of his parents. Clow had been hiding for a long time and now finally he was caught. Wabi, no. You will betray the king if you do that. Ramonda, Queen of Wakanda, said. Betrayal? Even if Clow wasn't here, I would have made sure that the truth of his brother's murder was out for the people of Wakanda to see. Do you think the people will accept a king who murdered his own brother? I am sure the Jabari tribe would be very happy seeing that the Wakandan king had fallen to such lows. John said. How do you know all this? You seem to know everything about us. Ramonda asked. Doesn't matter how I know. King Chaka, don't you want to say anything in your defense? You have been eerily silent all this time. John said. The moment you all stepped into the hall I knew that I couldn't escape. I just didn't expect that you would bring me down in this way. I do accept that I had killed my own brother and I am ready to face the trial, but only on one condition. Chaka said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 233, New Leader. You don't have the leverage to negotiate with me, King Chaka. In the call I asked you for the reason you proposed for the Accords. You didn't reply. That time I told you that you would regret this. John said. Chaka sighed as he really didn't expect that everything would turn out like this. He should have spoken clearly with John before and should have trusted the Avengers. Tony and Batman had vibranium armor. You can't expect us not to retaliate. Chaka spoke in his defense for the first time. That vibranium was stolen from your country by Clow, not by us. If you wanted the vibranium you could have spoken to us, but instead you went behind our backs. Wayne replied this time. You don't get to cry victim when you yourself initiated the fight. Diana said. Chaka knew he was wrong and his past had come back now to haunt him. Eric will battle for the throne against Chala since that is the custom here. We won't interfere. Wakanda doesn't matter to the Avengers anymore. If there is any kind of retaliation from Wakanda, then I will personally send the country back to the third world category. And this time it won't be a sham. John said. I am curious, what condition you wanted to ask King Chaka? Hal asked. I just hope that Wakanda can continue remaining in the shadows. Chaka said with a sigh. That will depend on the next king. I don't care about what happens. I will keep a lookout in this country and I want the trial to proceed. If nothing is done I will make sure that everybody knows of what had happened in the past. John said as he vanished with the other Avengers, leaving Eric and Clow behind. He wouldn't care about Wakanda anymore as now he had more important things to do. That is to uproot the members of the government that had been an eyesore for him for a long time. Even though Umbrella has had huge influence, it was still sometimes overwhelmed by bureaucracy. Wayne and John had already thought about the purge and they needed to carry it this week. That was one hell of a trip. It's a pity we didn't get to see such an awesome country for a long time. Pietro said. We will have a much bigger and better country for ourselves. John replied. Really? A new world? Can't wait for it. Pietro said excitedly. Steve, Wayne, I need to show you someone. John said. Someone? Sure. Steve replied. Others, you can all go home. The Sokovia Accords will never see the light of day. I can assure you. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrating all major walks of life and government too. We will just replace those people who are actively giving us problems. We need to get ready for the arrival of the new world because they will arrive in a few months. We don't have much time. John said. Which new world is coming? Now I am really curious. Will it be dangerous? Hal asked as he was interested in new people. Dangerous? Yes. They are. But they are controllable. John said. Everybody went to their own places as Victor opened boom tubes for all. Only Steve, Wayne, and John remained. John again teleported with them to a place which looked like the Himalayas. There was snow and high mountains. There was also a huge palace-like structure built on the sides of the mountain. Is that what I think it is? Wayne asked. Yes. This is the headquarters of the League of Assassins. John replied as he really brought Steve and Wayne here. He was here for a reason. When Ra's al Ghul was extracted, it was done in order to give the League to Steve. Steve had a straight moral compass and he could lead the League perfectly. John knew he could do the same with Ra's as he had proper control over everybody here, but he wanted all members of the Avengers to have equal strength and Steve was seriously lacking in this regard. And after he saw Steve dating Diana, he was more determined to give the League to Steve. He wanted Steve to have a happy story, and since he couldn't go back in time, it was better to give him more time. John was a selfish man, so he wouldn't hesitate to kill people to cover his interests, but Steve was more morally straight and he thought it would be better to have someone to always show him the correct path. John feared that he would become arrogant in the future with all the powers he possesses, and he wanted to make sure there was someone who could direct his path if he ever goes astray. And Steve was the perfect candidate for that. And it could only be done if Steve had a long life. The Lazarus Pit could easily provide him that. The League of Ra's al Ghul. Did they arrive in our world? Aren't they a very big organization? Don't we need all the members to fight them? Steve asked. Yes, I know this is controversial and probably I will get hate for this decision. This was my personal choice. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 234, New Leader, 2. We are not here to fight. John said. Then what are we here for? Steve asked as he was confused. Batman knows why we are here. John said. The old man still hasn't given up the obsession. Wayne asked. Nope. He negotiated with me about that. This is the only way. John said. Guys, what do you mean by that? Steve asked as he was more confused now. He means that Ra's wants to choose an heir. And you, Steve, is the perfect candidate for leading the League. Wayne said to Steve. You mean the story of him wanting Oliver to replace him is real? He still hasn't stopped searching. Steve asked as he had seen the Green Arrow series, as in the last season Ra's wanted Oliver to be the leader of the League. Yes. He wanted me to be the leader, but I refused. So now we are here. Wayne said as he saw many members fully covered in black coming out from the main gate in an ordered manner. They took their positions in line and gave space to the middle. After a minute, Ra's finally emerged with a huge coat walking. All the members of the League bowed down when he came out. Boy, is he the one that you have chosen? Ra's asked as he came up to the trio. Yes. He is Steve Rogers. John said. Wait, I haven't even decided to take such a huge responsibility. I will never be the leader of such an evil organization. Steve replied. The League will whatever you picture it to be. If you want the League only to work for the good, then it shall be. John said. Provided you can kill Ra's and take the mantle of leader. But why am I being chosen? I am pretty sure that there are other more capable members. Steve asked. I have been watching you, Steve Rogers, for a long time. Your will and commitment moved me. I am becoming old and both Wayne and Queen rejected me. I just want to give away my position and rest in peace. Roz said. There will be a duel in a week. I will wait for you here. If you can defeat and kill me, the League shall be yours. If you don't, you will die. Roz said as turned back and went away. The members too followed the leader. Roz still needed to show his arrogance and pride of being the leader of the League even though he was the summon of John. What a weird man. No wonder you never took the position of the leader. Is there no other way? Steve asked. The League has infiltrated in many places just like S.H.I.E.L.D. and we need a proper person as its head. Roz came to me to search for a worthy one, so I gave him your name. I am sorry, but I could only think of you. Only you have the best moral compass among us. John said. I will have to think about it before I make a decision. Steve said. Sure. Let's go back. John said as all the three vanished again and were back at the headquarters. John said goodbye to them and went back home. It had been a long day, so he wanted to have a rest. 7 days passed by very fast after that, as the S.H.I.E.L.D. was getting ready for the purge. The ratifying of Sokovia Accords was pushed back a few days as the main country who proposed the accords would apparently appoint a new king. This made every member of the UN panel surprised, and some even suspected that Avengers had their hands behind the change of the king. But it wouldn't matter as the accords were ready and it would proceed even if Wakanda backs away later. John on the other hand was back at Wakanda as this was the day when the new king would be crowned. Everybody gathered near the waterfall for the ceremonial fight. Even the Jabari tribe came as they were informed about the past of the king. In these 7 days King Chaka was in trial and he was sentenced with lifetime imprisonment. This was the law of the country, and the fear of Avengers made them sure that the trial was fair. Soon the fight between T'Challa and Eric started as T'Challa was stripped from the power of Black Panther. And the fight followed almost like the actual story. The only difference was that T'Challa didn't fall down from the cliff and was defeated fairly. John, who levitated above, saw all of this but didn't have any expression. He didn't care who sat on the throne as long as Wakanda didn't poke in their business. John levitated down to greet Eric one last time as he would leave. King Eric, how does it feel to be the king of Wakanda? I hope this revenge was fulfilling. John asked. Eric hesitated for a second but finally replied. I won't be the king of Wakanda. Eric said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 235, New Leader, 3. Huh, what do you mean? John asked as he was surprised. All the tribe members who joined the ceremony were also surprised by this declaration, including T'Challa, as nobody expected Eric to say that. I have been here for the past 7 days. The people who know me here don't really look at me with good eyes, they treat me as an outsider. Even if I become their king, a time will come when they will stop listening to me. I never wanted to become the king, I just wanted revenge, and I think he has gotten the punishment which he deserved, even though I would have loved killing him myself. I have always wanted to change the world, and I don't think Wakanda has enough power to give me that. The Avengers and the Umbrella had been working towards that goal, and I would rather join them than this conservative country. Eric said. John never expected that Eric would ever say that. In the original world, Eric became the king because he wanted revenge and for changing the world for a better place. It seemed since John had touched the destiny of Eric, this made him take a different decision. John now wondered if TVA would come for him. Surprisingly, TVA didn't come for Pietro. And it was probably because he had warned Mobius and spoke of Alioth. This must have scared Kang a bit. Anyway, John didn't care but was happy to see Eric take a totally new decision. I understand. What are your plans now? John asked. Can I join the Avengers? Eric asked. You will have to talk to Wayne about that. He is the main person in the team. John said. So want to leave with me? Sure. I have nothing here. Eric said. John nodded and turned around to all other members of the tribe and said. I think most of you know about my powers. I can dream of other parallel universes, and in this way I knew what actually happened before with the previous king. The funny thing is that in most parallel universes the Black Panther is one of the main members of the Avengers. Now we stand on opposite sides. As I said before, the Avengers won't interfere in Wakanda, but don't stand on the other side of us, it won't end well. Goodbye. John vanished with Eric after that. All the Wakandan were ashamed of what just happened. This was a huge blot in their reputation and even their pride. The Jabari were probably laughing at the other members of the tribe. M'Baku challenged T'Challa, and this fight would take place after a day as he just fought against Eric and was tired. Later T'Challa would be crowned as the king after defeating M'Baku, but that was a story for another day. John, after vanishing, appeared in the dimension of the League again with Eric. Eric thought he would be in Jurassic Park but didn't expect he was in snowy mountains. He even saw many people wearing full black standing in a circular manner near a cliff. On the edge of the cliff were two half-naked men. One was wielding a sword while the other a shield. Eric knew one of them. Captain Steve Rogers, but he didn't recognize the other guy. Yes, Captain had decided to accept the duel and was ready to fight Roz. He came to this dimension 2 days ago as he wanted to see how the League worked and would take concrete decisions only after seeing with his own eyes. Suffice to say he was impressed by the discipline and training. The members were basically top-level assassins and they did almost all forms of combat. After much contemplation he finally decided to fight Roz. Who is Captain America fighting? Eric asked as he was curious. Ra's al Ghul, the leader of the League of Assassins. John replied. The League? They are real too. Why are they fighting? Aren't you gonna stop them? Eric asked as he was surprised. No. Steve is fighting to be the new leader of the League. He will fight to be the leader of the League. Was Captain America defeated by the League before? Because as I remember only who survives the sword of Ra's al Ghul will become the Ra's al Ghul. Eric asked. This surprised John as he never expected Eric to watch his works very minutely. Don't always trust my work. That's just one part of the story. Ra's is becoming old and he needs to give away his throne to someone. So we choose Steve to take the mantle and carry on. This would keep the League alive and well and have better control in the underground world. John replied. I understand. Eric said. The fight started between Steve and Ra's and it was intense. Captain used his shield to defend while Ra's used his sword to attack. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 236, The Purge. The fight went on for a full 1 hour. John and even the members of the League didn't expect that fight would go on for such a long time. Both were exhausted. Steve had many cuts in his body while Ra's had many bruises due to how Steve used his shield. Even though it wasn't the vibranium shield, Steve still used it effectively. And after an intense clash, Steve was able to get the better of John and was able to disarm Ra's by hitting the shield at his hand. The sword was thrown from Ra's. Then Steve proceeded to tackle Ra's with his shield. This prompted Ra's to take a few steps back. Steve saw this opening and didn't hesitate anymore, as he took the lying sword and stabbed Ra's directly in his abdomen. The League members knew that from now Steve would be their leader, and since he defeated Ra's fair and square nobody had any doubts about his position. Steve looked at Ra's as he was on his knees at the edge of the cliff. May you lead the League to greater glory. From now you have the power over the dimension of the League, and saying that Ra's fell down the cliff. John, who saw this side as he just lost Ra's, though he could bring him back to life with the system. He just felt it was weird with almost the same plot repeating from the Arrow. Ra's died there after falling from a cliff. Steve, who just defeated and killed Ra's too, was on his knees. John levitated in front of him as all the members of the League too were on their knees in order to show respect to the new Ra's. You should go to Lazarus Pit to heal yourself before those wounds get infected. John said. Can you take me there? I am really tired. Steve said. John smiled at it and vanished with Steve. They appeared again in a place which looked like a huge bathtub made of rocks. Steve didn't waste a second and directly jumped into the pit, only to emerge from the water after a few seconds. I gotta say, it feels weird with the healing power of the pit. I feel myself more powerful, younger, and more energetic. Steve said. I have had no connections with Ra's whatsoever, but strangely I respect him, even though he was evil. He didn't even flinch when I stabbed him. Now I am the leader of a place to which I have no idea about. I hope I can do a proper job. Steve said. You will do fine. Go through all the things that Ra's had done and take steps accordingly. Remember, this is an underground organization, so work with caution. The League is a perfect way to control the dark side of the world. John said. Yes, you are right. This is a huge responsibility. I guess immortality has a cost. Steve joked. Well, now you and Diana can both lead a long and happy life. John said with a smile. Steve smiled at it as one of the main reasons he joined the League was because he could spend a long time with Diana, for centuries, which he could have never done before. As they were talking, Eric came with many members of the League. Eric didn't know where the Lazarus Pit was, so he had to ask for directions. Eric. What happened? Did you lose to T'Challa? Steve asked as he didn't know what happened at Wakanda. No. I won but gave away the throne. Don't want anything to do with such conservative country. I have changed my mind. Can I join the League? Eric asked. John eyed Steve when he said that Steve would make a decision on that. You can, but I will look into your behavior. You have been consumed by revenge all your life, so that hasn't been a good start. The League will evaluate you and only then you can join us. Steve replied, and now with the tone of a leader. He had already accepted the role, so he needed to act now as one. I am leaving. Eric will stay here then. John said as he vanished from his place. John was back at the headquarters where Wayne and Fury were present. They needed to carry out the purge as they had been thinking about it for a long time. The names they had brought out were some of the worst scum who were sitting in high positions but carried out criminal activities underground. Though all of them weren't in the UN panel, but a good number of them were. If they could just stick all the criminal charges on them, then the whole Accords would stop, as the recent news channels had been buzzing about it all day. The normal people didn't like it as the Avengers didn't do anything wrong, and many believed that the governments now were afraid of the Avengers, and this was the reason they wanted to bring out the Accords. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 237, The Purge, 2. So how do you want to proceed into this? John asked as he removed his helmet. The helmet, like always, floated by his side. We will first go to the court and take out warrants after pressing charges with all the evidence we have. This will bring the whole empire down of these double-faced criminals. Fury said. Yes. We can do that, but there will be runners. Wayne said. Yes. We have put them under surveillance. Thanks to ninjas. Fury said with pride now, as the ninjas had totally integrated with S.H.I.E.L.D. The World Council were ecstatic when they knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. now had ninjas, and finally they had their own private superpowered army. John just smiled looking at Fury as at the end S.H.I.E.L.D. was in his palms. Even though Fury hasn't given 2 high-level posts to the ninjas, but that day wasn't far. This slow integration was what John had wanted when he brought the Naruto world. This was his major plan from the start after dealing with Hydra. Fury and the duo then discussed of how to execute the purge and how they would handle the runners. S.H.I.E.L.D. will bring those who would try to escape directly to the law and press more charges with that. That would cement everything. Good. Get only the bad people. I know there are annoying ones who we would love to catch like Ross, but we can't be tyrants. Nothing good comes out of being total tyrants. Wayne said. Yes. I am aware of it. Fury replied. If by chance there are people who still go off the radar, contact me. I will find him. John said. Then can you get Wilson Fisk? Fury asked. Yes, but he is necessary evil. Sometimes evil is required so that heroes can rise. He is one of them. Don't worry if he crosses the line, I will bring him in. John said. Okay, I will look into this matter. Fury replied. Bruce, is the Hall of Justice ready? John asked. Yes. It's been built like we had before on the other side of the park. Looks huge and have more space. Bruce said. Good. This will be our Earth headquarters. John replied. They discussed more about the plan, and the purge would start from tomorrow. All the officials were in place. So they were just waiting for execution. John left after discussing everything. And as he had planned, the next day there were multiple arrests all over the globe. The arrests were done almost at the same time, so the people knew this was a planned attack. But when the allegations came out against those government officials, the people were surprised. The people know that the governments were perfectly good, but they never thought that they were this bad. Now they understood why the Sokovia Accords were made, as the Accords would have made the Avengers their puppets. As many members of the UN panel were now missing, Wakanda too backed out from the Accords after T'Challa was appointed as the king. And as S.H.I.E.L.D. suspected there were people who were trying to escape, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was ready and they were brought and were pressed more charges. The public came out to protest against the Accords all over the globe, as it was a ploy to control the Avengers. Ross, who was heading the whole Accords, knew he had lost the remote to control the Avengers. He directly called John. Did you do this? Ross asked. I don't understand what you are talking about. John replied after picking up his call. The arrests, Wakanda backing out. Did you do this? Ross asked again in an angry tone. The arrests were done by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the new king of Wakanda was appointed because their old king was a murderer. So no, I didn't do anything. John said. You will pay for this. Ross said angrily. John raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He directly wore the helmet and vanished from his place. The next moment he appeared was in the office of Ross. There were officials in the office when Ross made that call. Everybody had already took out their guns and were pointing at the Ankh symbol when John appeared. John, after arriving, waved his hands and energy constructs came out of the walls and the floors to disarm every one of them. Who are you? What do you want? Ross was the first to speak, as he had never seen a man wearing such a weird helmet before. John removed his helmet to show them his face. John Jameson. Never expected you to be wearing a weird helmet apart from having the Phoenix powers. Ross mocked. John didn't say anything and directly conjured a magical knife and placed directly at the throat of Ross. Ross wanted to move, only to see yellow constructs holding him down and not allowing him to move. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 238, Ring 2. I am not like others, Ross. Don't try my patience. I can overlook your treatment of Banner before, but don't even think for a second I am a soft one. I don't mind bringing out your darkest secrets and showing it to the public. John said. Ross became silent when he heard that. He knew he might have crossed the line here. This is the last warning, Ross, and to the White House. Don't meddle in our affairs. Or I don't mind appointing our own president. John said as he removed the constructs. John then wore the helmet again and vanished without even listening to Ross or the others. John didn't mind replacing the president, but he chose not to do so as he believed everybody has free will and they deserve their freedom. The moment he introduces a character and changes the politics, the people too would be his puppets. John didn't want that. It wasn't in his character. He could have killed Ross easily too, but this would create a turmoil and he didn't want any problems now when they were getting ready to welcome the new world. John returned home to go to work as usual. The Halo game would be out in 3 to 4 months and he couldn't wait to extract the Halo ring. He was checking with the CD Projekt Red and was waiting for the game to launch. Ross, on the other hand, was angry but felt fear too. He directed his officials to bring out the camera videos of John threatening them and even spoke about changing the president, but was surprised to see there was no such footage in the video. John used magic before he left so that nobody could ever point their fingers on him or the Avengers. How is this possible? How did he do that? Ross asked his officials. Sir, I think John now is Dr. Fate. He belongs to the magic side. It is said that whoever dons the helmet will become Dr. Fate. Provided he is chosen by the helmet, said an official as he had been watching Justice League Unlimited closely. Magic. Like the witches of Wolf School? Ross asked again as he knew about them. I don't know, sir, the official replied. The days went by like usual and the Accords were finally taken back after a huge backlash. All the officials who were engaged in criminal activities were brought to court in their respective countries. And S.H.I.E.L.D. made sure that the trial was fair. Umbrella had huge influence now and the governments were forced to follow the laws and give proper punishment to the officials. This would disrupt many workings of the government, but John didn't care. By the end of March, the Halo game was finally out. And since Halo was a classic, people loved it. The whole story arc of the Flood and the Covenants fascinated them. The gameplay was exquisite. After a week of the launch of Halo, John directly went to the Hall of Justice as he called everybody. The Hall of Justice looked huge and it had a huge table for everybody to sit. The Wolf School didn't come as they were busy with all the alchemy and teaching Wanda sorcery. They weren't required for this anyway. John even called Clint for this meeting. Everybody sat in their seats. Steve now had totally integrated with the League and everybody came to know the new role of Rogers and were surprised to know now that he was an underground lord. If only my father was here to see you, Captain. Tony mocked. The League will fight for justice and control the dark side of the world. Steve said. Just don't get eroded by the dark side yourself. Wayne said. Steve nodded at it. So why are we here, John? Clint asked. Our new headquarters will arrive today. John said. The one in space. Is it from the Halo game? Natasha asked. Yes. The ring would be our new headquarters and maybe even our home as it is big enough and has its own weather cycle. And you have played the game, I presume. The 343 Guilty Spark will be responsible for maintaining order. John said. The world governments won't like having such a huge satellite in our orbit. Wayne said. Yes, Halo would be like Mars so we can help some of them relocate there. I am sure the wealthy people would prefer to live on Halo more than on Earth. This alone would give us leverage. The AI would be like GAIA, a friend of ours. John said. They would try to snatch land from us. Oliver said. That will happen only if Guilty Spark will allow them to do so. And that would never happen without our permission. Understandable. Now guide the ring here. Victor, open the boom tube after the ring is seen from here. Tony said. Victor nodded to it. John closed his eyes and extracted the Halo ring in the orbit right above them. The ring was much further away from the Earth's atmosphere so that original satellites wouldn't get hit by the ring. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 239, Uproar. John had to spend 600 million fan values for this. Though he felt the pinch, he knew he would be able to gain more fan values by this ring as people would get to see the ring. John placed the halo ring on the orbit of Earth. Out of nowhere a huge ring-like satellite appeared in the skies. Even though they were thousands of miles away, they still felt the ring was massive. Everybody was able to see the ring clearly. The ring was visible to all of America and Western Europe. The moment the general public panicked as they thought there would be an alien attack. Many pointed out that the ring looked like the one in Halo. And since John has a history with many heroes which turns out to be real later, people believed that the ring was from the Halo game. They directly asked the governments to give a proper explanation of what was going on. The customer care lines of Umbrella were hit by massive calls and emails asking about the ring and if it had flooded there. The normal people felt scared as they didn't understand what was going on. There was a general sense of panic all over the globe as the other part of Earth also came to know. The governments had no idea of what was going on, so they contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. and asked for an explanation. Fury, who already knew about the Halo ring, told the World Council, which he had always said and known, that it belonged to another universe and was transported here. "Do you want us to tell this to people?" a member said. "Councilman, a new world is coming soon which will be visible to the public. S.H.I.E.L.D. has infiltrated many walks of life and has become the greatest spy organization that ever was, but we can't control all lies. Especially the lies of the new world. So I would advise all of you to tell the truth to the public. At least the truth that the ring belonged to another world. And that it isn't dangerous in any way. If people don't believe us, we can take them to the ring and show them around." Fury said. "Will that be good? Won't it cause more panic? For now there are only good things arriving. The people will think the bad things will arrive too," another member said. "They have known of aliens from the New York War and even seen the Kryptonian ship. Do you think that the general public will panic more after knowing the truth? No, they will be happy to know that they have their own moon where people could settle down. I know there will be complications at the beginning, but trust me. It would be better if we face it now than catching the people off guard when the new world arrives." Fury replied. "What is this new world that John has spoken about? Did he give any hints?" "Sadly, he refuses to answer it, but only says that it will arrive in a few months." Fury replied. "Bring out the world's origin from him as fast as possible. We don't like to be in the dark for a long time," a member said. "I will look into it." Fury replied and closed the connection off. In a matter of hours all the governments finally revealed the origin of the ring, about the theory of multiverse, and said that many of John's work was real and was based on other universes which were also real. This caused another huge uproar as they never thought John's work was real. They just believed it was a story, and only the movies of John had real characters which they also believed to be just a false story. Now this new information was totally new for them. So the works of John are real. Then does that mean many heroes we see today come from other universes? Now that I think of it, the names of the cities in the movies were never based on our cities. Are they really from other universes? The animes of John and their world are so vivid. If they too are real, aren't we really weak in front of the other universes? Does humanity even have a chance if the villains arrive from other universes? We have the Avengers to save us. Don't we have so many people on the good side? They will protect us from anything bad. That's fine if it's a major event. The Avengers won't save normal people like us. What shall we do? What shall the commoners do? Yes, you are right. But the Avengers can only do so much. We can report on any incursions from another world and tell the Avengers. Maybe then they will help. Such discussions were dominating in online forums and social media. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 240, The Tower. As all these things were going on, John and others had already gone through the boom tubes and emerged from the other side. What welcomed them was a beach which had waves from the sea water. They could see the whole land stretching like a circle. The gravity was almost like Earth and it looked majestic. There was a cool breeze hitting the faces of the members and everybody felt like they were on Earth. Only difference was the view. They all could see the blue Earth from their position. Even though everybody expected such scenes as all of them had played the game, playing on a television and watching in real life was different. Even John was in awe as he never expected the ring to be so beautiful with vivid weather properties. He could see forests, deserts, and even snowy peaks from his position on the other sides of the ring. Everybody took a minute to digest such a huge achievement of technology in silence. They could never have imagined that such achievement could ever be possible and they would be able to witness them. As they were thinking, a small cube-shaped flying machine came towards them, levitating in the air. It had small blue-colored eye. It was the 343 Guilty Spark, the monitor of this ring. "Hello friends, how may I be of service?" it said. "Are you sure you can control this AI?" Rhodes asked as they had seen what a rogue AI could do. Don't worry, after becoming Dr. Fate I have become more powerful and controlling such beings is easy. John lied, but it was kind of the half-truth as he really could control them, but it was because of the system. That's good. Tony murmured as Ultron had given them a huge headache. Hello, 343. Is the Halo ring working properly? John replied to the monitor. Yes. It's perfectly fine. The whole weather and other functions are working on 100%. The people can easily relocate here, but they will have to build their own home and buildings, the guilty spark. There are buildings built from before. Yes. John asked. Yes. Please follow me if you want to check it out. 343 said. They all followed 343 and went to the structures that were built underground. It looked exactly like it did in the game. They all spent hours exploring the structures and even the landscapes. Victor, Tony, and others flew away to check the whole ring while John chose the place where they first landed to play the Tower of Fate. John directly summoned the Tower of Fate and placed it near the beach. The others who were nearby were surprised to see such a huge medieval-looking tower appear after the wave of John. The tower looked ancient and even like a huge guard tower. Want to go inside and see my library? John asked. Sure. Magic, right? Would love to see. Clint said. They all entered through the huge gate placed in front of the tower. There was a huge hall with stairs on all the sides leading high up the tower with books being placed on the walls. The collections of books on the walls surprised everybody as there were so many books that they couldn't even see till the end. Everybody got interested and all started going through the books as they wanted to see if they could do any kind of magic. Of course, doing magic requires talent and John didn't know any of them have such talent. John in the meantime checked his fan values and it was rising rapidly. A fan value doesn't actually depend on the likes and dislikes of a character or a thing being extracted but on a person's beliefs and likes of John's movies, animes, cartoons, and games. Thus even though many people felt fear after seeing the ring, John's fan value rose as people got interested in the game and had started playing it to know more about the ring. John was happy to see the rise. He just lost 600 million and from the rise it looked like he would get 600 million fan values back soon. The ring was massive and almost had the same diameter as the Earth and thus many people could see it clearly. The people still were either in awe or fear of the ring as they felt the flood might be there. After almost 12 hours of the ring's appearance, Umbrella finally came out and said that there was no covenant or flood in the ring and it was perfectly safe as the Avengers had already gone and checked it. Umbrella also said that it would carry out rigorous tests on all the corners of the ring to check for any infection. The people were relieved when they came to know this and were happy that like always the Avengers went forward to check the danger instead of cowering away. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 241, Moving the Headquarters. Your library is huge. But I still can't do any spells from the things written. Banner said. Yes. It depends on talent. John said. Many were disappointed as they understood that they didn't have magic talent. That would have been a boost to their powers. They all went out after some time and soon the people who went to explore more of the ring came back. How was the view? John asked. It's so beautiful. The Hall of Justice would be huge here. John, you better keep 60% of the whole ring to us. I don't want to destroy the beauty of it. People will just pollute the ring. Tony said. Ask Pepper to handle all this. 343 will take care of it. John said. So that's the Tower of Fate you spoke about before. Looks huge. Wayne said after he came back with Tony as he too had gone to explore the ring. Yes. You can go in and check it out. Anyway, let Umbrella handle everything. Is the Focus ready to be in the market? John asked. Yes. Tony replied. All right. Soon we will replace mobiles. I am off. Have some work at Disney with the new movies. Tony, you can place GAIA here. I am sure she will be happy to take control of this ring. 343 will be responsible for the influx and outflux of people. Since she can use the ring technology to teleport people, she will be the monitor of it. Of course 343 will still have the core control of everything here. John said. Now Victor doesn't have to use boom tubes for everyone. Tony said. Everybody laughed at it as Victor was basically working as the transport guy here. John vanished away after that while the others remained. He had work to do at Disney. The others went to check for proper space to build a new Hall of Justice. It was April when the ring had arrived and John had accumulated quite a lot of fan values. In a month or so he would have enough fan values. And recently due to the work of Green Lanterns across the galaxies the works of John in the Nova Empire had become famous and thus his fan values were also rising very quickly due to this influence. John after coming back went directly to Disney. He was surprised to see such a huge amount of people outside the headquarters. John knew that they were here to know more about the ring. John didn't care about greeting them and directly went inside. But what gave John a headache was that the employees of Disney too wanted to know about the ring. "Boss, can we ever go to the ring?" Kevin asked, as he now knew that their boss had high connections with the Avengers and they might get a chance to go through that channel. "If you want, we can relocate the headquarters to Ring." Umbrella too would probably relocate their headquarters. John said, as he was really thinking of relocating the headquarters there. This would keep the normal public away from them and would be able to work in peace. "Really? Is that even possible? Can we shift our homes too? Won't that be expensive for the employees? How will the employees travel if they want to come to Earth?" Kevin said. "You have played the game. 343 will be responsible for teleportation of people. You can easily come back whenever you want and still live there comfortably. You can ask the employees. Umbrella would soon construct houses. Ask them. I will talk to Pepper about it." John said. "That will be great. I will ask the employees who work here," Kevin said excitedly. He really wanted to move to the ring with his family. Living there would be equivalent to living in heaven. John was amazed that Kevin didn't think about the problem of flood that was shown in the game, but thought maybe because John would do nothing to harm them. He didn't think much about it after that. John then proceeded to work on the upcoming movie and even the new movie that would be out by the end of the year. He was looking forward to new people that he would be able to extract from both the movies that he had planned this year. It took a month for people to accept that now they had a ring in their orbit. There was a serious debate about the implications of the ring on Earth. Be it economical, geological or other such effects. Umbrella and the governments launched a joint probe on the ring, and when they couldn't find any kinds of viruses, the people rejoiced. Now Umbrella finally declared that 40% of the ring would be for the public, and like always there will be space for both rich and poor. Of course the governments protested against it, let alone the people. Firstly, the space was too small, and secondly, the rich wanted to buy more land there and wanted to live in luxury. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 242, Arrival. Umbrella came out saying that this was the deal 343 Guilty Spark had made with the Avengers. If they had problems with it, they could go and ask the AI and see if the deal could be renegotiated. This made the government step back a bit, but still some people insisted on asking the Guilty Spark. The governments hired a ship of the Umbrella and went to the ring. 343 was already given the topic which it needed to speak about by Wayne and Tony. After the landing of the officials on the ring, 343 went to greet them, and as usual they asked for more land. 343 directly said that the deal was already done and could never be renegotiated. The officials tried enticing with many benefits, but for an AI such human benefits wouldn't matter much, over the fact that he was controlled by John, so such conditions were useless. Thus the officials came back with the sad news that only 40% would be allocated to the public and private. This made the people sad, but 40% too was pretty huge, so people flocked to the Umbrella again to buy the land. Even though Umbrella wanted to divide the land of 40% to all the sections of society, the rich had more money to spend, so they had to buckle on the smell of green bills. John, who was keeping an eye on this, lamented on the power of rich people. Even though they were successful in keeping Mars's population distributed equally, it was not possible for the ring, as this was enticing and everybody wanted to live in a space which could be said as a heaven. By the month of June, new headquarters of both Disney and Umbrella were established and made on the ring. Every one of the employees moved to the new place without hesitation, as the companies provided them cheap land as compared to other people. 343 handled all the transport logistics, so it was precise and fast. It could literally teleport anyone and anything from the ring to Earth to any place and vice versa. The people just needed to use their mobiles or focus, which was the new product of Umbrella gaining popularity among the masses, to give the coordinates, and then they would be teleported. Victor, in order to give the ring unlimited power, handed the mother box to 343. This would enable 343 to work more efficiently and faster, as the mother box itself has unlimited power. The people were amazed to see teleporting technology, and even the governments asked for share of technology, but as usual 343 refused to do so. Some of the officials feared this teleportation, as people could be transferred anywhere, even the homes of officials. Thus, governments even threatened 343 with nuclear missiles, but 343 said that if they do it, the Avengers would come for them, as that was the initial deal. Land in lieu of protection. Now the governments really didn't know what to do and had to accept it, and 343 said that there would always be fixed coordinates to transfer the normal public and never invade privacy. They could only take it slowly and try to steal technology from the ring later. Of course GAIA, who has been brought to the ring, and 343 would always keep an eye on all the people who came to the ring. A new Hall of Justice was made, which was bigger than the one at Jurassic Park. Almost everybody moved their home to the ring, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. moved their headquarters to the ring, as with the help of 343 they could respond to emergency situations faster. This was like a dream come true for Fury, as S.H.I.E.L.D. now has a base which overlooked the Earth from all points. He was actually thankful that John existed and helped in making the transition smooth. Even though he still felt John was hiding something, he didn't care as long as they did good for humanity. He made sure 343 could never hack into the S.H.I.E.L.D. files and sealed many things away from the server, so that if one day 343 went rogue they would have contingency plans. Ultron was a wake-up call to many people. By the month of July everything got settled. John too had started living on the ring, at the tower, and even asked his dad to move here. But his dad refused, saying that his work was on Earth and this needed a more hands-on approach. John tried convincing him to retire, but he failed to do so. Since he knew his words would just fall on deaf ears, he didn't say more and left. John missed Emma a bit, and she would come by the end of the year, so it would take a long time for her to arrive. By the end of July his fan values finally reached the amount he needed to extract a world. And he wanted to bring some of the people first to give people the idea of what world was going to arrive. He called all the members of the Avengers, and even Steve, who was working in the League, came. Everybody arrived, including Fury, the people from the Wolf School, Flash, Petro, Hal, Bucky, Banner, Wayne, Stark, Clint, and others from S.H.I.E.L.D. 343 took care of the teleportation and moved all of them to the newly built Hall of Justice, which looked exactly like the one in the comics and animated series. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 243, New People. Ding. Total fan values accumulated, 16 billion. So is the new world going to come? Wayne asked after everybody sat down. Can't you just send the world to other planet like you can guide some things from other worlds? Fury asked. John squinted his eyes at Fury and said, controlling a real person and a non-living thing is different. Do you think I am a god that can bring and send back anything that I like or dislike? Everybody understood that there was a limit to the powers of John, and everything couldn't be done as they wish for. So, what is this new world that is coming? You have been teasing us about that for a long time. Banner, as he was running out of patience. Easy, Banner. Victor, these are coordinates. Go and bring these people. They would be wearing white lab coats and would be easily recognizable. John said as he brought out a piece of paper which had the coordinates, and it was scattered all around the globe. Victor, with his boom tubes, can easily approach the people that have arrived. Approach and convince them to come with you. They are the first people to arrive, and soon everybody will come from their world. John said. I understand. Victor said as he opened a boom tube and went in. Everybody now had to wait for the new people to arrive. I should have gone with Victor to convince these new people to come. Fury said. You with your eye patch will just make people alienate. How are the normal people taking in the theory of multiverse? Have they accepted it? John asked as they waited for Victor. Yes, the response had been positive, even though there are doubts by many sections of the people, but it can be controlled. Fury replied. Are the governments ready for the new world? John asked again. More or less. Since you have denied giving us any hints, it made them angry. Fury said. Doesn't matter. When you will see the people you will know anyways. Even if they were given a few years it would still not be enough. John said. Almost half an hour went by and finally a boom tube opened and Victor came out from it. And from the boom tubes came out men and women came out with weird hair color like the ones of Naruto's world. The moment the Avengers saw these people they were dumbfounded. Because every one of them knew who these people were and finally understood why John said before that it was better to let the people know of multiverse because people needed an heads up with the upcoming world. The one man leading the whole team of people who looked like doctors came out of the boom tubes. They all looked around and the people who were sitting on the round table. Hello, Mr. Stone here asked us to go with him to meet you people to understand this world. I am Professor Oak. It's nice to meet you all. Hope we didn't disturb much, the men said. All of the members of the Avengers and even the Wolf School after hearing the name Professor Oak knew what world was going to arrive. The world of Pokemon. Yes, this was John's plan from the start. Only the world of Pokemon would enable John to have huge amount of fan values always. The people of the world be then forced to see his work and supply him huge amount of fan values always. After all, seeing is believing. Though he knew that this would create great turmoil in the society and some people will even try to mistreat the Pokemons and even do some cruel experiments. But the main thing was every single one of the Pokemon would be under the control of John, and if any bad thing happened to any one of the Pokemon he would know immediately. This was one of the reasons had also let S.H.I.E.L.D. and the League dig deep into both the bright and dark side of the world. Even though the governments might flip out he didn't care. The last purge was a huge warning to them, and if they do any bad thing John didn't mind just killing them off. Hello, Professor Oak. I guess you have a general idea of the world as I have tried speaking with you through dreams. John replied. Yes. Never knew that even people could contact through dreams. Only knew Darkrai and only such other special Pokemons have that power. Good to know that even humanity has evolved in another universe. Professor Oak said. Hello Professor Oak. I am a huge fan of yours. Banner spoke up for the first time as everybody was still taking time to digest the new world that was going to arrive. Many of them thought that it would be a world like Naruto's, for example the world of 7 Deadly Sins, Black Clover, or even the world of JoJo. But they didn't expect the world of Pokemon. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 244, New Powers. Hello. I am glad that you like my work. But I don't know you. Professor Oak said. I am Bruce Banner. A physicist and a medical doctor. I have been following your world for a long time. Banner said. Thank you. I guess at first we will have to do formal introductions. Oak said. Everybody finally came back to reality and introduced themselves to each other. John had summoned many known professors of Pokemon World like Professor Rowan, Professor Birch, Professor Kukui, Professor Juniper, and few others, and sent them to different parts of the globe to make the summoning more believable. Fury was now thinking how to tell this to the World Council. He really didn't want such a weird world to come, but he had no other way to tackle it but head on. How many days do we have till all the Pokemon arrive? Will the people also come? Fury asked after he introduced themselves to all of them. This was the main question which everybody wanted to know. A small amount of people will arrive. Some of them are already known to people, and some who had never appeared. We will have to negotiate everything with Arceus though. We have 2 weeks, Fury. John said. As Arceus was the supposed creator of the Pokemon world. Now all had another headache as there would be negotiations too. Fury now had to do everything in these few weeks and convince the governments to work actively in these 2 weeks to welcome this new world. I will be a Pokemon trainer. Pietro said as he loved the Pokemon series and would love to collect Pokemons. Yeah. Get in line, kid. Tony said. Though the Avengers were shocked by the emergence of a new world, they have started accepting the fact that a new world would arrive. First negotiate with Arceus and then think of having Pokemon. Wayne reminded as he too had watched the anime. The betrayal of human beings didn't go down well with Arceus and knew they had to convince him first. We will give Arceus to live in the ring. He can overlook everything from here and decide what is good and what not. Steve said. The professors who had arrived went out with Banner as he said that they were on the ring. The professors were very much interested in this ring which worked a huge satellite. The Avengers were discussing how to handle Pokemon and Fury went away after asking 343 to teleport him back to headquarters. He needed to have a general meeting with the World Council. Wayne stayed back and was discussing the impact of the new world. Vesemir, would you all like to relocate here? John asked Vesemir. Yes, I would love to. I have spoken with Pepper before to make a new building in the ring only for us and she accepted it. That's good. I might be able to give some of the members new powers. John suddenly declared. Huh. What do you mean? Tony asked. The people who came from other universes, I can provide them with more power in lieu with the power that are present in other universes. John said. I don't understand. Clint said. For example, Wayne is a vampire Batman in one universe. I can make Bruce like that, by combining and controlling the multiversal magic and pass through them. This is only possible who had come from other universes. John elaborated. You mean to say the people who came from other universes have a chance to upgrade themselves via magic? Wayne asked this time as he understood what John meant. Yes. John replied. This is scientifically impossible. What you are saying is changing the genes of the people. Tony replied. Yes. But this isn't science. This is magic. I told you. Donning the helmet of Dr. Fate has a huge power. John said. And this was a lie as he could spend Fen values to upgrade characters according to the comics and give his summons more powers. I need more powers too. You said I am a magician in one universe. Give me that powers by passing the mumbo jumbo. Tony said. Sorry Tony, this is only possible who had come from other universes from before as they were already imbued with multiversal energy. John spoke another bunch of lies. What a ton of bulls *****. Tony lamented. You have always said I have huge potential. Am I really very powerful in other universes? Wanda said. Yes. Well, strong to the point where you are scary. You once killed a whole race of people. John said. Everybody was taken aback by such knowledge. This really happened as Wanda once killed the entirety of mutants after she became very angry with her father, Magneto. Huh. A whole race. Who did she kill? Triss asked as she was interested in the powers of Wanda. A race of superpowered beings called mutants. You might see them in the future. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 245, New Logos. Everybody understood now why Wanda was favored by John and witches. She was basically a hidden weapon for them that they could use when the situations become dire. Let's forget about all that now. Every power comes at a cost. Now, Arceus will arrive first in a few days. What do you propose we should do to welcome him? John asked. Everybody contemplated it and all wanted to leave a good impression on the god of Pokemon, the Pokemon who possessed all the types known to men. Umbrella within these 2 weeks can establish ranches by buying lands, start constructing gyms and establish Pokemon centers all around the globe. This will take time but that will be a start. Victor said as everybody started pitching their ideas. We can change the logos of Avengers and even S.H.I.E.L.D. according to the Pokemon, like Avengers will have the mascot of Victini, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be represented by Zamazenta and Zacian, Umbrella will have the logo of Mew, so on and so forth. Wayne said. That's a nice idea. John said as he really liked it. We can negotiate with Arceus for sending the Pokemons to their respective climate regions, like ice-type Pokemon to snowy regions. Oh yeah, John, when the world is merged will the islands be merged too? I don't think Earth has enough space for that. Diana asked. I am not sure if there will be the islands. Maybe 1 or 2 will arrive. John said as he wasn't sure if he would bring the islands or not as he hasn't decided yet. Let's talk with Arceus, maybe he can tell us what will arrive and what not. Steve said. We will have to control the people. This will take a long time to calm the public. We will have a lot to do in the upcoming weeks. Tony said. Yes. I will keep an eye on all the bad factors and people who will profit in this chaos. John reminded everyone. Yes. Thank God S.H.I.E.L.D. has infiltrated deeply into the world now. Steve, you better help us. Hal said. Worry not. I will take care of the other side. The rules of the people getting Pokemon will be like the original. Only kids who cross the age of 14 can be official trainers and take part in battles. The rules will be exactly like the previous world. Diana said. As they were discussing, all the professors came back after exploring the ring and all of them were excited by seeing such a huge satellite. How was it, professors? Do you like the place here? Wayne asked. It's amazing. I have decided to make my laboratory here. If you allow me to. Professor Oak said. Why not? This place is huge. You can make a bigger ranch here and we would love it. Tony said. It's settled then. The other professors are more excited about exploring the Earth. They all then shared their ideas and spoke about negotiating with Arceus about the arrival of Pokemons. All the professors got excited when they came to know that they might meet Arceus. They thus decided to join in this negotiation too as they also represent humanity. The whole discussion went on a full day, while Fury was having a brainstorming session with the World Council. He finally said what world was going to arrive and the members were taken aback. They knew they had to act fast and since they had very little time, they needed to inform the governments to brace themselves for the upcoming storm. When the governments came to know they were in uproar. They never expected such a world to arrive in a matter of weeks. They knew they had to act fast and make a good impression because the Pokemons are really powerful and humanity won't survive if the Pokemons ever revolted. Fury had to console everyone saying that the Pokemon's behavior will be like the anime. They would be friendly, provided humans are kind to it. Now they had a massive task ahead and each government got to work to welcome the new visitors. The Naruto world itself was a headache and now an almost the same powerful world was going to arrive and they had to brace themselves again for a weirder world. The next day Umbrella changed their logo to Mew. The Avengers organization changed their logo to Victini in their website which was maintained by Felicity. Even Disney changed their logo from the iconic castle to Pikachu. This sudden change from 3 large organizations surprised many people. They didn't understand what was going on, and there were serious debates on the internet of what was going on. And in a week the rumors started to float around that Pokemons were going to arrive in their world like the ring appeared. Apparently this leaked from some employees of various governments around the globe. Many hid their identities and declared on forums that the governments were getting ready to welcome the visitors. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met the next chapter would be out after 24 hours otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 246, The False Negotiation. While all this was going on John and other Avengers members came to a secluded island somewhere west of the USA. They were joined by the professors. They came here for only one thing, and that was meeting Arceus. This was the place John decided to summon Arceus. Excited, John asked as he saw that everybody had little tense faces. They were going to meet a god who actually was responsible for the creation of Pokemon. Truth to be told, even John himself was excited to see Arceus. One of his childhood dreams was going to be fulfilled soon, so he too was excited at heart. As they were waiting, there was a sudden flash of light in the air. And from that flash emerged a centaur-looking animal. The animal looked pure white and was glistening in the sunshine. It looked huge and majestic. It was Arceus. Arceus looked more pristine than John had imagined, and he almost had a godly aura around him. Humans again, these were the first words of Arceus. Arceus, we are here in peace. You have been thrown to this world without your consent, and this planet is the only one you can settle down. I have spoken to you in the dream, so you know the situation here. John said as he needed to work out the lie. Arceus sighed when he heard that, as he too followed the drama played out by John. So a new world. I guess humanity will be the same as the previous world. Arceus said. It might be, but nobody is perfect. Not even Pokemon. We all make mistakes and learn along the way. From the dreams I spoke to you about what kind of organization we are and what kind of world this is. John said. Yes. Feels weird to have monsters that are higher level than me here. Arceus said. As they were talking, suddenly out of nowhere a circular portal opened. The portal had yellow sparks around it. And from the portal came out a bald woman. Everybody was taken aback when this new woman emerged. Nobody had even seen such a person ever before except for John and a few others. It was the Ancient One. John never expected her to come in this negotiation. The other members of the Avengers who didn't know took their defensive poses because they had no idea where this new woman came from, and from the portal she created it looked like the Boom 2 portals. John, in order to calm everyone down, said. Did the coming of Arceus affect the magical defense of the planet? No, there was a shake on the defense, but nothing happened. Came to see what the fun is about, the Ancient One replied without even giving an eye to the others. John, who is she? Tony asked. As everybody wanted to know her identity. John never gave any information about her to anyone. Not even his summons, who never met her. She is the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. Gerald spoke as he had met her before. What? You mean like she is on the magic side? Banner asked. Yes, Dr. Banner, the Ancient One replied this time. You know me? Banner said, now being more confused. Yes, Dr. Banner. I have kept an eye on everything going on with the world. You are a person of interest, the Ancient One replied. Arceus. I have got to say the power inside you is massive, she continued. I can also feel a huge amount of power inside you, human. Arceus replied. The Ancient One smiled at the words of Arceus. I hope you come in peace, she said. I am a peace-loving Pokemon. It's the humans who aren't at peace. Arceus said. True. It's the humans, but we have goodness in us too, she said. John then stopped both of their conversations as they were in this meeting for false negotiation, not for judging humanity. Hello. Can we come back to the topic? We are here to negotiate. John said. Very well. I also want to meet these new so-called Pokemons. They looked cute in the anime as far as I remember, the Ancient One said. John sighed and then handed all the negotiation matters to Fury, Wayne, and the professors as they were the more apt people. John said that Arceus would be controlling the total distribution of Pokemon, so they all needed a proper plan before everyone arrives. The whole false negotiation went on for 2 hours before Arceus vanished from their sights. The professors were more interested in the physiology of Arceus instead of negotiating. Wayne and Fury were mostly responsible for the main talks. The others who were present just followed the conversation and inserted themselves and gave their own ideas to it. John just sat down and looked at the ongoing babble. It felt like a huge drama to him as half of the people in it were just his puppets. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 247, The New World is Here. So, happy with the negotiation? John asked after Arceus vanished. Even though he was present, he actively didn't participate in it. Yes. We all got what we wanted, and he has a better behavior than what the anime showed. Fury said. I told you before. My works are only a reference. Not the actual world sometimes. John said. Arceus like the mascot thing of ours. Tony said with a smile. Yes. Never knew Arceus has a liking for show-offs. John said, and everybody laughed at that. They all been tense about meeting a god. Now they have finally met. How is the response from the government's Fury? John asked as he too was a little concerned. He would be able to handle it but didn't want to be overwhelmed. The World Council is handling it. Some governments aren't very enthusiastic as it might change the geopolitical situations of the countries, but it was never going to be perfect. We can only do so much. Fury said. The Avengers will have to work overtime to maintain everything in order. Wayne said. That we do. John said. We have less than a week. The Ancient One also left after Arceus went away after saying goodbye to everyone. John, does Earth really have a Sorcerer Supreme? Fury asked. Then what you saw just now was an illusion. John asked sarcastically. You knew of her from before? Tony asked. Yes. Even before I became Dr. Fate. She has been doing this for the last hundreds of years. John said. What? How is she alive? Is she an immortal like Diana? Natasha asked. No. She is a normal human being. It's just that she uses magic to maintain her age and youthfulness. John said. I wish I had the magic talent. Tony lamented as he too went to the tower to study magic but understood later that he didn't have any such. Everything has a price, Tony. Her immortality comes at a cost. John said. Later they all discussed more about Arceus and what they needed to do. He wore his helmet and vanished with everyone and went back to the ring. And after that everybody went to work. John too went to Disney as the new movie was about to be released in September. Boss, are the Pokemon really going to come? Will they come to the ring? Kevin asked. They by now have all settled in the ring, but Kevin was sad thinking the Pokemon which John had said to be arriving might not be available at the ring. Professor Oak will be at the ring here with his laboratory and ranch. You can go and catch Pokemon. But catch only those whom you think will be suitable for you. John replied. That's great. Professor Oak is here too. This is awesome. Kevin said excitedly. John returned back to the tower after a day's work. John had even brought Bumblebee to the ring and now he could finally transform himself in the open without having any problems. John was happy to see Bee being free and being able to move around. Returning home he checked the internet to see how the public response was after the change of logos. He was not surprised when there were leaks on the internet of the Pokemon world coming, as this was too big of a secret to be kept hidden. John was happy to see that at least the people have taken it more positively than he thought. After 2 days, the US government finally opened its mouth saying that the rumors were true. The Pokemon were really going to come in less than a week. This announcement surprised John as he didn't expect the US would be bold enough to declare such a huge news to the public. This caused a huge uproar. And the people believed it as the information came from the President of the USA himself. After this declaration many other governments came forward to declare the same news in a day. They really trust Fury. John thought as every government came out with the news because the negotiation was already done with Arceus. By the first week of August, John finally summoned the Pokemon world. After much contemplation he only brought the Pokemons and not the people nor the islands belonging to the Pokemon world. Bringing the people will be a hassle. There even might be war just for taking control of the islands and people living on them. I will just change the ecology of the planet with the help of the system. The system would help him change the ecology of the world by introducing trees and food that are native to Pokemon world. The professors have already been sent to the different laboratories of Umbrella so that they would help teaching the people about the food habits and other associated factors. A 10 chapters set for all of you today. Enjoy. Chapter 248, Overwhelming Response. John even sent the medical information of the Pokemon world to the Umbrella Corporation so that they could take care of the medical emergency. Even though the doctors wouldn't be expert on the knowledge immediately, they had to start somewhere. The moment the Pokemon world arrived all over the world, it caused an uproar. More than 90% of the people were happy to see the cute Pokemon arriving and all came out of their homes to see and even establish friendship. Since Umbrella didn't come out with Pokemon balls yet, they could only go the old ways and try to establish friendship. The Avengers went to work immediately after they arrived as they knew it was time. Fury and John sat side by side. 343 Guilty Spark was responsible for transporting people. Using the system he would always know if any Pokemon would be hurt or shown aggression by anyone. Thus John sat at the ring while directing Fury and the Avengers to go to places where the Pokemons needed help. Even though the people welcomed the Pokemons with open arms, there were people who had evil ideas. This was where the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. came in. They proceeded in cleaning the evil ones. The League too kept an eye on everything. And this operation was a long one. The Earth was huge and the evil elements came from the sea region too, as there were even people who wanted to kill Pokemon and eat them. This annoyed the Avengers, and even in one case Victor proceeded to kill a person who wanted to kill a Pokemon for fun. Victor looked up the information of the person on the internet and was disgusted by what he saw. All the people were brought to justice by them, and they made sure that the people who were caught would be showed to the public with all their crimes. Even though they couldn't kill any Pokemon but some were hurt. John made sure that all Pokemons retaliated if there any form of aggression shown to them. Thus the public also came to know that the Avengers and the police were very much active in hunting down people who committed crimes against Pokemons, and thus those who had evil ideas threw them away. Finally, after a whole week of hunting, almost all the people were brought to justice and the Avengers got rest. Even though there were 1 or 2 cases, S.H.I.E.L.D. was looking into it. John too was tired after getting continuous notifications from the system. The barrage of notifications overwhelmed him, but he knew this was necessary to root out evil from society. He proceeded to take rest while all the Avengers too were tired in dealing with such a massive mission. After taking a rest for a full day, everybody came together for a meeting. So are the cases down now? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. enough to handle them? Steve asked. Yes. I am checking through the helmet of fate and could see that the cases have become minimal. S.H.I.E.L.D. and League have been working from their own paths and thus the cases have gone down. John said. That's good. I talked to Oak. Umbrella would be able to produce Pokeballs soon. I will have to go and hunt of Pokemons myself. Tony said. I will go too. Flash said as everybody was excited to get their first Pokemons. The governments in the meantime too were handling the process of integrating Pokemon into the world. The governments gave the instruction that every single citizen should watch the Pokemon anime to get a proper knowledge of Pokemon, and every country would have unique 3-starter Pokemons for kids who want to undertake the Pokemon trainer journey. The rules would be followed exactly like the anime, while Umbrella would be responsible for establishing gyms in cooperation with local governments. Of course, every person could catch wild Pokemons too, as the number of Pokemons that were brought was huge. More than double the population of Earth. John made sure that there would be no hunger for Pokemon, so with the help of the system he changed the ecology of Earth. People were surprised to see new trees and plants growing rapidly from the ground after the emergence of Pokemons. And of course all these changes had a huge impact on society. Some people even came together and formed new cults surrounding the Pokemon legends. There are mad people in every world. Hal said as Victor showed footage from around the world after the emergence of Pokemon. They will always be present. Gerald said. What really surprised everybody was that Siri was the first person to get a friendship from a Pokemon, and when she came back. It was Elgium, a very rare psychic-type Pokemon. Siri, how did you get the friendship? Yen asked as she saw the Pokemon with envy on the shoulder of Siri. Chapter 249, Spider-Man. Well, he was caught in the net by some people in Africa. Even though he defended himself quite well, he was outnumbered. So I came by and gave him a hand. Then he started following me. Now we are here. Siri said. I have saved so many Pokemon. Why don't I get followed? Pietro said with sadness. In a few days the ranch will open here. I am sure you can follow Professor Oak and learn how to catch a Pokemon. John said. They all didn't ask about John trying to catch Pokemon because John dreaming about the Pokemon world should have filled his mind with all the knowledge. Umbrella has already started building ranches and gyms. Soon a proper organization will be set up to control the gyms and the rules. The governments will sponsor the gyms and make strict laws so that Pokemon aren't used to attack humans. Any people found guilty will be served with double punishment. Pokemon can be used for saving purposes and only for that. Wayne said. Agreed. Arthur said as all nodded their heads to this. You will have to talk with the World Council to establish an organization responsible for this. John said. Yes. And only legitimate people will sit on it. Like the professors. Banner said. I thought the population would rise when the world arrived. Thankfully, human beings didn't appear like the one with Naruto world. Natasha said. Yes. It would have been a headache. John nodded as he took the correct decision in not bringing the humans. The people in Pokemon world would be pretty pissed with all the missing Pokemon. Clint commented. All laughed at the joke as their world gained Pokemon while another world lost. John just smiled at it as this was all a huge false world. What about the special stones, John? They would be needed for various purposes for Pokemon. They have already integrated with the land of Earth and distributed everywhere. Umbrella can start searching after finding proper tools. John replied. That's a relief. I am sure you all have work to do now. Go home. Recharge yourself. The first Pokeballs would be out soon. And then go out and have fun. Wayne said. Before you go, I need to say that I have found a very interesting kid. This kid can swing across buildings using some kind of silk that can attach to walls and has immense body strength. I saw him while completing a small bullying case in New York. He too, like Siri, had a Pokemon with himself. It was Spinarak. Tony said. Peter Parker? John asked. Yes. How do you know? I had to ask GAIA to bring out his identity. He lives with his aunt in Queens. Tony said as he was surprised. Everybody understood that this kid has importance in the universe since John knew. Tony, take care of that kid. Be his mentor. John said as Peter Parker of this world had a huge attachment with Tony. Me? And a mentor? Do I look like a babysitter to you? Tony asked. John just looked at him with squinted eyes. What? In other universes am I his mentor? Tony finally asked. Not exactly. He does tie up with Avengers later in most of the universes, but here will be different. On second thought, leave him. Let him grow up by himself. There will be kids appearing soon. We'll just throw him to them. John said. Kids as superheroes? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Banner asked. Ask Bruce. His son followed his father's footsteps. John. Everybody's eyes went wide open when John said that. They all turned and looked at Wayne. Nobody expected Wayne to have a son. You have a son. You bast ***D. You never told any of us. Tony almost screamed. Wayne didn't reply but asked John. Is Damien and the others coming? Yes. John replied. Bruce's eyebrows squinted when John replied that as if he was being tortured. Jesus. Do you hate your son or something? With whom did you have the kid? Tony and others got interested because they never expected their supposed leader supreme to have a kid with someone. Even the Wolf School guys joined in to know about this Damien. Wayne sighed as he knew the secret was out and it wasn't like he hated his son. In fact, he was proud of him. It's just this child of his wasn't born out of proper marriage. Damien is the son of mine and Talia al Ghul. Wayne said. Al Ghul. Related to Roz? Steve asked as he was the only person here who was connected to Roz apart from Oliver and Wayne. Yes, she is the daughter of Roz. Damn. Do you even practice properly in Nanda Parbat or having an affair? Tony didn't hesitate to mock Wayne. It's all in the past. Thing is he is going to come. John said. Chapter 250, a new movie. They all were more interested in the affair of Wayne but he didn't speak much about it. Everybody looked sullen when Bruce just left without saying much. Alright guys, you can ask the son when he arrives. Now let's go back. John said and vanished and appeared in Fate Tower. Now he needed to think which Pokemon he would prefer. An Adino would be perfect to keep everything clean here. She could help in cooking too and even be helpful in healing purposes. I will just put Victini at the Hall of Justice, which would guarantee that we will never be out of power. After all, the rumor of winning luck isn't just for show. John thought. I will pick whatever Pokemons I like later when I come across them. For now let me search for a Dino. John searched in the system for a location of a Dino. After finding it he vanished. The next moment he was in a forest in Japan where he saw an Adino nearby eating a berry. The Adino turned her head to look at John. Being a summon of John, each Pokemon would feel close to him. So the Adino was very happy to see him. She directly went and gave him a hug. John really felt good by that hug as he felt that his loneliness at home would go away now. Do you wish to come with me? There will be enough food and you will be able to eat whatever you want. John said. As usual he has given free will to the Pokemons too. He wanted everybody to have their own path. If this Adino denied he would go find another Adino. But this Adino understood what John meant and immediately nodded her head with excitement as she was happy to accompany him. John smiled and the next moment he vanished with her. After reaching home, he got a call from Dad asking about his health and everything. And after much talking his dad finally said the reason for his call. Son, can I get a Pokemon? Jameson asked in a low voice. John laughed as he felt his father was too shy to ask him about it. Of course, Dad. Which one do you want? John asked. I want a Vulpix. They look super cuddly and cute. Jameson said. John felt weird as he never thought his father would love such cute things. Okay. Let Umbrella release the Pokeballs. I will take you to one. John replied. Thank you, son. Jameson said. After speaking for a few more minutes they ended the call. Adino settled well at the Tower of Fate. Even though this wasn't an apt place for living, it was better than living in the forest. After the initial excitement the people were slowly adapting to Pokemons living on Earth. By the end of August the Pokeballs were finally out. Produced by the Umbrella Corporation, Pepper had to work overtime to bring out these Pokeballs fast. The moment the balls were in market people barged into the company's shops to buy them. Pepper knew this would happen so she ordered a huge quantity of them. Tony and others went Pokemon hunting after taking Pokemon catching lessons from Professor Oak. Even Vision joined in this hunt. John wanted to see what Pokemons they would catch. Recently he had seen that Vision and Wanda had been getting pretty close to each other, and since the school was in the ring, Vision would spend his time there. A whole month went by after that and it was time for the movie to be out. Everybody came for the movie as usual, only this time they came with Pokémons. Even some of the audience who came for the premiere had Pokémons. Now having Pokémons was a sign of pride for people. Due to encouragement from the government and the Pokémons having weird power, the public loved them. Like always, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the League still kept an eye over everything. GAIA made a subsidiary AI to always monitor the Pokémon so that no harm would be done to them or people. The general public felt more secured with the arrival of Pokémon, as now they finally have a defense if any kind of alien threat comes. The governments also made sure that all Pokémon were treated well and people just don't hoard Pokémon just for fun's sake. No person could possess more than 4 Pokémons, as that was the limit, and should come for evaluation every year to the Pokémon hospitals to check their health. John was happy to see such changes. Tony and others too had arrived. They had been running around the whole month to catch Pokémons, and now they were here with huge smiles. Even Wayne had a smile on his face, signifying that he too had a successful hunt. Chapter 251, Another John. What Pokémon did you catch, Tony? John asked. On Tony's shoulder there was a very small Pokémon, and John didn't expect Tony to actually have an Alolan Pokémon. It was Melton. Well, this is Milton. I caught a Metang and a Scyther. Tony said with pride. All steel. Scyther isn't steel as of yet, but it will be a steel type after evolving. You deliberately went for them, didn't you? John asked. Of course. I can't tarnish the name of Iron Man, Tony said with pride. Banner came with Ralts on his shoulder. Banner probably went for them because he wanted a Pokémon that could calm himself down. He failed to catch any other Pokémon. After talking with all, John finally got to know who caught which Pokémons. Clint, Rowlet and Sableye. Oliver, Charmander and Piku. Natasha, Misdreavus. Flash, Ninjask and Weevil. Pietro, Swellow. Rhodes, Skarmory. Steve, Combuskin and Krogunk. Diana, Kartana and Togepi. Bucky, Honedge. Arthur, Lapras, Totodile and Mantine. Mara, Mudkip and Piplup. Gerald, Dratini. Triss, Raichu, Alolan. Yen, Girafarig and Abra. Wanda, Riolu and Axu. Vision, Magearna. Wayne, Darkrai and Golbat. John was really surprised by the Pokémons of Vision and Wayne. They both got their hands on mythical Pokémons. Magearna, like Vision, was an artificial Pokémon. Magearna was a Steel/Fairy type Pokémon, while Darkrai was a famous Dark type. Both were mythical. You really outclassed us, didn't you? Banner said to Bruce. Its nightmares had no effect on me, so I asked it to join me and it followed, Wayne said, as if it was not a big deal. But John had a feeling Batman was too happy in his heart. Everybody wanted to see their mythical Pokémons, but John said that summoning them here would just create chaos. They could check it out at the ring later. They all went in for the movie. Everybody was still busy discussing the new Pokémons they had seen and the adventures in the past month. Even Pepper got herself a Pokémon. It was an Eevee. The movie finally started, and it began where the last post-credits scene was shown. People seeing monsters on the face of others. And this was happening all over the globe. The Justice League finally came in and stopped some cases, but not all were caught. After this, the whole team came to a meeting and said that this was probably magic and they would need someone who knew magic. Wayne didn't believe all of this at first and went home. There he saw the name Constantine over his room and even in his bathroom. The scene changed and it showed a new place where there was a British guy named John Constantine dealing with some hell monsters. Yes. This was the animated movie named Justice League Dark. This was the only way he could bring more fan values and properly show magic to people. The last few days his fan values rose higher than he ever thought was possible. In just 1 month he gained 2 billion. John was very happy with how everything was going on. The movie continued as it showed there was a fight between the Hell Demons and John. Jason Blood, who too was participating in the whole gambling, turned to have a superpower too. It turned out that he could replace himself with the demon named Etrigan. A demon that breathed hellfire. They finally came to know what kind of person John Constantine was. A massive prick. He didn't care about anything except for himself. Batman meanwhile went to meet a woman named Zatara, who was the ex of John. Batman came to meet her as they needed the help of the magic side to deal with whatever was going on in the world right now. Deadman, Boston Brand, a dead person bestowed powers upon by a goddess named Ramakrishna, showed up too, as he was the one who asked for Constantine's help and drew his name on Batman's home. They then drove to the home of John. The House of Mysteries. After meeting him, Batman finally spoke about the problems League was facing recently and asked if he could help. John finally accepted the invitation after everybody convinced him. So now we have second John. 2 Bruce wasn't enough, it seems. Clint said. Everybody smiled at this comment. Later they all went to meet Richie Simpsons, an old friend of John who was on the verge of death. John was able to keep him away from death. Even the spirits of death were a little bit afraid of Bruce Wayne when he came near them. John, in other universes, is Bruce alive? Tony asked, as here even the spirits of death were afraid. All multiverses don't have the same flow of time. So of course in many universes Bruce is dead. Some died young and some died on missions. Some of them even got resurrected. John said. Resurrection? Is that even possible? Can we also resurrect people? Banner asked, as now even he got interested. It's not necromancy. Is it? Triss asked, as the witches too have that kind of magic power. Chapter 252, New Person. Necromancy. Well, in one case yes, but it's not what you think. Resurrection always comes at a cost. The lines between the dimensions become blurred. It never ends well when resurrection is involved. There is more pain later than what they bargained for. John said while looking at Tony. I understand. Tony said as he understood that bringing his parents back wouldn't end well. John, are my parents alive in other universes? Tony asked. He is in some. You might even see them one day. John said. Tony got excited when John said, and he couldn't wait for that day to come. The movie continued as John and others went to investigate into the matter with the help of Keshantai key given by Richie. They got a clue, but they needed more information. They again came back to Richie to ask more, but found that he was again on the verge of death. Now it was more terrible. John and others again brought him to life. There was also Jason present there, and finally they got to know the history of Jason. A man belonging to the ancient times. The time of Merlin, the great wizard who tied Jason with Ertrigan. Merlin too is real. I have a feeling that all past lore is based on reality. Steve said. Most of them are actually. Diana replied. Jason was there to get his hands on Dreamstone, as it was a very powerful weapon, the stuff of nightmares. They then proceeded to work on the clue after Richie woke up. John and others later followed the information given by Richie and with the help of Swamp Thing and tracked down the men responsible for all the nightmares. They confronted Felix Faust, but later realized that he wasn't the main culprit. It was Richie all along. Since he was close to death, he wanted to make a gamble. He wanted to use the Dreamstone to keep himself alive. Destiny, an evil sorcerer from ancient times, was trapped in the Dreamstone, and he took over the body of Richie when he revealed he had the other part of the Dreamstone. Later they all had to confront Destiny. John was finally able to kill him with trickery and help from Boston. Richie too fell in hell. So there is hell? Steve asked. I think so. I haven't checked, John replied, as he really didn't check. He could use his helmet to check, but it might rub Mephisto the wrong way, so he was reluctant to see that. Now it was time for the post-credits scene. It showed various Justice League members fighting a bunch of villains. The audience could recognize the villains from the Justice League Unlimited series. As they were fighting, they saw a young kid in costume helping the people who were afraid. The movie ended with that scene. So that's your son? What is his code name? Banner asked, as now everybody had a code name. Robin. Diana replied, as every member of the Justice League knew him. After the movie ended, they all went to the ring. Even though the movie was great, they were still more interested in Pokemons. Wayne and Vision summoned their mythical Pokemons. Everybody's eyes had stars as they saw the Pokemons. We should all have a Pokemon battle. Clint suggested. Why not? Triss said as she waved her hands. The land changed into a stage which was of massive size. They all wanted to have battles, and thus everybody joined in except for John. He only had a Dino for now, so he was the referee. Without any surprise, Batman won every game. There were wins and losses for almost all. What surprised John was that Vision and Diana had a draw. They all cheered for the battles and were still very much amazed by the powers of Pokemon. After having dinner, they all went back home, and John too went to his tower to take a rest. The next day, after completing his work, he went to London as he needed to summon and talk with Constantine. Ding. Fan values required for John Constantine, 350 million. Wow, Constantine is costly. Extract him. And I need another item. John said. Ding. Fan value required for extracting the staff of Shazam, wizard staff, 400 million. Damn, even being a non-living item, it still costs that much. John then proceeded to summon them. Out came John Constantine with his famous overcoat and cigarette on his mouth. John directly shared his memories with Constantine. Bollocks. Another world. Another headache. Constantine said as he got to know everything. That's why I have insurance for you. Take this staff of Shazam. I will take the House of Mysteries. John said. Shazam. That's a good deal, I presume. Constantine said as he took the wizard's staff. He looked into the staff for a few seconds before keeping it in a magical invisible depository. Keep an eye out for magical openings. It might get nasty soon. John said. Worry not. Constantine replied. Chapter 253, Caecilius. John went back home and directly extracted the House of Mysteries. He had been changing his homes quite frequently and now finally he has a home where he could spend for eternity. John spent a 100 million to extract the House of Mysteries. Near the Tower of Fate he proceeded to extract the house. He called Adino and both went in. As the house had a spirit by itself, she manifested near John as they went in. Adino didn't expect another person at their new home. The spirit looked at Adino and petted her cheeks. The spirit loved Adino the moment she saw her and Adino too was happy to have another person living at the house. John wasn't at home all day so she felt a little lonely. Now finally she had someone to play with. John then went around the spacious house. This house was big and had everything. From huge bedrooms to multiple kitchens and bathrooms. A cozy fireplace and huge halls. This house had everything John had wished for. And now this house had a spirit too by itself, so all in all John was happy. The days went by as usual and soon it was October. John had kept an eye on Earth as it was time for Doctor Strange to emerge. John didn't know how the story would proceed but he would try saving the life of the Ancient One. Constantine was brought solely for that purpose. The story of Caecilius followed like it was supposed to. He went to steal the pages of Cagliostro and ran away the moment the Ancient One emerged to stop him. He and his zealots ran after coming out of the London Sanctum. But after running a few meters they noticed that they were trapped in the mirror dimension. Caecilius and his zealots thus started the fight against the Ancient One in the mirror dimension. Soon he realized that he wouldn't be able to win so he opened a portal with his sling ring. The zealots ran to the portal to escape but only to realize that the portal closed by itself. Caecilius who saw this turned his head to look at the Ancient One but he saw here still fighting the zealots. So he was confused about what just happened. He opened a portal again only to be closed the next second. He was running out of time as the Ancient One had started killing the zealots. As he was thinking that another portal opened and out came a tall blonde guy with an overcoat. The Ancient One stopped fighting the moment another person emerged in the mirror dimension. The zealots too stepped back because they had no idea how another person came into the mirror dimension. And they even noticed he didn't have a sling ring. The Ancient One sighed as she saw that, because the emergence of this new person now has changed everything. What? Don't want to continue the fight? This is the mirror dimension, isn't it? Fight to the death. I am here as a referee and see that the contestants don't run away, the men said. Caecilius didn't speak a word and conjured rings of Ragatter to fight this new person while the zealots continued to assault the Ancient One. The person was John Constantine. Mate, you should never assault the referee. Your mother never taught you the rules of fighting, the men said as he uttered a spell and directly used magic to shoot at Caecilius. He was thrown meters away and even his rings of Ragatter couldn't defend against the magic attack of Constantine. By this time the Ancient One had killed all the zealots and only Caecilius left. Caecilius knew he wouldn't be able to escape. He still couldn't get up from the hit of Constantine and the Ancient One had tied him down by folding space in the mirror dimension. That's a nasty trick you got there. Constantine spoke to her for the first time. The Ancient One looked at him for a second before saying, "Did he send you to interfere?" "If you are asking about the Jameson lad, you are correct," Constantine said. She now was sure that John was behind this. She then looked at Caecilius who was still stuck. "Caecilius, you have hurt your fellow colleague in your pursuit of power and thus I give you death," the Ancient One said. "You are just a hypocrite," said Caecilius. She didn't reply to that and waved her hands. The space folded and a wall closed on Caecilius. He didn't even get to utter a word in his defense. Thus the person who was responsible for the future summoning of Dormammu died very early. After seeing his death he turned to Constantine and said, "Your magic is a little bit dark. So is yours, Sorcerer Supreme. So is yours. We both belong to the same category it seems." Constantine smiled as he said that. Chapter 254, Stephen Strange. John was having a good time listening to music when he heard a knock on the door. The spirit of the house opened the door only to be greeted by a bald woman and Constantine. "How are you, love? Is John treating you properly?" Constantine spoke. The Ancient One too was surprised to see a spirit inviting them. She had never come before to John's house and even in the ring. It was her first time in the ring. She could feel the magic power of the House of Mysteries and even the Tower of Fate nearby. Treats me better than you ever did. Please come in, the spirit spoke in a bland tone. John, who saw them, invited them near the fireplace. Everybody sat down. The spirit brought tea for the Ancient One and a glass of whiskey for Constantine. So Caecilius is dead, the Ancient One said. John looked at her and smiled. The first mission he gave to Constantine was successful. He didn't care about the future anymore. That's good. No more Dormammu. John replied. Yes. Then what about Strange? Ancient One asked. What about him? He can still be a magician. John asked, confused. You don't understand. Do you? Your medical technology wouldn't allow Strange to take the magical route, the Ancient One spoke. Huh. Wait. I actually forgot about that. Fine. If he gets into an accident I will guide him to Kamartaj. Is that better? John said as he actually did forget that the medical technology now of Earth was at least 100 years ahead. Even though the Pokémons haven't been integrated with hospitals, that day wasn't far. That would add more to the medical industry. You better do that. Your interference of Caecilius has already changed a lot. I don't want Strange to go on a different path, the Ancient One said. Who are you kidding? Strange is destined to take the magical route no matter what. John said. The Ancient One just shrugged her shoulders to that and drank her tea. She really loved the tea that the spirit made for her. Constantine didn't utter a word as he was enjoying the whiskey. Is there any chance for Z? Constantine asked finally. There might be. John said as he had other plans for Z. She was way too powerful and was perfect for another person to handle. Even though he would participate in it himself. The Ancient One left after finishing her tea. John called GAIA and gave her instructions for handling the case of Strange if his case ever came up in the next few days. John now wanted to see if Strange really ever took the path of magician after this massive interference. Constantine spent some time at his old home before leaving. John too went for his own works. The next few days went like normal and nothing happened of significance. Meanwhile, Strange's path didn't deviate much. It followed the exact course as the original story and was in an accident where the bones of his hands broke. When Strange woke up he saw his hands dangling on bandages. When he saw his hands in such a position and in pain he had tears. His face too had terrible bruises. Then he saw Christine Palmer sitting by his side looking at him. What happened? What did they do? Stephen asked. It took a long time to find you. You have severe nerve damage. There are steel pins inserted on your hands so that you have the functioning of your hands left. Palmer said. Why did they do that? Don't we have the medical pods to operate on that? Stephen asked with more pain in his voice. The Umbrella Corporation refused to give access to you and they left a phone number for you to call when you wake up. Did you ever antagonize them, Stephen? They never said no to anybody. You are the first person they said no to. Palmer said. I have never done anything wrong to them. I admit that because of them I have become poorer, but in no case have I ever complained. Why are they doing this to me? Stephen asked. No idea. Take rest now, call them when you are in a position to make that call. Don't let your arrogance speak over the call, Stephen. I have gone through the reports. Only a med pod would be able to save your hands. I understand. Stephen said in an annoying tone as he really didn't know why he didn't have access to the med pod. After 2 days of feeling better, Strange finally called up the number given by the Umbrella Corporation. He was hesitant at first as he didn't know who was on the other side of the call. Hello, this is Stephen Strange. I was provided a number to call the Umbrella Corporation. Chapter 255, Stephen Strange, 2. Hello, Dr. Strange. This is John Jameson. Strange shuddered when he heard that name. He thought the other end of the call would be a manager of some kind. He didn't expect that it was the ultimate boss himself. John was way too famous and was in a way too higher position. He didn't understand how he had warranted the notice of such a being. Mr. Jameson, I made this call because I was denied the access to medical pods. Can I know why? Stephen asked politely as he didn't know the actual reason. Umbrella denied the access because to show you how little you know, Stephen. John said. What do you mean? Strange asked. But as he said that, there was a weird symbol appeared in his room. The symbol glowed and out came a man with a golden cape and golden helmet. Stephen and Christine, who was also present nearby, was surprised. She had seen how teleportation worked of the ring and it was never like that. This is what I mean, Dr. Strange, when I meant you know very little. You are John Jameson? Stephen asked. To his question, John removed his helmet. What surprised John was that Christine actually had a Pokemon. But sadly it wasn't a Pokemon related to healing. It was a Sobble. John smiled as he saw this, signifying that Pokemons have started its normal integration of the society. Never knew the famous Mr. Jameson has a thing for theatrics. Stephen said without holding back his words. He didn't know why he was not given access to the med pods, but it really made him annoyed. John just smiled at the comment and said, "What do you think of the last movie, Doctor Strange? I will presume you have watched it." John asked. "You mean Justice League Dark? It was a good movie. But what has that movie got to do with me?" Stephen asked as he was more confused now. "Do you think magic exists?" John asked. "Magic? I only believe what I see, Mr. Jameson. Until I see with my own eyes, I don't believe in anything. For now I believe magic is just higher form of technology and nothing else." Dr. Strange replied. Christine, who was listening to this, also sighed. It was hard for someone like Strange to accept magic. He had seen Pokemon and people think they have powers because of their genes and physiology. They never connected them to any form of magic. "Do you think the movies I make are just for fun?" John asked. "I don't know. Nor do I care. I just want to know why I am not being given access to med pods." Strange insisted on it. John sighed when he heard that answer. His arrogance had always been a problem. Tony too had arrogance, but it has toned down quite now after know the other versions of him are more powerful than him, especially after know that there is Cosmic Iron Man. That has been his drive and he had been working diligently. Strange hasn't gone through that as of yet. In the original world he became a little humble after the Ancient One showed him a way. Now he needed to show Strange how little he knew. John didn't reply his question and directly hit him on his chest. Christine and Stephen couldn't even react to John's move. As he did that, Stephen's astral form came out of his body. Stephen's astral form floated for a few seconds before John pulled him back to his body. "Still think magic is unreal, Strange?" John asked. "What did you do?" both of them asked. Even though Christine couldn't see the astral form, she was scared that John had hit him. She was almost ready to call the police. "What did you just do? What was that?" Strange asked as he really didn't understand what had happened. "I pushed your astral form out of your physical form." John replied. "It's fine, Christine. I didn't hurt Stephen. You don't have to worry. He is all right." John said to Christine. "Can you explain me what was that?" Stephen asked again. As he said that, there was a portal opening by John's side. Out came the Ancient One. "That's your patient now. I can't handle him," John said first to her before the two people could even ask what was going on. Today was a huge shock for both Stephen and Christine. At first it was John appearing weirdly in front of them and then saying that there was magic. He proceeded to push the astral form out of Strange. And now there was another portal opening which looked different than John's. And a bald woman appearing in ancient-looking clothes. What the hell is going on? Stephen asked now as there was another woman in his room whom he had never seen before. Chapter 256, the story which he never expected. "It's fine, John, I will take it from here," the Ancient One said. "Thanks, I am off then." Strange, if you want answers why I didn't give access to med pods, she will give you a better answer. One day when you are ready, you can come to me, then I will heal your hands, but I doubt you will choose that then. John said before vanishing. John didn't want to participate in this teacher-student meeting. He had work to do. Though he was a little curious of how she would convince Strange to take the magical path. But that story could wait for later. After returning back, he went to Disney to work on the next movie. He needed to plan for the next movie. Since he had almost all stories going, he didn't really need characters for now. The anime he has been releasing was enough for him. All he needed was to accumulate his fan values and give more powers to his summons later. He was thinking of providing this when he had enough fan values, probably by the start of the next year. In this way a whole month went by without much change. John even once went to Kamartage to see if Strange had joined, and as expected he really did take the magic route. He was happy to see that, as at least there wasn't a change in that story. He even talked with him for a few minutes before returning back. One fine day in early November, as he was working in Disney with the directors and actors, a magical portal opened and Constantine came out. Everybody was surprised by the sudden emergence of a man from a weird-looking circle which looked like a portal. "John, we have a problem," Constantine said with a very serious face. He didn't even care about all the weird looks everybody was giving him. "Why are you here, Constantine?" John asked. Constantine would never come to him if the situation wasn't very dire. He even came through the portal of the sling ring not by his own magical teleportation. "The multiverse wall is breaking, John. She sent me here to inform you and asked for help against whatever is going to arrive from the other side." Constantine said. What? John's eyes went wide when he heard that. The wall of the multiverse, which looked like a glass that divided one universe from another, was responsible for the separation of all the universes. It was one of the toughest things to break. John could break and go through it, as that was the power of Dr. Fate. Only a few people could break through that. The Watchers were one of them. John didn't ask any more and wore the helmet of fate that was floating invisibly near him. He directly changed himself to the full attire of Dr. Fate and vanished with Constantine without even asking any more. All the employees who were nearby and saw this were taken aback. They didn't understand of what just happened until one employee finally said, "Doesn't that look like Dr. Fate from the animated series? Is our boss Dr. Fate?" Kevin's eyes went wide when the employee said that. He knew he needed to handle the situation and thus proceeded to say, "Whatever just happened should never leave this room. Never. If you wish to stay in the ring, you all better forget what you just saw. Since our boss never showed to the world that he is Dr. Fate, you all better keep that new information in your deepest memory, never to see the light of day. I would hate to fire any of you if any leaks happen." Everybody understood that whatever happened should never go out, or else they would lose the privilege that all had been enjoying in the ring all this time. Meanwhile, John appeared with Constantine near Ancient One. He saw all the magicians were in fight mode with all weapons and shields. He even saw Strange among them. "What is going on?" John asked. "We have no idea. The multiverse wall is suddenly showing cracks and something is going to emerge from it in a minute or so." Mordo replied as he was beside the Ancient One. "Sorcerer Supreme, is it Dormammu?" John asked, as he thought it might be him because Dormammu might be coming forcefully since he just stopped his advance and he was a very powerful entity. "No, if it was him I would have felt it. This is something else which I have never seen before. It's not a single person. It's 3 people," the Ancient One said. John now used his magic to see beyond the wall with his helmet. But what he saw shook him to the core. He never expected to see these 3 people in his whole life. John now knew he would have to battle for sure, and the battle would decide the life and death of his universe. "Avengers. We need your help." John spoke as he waved his hands. "Welcome to the comics. Now this story will diverge away from MCU and officially set its foot into the multiverse. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you." Chapter 257, Battle for the Universe. Warning, no spoilers. The story is set in such a way that some might be able to guess the enemies and even the story for those who had read comics, though the story won't follow the comics exactly and will have many elements outside the comics too. If you have, then please don't come to comment section and spoil for others. It will just destroy your immersion in the story if you just Google it. Enjoy. Thank you. As John said that, all the Avengers appeared out of nowhere. Some weren't even in good clothes. Geralt was even half naked in a bath suit. Everybody was surprised about how they all got teleported, and that too in a different place without their consent. Only to see many weird-looking men and women with magical rings and shields. John's magic allowed him to teleport people from one place to another whenever he needed to do so. "What the hell?" Pietro screamed. "Don't ask. There will be people coming out now out of that cracked glass in the air. They are powerful beyond your imagination. And no matter what, don't let them speak their language. Even if you die, don't let them speak. Because if we allow them that, our universe will be destroyed." John said without even allowing anyone to voice any protest. "Are you kidding me?" Tony asked. "No." John replied with a dignified face. As he said that, the cracked glass in the air finally broke and out came 3 weird-looking men. They had black overcoats on their bodies. But what was most eye-catching about them was their huge masks. Their masks were golden in color with pointed sides and had one huge eye drawn on them. They understood that it was a fake eye because there wasn't any hole in it. John didn't even speak with them for a second and directly attacked. Others too followed John as they trusted him. Since he said that these people were dangerous, they all attacked, followed by John. Tony and Wayne put on the nano armor while Triss and Yen used their magic to attack. Everybody used their strongest moves at the same time. All of their attacks came together and hit them. There was a huge explosion. After a second the dust settled, but what surprised them was that nothing happened to the 3 of them. And at this moment they understood that they would have to be more serious with this fight. Banner transformed into Hulk while Flash and Pietro got ready to run at full speeds to hit them. As they got ready to attack, one among the 3 spoke a letter using a language they had no idea about. Then another man proceeded to speak another letter which, like the previous one, had no idea about. "No." John screamed and directly used fire magic to hit the last of the 3 which hadn't spoken yet. The fire magic was so huge that the 3rd person was thrown away many meters. John even used flame alchemy while adding the power of Philosopher's Stone in it, which he had kept on the amulet of Anubis. This day was one of those days he needed to use the Philosopher's Stone. The person who was hit by fire got up again. Even after such a huge fire attack, it failed to kill him, but it did burn away his overcoat and his mask. Now everyone got to see the person's face for the first time. The person was bald and human-looking, but what was astonishing was that he didn't have any eye. He only had a weird black symbol on his forehead. His mouth looked like it was stitched to the face like the Joker's. What are you all spacing out? Do you all want to die? This is the battle for your lives and everybody in this universe. Attack! John shouted. Everybody didn't hold back anymore and used magic, technology, and everything they had at the arsenal to attack all the three. Since they couldn't kill so easily, they all used their strongest magic. Even the Ancient One looked serious and participated in the fight. John used magic and alchemy with the help of a Philosopher's Stone to attack. He didn't hold back at all. Others too followed his lead and attacked. Batman used the Hellbat armor while Tony used his bleeding edge. Flash and Pietro ran around and hit the trio whenever there was an opening. Wanda used telekinesis to lift one of them up and tackled him to the ground. Triss and Yen used magic, while Aquaman and others used weapons to stab them. Siri was successful in removing the mask of another guy, and this person too looked almost the same as the other guy who was unmasked. Who the hell are they? Why are they so powerful? Tony asked as he sent a missile to one of them. He had just spoken a letter, and from John's attack they understood that all needed to focus on stopping the other two from speaking another letter. And this time all came together to stop another guy from speaking another letter, which they were successful to do so. Even though their attack didn't kill them, it stopped them from speaking another letter. But before they could rejoice, 4 other guys who had the same outfit as the other 3 emerged from the broken glass in the air. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 258, The Identity of the Enemy. Oh. Fuck me. Hal spoke as he saw 4 others emerging. No point in cursing. We need to fight. Give your all. Make small teams and attack them. Make sure you stop them for speaking. Wayne said. I really want to know where they come from. Flash said as he just appeared to talk with them. Barry, separate all of them from each other. We all need to bring out our Pokemons too in this battle. Wayne said. And thus everybody summoned their Pokemons. And no further instruction was required as they started attacking again to confront the new enemies. John, who saw all this, was angry now. He really didn't expect that their universe would be visited by these people. They were the Black Priests, also known as Field Surgeons of the Multiverse. They are basically the white blood cells of the multiverse. It was the multiverse's defense mechanism to stop its destruction. But John was confused too. Because he knew the story of Black Priests. So when they appeared, he had already checked his Earth for the presence of the person for whom the Black Priests might have come, but he couldn't find any such person. That person was Owen Reese, the Molecule Man. That's why John was mainly confused, as he didn't know the reason for the arrival of the Black Priests. But it didn't stop John in trying to stop the Black Priests. They basically have a hive mind and their powers are related to their letters. Only one letter can be spoken by one person, and when all the Black Priests utter the letters in sequence and complete a word, they could basically rewrite reality. For example, if there are many Black Priests and all of them spoke destroy, then the whole word will actually happen and the whole universe would be destroyed. For this reason John was scared of them and he tried his best to stop them in completing a word. Even though he couldn't understand their words, he needed to stop them from completing their words. As the 4 new Black Priests emerged, everybody got more serious while fighting. They divided into small teams of magicians and Avengers and fought against them. The Black Priests finally stopped defending and now were actively attacking. Even though they tried speaking their letters, the Avengers and the magicians were successful in stopping them from completing a word. Darkrai and Wanda even tried invading the minds of a Black Priest but was hurt in return. They understood that mind-controlling powers won't have any effect on them. What did you see, Wanda? Yen asked as she defended against the attacks of the Black Priest's magic. Information. Lots of information. They have a hive mind. We can never control their minds. That would be suicide. Wanda replied. Siri meanwhile got really irritated and directly used her dimensional power on the sword to cut the head off of one of the priests. This sudden death of a Black Priest made them all stop attacking. John thought finally there might be light in the end of the tunnel as he saw the Black Priest stopping to attack. But the next moment he saw 5 more members of the Black Priest emerging. Are you King kidding me? John said in a very angry tone. He then proceeded to use the biofission magic of himself to make multiple copies of himself. It was exactly like the clones of Strange during the Infinity War fight on Titan. Then the main John proceeded to transform himself to Phoenix. The Avengers knew that now John was really angry. He never used his Phoenix powers in so close range as it might hurt the other members. But now John didn't care after the emergence of 5 more members from the broken glass. We can fight like this all day and you will lose. It's better to let the leader of the Black Priests come out. I need to talk to him. John said. The new Black Priests who emerged stopped from attacking and looked at John for a few seconds. Call your leader or we can continue the fight like this. I don't mind bringing the Asgardians in this fight. They would be happy to join us and with numbers we can easily overwhelm you. John said. But as he said that there was a rainbow bridge that fell near. Out came Thor and his friends. It was probably Odin and Heimdall who saw them fighting from Asgard and sent them to help in this fight. See, even Thor is here. Better call your leader. I am sure he is listening and watching all of this. John said again. The Black Priests turned their heads to look at each other and after a minute of deliberation they stood aside on a line making space for a new person to emerge from the multiverse passage. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met the next chapter would be out after 24 hours otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 259, The Leader. As the Black Priests made their way for their superior to arrive, everybody got to see a person emerging from the multiverse passage in the same outfit as other Black Priests. The only difference was that this new guy was wearing a weirder and bigger mask. He levitated down slowly towards them. John got irritated with all the slow theatrics of this leader, especially when he knew the identity of their superior so he said. Constantine, give me the staff. Ah. Sure mate. Constantine said as he threw the staff of Shazam to John who was still in his Phoenix form. John caught the staff with his claws and shouted. Shazam. The next moment a huge lightning bolt fell on him from the sky. As the lightning fell the Phoenix form which had fire on his wings were now added by lightning spark all over the body. After the dust settled created by the lightning bolt, the Phoenix looked totally different now. He now looked so huge that even the people from the city of Kathmandu could see the Phoenix. There were lightning sparks all over him and instead of blue fire he had an orange-colored fire. John didn't waste any more time and directly flew to the leader's side. Before the leader could even determine what just happened he was caught by the claws of John and was thrown away with a huge force to the snowy mountains at the back. The force of his throw was so huge that the leader basically went through a series of mountain ranges before stopping. This destroyed a lot of mountains. They all were dumbfounded by this sudden action of John. Nobody knew that Constantine had the staff of Shazam and even lesser people have ideas about the staff. The Ancient One who saw that the mountain ranges were collapsing directed the mages to stop the mountains and avalanche from coming down and killing the people living on the foot of the mountains while she got ready for the retaliation from the Black Priests but surprisingly none of the Black Priests moved. John on the other hand flew so fast to the direction the leader was being thrown that only few people could make out that John had flown away, while others thought that he just vanished. John found the leader lying in rubble. John used both lightning and fire to hit at the leader and used his full force. The leader who just got back up was hit again by such a huge attack. He was again thrown away a few miles before stopping. John then proceeded to do the same cycle with the leader before he could even speak a word. These actions of John were seen by everybody. Even the satellites of Earth could now see such a massive phoenix bird flying around and causing destruction. Even though nobody died, the Himalayan mountain ranges had now officially become one of the ranges which housed the lowest peaks. Mt. Everest was totally gone. All the governments who saw this got scared and immediately called Fury. Fury, who had no idea what had happened, called Wayne only to receive a vague answer of enemies arriving from another universe and John fighting against it. After 5 minutes of flying around and using all attacks possible on the leader, he took the leader in his claws and came back to the position where it started. He then threw the leader to the center where everyone was present. The Black Priest surprisingly still didn't react to all of this. The mages had all gone away to secure the collapsing ranges. And even some Avengers joined them after seeing no reaction from Black Priests. The leader seemed dead as most of them thought that no matter how powerful a person might be, such a continuous and huge assault couldn't be survived from. That's a nice trick you did. Called the leader and killed him. We should use such strategies. Arthur said. If only it was that easy. I know you are alive, Strange. You can stop pretending to be dead. John said. The Ancient One, Stephen, Mordo and some other mages shuddered when said the name, Strange. The Avengers didn't know anything about the name Strange so they had no reaction. The leader who was seemingly dead got up slowly. Everybody was surprised as they didn't really expect that somebody could survive even after that assault. What is this guy's body made of? Vibranium. Steve asked as that was the toughest metal known to them. No. He is using letters to defend himself. Isn't it right, Strange? John said. The leader finally removed his mask to show his face and what some of them doubted finally came to be true. It really was Stephen Strange. Those who had been fighting for the last 15 minutes recognized him and turned their head to the person who actually looked like. Even though he had bruises on his face, the Avengers could make out his identity. Dr. Stephen Strange. Why do these two guys look the same? Is he the leader of these people from another universe? Pietro asked. John didn't reply to that but asked. Why are you here, Strange? There is no molecule man in our universe. Nor is there any incursion. You better give me a good explanation or else I don't mind locking you up at a place where you won't be able to utter a single word. Let alone finishing a sentence. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 260, Black Winter. Everybody understood that there were two Strange from two universes and this Strange was evil. The Ancient One looked at this new Strange and was surprised that this Strange was so powerful and had some weird minions. Even though she could look into other multiverses, she couldn't keep track of everything and thus she had no idea about this Strange. Your power looks like the Phoenix Force but yours isn't actually it. The new Strange spoke up for the first time. There can be only one Phoenix Force in all multiverses. And I am not its host. John replied. Strange nodded to that answer as he too knew there could be only one host to the Phoenix Force. Don't change the topic. Answer my question. John said as he transformed himself back to his original body. You are John Jameson. But in no versions of John are you this powerful. Your power is something that this multiverse has never seen. This is astonishing. Strange said as he still avoided answering him. Have you ever seen these guys before? John asked, pointing to the whole Avengers lineup. You haven't, so don't speak about being a prophet in front of me. John said with a harsh tone. I thought I knew everything after becoming the leader of Black Priest. Seems like I am wrong. Strange said. Making you the most powerful version of Strange in all of the multiverse doesn't make you a god. Even gods don't know everything, let alone you. John replied. Agreed. Well, what is this molecule man and incursion you spoke about before? Can you tell me? Huh. Didn't you join the Black Priests because of the fact that the multiverse was collapsing? John asked as he was confused now. He actually thought Strange followed the comics and joined the Black Priests to find out the reason behind the collapse. That's why he wanted to speak to Dr. Strange and find out how much the multiverse had collapsed. There was no actual reason to attack Strange, it's just that he was annoyed by how high and mighty he acted. Especially after joining a group that didn't care about good and evil and proceeded to obliterate everything just so that the multiverse could survive. No. Are there other versions of me that joined the Black Priests? As far as I remember, there is only one multiverse in all of the multiverse. Strange said. The hell? If there is no incursion, why did you join the Black Priests? You are from Earth 616. Aren't you? John said. Yes. I am from Earth 616. I joined the Black Priests because I was invited as the multiverse started the defense mechanism to save itself from the coming wrath. Strange said in a very grave tone. Who is coming? John asked softly as he had a bad premonition. Since even the face of such powerful Strange looked grave, he knew the matter was serious. The Black Winter. Strange said slowly and steadily. Huh. Fimblewind. Didn't Thor kill Black Winter? John asked as he was more confused because according to comics the cosmic Thor killed the Black Winter and he wasn't really that powerful as Thor actually single-handedly defeated it. Where do you even get such information? This multiverse has never faced the Black Winter. Strange said. What? John said. Now he was more confused than he ever was. All this time he thought the other universes followed the story of comics. When the Black Priests appeared he thought of the Secret Wars comics and that was the reason he attacked. But now it seemed that the comics weren't actually true always. Maybe because he had interfered in the multiverse and thus the story was changing fast. The butterfly effect that affected all of the multiverse and now the whole story was messed up. John became silent for a minute as he started contemplating the future which he was very unsure about now. So the Black Winter is coming. So what of it? Why come to our universe with such fanfare? John asked as this was the main question now. I wasn't sure before but I am sure now. Your emergence and the power you possess with all the new members in the Avengers has sparked the hunger of the Black Winter. So it is coming for this universe. We as the defense shield can only wipe away this universe to preserve all of the multiverse. After he comes here and eats this universe he would be unstoppable. This was the reason the Black Priests were established, wasn't it? Earth 616 is more powerful than ours. Don't give me that lame explanation. John said. For now it is true. But can you say the same in the future? You are a sorcerer supreme. Aren't you? You yourself can look into the future. Look into it and tell me that your Earth wouldn't be as powerful as Earth 616. Strange said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 261, Everybody Coming Together. So you and your band are here because we might be a threat to the multiverse in future? John asked. Yes. We need to stop the Black Winter. No matter what. Strange said. We can kill the Black Winter. Since I said Thor has killed it, I know the whole process and the way we can defend against it. John said, trying to convince him. We can't leave the whole multiverse on a chance, John. Black Winter is too powerful. Strange said. As he said, more black priests started coming in from the broken glass in the air. It seems only power can convince you otherwise and show how little you know. John said. Everyone. We need your help. John shouted. As he said that, new people started emerging behind him. At least 500 ninjas and all the Kages. They were all wearing the attires they wore during the last Great Ninja War. With the same headbands. All the current Kages and even the previous Kages. Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, and all the famous characters were standing beside John. He even summoned all the tailed beasts that had been living without the Jinchurikis. The Avengers were surprised to see them, as this was the first time all the ninjas came together to fight against an enemy with them. But this wasn't the end. Next appeared all the mythical and legendary Pokemons. Ho-Oh, Mew, Arceus, Rayquaza, Lugia, and all others. This surprised everybody. They didn't expect everybody to show up in this fight. John, how powerful is your magic? You have been sneakily contacting them all this time. Damn. Tony asked. They all thought it was the magic of John, as he called them, like he did with themselves. Since he could teleport all of the Avengers, he could probably teleport the others too. And they all knew that he had cosmic awareness and could speak with anybody, thus didn't doubt John of using anything other than magic. Even the Ancient One didn't suspect anything. They just didn't expect it would be ninjas and Pokemon. John actually just summoned them with the help of System. Even though he could bring them here using magic, he chose not to do so, as that would be wasting magic power. The Black Priest Strange was surprised to see such a huge lineup consisting of weird animals and people. He hadn't seen any of these people and animals in all of the other universes, and he could even feel the power of each and every one of them. Still think we are weak? John asked. Strange didn't reply, as he started uttering a weird letter. Sasuke directly used his Rinnegan on Strange. He used the Shinra Tensei to throw him away like John did before. Everybody, attack and kill them. Don't hold back. John said, and again changed to the lightning fire form of Phoenix. He flew away to confront Strange with a few others, while others attacked all the Black Priests. John, Wayne, Sasuke in Susanoo and Naruto in Kurama form attacked Strange. While the other Pokemons, the tailed beasts and the ninjas started fighting against the other Black Priests, as they were like in 100 now. The ratio was almost 7-1 and the Black Priests were overwhelmed easily. We need to shut his mouth so that he can't speak. John said as he hit Strange with a lightning bolt. You once said Wanda has reality-bending powers. Can we make him shut his mouth forever? Wayne said. That's a nice idea. Wanda, come here. John said over the comms. As they were fighting, Wanda flew over to John's side. Wanda, can you make him lose his mouth forever? John asked. I can try. I have been trying to alter a little bit of reality recently. Wanda said as he moved her hands. Red-colored magic was summoned on her hands, which was probably chaos magic, and hit Strange. Strange's eyes became grave as he saw the magic. He used his magic shield to defend against the attack. Since Strange was really powerful, he was able to defend, but then was hit by Naruto with the claws of Kurama. This directly rendered his shield useless the next second. Sasuke then proceeded to use Amaterasu on Strange. The flame got stuck in his arms. And no matter how he moved, he couldn't extinguish the flames on both of his hands. Seeing no other option, he used the last magic he could do with his hands to cut his own hands off. Because he felt if he didn't do it, he would actually die by this black fire. Wanda saw the opening and again used magic on him to shut his mouth. This time the magic hit his face, and little by little his mouth vanished and was replaced by skin. This looked weird, but this was the only thing that could be done. John then used magic to directly hold his legs and brought him to his knees. Unsurprisingly, more than half of the Black Priests fell by the time Strange lost his mouth and arms. It was a very short war, but it showed how powerful were the new Avengers and John's summons were when they attacked in full force. Do you want me to kill all of the Black Priests, Strange? John asked Strange. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 262, Decisions. All the remaining Black Priests stepped back from attacking. The Avengers and others too stopped as they saw Strange on his knees. His body now was made of symbols, so there was no blood or gory scene from his lost hands. Strange tried to speak, but he couldn't as he had lost his mouth. This scene looked funny a bit, and Tony even smiled seeing all this. This battle, even though it was small, the stakes were too high. Though everybody didn't understand the whole story, they got the inkling that this was related to the survival of their universe and their multiverse. Finally, a black priest said, "I would appreciate it if you leave some of them alive." John understood that through hive mind now Strange was speaking. Even though he could speak through the hive mind, there was still a limit of one letter for each black priest, so even if they tried to complete a word or a sentence, the Avengers and everyone would have enough time to retaliate. "You are really something, Strange. Even after such beating, your voice is tranquil. Maybe this was the reason you were chosen as their leader." John said, "We all do what is necessary. I am trying to save my universe while you yours. There is nothing wrong with it. We are just forced by circumstances." The black priest said, "So what now? Are you going to kill me?" Strange asked. "Yeah, I really wish to do so. But the thing is, if I kill you, there would be no Sorcerer Supreme in Earth 616. That would cause a huge problem for all of the multiverse. You can return back. The lost hands of yours would never grow, and this is the punishment for your arrogance. I presume you can change the situation of your mouth, but your hands are gone forever." John said. Strange too understood that his hands would never grow back. Even the symbols on his body couldn't stop the black fire, let alone all other kinds of things. "Go back. You can tell your precious Illuminati group of what transpired here. And tell them to keep their noses away from our business. We will handle Black Winter. And if they are still not happy with the answer, tell them they can come over. We will give them the same response as we gave you now. An iron fist." John said. Strange didn't answer it and was silent. He knew that they had lost, and in the most pathetic way possible. They couldn't even scratch the Avengers of this Earth even after having one of the most powerful groups in all of the multiverse. But Strange also knew that Black Winter too was terrifying, and even the current power of this universe wasn't powerful enough to handle it. John didn't say more and directly conjured magic. He uttered ancient Egyptian spells and sent Strange and the Black Priests away to the multiverse. He could have sent Strange back to Earth 616, but he chose not to do so, as the Black Priests didn't live on Earth 616. John couldn't send them before because this magic could only be done when there was no resistance. Everybody sighed in relief when the Black Priests vanished after John used his magic. The shattered glass in the air repaired itself. This battle was the toughest battle the Avengers had ever faced. Even if the enemies weren't many in numbers, but the sheer power that they possessed overwhelmed them. It was a boon that they had legendary Pokemon and ninjas by their side with the tailed beasts. Otherwise the Avengers might have really lost this battle. The aftermath created by this war would be far-reaching. The whole Himalayas itself was in shambles, and it showed the ferocity of the war. John returned back to his original form and removed his helmet. His face looked grave. They were able to stop the first problem, but now a bigger problem has appeared. John wasn't sure when the Black Winter would come, but they needed to be ready. "John, I need to go away." The Ancient One was the first to break the silence. "What do you mean?" John asked. "The Black Winter. We need more information. Even though you said there is a way of defeating it, but from your tone it seemed that it would be an uphill battle." "We will need help," the Ancient One said. "No universe would help us. They will instead destroy our universe to stop it." John said. "I am not talking of the universes, John. I am talking about them. I will go and ask them for help." The Ancient One said as he pointed high up in the air. "Them? Will they even help us? After all these years?" John asked. By them John meant the trio of Vishanti. Agamotto, Oshter, and Hoggoth, the people who were responsible for the presence of sorcery on Earth and building the sanctums. Agamotto was the first Sorcerer Supreme, so they had a huge connection with them. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 263, Ragnarok. It's fine if you go away. But who will be the Sorcerer Supreme if you go away? And don't tell me it will be Strange. He isn't ready to take over the mantle. John said. He isn't, but you are. You can be the Sorcerer Supreme. You have the power and knowledge to be one. The Ancient One said. No. I won't be the Guardian. Let Mordo, Wong, and Constantine handle your position. I will be on the sidelines when required. Strange will be the Sorcerer Supreme when he is ready. John said. John, you are the perfect candidate for it. Why refuse it? The Ancient One asked. Because of Black Winter. You don't know it, but I know. And being the guardian of Earth wouldn't do me any good. I will have to travel to multiverses soon to find some answers. John said. The Ancient One sighed as she understood that John was right. John then turned around and said, I think you all have questions, but before that we need to undo the damage we did. Regigigas, can you make the Himalayas again? It will seriously affect the ecology if it's not rebuilt. John said. Regigigas and the trio understood what John meant and thus walked towards the destroyed mountain ranges to rebuild. They were huge, so when they walked there were mini earthquakes all around. John really thanked his stars that he had brought out Pokemon before this war against the Black Priests. He had immense help. All right, for answers, let's go to the ring. Shield can handle the things here. Wong, Mordo, Strange, the Kages and Arceus are welcome to join. Your questions will be answered. Is that fine with you all? John asked. Everybody nodded. John then waved his hands and everybody appeared in the ring. The Kages represented the ninjas, Arceus, the Pokemon, Wong, and others for the mages. Even the Ancient One joined in this meeting. They all went to the Hall of Justice and everybody took their seats. Many were tired, so they all needed a break. They all had been silent as they really wanted to hear the upcoming story from John. Even Strange, who had many questions, didn't say a word. From my previous conversations with Strange, you might have understood what they are called. They are the Black Priests, or the field surgeons of the multiverse. It's the multiverse's defense mechanism which kicks in when there is a threat for the multiverse. When I dream of both the past and future. I have said before that the future always changes, and this time I was on the unknown side. I thought that the Black Priests came because of Molecule Man and the incursion, but I was wrong. My dreams might have created a butterfly effect in all of the multiverse, and probably the emergence of many of you all played a huge part in the changes of the future. Let's leave the story of this incursion for now. Let's focus on Black Winter. Thor, is there a mention of Fimbulwind on the books of Asgard? John asked Thor, who was listening attentively. He heard John say that in future he stopped Black Winter, so he was more interested in it. There is, came the answer, but it was not from Thor but from an old voice from behind. Everybody turned their heads only to see an old man in golden armor with white beard walking towards them. On his hand was a trident. He was Allfather Odin. Father, why are you here? We handled it already. Thor got up from his seat and said. When Thor said this, everybody understood that he was Allfather Odin. Except for the Kages, the Ancient One and Arceus all stood up to pay respects to the king. He waved his hands to let them be at their seats. Odin went and took an empty seat in the huge hall and said to everyone. There is a mention of Fimbulwind. The Black Winter. The end. The Ragnarok. And no, son, this Ragnarok isn't for Asgard but for all of the universe. Nothing more is written about it. When Heimdall said that you and that other guy mentioned Black Winter, I knew this matter was serious. Odin spoke. Yes. It is serious. But before I explain Black Winter, I will have to mention one thing. Our universe is the 7th iteration. What I mean by that is, our multiverse has already been destroyed 6 times. Yes, you heard it right. 6 times, the universe had gone through life and death. And every multiverse's death comes with the Black Winter. It is the Black Winter who comes and devours the multiverse, killing everything with it. So yes, this is the origin of Black Winter. The actual and true Ragnarok. I suppose you all have questions. Ask away. I will explain all your doubts. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 264, Gallon. What is this being we are speaking about? I mean, is it a human being, an alien? What is it? Tony asked. It's just an entity that devours universes. It doesn't have any shape or form and very little is known of it. When it comes, black snow falls and everything the black snow touches gets obliterated to nothingness. John replied. You said, I will kill the Black Winter. Can we get to know how? Thor asked, as this was the main question for all. They wanted to know the process of defeating it. John hesitated for a bit before uttering a spell. This spell would stop anyone from hearing their conversation. Not even the Watchers would be able to hear the next words of John. What did you do? Arthur asked. I just used magic as a protection to stop anyone from listening to our conversation. There can be many people listening to us right now. That war against the multiversal beings is sure to wake up many other entities in all of the multiverse. Everybody nodded as they understood. Before explaining the defeat of Black Winter, let me tell your story. In the last universe there was a planet called TAA. There lived a remarkable scientist and an explorer named Gallon. Their planet was the epitome of civilization of their universe. But sadly their universe was about to end due to Black Winter and the contraction of their universe, as it was already billions of years old. Everything should have ended with that, but that explorer Gallon made a pact with Black Winter. The Black Winter would leave Galen, but he would have to be the herald of the Black Winter. In all future universes, Galen would have to guide Black Winter so that it can feed upon them. And later, due to various reasons, Galen became very powerful. Powerful enough to destroy gods. And in our multiverse we have a different name for him. Galactus. The Ancient One and Odin shuddered on their seats when they heard that name. They both knew of the existence of Galactus and the power he possessed. John saw their shuddering and knew that both of them knew of him. Galactus, like his master, is also a devourer of worlds. He can eat planets and galaxies, and that is his food. Thor was able to defeat Black Winter because Thor became the herald of Galactus. Galactus didn't want to be under the control of Black Winter, so he chose Thor as his herald. Thor later came to know that Galactus had been the herald of Black Winter all along and Galactus was using him. Thor became angry and he stripped Galactus off the power that fuels Galactus and detonated his body. This killed Black Winter. Well, that was what the story is supposed to be. Now we will have to find other ways to defeat him. Everybody's views changed for the first time. They had never expected that such beings even existed in their multiverse. All the powers that they possessed now looked very weak in front of such mighty beings. In simple terms, they were just ants trying to move the elephants. Everybody's face looked grave. What are the powers of Black Winter? I mean, does he have any other power apart from devouring universes? Wayne asked. Anybody who gazes on Black Winter sees their death. Most of them see Black Void as that is the actual form of Black Winter, but those who escape Black Winter see their future deaths. So no matter what, never look into Black Winter. Never. When we fight against it we can never use our eyes. John said. The hell? We can't even fight with our eyes open. Is that even fair? Flash said. Nothing is fair, Barry. It is what it is. John said. How do you wish to defeat Black Winter? Stripping the power away from Galactus like Thor did. Wayne asked. That is my plan. But we will have to see how it turns out and how far is Black Winter. Sorcerer Supreme, I hope you can come back with news. I have checked this universe and there is no sign of Black Winter as of yet, but we don't know how much time we have. John said. I will make my preparations, the Ancient One said. Yes. Strange, you can ask your questions. I am sure you have some. John said. Did you and the Ancient One know of my evil versions in other universes? Is that why you brought me here, to properly guide me so that I don't go to the dark side? Dark side? No, Strange. Even the previous Strange isn't actually bad. You can't blame him for trying to save his home in the multiverse. You on all other versions isn't actually bad. It's just that the moral lines of yours get blurred over time. When you fight for such a long time and still see no end of enemies, it gets difficult to maintain that sanity. John answered. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 265, Illuminati. And you said I will be the Sorcerer Supreme. I never went to Kamartaj to be the Sorcerer Supreme. I just want to heal my hands. Strange replied, as after seeing all the fight and the other evil version of him he wanted to be away from magic. He couldn't even imagine himself embroiled in all of this. You can heal your hands after you become the Sorcerer Supreme. John said with authority. You are supposed to be the best of us. It's your calling and destiny, the Ancient One said. No. I will not take up that mantle. Mordo is better suited for this kind of stuff. Strange insisted. Just grow a spine, Strange. Since the Ancient One has chosen you as the next Sorcerer Supreme, you should be honored. Mordo said without any hint of jealousy. John was surprised by this of Mordo. In almost all of universes he wasn't actually a good guy, and even in their own universe he should have taken the other side. But as of now Mordo has shown no such transformation. This was different from what he expected. He would keep an eye on Mordo always if he ever took to the other side. Until then. Strange, for now master all of mystic arts. Later you can decide if you will be the Sorcerer Supreme or not. John finally said, seeing Strange still was not ready to budge. Fine, after that you heal my hands. Strange said. Everybody was looking at Strange weirdly because they had seen the other version of him who had more of a charm and looked like an inborn leader, whereas this version didn't want to take any such responsibility. What is that Illuminati that you spoke of at the end with Strange? Is it their version of Avengers? Tony asked. No. Every universe has an Avengers group. It's just that their Earth has a higher group made by you, Strange, Black Panther, yes, the one from Wakanda, Namor, which I have already mentioned once, Professor Charles Xavier, a mutant which has immense telepathic powers, Black Bolt, King of Inhumans. Think of Inhumans as another kind of mutants, and Reed Richards, the one of the most intelligent people in their universe. Yes, more intelligent than you, Tony. Even Rogers joined Illuminati at one point of time. There is a huge team of Avengers, so Illuminati was established to make decisions which the Avengers couldn't take. Illuminati was formed on the basis that these people would represent all of the superpowered forces of Earth, with each person representing one section of the society. John said. Think of Illuminati as the UN of Avengers. John explained what Illuminati actually was. How many powered beings are there in other universes that we had to establish such a group? We are seriously lacking in firepower. Banner said. Enough to give everyone a headache. John replied. So now you know all of the story. Even though I'm not sure if my version of the story is correct or not, that is the general line. I will keep an eye on Black Winter's emergence. And we need to find Galactus, but I can't actively search for him as he might sense it and come for our universe. He is a very powerful weapon, but it goes both ways. We aren't strong enough to face him. I have a vague idea of how to tackle this guy, but it's going to take time. No matter what, we need to face him. John said. Though I know the times look dire now, we cannot lose hope. We will need to gather more power, but on the basis that we don't lose ourselves in search of stronger power. You all have seen that version of Strange. He didn't hesitate to kill a universe in order to save everything. Rogers said. We can never be them. We need to be better. Better than all. Since in the future Thor does defeat Black Winter, we can do it. He does it single-handedly. This time we will be a team. Wayne said. I will try to get more power as soon as possible for all of you and myself. I just hope we have enough time for that. Everybody should improve as fast as possible, we might not have much time left. John said. Everybody left after that. They didn't speak more as everybody was tired after the fight and needed more rest. Odin left with the Ancient One to Earth, probably to take rest as he Ragnarok for Asgard was approaching. John needed to handle that too. And then there was Thanos. He could find Thanos anytime, but he chose not to do so because without the stones he is powerless. And if Thanos really attacked, he would just lose and all of the universe would get to know the deeds of the Avengers, making his movies more famous. For this reason he didn't care about Thanos. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 266, Aftermath. While the discussion was going on, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the governments of Earth were having a hard time to understand what was actually happening. The Himalayas got decimated to oblivion, which caused earthquakes in the nearby areas. Even though nobody was harmed, it still caused panic to the people and the governments. The battle lasted hardly for an hour, but many people got to see the power of the Avengers. The New York war now looked cute to people, and for the first time everybody understood how high the Avengers have grown. Wayne went to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. to brief the World Council. He wouldn't mention about Black Winter. Only that a mage tried to invade their Earth and they all had to come together to solve the problem. The World Council knew that they couldn't hide this matter and needed to conjure a lie to maintain the order. If these people came to know that there were villains coming from other multiverses, then it would be a problem. Till now only good people came over. Now it was enemies for the first time. The people didn't see the emergence of ninjas, but they definitely saw many legendary and mythical Pokemon. And as they were speaking, Regigas and the trio was making the Himalayas again from the rubble. They were in awe by the power of Pokemons, and some even tried to approach them only to be stopped by S.H.I.E.L.D. The World Council later came out and tasked the governments in making a lie on enemies appearing over the Himalayas. And since the New York War had happened, all governments gave the lie of aliens appearing and Avengers went to confront. Since the aliens proved to be very powerful, Pokemon came over to handle the situation and save humanity. These made people love Pokemon more as all legendary and mythical Pokemon came to save humanity. John, on the other hand, was busy thinking of how to improve his powers. He needed more fan values to store for an upgrade and needed to upgrade his summons too. He has an idea for Green Lanterns. Wayne and Tony are building their own armor, so he didn't much care about him. Aquaman needed an update. Flash has enough powers and doesn't need any such thing. Cyborg does have one version of Kingdom Come comics where he is more human, but that wouldn't actually give Cyborg any additional powers. One version of Queen in Elseworld comics is a mashup between Gandalf and Queen, so he has kind of half magical powers, so that power could be easily given to Queen. In one version of comics, Wonder Woman has psionic powers and even reality warping and alteration powers like Wanda. And surprisingly, Wonder Woman's name in that universe is Wanda too. Sometimes John wondered if there was a connection between Marvel World and DC World, if the DC World ever existed. John knew he would have to spend a ton of fan values, but thankfully after the arrival of Pokemon World his fan values had skyrocketed. And now John had to go to Disney and CD Projekt Red to deliver more games and animations. He needed to gain more fan values, and even from stories that wouldn't bring any actual power to him but would add to his power nonetheless in the way of fan values. Thus after entering Disney he gave the stories of John Wick, Matrix, Avatar, Pirates of the Caribbean, Lord of the Rings and such other famous movies. Even movies which deal with normal stories. The name of Disney would let the movies garner more attention, and of course John gave some animated stories too. Then he went to CD Projekt Red to submit more ideas for games from his previous world like Doom, Dark Souls, World of Warcraft, Skyrim, Assassin's Creed, All Editions, Final Fantasy, and many others. John knew this would take years to complete with all the movies and games, but he needed to start somewhere. This was the right time. Soon he would have very less time for work and more for world saving. Even though the threat of Dark Winter was looming over their heads, he needed to keep his head straight and work steadily towards more power. Both CD Projekt Red and Disney were taken aback by so much content John had brought. They knew something had changed after the war in the Himalayas, but nobody dared to ask. Those who knew that John was Dr. Fate knew something more terrible had happened for John to come up with such stories, and wondered how many characters from the movies would come to life. Since everybody now knew that there are different worlds, many in Disney suspected that there might be new people coming over soon. This whole exchange of stories and ideas went till December, and finally John delivered all the stories and ideas that could be shared with both of the companies. At the end of the year there was a silver lining for John, as Emma was back from working as a lantern for vacations. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 267, Changes. Hi Han, I see that the Earth has changed quite a lot in this more than 1 year. Emma said as she landed near the House of Mysteries. Yes. Many things have changed. John said. Even though Emma was away, they always used to have conversations over calls and give an update of what was going on in each other's life. Thus Emma knew about the ring and even John being the Sorcerer Supreme. She was happy that her boyfriend had grown more powerful over the years and even confronted another enemy called Ultron. This Ultron gave her a headache too, as she had to search for the AI. Surprisingly, John couldn't search for Ultron even with his cosmic awareness. John then proceeded to tell her what had happened in the last few months and the coming of Black Winter and the whole story behind it. So we have a huge war coming. Emma said in a very serious tone. Yes, and we need to be ready. I will have to soon cross the barriers of the multiverse and go to Earth 616. John said. Wouldn't that be dangerous? I have been going through the books of OA. There are way too many variables in that universe. Emma said. Doesn't matter. I will have to go and talk to Galactus. This is for the survival of Earth, our universe, and all of the multiverse. John said. Emma knew that John had to take this journey no matter what, as only he was capable of doing that and had enough knowledge to handle situations. She was happy to see their new home and loved the Pokemon Adino and the spirit of the house. Emma even went to Earth to meet her parents and catch Pokemon. John thought of her having the Pokemon Deoxys, as that Pokemon would be helpful in dealing with space-related missions. Deoxys was a psychic-type mythical Pokemon and thus could help Emma in every way possible. Thus John and Emma went for a search for Pokemon and led her to the Pokemon Deoxys and let her catch it. She was ecstatic to catch a mythical Pokemon. John didn't help her anymore, as now it was her own choice which Pokemon she would prefer. She ended up catching Emolga. A very cute Pokemon. The days went by and it was January soon. The Ancient One had already left to meet the trio of Vishanti. Wong, Mordo, and Constantine took over each sanctum as the main masters, while the trio was responsible for educating the students in turn at Kamar Taj. The new year was celebrated with a little more grandeur, as this was the first new year everybody would spend on the ring, and thus everybody joined in the fun. The last few days had been depressing for them and they all needed some relief. Due to the war in the Himalayas, the movie that was supposed to be out in December was pushed to February, as nobody was in a mood to watch movies for some time now. There was still a small sense of panic for people, and the battle prompted more people to go after Pokemons. After a week of January, John took Emma to OA as he needed to talk with the Guardians and speak about Black Winter. And also give a boost to them, as he had already calculated his fan values and the necessary upgrade required. John used the Helmet of Fate to appear in OA and they flew to the Citadel. The Guardians had all been summoned, as he had already been notified from before. Emma and John both landed in the Citadel while the Guardians were standing in their respective places circling John and Emma. John, we noticed the breach in the multiverse barriers. Is everything all right? Appa asked. Yes. For now. But I have come with grave news. John said. Go on. Let us hear. Appa asked. John then proceeded to recount what had happened and things with Strange and the coming of Black Winter. The Guardians were silent after hearing that for some time before Ganthet finally saying. The Green Lanterns will help the Avengers in dealing with the Black Winter. All Green Lanterns will be given information about it. The emergency protocols are now activated here in OA. Thank you, Guardians. Now for the other reason I am here for. John said. After becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, I have gained more powers and can bring alternate versions of every being that has come through the multiverse, and thus allowing me to give more powers to the travelers at the expense of a little bit of magic. The Guardians became interested when John said that. They knew what John actually meant by that. But before I start the process of bringing alternate versions and pushing the power through the travelers, I have a question to ask. John said. Speak. Appa said. Do you remember the prophecy of the Blackest Night? There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 268, Changes, 2. The Guardians became silent when John asked that. This was a huge prophecy in the Book of OA. The Guardians hated that prophecy because it mentioned the rise of many lanterns and infighting among all the lanterns. Don't tell me the Blackest Night has something to do with Black Winter. Appa asked. It doesn't, but according to the prophecy Ganthet and said are supposed to be the Guardians of Blue Lanterns. Wasn't it? John asked. There was total silence on the Guardians as they didn't know how to reply. Yes. That was the prophecy. But why are you saying this? Appa asked. I want Ganthet and said to make a Blue Lantern Corp. John said. I will summon the Blue Lantern element and even the embodiment of the green and the blue element. John continued. Are you sure it's a good idea? It would mean we will trigger the Blackest Night prophecy. Appa said. There are no emotional spectrum forces in this multiverse. If new forces do appear, I will handle it myself. For now I can bring Blue Lantern and the embodiments easily. John said. If you say so, but we just hope we don't trigger the Blackest Night prophecy and have more problems on top of Black Winter. Appa said. Don't worry about that. Now it's time to bring the embodiments here. They will choose their hosts willingly. I will place Entity Adara, the embodiment of blue element, on Ganthet for the time being, and Entity Ion, the embodiment of green element, can choose its host willingly as there are already Green Lanterns here. John said. Okay. I will accept the entity willingly and vow to use the power of hope to serve the universe and its protection. At this time of approaching Black Winter, we do need the power of hope. Ganthet said. Ding. Total fan values, 7 billion. Fan values required to extract Ion and Adara, 1 billion. John spent 1 billion and waved his hands. As he did that, a huge bird-like being that glowed in blue light emerged in front of John. The bird was so huge that it shadowed the citadel, and all the Green Lanterns that were present on OA could see Adara. John placed Adara on the body of Ganthet and then proceeded to summon Ion. Ion was green in color and had the shape of a huge whale. Its size was bigger than Adara, and this time too all the Green Lanterns were able to see Ion appearing. Its appearance made the rings of all the Green Lanterns vibrate all over the universe, and all felt a huge boost of power. Ion then vanished right from its spot as it went away to find its host. It depended upon Ion to choose its host. The Guardians, John and Emma, looked at all of it with a sigh. From here on there would be 2 Lantern Corps in the universe, and this would give an immense help to Green Lantern Corps. Ganthet and said, from here on you both will have nothing to do with OA and will be the Guardians of the Blue Lantern Corps. We wish you a successful journey. Appa was the first to break the silence and said to Ganthet and said. As Guardians they had left emotions a long time ago, and thus there was no such tears or sadness in separations. Now the last reason, I am here. The Green and the Blue Lanterns can now take their lantern and place it as armor around their body. This would give more power to the existing lanterns. John said. As Hal Jordan in the Kingdom Come comics used the lantern as armor around the body and became more powerful as he defended Earth from a space station he had made. John spent another 100 million and made it into a book and gave it to Appa and Ganthet so that both could use the knowledge of making such armors from lanterns. The last update of the system allowed him to bring alternate versions from the comics and thus helped him a lot. Since Ganthet and said were the Guardians that made the Blue Lantern of Hope, he was able to make a Blue Lantern Corps from scratch. Every color of the rainbow corresponded to the emotional spectrum in the DC universe. For example, green signified will, blue signified hope, red signified rage, and so on and so forth. The other spectrum couldn't be extracted as the characters were never present in any movie or series. By this time all the Green Lanterns present on the planet arrived at the Citadel to see what was going on. They thought someone attacked the Guardians but were relieved to see that nothing had happened. Guardians then called for a meeting of all the Green Lanterns in the universe because they needed to discuss the next course of action. I will explain the story of Blackest Night when the time is right. Don't worry. It is one of the best comic book stories, so of course I will explain. Chapter 269, Changes, 3. John left Emma for the meeting that was about to happen and returned back to the ring and called for a meeting with the Avengers. Everybody had come for the meeting like usual and reached the Hall of Justice. All took their respective seats. I heard Emma is back. Banner asked. Yes, she is, but she is in OA right now. Hal didn't come because he too was summoned by the Guardians to talk about the emergency protocol. I informed them about the Black Winter. John said. Has there been any news from the Ancient One? Wayne asked. No. She hasn't returned as of yet. John said. So what are we all here for? Victor asked. Last time I told you that my magic now can give people powers using the alternate versions that I have dreamed of. For those who have arrived from the multiverse. Today I will give some of you that. John said. Wayne has many versions, but I think being the normal type is best. All the new armors is enough, so I won't be bringing the alternate versions of him. John continued. Wayne nodded at it as he didn't really need any update to himself. Arthur. Your alternate versions are crazy. So I will be bringing 2 versions. One version is where you can transform yourself to a living water form. Yes, you heard me right. In this version you can become like a sentient water. In addition to being a full body of water, you will have the power to manipulate water like Mera, have super speed and be highly intelligent. And the other version is the futuristic Aquaman, where you have a high intellect and flight. Congratulations. Now you can fly. John said. The 2 versions were taken from Earth 6 Aquaman and the Aquaman from DC 1 million series. John spent 500 million for this and mumbled a false magic and flicked to Arthur. And the next moment Arthur's body gained a little bit of height and looked even more handsome. Mera and others looked at Arthur, but they couldn't see any major changes in Arthur. He looked almost the same, and so they were confused. But the next second Arthur transformed himself to a full body of water. The whole physiology of his body changed, as now his body was replaced with transparent water and even refracted light could be seen through his body. And then the water body floated in the air. Everybody was amazed by such changes. Arthur came down and changed himself back. He was ecstatic to say the least. Now he could fight both in air and water. This is crazy. Is that even genetically possible? Tony asked. Don't ask me. I only dream of them and used magic to push the alternate versions through him. He is now highly intelligent. Can add him to the laboratory. John said. One of my versions is from the 853rd century, so my knowledge is far beyond this era has ever seen. Arthur said as he was checking himself out and going through all his abilities. But this time he spoke telepathically to all. Now all understood that Arthur had gained telepathy too. This is unfair. Arthur now has telepathy too. I too need awesome powers like Arthur. Clint said with a sulking tone. Go through the multiverse unknowingly and come back. Maybe then I can give you powers. John said. If we ever go to another multiverse, count me in. I want all my other versions to be with me. Clint said jokingly. Everybody else was happy because now Arthur had awesome powers and his presence would help the Avengers a lot. Queen, well, there aren't many awesome versions of yours. But there is one version where you know magic and use a long bow. Do you want to accept the new power? John asked. Sure. We must do whatever we can to make ourselves powerful as long as it is safe and doesn't change personality. Oliver said. There will be no changes. Rest assured. John said as he spent 150 million on Green Arrow's version of Elseworld, where he knows magic that is attuned to nature and lived in forests. Oliver's whole body soon got wrapped up in various colored leaves. The leaves formed a womb around him like a cocoon. After a minute of being in the cocoon, Oliver broke through it. He looked taller now, had a flute in his waist. A longer bow in his hand. There were still leaves around him, but in smaller quantity. How is it? Natasha asked in envy, as she was sure now Queen had basically been elevated to a higher form. I know magic, magic that is attuned to nature. I can make arrows out of natural elements and use the flute to hypnotize animals. Feels really weird. It's as if I can feel the air and the surroundings. John, I can feel you too. You have too much magic power. That helmet is giving away a ridiculous amount of magic. Oliver said. Chapter 270, Return. John smiled when Oliver said that because the name, Lord of Order, wasn't just for show. Everybody was interested in the powers of Oliver and thus asked him many questions. Victor and Barry, there are not any better versions of you. You both are at the pinnacle, so I won't give you any powers. Diana, one version of you, is an alien with reality-bending powers like Wanda and psionic powers. Do you want it? John asked. Alien. Am I an alien in another universe? That is new. Diana said. That's what the story is about. John said. And you can learn the reality-bending powers from Wanda. John continued. I understand. Diana said. John then proceeded to spend 500 million fan value points for Diana. And again used a false magic on her. This version of her was taken from Earth 9 Wonder Woman, who was genetically engineered and possessed characteristics of both alien species who were in war against each other. As she got the new power, she didn't feel any change, only that now she has a long weapon on her hand which had sharp weird-shaped blades on both sides. These are all the upgrades that are available to us now. Now we can only wait for the Ancient One to come with news. John said. How far are both of your armors? John asked. We have made more adjustments to the armor. I am thinking of securing the whole ring with the anti-projectile shield. This is my new project for now. Tony said. Sure. I will secure the ring in magical defense. The ring too needs one like Earth. John said. John then spoke about new adjustments that OA was going to make in New Lantern Corporation. The blue-colored lanterns signifying hope. They were surprised by the emergence of new lanterns but were happy to have another kind of intergalactic policeman. After that, everybody went back to their work and those who got new powers went to try out themselves and see how powerful they have become. John too went and started going through spells and magic. He was now actively practicing magic. Emma came back after a day and said that the two Guardians had left to search for a new planet to set up the Blue Lantern Corporation. Their new lantern armors would be provided soon. She had to leave for her work after 2 weeks as the work of Lantern Corps never stops. The days went by and soon it was February. The Ancient One finally returned from her trip to meet the Vishanti. She came over to John's home to give the news of the future. How was the trip? John asked. Good and bad, I guess. I actually wanted to die and let Strange take over, but now everything is out of the window. I will have to make Strange the Sorcerer Supreme before I rest in peace, she said. That was the plan. Wasn't it? John smiled. Your emergence messed up a lot of things, be it good or bad. The Ancient One said. Whatever. What did the trio say? He asked. We have 5 years before the Black Winter comes. Due to our universe acting up weirdly, they have taken measures. Because of Black Winter, our universe will be cut from all of the multiverse so that Black Winter doesn't harm all of the multiverse. That is the decision of Eternity, Infinity, and the Living Tribunal. The Ancient One said. John's eyebrows raised when he heard the names. Those three are basically the overlords of the universe, if one above all isn't taken into account. It was not surprising that they had taken that decision. Black Winter is too powerful and they needed to take measures. Since all the universes wouldn't help them, it was better to just cut them off when the situation goes out of hand. Now John was more determined to fight against Black Winter and prove the overlords wrong and show them that only Earth 616 isn't everything and all-powerful. John clenched his fists and made a vow that he would become more powerful. I understand. We will defend this universe till the end and show them what we are really made of, and maybe our Earth one day would be more powerful than their precious Earth 616 since they are so much attached to it. John said. The Ancient One smiled at this but didn't reply. After narrating her meeting with the Vishanti, she went back to Kamartaj for being the Sorcerer Supreme. Before she left, she and John both made a magical defense in the whole of the ring so that interdimensional creatures could not sneak inside the ring. John now was relieved that their home was secured magically too. The Tower of Fate was the sanctum of the ring that powered the magical defense. The Ancient One even went through the books inside Tower of Fate for a long time before leaving. Chapter 271, Visitors. After John told everybody of what had happened and time they had to fight Black Winter, everybody got serious. 5 years is too little. How will we even defend against Black Winter after the powers we possess? Tony asked. I will take care of it. I will soon travel to the multiverse in a year or so, to handle the situation of Black Winter. Since the other universes have refused to give us aid and gods too abandoned us, I will kill gods and then let me see how they would react. John said with anger. We understand. Do remind us when you leave. Don't want you to leave alone. Wayne said. John nodded to it and ended the call. John went to Disney as the movie would be out soon, and maintaining the tradition, the premiere would be held in New York instead of the Ring. The movie was supposed to be out by the last week of February. But before that, John got a visitor from Earth. One morning out of nowhere, the Zephyr landed near the home of John. GAIA reminded her that Coulson and his team would come to meet him. Zephyr had been modified a lot and now could travel in space. Thanks to the new technology of solar harnessing energy and gravity manipulation. John was standing on the balcony sipping his coffee when they landed. Everybody came out from the ship, including Aang and Katara. John, it's been a long time. Hasn't it? Coulson said. It's been some time. How are you? John asked. I am great. We are here to seek advice. Coulson said. I understand. Come in. Aang, you can release Appa. I think he would love it here. John said. Aang went to bring Appa out so that he could get fresh air. Everybody went in after that, including Coulson, Sky, Aang, Katara, Itten, May, Fitz, and Simmons. Surprisingly, Fitz and Simmons came in holding their hands. Their romance finally built up as opposed to their actual storyline where Fitz was injured in his head. John was happy to see it. Fitz was actually hurt in the actual story due to hypoxia in brain and lost to properly function for quite a long time. Skye and others were excited to meet John. Since they were all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they knew the real identity of the Phoenix who battled the invaders that came from another universe in the Himalayas. Everybody saw how John fought against the invaders and their fight decimated the Himalayas. Those images were still fresh in their minds. John was surprised to see Skye with a Pokemon. That too, a dragon-type Pokemon. Well, the future evolution of it was dragon-type. It was Trapinch, which could evolve to Flygon. Adino and the spirit of the house came with drinks and snacks for everyone. They all recognized Adino but had never seen the spirit before. Is it a new kind of Pokemon, never discovered by humanity? Simmons asked as she was very much interested in Pokemon. She was now extensively studying about them from the notes that S.H.I.E.L.D. had released on Pokemon with the contribution of all professors. No, this is the spirit of the house. The house is kind of a living entity, so it gave itself a body. John answered. Is that even possible? That's not even scientific. Fitz said. Many things can't be explained by science. John said as he conjured spells to show them. Even though they knew John was a mage now, seeing in reality was a different thing from hearing. How is everything? I presume you are here for a problem. I don't think you have come such a long way just to meet me. John said. Can't a friend come to meet you? Coulson said with a smile. Who are you kidding? You are an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and supposedly the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you think I will believe your words? John said. Sigh. Can't even hide this from you. Coulson said with a mock smile. We are here for Skye. She is a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. like you. We have encountered a problem with her. Coulson said. John raised his eyebrows when he said that. He checked on the memories of Aang and finally understood what the problem was. Skye had finally become an inhuman. She had become Quake, the inhuman who could make vibrations around herself. She was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. for some time in another universe. Apparently they founded a Kree city while on their missions and they all went in. Skye was affected by a Turigen mist that could basically activate the sleeping inhuman DNA in them. Inhumans were made by the Kree as their experiments of evolution on various species all over the universe. Only the humans were compatible with the new kind of evolution and those who evolved became inhumans. The people who were experimented upon got new genes which became hereditary. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 272, Inhumans. Their hidden genes could be activated by a thing called Turigen mist that makes them inhumans, but not all get powers. Some might devolve too, so this Turigen mist is sometimes dangerous to inhumans too. For normal humans, being exposed to Turigen mist is a death sentence. Skye was exposed to the Turigen mist and thus became an inhuman. What is the problem? John asked as he needed to fake himself a bit now. Coulson then narrated the story of their mission in Puerto Rico and Skye being exposed to a weird mist and her being inside a cocoon. After she came out, her genes changed a lot and now they didn't know what to do with Skye. She had powers now, but she couldn't control them. John listened to everything and looked at Skye. Skye, do you have anxiety with these new powers? John asked. I have no control of my powers and I feel I am a liability to the team. Fitz said my genes have changed. Aang has powers but his genes are exactly the same as a human being. Why is that my genes changed when I got powers? Skye replied. I understand. John said. Then he proceeded to wear the helmet of fate. Avengers, we have a mission. Fury, bring the weird artifact that you got at the house of Gideon Malik. John said in a loud tone. He used his telepathy to call all the Avengers at the Hall of Justice and called Fury too. Huh. Is the matter serious? Coulson said as he understood that John called the Avengers, but he didn't understand why. Is there a problem with Skye? Coulson asked again as Skye was his subordinate and didn't want anything to happen to her. She is fine. I will explain the problem, or rather the gift of her, in the meeting. You all are welcome to join the meeting of the Avengers. I will explain everything there. The mission is something else. I have not dealt with a being for a long time. It is time I end the problem. Skye and others were relieved when John said that. They thought Skye was a problem and needed to be dealt with. They all went to the Hall of Justice and all the new people were excited. They have all heard about the Hall of Justice, but this time they got to see it and even attend a meeting of the Avengers, Earth's mightiest heroes. All came in when John called, and Fury came with a few agents carrying a huge glass box. There was a huge block of rock inside it. But what was weird was that the rock sometimes became a liquid for a few seconds and returned back to its shape. All were confused by such weird behavior of the rock and all looked at John, who showed up with Coulson and his team. What is this new freak thing about? Tony asked. We got the box when we raided the house of Malik after Hydra was purged. S.H.I.E.L.D. did everything to find the origin of it, but we failed to find any information from it. Wayne said, as he was the secretary, knew all about the artifacts and things of S.H.I.E.L.D. So what now? Do we face danger? Mara asked. Not exactly, we will go and knock on the doors of danger this time. John said. Then he proceeded to tell the story of Inhumans and their experiments thousands of years ago. So when you mentioned Black Bolt last time as the king of Inhumans, did you mean there is a special race of people among us? Banner asked. No. In this universe there are no such races. Well, as a matter of fact there is a hidden race, but it isn't as large as the race in other universes. Today we have a member of that race. Skye, come here. John said. Skye now understood what her heritage was and that she was an Inhuman. She walked towards John while her body was trembling. Don't be nervous, Skye, there is nothing wrong. You just got powers that people can only dream about. John said. She is Skye, an Inhuman. Her power is related to vibrations. Her name in another universe is Quake. She can make vibrations around herself and is immensely powerful. John said. All looked at Skye with curiosity now. Getting all the looks from all the Avengers made her shy, and she kept her head low as she didn't know to react. So what now, do you want to integrate her with the Avengers? Victor asked. That is her choice. If she wants to join, she is welcome, but if she wants to continue with Coulson, then it's up to her. But I didn't just call you all to introduce her. I called you all to kill an enemy. John said. Yes, I know there was an Inhuman series, but Marvel recently did a soft reboot of the series and thus the Inhuman series reportedly never happened in the MCU, so there is no Black Bolt in the current MCU, at least that's what I am going with now. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 273, Hydra. We all know Hydra was founded by Red Skull for world domination and control. Yes. John asked. I think that is well known. Why are you bringing this up? Steve asked, as Hydra was killed and decimated long ago. You are wrong, Captain. All of you are wrong. Hydra was founded by a more ancient group of people who worshipped an Inhuman named Hive. When Kree made Inhumans, they ended up making an Inhuman named Hive. And as the stories of oppressors and oppressed go, Hive didn't like being under the control of Kree and thus rebelled. For this, Hive was banished to an unknown planet. The group of people who rebelled against the Kree named themselves Hydra, which later was taken over by Red Skull. That is the origin of Hydra and its true birth. John said. Everybody's eyes went wide when John said that. Nobody knew this story of Hydra and all assumed Hydra was a part of the Nazi army. This was a whole new concept which was related to a different group of people. So why are we bringing this up? Gerald asked. Because Hive is still alive on that unknown planet. John replied. It has been thousands of years since they experimented, and you are saying that this Inhuman is still alive. What is he? And immortal? Queen asked. No. He feeds off humans and can control all Inhumans like a hive mind. This is the reason why he was named Hive. Malik and his cult used to send humans to feed Hive through this weird portal that we have here in the glass boxes. John said. This rock is a portal. Fury was surprised to know this. They all had been thinking what these rocks actually were, but now this question was solved. Yes. When the rock becomes a liquid, it temporarily becomes a portal. On the other side is the Hive, where he is waiting to come back and take over everything. John said. So you want us to go and kill him? Wayne asked. He isn't that big of a deal, can be killed easily. Just don't send an Inhuman like Skye here on that mission. It will take less than a second to take control over an Inhuman. All Inhumans are vulnerable to him, except for one. John said. Do we have so many Inhumans on Earth that we even have the counterpart of this Hive? Tony asked. Actually, no. That person who I am referring to is still a normal person. Most of the people haven't transformed as of yet and are just normal. Though there is a race of them, hidden from people, but their numbers are very low. Oh yes, the Inhuman who is not vulnerable to the control of Hive is May's ex-husband. John said. Huh. What the hell? Fury said. Andrew is an Inhuman, and his genes once activated will make him a powerful one. An Inhuman made to hunt Inhumans. John said. Everybody was taken aback by this new revelation as it took a very weird turn. May's ex-husband turned out to be an Inhuman even though he hasn't been activated yet. We need to bring him in and make sure he is never activated by this Turigen mist or whatever. Fury said. That is up to you. May can make the decision. It's her life. So who are going to take this mission of killing Hive because we all going together will be an overkill? John said with a smile. I want to try my new armor, so I should go. Tony said. I got new powers. I should give it a spin. Arthur said. I want to practice my powers. Wanda said, and thus everybody started arguing over who would go to destroy the Hive. John, when saw this, was surprised by this weird argument by the members. There will be a lottery done, and 2 people will be sent. Wayne finally stopped this weird argument that was going on. They all did a lottery with the help of GAIA, and finally Wonder Woman and Iron Man were selected by the lottery. So we have the people, now how do you activate this portal? Fury asked as he wanted this Hive problem to be over with and return back. By the attitude of John he could infer that this Hive wasn't that big of a deal, so he wanted to get this over with soon. Sky here can make the portal stable with her vibrations, or we can make a device that can make vibrations that can keep the portal open. Or Victor here can just analyze the portal and open a boom tube. Or I can just search for Hive and send the 2 of you there. So we have 3 different ways. John said. Everybody smiled when John said that, as they really were very relaxed about this upcoming mission. While Coulson's team was still recovering from new information that John just bombarded them with. May's ex-husband. Sky being a half-alien. A race of people which existed with superhuman capabilities. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 274, Hive. Is Andrew really an Inhuman? May asked as she still couldn't believe it. Sadly, yes. I have known this for some time. I am sorry I have never told you of this. John said. Have you known of Inhumans, Sky, Hive all along? Coulson asked. I came to know this not too long ago. Now as my powers are growing I can dream of different scenarios and future and can even choose which path to take and see. Out of curiosity I went through S.H.I.E.L.D. history and Hydra. That's where I got to know about Sky and others. John lied as he needed to. We understand. Your interfering might change many things and you don't want things to spiral out of control. Coulson said. John nodded at it as this was the plan from before. But after Ultron he didn't want to take any risks. While they were talking the members of the Avengers decided to use the boom tube. Tony didn't want to use the power of John and wanted to finish this mission by themselves. Diana was super powerful now and Tony too had upgraded his armor. After Victor and GAIA analyzed the portal, they finally could pinpoint the location of the unknown planet. I have installed a long-range tracker and emergency button. If anything feels off, call us. We will come to rescue you. Victor said. If we need help even after both of us, then we aren't fit to even fight the Black Winter. Tony said. John, who listened to this, understood that the whole team was on edge and everybody wanted to get powerful fast. Hive was a small obstacle for them, but they wanted to prove themselves and make themselves ready for the future battle. Victor nodded to it and opened a boom tube. Tony and Diana went in. Diana took both of her weapons. Her new spear and lasso. While Tony used his nano armor to equip himself, which was fueled by Extremis. After they went in, Victor closed the boom tube as John had said that there was a chance Hive might come in. They didn't want Hive to come to Earth and wreak havoc. An unnamed and uninhabited planet was good enough. Diana was provided a Kryptonian breathing suit too if there was a problem with oxygen in the air. Tony's armor was enough for him to breathe. Everybody now waited eagerly for Tony to send a signal that they were successful in killing this Inhuman Hive. They all talked among themselves while they waited for Tony and Diana. They were particularly interested in Aang and Katara as Aang was the legendary avatar. John, where are the other Inhumans? Fury asked as he wanted to know about their location. Any powered being was a person of interest for S.H.I.E.L.D. There is a place called Afterlife in the Andes. That is where the Inhumans live, secluded. One Inhuman among them named Gordon can teleport. That's how they maintained contact with human society. Sky's mother Jiaying was experimented upon by Whitehall. Her mother is kind of an immortal who can take away life force from people to fuel her youth. She is the main leader of the group. Ah. My mother. Sky was astonished as she got another revelation. This day was turning out to be a day of revelation. Yes. Your mother. She was tortured brutally during the World War II when Whitehall did experiments on her. Your mother has gone through a lot of trauma and has become a little twisted. I am not sure if her mental health is even good now. You can find it out yourself. John said. Can we get the location? I will handle the case of Inhumans myself. Coulson said. Fury wanted to handle the case of Inhumans but thought otherwise now. Coulson was the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so it was better to have this experience. Sure. After they come back you all can go. Aang is enough for their whole team so you don't have to worry too much. John said. Skye was more interested about her mother and asked John, and he replied to her questions calmly and even spoke of her father, who was a human and a doctor. As John was talking of her mother, Tony sent the signal that the mission was successful. Victor opened the boom tube only to see Diana and Tony emerging with blood spots all over them. Was Hive that difficult? Queen asked. No, but that Bast ***D turned himself into a weird tentacled monster. Took us some time to find him. He tried to take over our body only to be thrown away by Diana. It was an easy fight though. Diana just removed her tentacles and then I just blew him up. How can that be even human at the beginning? He was the leader of Inhumans. Do you think that he would be normal? John said. I don't remember the location of Afterlife, so the location I said is probably false. This marks the end of Inhumans' arc in the Earth. They will return when the MC goes for travel, and I will delve more deep into their story later. I know the arc of Inhumans was kind of underwhelming. I will try to compensate when the real Inhumans would get involved. Chapter 275, New Movie. After making a report of what had happened, Fury returned back and so did the others. Vesemir, with the help of Banner, was finally able to make a new potion that could make some Witchers. Though there were side effects like when somebody takes the Witcher potion, like they would never be able to be a father, it was more humane and there would be no deaths involved in the process. Geralt and other Witchers went to Earth to find orphans who could take up the mantle for the next generation of Witchers. Vesemir was happy with this and even implemented the dragon corpse into the potion, making Witchers more powerful, and even gave Geralt and others longer lifespan. Banner, who conducted experiments on the dragon corpse, was surprised to see such effects on the human body due to it. Skye meanwhile left with Coulson to find out more about her mother and father, as John had given the location of them. John asked Aang and others to keep an eye on her and deal with Inhumans when necessary. Finally it was time for another movie, and as usual everybody showed up for the movie. The movie started with the members of the Justice League fighting some villains like Lex Luthor, Weather Wizard and others. Most of the audience now know them from the Justice League Unlimited series that Disney has been bringing out. But among the members of the Justice League there was another member, Robin aka Damian Wayne. He was there for crow control and keeping others safe, but he looked unhappy about it. The fight went on, but the whole fight was kind of funny as the villains were not that powerful and the Justice League members were actually having an easy time defeating them. But the story took a turn after every villain was captured and a weird four-eyed demon possessed the Weather Wizard. The wizard became so powerful after the possession he gave a hard time to the members of the Justice League. Superman got beaten up a little and even Wonder Woman was thrown away easily. At the end Robin used the Batwing, which was laden with missiles and bombs, to hit the Weather Wizard. This created a huge explosion and expelled the demon out of the wizard after Wonder Woman used the lasso of truth on him. Batman was angry at how Robin had intervened and made them lose evidence. Batman had enough with Robin and thus sent him to a team which was made of young children who got unimaginable powers from the beginning. Yes, the movie was Justice vs. Teen Titans. The animated movie which John just made a live action on. The movie had Nightwing, Robin, Starfire, Raven, Blue Beetle and Beast Boy. As usual, Damian, who was brought up in League of Assassins, didn't like being treated as a child and had complications with the team. Meanwhile, Clark got possessed by the same demon that possessed the wizard and the Justice League had a run against him. But later Clark escaped in order to fulfill his mission. Having Superman is a double-edged sword. Isn't he? Steve asked. He is. He is both the savior and destroyer. Every weapon. Us. We are all double-edged swords. That is why Batman here has contingencies against every one of the Avengers. Isn't it right, Wayne? John asked. Wayne just gave a slight nod to it. Wait, you mean to say Bruce here has plans to take us down if any of us goes rogue? Vision asked. Yes. Wayne replied. That is arrogant. Even for you. What if you go rogue, Bruce? Tony replied. We have a plan. It's the Avengers. John replied. You are pure paranoia, Wayne. More than me. Fury inserted himself in the conversation. Wayne just shrugged at it. The movie continued as the people finally got to know why the demons were possessing people and who were they searching for. It was Raven. One of the Teen Titans. In one outing where all the Teen Titans went out, she was confronted by the demons and finally the people got to know the main villain of the story. Trigon, Raven, father. He wanted to take over Earth and needed Raven's help in his conquest. Raven refused to help his father as she was good now. That is where Raven's history was revealed. She was a child of Trigon and a human being. Her mother and Raven were later taken to Azarath, a dimensional space where only the people who knew good magic lived, where she tried meeting his father but her summoning destroyed Azarath. Raven had to follow Trigon to his universe but she now detested him. Later she was able to seal away Trigon and leave that universe to come to Earth, join the Teen Titans. Now Trigon had come out of the imprisonment to take over Earth. Chapter 276, Demon. What is this Trigon? I mean, what is his origin? Triss asked as she was interested in him. Being a demon and them dealing with demons always piqued her curiosity. Trigon was originally the ruler of an unknown alien planet. Eventually, 3 powerful aliens known as the Divine came to his planet in an effort to cleanse his soul of evil. The Divine summoned the great Heart of Darkness to feast on his soul. However, Trigon was able to absorb the power of the Heart of Darkness, which contained the collected evils of 100 galaxies, becoming a supreme power that would destroy countless worlds. John said. Everybody became solemn when John said that. They didn't expect such was the history of this demon named Trigon. The movie continued as it showed the members of the Justice League becoming possessed by the demons. And then after coming after Teen Titans, Raven agreed to go with them at the exchange of Justice League leaving her friends alive. Batman and Cyborg were able to let themselves out of control from the demons. But Flash, Wonder Woman, and Superman were still being possessed by demons. They took Raven so that she could complete the ritual and bring Trigon to Earth. Later the Teen Titans decided to confront and stop Raven. And thus starts the fight. Robin was able to free Superman using kryptonite. And later Superman was able to easily free Flash and Wonder Woman, but by the time Trigon was already here. For the first time they saw the horrors of Trigon. He was huge, and had 4 red eyes in his face. Huge horns and a red skin. The Justice League who were sober now couldn't even scratch him. Raven and others went to the dimension where he was imprisoned before. Raven wanted to imprison him again using the same red crystal that she used last time. The Teen Titans faced enemies along the journey and finally could imprison Trigon again. This time the red crystal stayed with Raven, which was now on her forehead. Thus the movie ended. But everybody were little scared by the power of Trigon. Natasha couldn't help but ask. Are all of them coming? Yes. We will establish the Teen Titans team on Earth. John said. Isn't Trigon dangerous? What if he escapes the prison again? Fury asked. Do you think I have control over who comes and who doesn't? They are on their way whether you like it or not. And I will deal with Trigon myself. Didn't we want a god? Now we will have a pseudo god. John said. But will it be safe? Tony asked. It will be fine. As I said, I will handle him myself. Though Tony and others were skeptical, they had no other way but to accept it. They didn't have control over who comes and who doesn't. Strange's case was unique as he forcefully came, but the others were just sent over by an unknown force. At least that was what John said to others, and of course that was a lie. All went back to Ring after the movie and all they had to do was wait. Umbrella now started remodeling the Stark Tower, in the shape of a T. When the audience got to see that the Stark Tower was being broken down and being remodeled, they were surprised. But when people got to know it was being made into the shape of T, all understood that the new team of Teen Titans would be emerging. Now all had watched the movie and knew that Raven too belonged to the team. Though some were scared that Trigon was going to arrive too, but then were reminded that their Earth was now more powerful with Pokémons and Avengers. Having new members of a superhero was a boon in itself too, as by now the people loved superheroes. So the people who got scared at first were relieved, remembering the power they possess. After a week of the release of the movie, all the Avengers gathered as today was the day the Teen Titans would arrive with their full team. Even Batman's son was going to come among them, so they were more interested in seeing the father-son dynamics. Ding. Total cost of bringing the Teen Titans, the comic versions, $5 billion. Trigon itself is almost close to $4 billion, even though he isn't the comic version. That's what happens when you try to bring a pseudo-god. I wonder how much a real god would cost. Maybe more than 20 to 30 billions, I suppose. I will have to choose my battles wisely. The next years would be very crucial. John thought. John wore his helmet as he used false magic again to summon all of the Teen Titans from various places of Earth to the ring. Last time Victor brought the professor, so now he could bring without making any suspicion of him being the main man behind the summoning. As John waved his hand, all the members of the Teen Titans appeared. Chapter 277, Mission. The whole team of Teen Titans got teleported/summoned in front of John. Damian was leading the team with Nightwing and the others. They all looked at each other and finally Damian broke the silence by saying, "Father." "Damian," Wayne said. They looked at each other and didn't utter any other word. "Bruce, I promise my kid will never be like you." "Never." Tony complained after seeing the father-son duo talk. "Guys, introduce each other. We are the Avengers. We shouldn't be so brash," Victor said. Many of them knew about each other while others didn't. Triss and Yen were particularly interested in Raven and Trigon that was captured. They started asking questions after the introduction, while others asked about the other members of the Teen Titans, like the history of Starfire. Starfire's actual name was Coriandar, hailing from planet Tamarin. She was supposed to be the queen of the planet, but she was captured by one group of sadist scientists called Psions who did experiments on her. The Tamaran Yen physiology allowed her to absorb sunlight from skin, and after the experimentation she was able to absorb ultraviolet rays and use it as starbolts and fly. We have an alien now too. That's cool. Clint said. All of them laughed and talked. Since John had already shared the memories, it was easy for them to get along. John, you said you will handle Trigon. Do you want to do it now? Vision asked. If I handle it here, the ring will be destroyed. Let's go to an unknown planet. We will take the FOA too. John said. FOA? Why though? Banner asked. Because the Teen Titans have a mission in space. John said. Huh? What? Mission in space? Aren't we more capable of handling a mission in space? Tony asked. Nah. It's fine. We have a pseudo-god and we will use Trigon to fight another pseudo-god. I will explain to all of you later. Come with me. John and others vanished again, and now they were on Mars. And appeared on the other side where there were the Kryptonian spaceships. As they appeared, they saw FOA being transformed and sitting there having fun with the machine animals. Having fun? John asked. Oh hi. Yeah, it's kind of fun being here and the animals are very well mannered. FOA said. Many of them were in awe after seeing such a huge robot that could speak. Triss and others had never come to Mars before and this was the first time. Alright, we need a ride. Let's go. Take us to a barren planet. John said. Many were excited as it would be their first interstellar journey. Even though they lived in the ring, they never went beyond the solar system. Now they have the chance. FOA transformed itself back to a huge spaceship. Soon everybody went in. Most of them have never come to see the FOA, even though the Avengers were exclusively informed about the spaceships. They all toured around the spaceship while FOA started flying up. They all started asking questions to Tony about the spaceship as he had operated on them. FOA, take us to a barren planet where nobody lives, but choose in such a way that we don't have problems after landing. Understood. They all took their seats and FOA went into Phantom Drive. Even though they all could teleport using boom tubes, he let the members of the Avengers experience interstellar travel. He wanted both the group of Avengers and Teen Titans to have connections and a sense of belonging. After an hour of travel, they finally landed on an unknown barren planet where there was nobody, and luckily the atmosphere was close to Earth's. But before going out, John needed to contact someone. FOA, connect me to Rocket. John said. After a minute or so the video call got connected and on the screen was a raccoon. Yo. It's been a long time, man. What's up? Whoa, so many people. Hey Victor, Barry. Rocket said. We have a talking raccoon. Clint asked. We have a talking animal. Now I can die in peace knowing that I have seen everything. Rhodes said. Who are you calling a raccoon? Let me come and put some sense into you. Rocket replied in an angry tone. Rocket, come to my location. We need to talk. John said, stopping the argument to heat up between them. Your location? Why? Is it about the Black Winter? Rocket asked. Groot told you about this. John asked as he was surprised they knew of Black Winter. He came back from the meeting and gave us the new information. It's scary. Rocket said in a grave tone. We will handle the Black Winter. Just come to our location. John said. All right, you are a little far. We'll take some time. Rocket replied. John then ended the call. You friend? Wayne asked. Yeah, when I was in Xander I made some friends. He is one of them. Let's go outside and handle Trigon. John said as he went out followed by everyone. They were going to see a pseudo-god, at least that's what John meant when he explained the origins of Trigon. Most of them had apprehension about this entity, but they knew that he needed to be handled. Chapter 278, False Play. All stepped back a little while Triss, Yen, and John stood side by side. John had asked them to help him control Trigon and make him be under his control. Of course this was a false play to confuse everyone. Triss, Yen, Trigon, and John would all act in this whole drama to make everybody believe that Trigon was under their hands. Yen and Triss conjured magic and made a whole circular space surrounded by magical elements. John took the red crystal from Raven and flicked it inside the sphere made by Triss and Yen. John then started uttering spells that had no meaning whatsoever. Everybody's face was tense as they thought it was the real deal and just hoped that nothing goes wrong in the whole process. John went on uttering spells after spells while all watched. After about half an hour John stopped. Triss and Yen removed the magical barrier that they had put up. John showed a face of exhaustion after he removed the helmet. Banner went and took him on his shoulder so that John didn't fall. Was it successful? Raven asked as that was the concern for all. Yes. Your father will now listen to commands of none others but ours. John said while giving a thumbs up. We need to take you to rest. Tony said with concern. It's fine. I will be all right after some rest. John said. Now let's summon Trigon and talk to him. Are you sure about that? Steve asked as they were still skeptical about the whole control thing. It will be fine, Captain. John assured as he brought the red crystal in his palm and did a small false magic again. The next second Trigon appeared in front of them. He looked bigger than what they saw in the movie. He had 4 glowing orange eyes and had red skin with spiky horns on his head. All were in defense mode as they still thought Trigon might attack and was not under their control. But then Trigon got to his knees and said, "Any commands, my king?" Everybody was dumbfounded by this act of his. They never expected the lords of many worlds to bend the knee in front of John. Be in the crystal and help Raven whenever she needs. She is your daughter. It's time you treat her as such. John said. Understood, my king. Trigon said. John then summoned him back to the crystal and threw it to Raven. All looked at John with wide eyes, even Vision had a weird look on his face when he looked at John. What? Have you become so powerful that you can bring a pseudo-god under you? Natasha asked. No. The crystal helped me a lot in controlling him. I am the Lord of Order, so I have some perks under my belt. Don't think it's that easy. He wasn't in his full power. John said in order to try breaking their dreams of him being powerful. The coming of Black Winter had stressed many people, but some finally saw hope in John. As they were talking and congratulating Raven as she was finally able to drive away the nightmare that she had been suffering, they heard a sound from above only to see a falcon-shaped spaceship coming down. It was the Milano. But this Milano looked a little different than the actual version. LexCorp had already started making spaceships and Milano was remodeled. It had now Phantom Drive installed in it. Is that the Raccoon's ship? Hal asked. Yes. The Milano landed nearby and out came the famous Guardians of the Galaxy. Gamera, Drax, Groot, Quill, and Rocket. Hey men. How have you been? Your team looks bigger than I thought. You have children too. Rocket said. Yes. And you will be babysitting the children for the time being. Hello all, how has the space been? John replied. It is good and profitable. Having a Green Lantern around is surely a good thing. Quill said. Wait. What do you mean babysitting the children? Rocket asked again. This group of children will be handed over to you for a mission. John replied. Rocket. Mission. I will take the children as long as you pay us well. Rocket said as he didn't care about the children. All he cared about was the money. Sure, you can go to Xander and ask Lex for the money. I will inform him. John said. Did you just say Lex? Wayne asked. John had Lex under his thumb when he was in Xander. He made Lex build a company in Xander that sells spaceships built on the Phantom Drive system. John is not only a billionaire on Earth but also billionaire on Galaxy status. Victor said. And you never told us about it. What a way of showing friendship, John. And you too, Victor and Barry. Tony said with mock anger. What did you want me to say? A sadistic man who has stripped free will from a living person that always does my bidding. John said. You just brought Trigon to his knees. Do you think telling us about Lex would have affected anything? Clint said. Chapter 279, Father. Well, now you know. Lex is under my control. He is in Xander to handle the spaceship industry. I never mentioned it because this wasn't something to be proud of. John said. But I had no other choice. He knows about handling a company, is intelligent and came the same time Barry and Victor showed up, so I thought of using him. By that time I was already starting to get used to magic and its properties. So I tried controlling him and was successful. John lied. It's fine, we understand. Wayne said. And people, can we talk about the mission? Quill said, interrupting their conversation. Quill, what do you remember of your father? John asked, changing the topic totally. My father. I have never seen him. Why do you ask? Quill asked, being confused as he didn't understand why his father came to the topic when they were talking about the mission. Because Star-Lord, this mission is related to your father. John replied. What? Why is a mission related to my father? Quill asked. Your father is a living planet, Quill. John said. Huh. Everybody had question mark on top of their heads because nobody understood what John meant by those words. Can you explain? Gamera asked. There is nothing to explain. Quill's father is a living planet who sends his avatar to all of the universe to impregnate women of all species. in order to give birth to a life form who could help him in taking over all life forms of the universe. That's how Quill was born. Him enchanting your mother and later giving your mother a tumor which killed her. Yondu was sent to bring him to you, he did so for all other children except you. John said. Do you remember when I threatened Yondu with Ego? Ego is the name of your father. A literal living planet. John said. This is absurd and impossible. My mother died naturally in hospital. Quill denied. I know you won't believe me, so you can go and ask Yondu. Your father will come looking for you soon and then the whole process of taking over the world will start. You can only kill him after you can kill his brain which is buried deep inside the planet. I am giving you these teenagers to take care of, not because I want you to keep an eye on them but because these children can help you kill your father. John said. You controlled Trigon in order to kill Ego, didn't you? That was your plan from the beginning. Bucky asked as he got the inspiration. Yes. But that was only a part of it. Trigon will be our major weapon in many battles. John replied with a smile. Are you sure my father is what you described? If he was a living planet then I should have some other physiology. I am a 100% human. Quill said, still not accepting the fact. Are you sure about that? FOA has a med pod. You can go and test yourself. And then tell me if you are 100% human. John said. This guy here is human. Doesn't smell like a human. Yen said. He is. Half human. Born in Missouri. John said. You know of my birthplace too? Quill asked, shaken now. Even though he knew John had extraordinary powers from the last encounter, he knowing his birthplace was a whole new different thing. Didn't you get a glimpse of my power? It's fine even if you don't believe me. Take them away. And when your father comes, you can check on the story yourself. After the mission of your father, you can go to Xander to collect money from Lex. John said. I am sorry Bruce, I blamed you. Here Mr. Quill has a more weird father-son relationship than you and Damien. Tony said to Wayne as he listened to the story of Quill. Nobody paid heed to it as now they have an enemy which was a living planet. Even if the Guardians of the Galaxy didn't believe me totally, the Avengers definitely trusted John more. Shouldn't we go and handle this Ego? Steve asked as this problem was something that the whole universe might get affected. No, the Teen Titans are enough. They will complete the job. What do you all think? John asked the teenagers. We can handle it perfectly. Damien said. If you say so. If anything goes wrong, you all need to contact us. Wayne said as he didn't try to stop the Teen Titans, they have fought together before and even against Darkseid so it would not be their first rodeo. Yes. I take the responsibility of the whole team. Nightwing said. So are you going to take the mission? I will even send FOA with you on this mission. John said. We are taking this mission. Rocket said without even thinking twice. Even though they were very much skeptical of what John said, Rocket trusted him totally as John had proven himself long ago so he took the mission seriously. Chapter 280, New Host. Before they left John invited them for a feast so that all the members of Avengers, Teen Titans, and the Guardians of the Galaxy could have proper conversations and connections with each other. This was where everybody got to know that Gamera was the adopted daughter of Mad Titan, which John had mentioned long ago. Tony and others got interested and asked her about her father and then they shuddered when she told the whole story of Thanos, him being obsessed with killing half the population of the universe using the Infinity Stone. You knew about him long ago. Didn't you? Even during the New York War? Banner asked. Yes. I knew. But I let it happen because we weren't powerful enough then to change the machinations of him, but now we are. He will come for us and we will beat him so hard that he would never even dare to set foot or think of that plan. John said. We can go now and just kill him. Tony said. John shook his head as Thanos would give him more fan values and he wasn't sure how he was related to the Eternals. Only after he was clear he would make his move against him. No. We will move against him when the time is right. John said. Are you afraid of him? Wayne asked. Afraid? No. I want to delve deep into his history which I don't have access to now. His history isn't so simple. John said. All right, after you use your dreamy powers on him, we blast him away. Man, today was a rough day for being a father. Tony said. Tony, when are you getting married? John suddenly asked as it was this year he was supposed to get married with Pepper. You are too young to even ask me this question, kid. Tony said. You should propose to Pepper before it's too late. John insisted. You are the last person to say that. Tony grumbled. So how are you all going to defeat this Black Winter if you all even thinking of confronting it? Rocket inserted himself in the conversation and directly changing the topic. We will handle it in due time. John replied. Glad that you are taking up arms against it. Quill said as he too heard about the Black Winter from Groot, and this scared him. Even though the Lantern Corps were actively deployed to defend against it, the whole thing of devouring the universe was too scary. They talked more about the Black Winter and its whole history behind it. They were surprised to know that there were so many things behind the whole problem of Black Winter. So where will you be going next? John asked in order to elevate the mood which the topic of Black Winter caused. The whole team would still go silent when the topic Black Winter came up and had looks of fear in their eyes. We got a mission from the sovereign race on completion of which Nebula would be handed over to us. Rocket said. Sovereign race. Adam Warlock. John mumbled. What did you say? Rocket asked after John mumbled silently. Nothing. That's a good mission. You can take the Teen Titans in this. Oh yes. Don't steal their batteries no matter what, otherwise they will hunt you down. John reminded. As in original story they stole the batteries which caused a whole new chase. Batteries. Why will we steal batteries? Rocket asked. You will do anything to get profit. John retorted back. Rocket shrugged at it. After finishing the meal, the Guardians of the Galaxy left with FOA with the Teen Titans. Rocket was pumped up after getting the whole ship of FOA, which was huge and was even alive. He couldn't wait to pilot this ship. Everybody bid them goodbyes and Victor opened the boom tube for all of them to return back to the ring, but as they were getting ready to step inside the portal, a huge blue bird appeared on the sky. Huh. Before anybody could react, the bird turned into light and directly entered the body of Natasha. Tony and others who had no idea what just happened switched on their gears and were in defensive mode. Only Hal and John didn't have any reaction, instead had a smile on their faces. Natasha levitated in air for a few seconds, before falling down on her knees. And then she stood up, but now her eyes looked blue in color. How was the power-up, Natasha? John asked. Like I can have a whole round of fight against you all. Natasha said. What is going on? Tony asked. She became the host of Adara, the embodiment of Blue Lantern. From now we have a new Blue Lantern in our team. John said. Chapter 281, Obelisk. Host of the embodiment of Blue Lantern. Is that what the blue bird was? Wouldn't that make her more powerful than the normal Blue Lantern? Wayne asked. Yes, she is more powerful than the normal Blue Lantern. John said. As they were talking, a blue ring and a lantern flew over to her. As the ring came to her finger, her outfit changed and got taken over by a suit made of blue color. And then the lantern flew to her body. It changed and became an armor to her outfit. Her outfit now looked ready for battle. This armor was because John had given them the way to make the lanterns into armor. You should now say the oath. I think you know the oath. Yes. Yes. The oath got ingrained in my brain, replied Natasha. In fearful day, in raging night. With strong hearts full, our souls ignite. When all seems lost in the war of light. Look to the stars, for hope burns bright. As she said that, her armor which had the core on it lit up for a sec before dimming down to normal. How does it feel? Clint asked as he was happy that his old partner got a huge boost. Even though he wished he would get some kind of boost like she got, but nonetheless he was happy. Really good. I gotta say. But now I need to get to the planet of the Blue Lantern Corps to talk with the Guardians. Natsuha said. It's fine. Go away. You are the host. You do need to show your face. John said. Natasha nodded, and after a few tries she could fly. Then she bid her goodbye and flew away. Barton, you need to up your game. Tony joked. I am happy with what I have. I have kids and a happy family, which none of you have. Clint had a comeback for that. Fine. Fine. Let's go back. Tony said. Victor opened the boom tube again and returned to the ring. Wayne went to S.H.I.E.L.D. to update the file of Natasha. She was from S.H.I.E.L.D., so there were specific files on her. John and others went to work as usual, even though he wasn't thinking of making a superhero movie anymore, but he needed to end the saga of Darkseid, which he had been teasing for such a long time, but the problem was there was no movie on Darkseid. The Justice League War animated movie did have a fight against Darkseid, but he wouldn't make it here because the chronology of his movie didn't match with the movies he had already made. He didn't want to make his own movie as that would not add anything to his fan values. He needed to choose a movie which was already made in his previous life, so his hands were tied. He needed to think twice before he chose any movie. Meanwhile, FOA went to the Sovereign Race to complete the mission of securing the batteries. They had to defend against an interdimensional beast named Obelisk in exchange for Nebula. And that they did by fighting against the beast. Only this time, the fight against the beast was much easier and faster because the Teen Titans joined in the fight. As Obelisk landed to devour the batteries, it was hit by starbolts of Starfire and magic of Raven. Groot here wasn't the small one like in the original and was a Green Lantern. Those three made the job more easier, while Garfield, the Beast Boy, transformed into a huge elephant and hit Obelisk. The Guardians of the Galaxy didn't expect the teens they were supposed to take care of were actually so powerful. Even Rocket had no idea that these people were so overpowered. Their powers could crush the actual Guardians of the Galaxy easily. It was good that they were on the same side. After getting hit by Groot, Raven, and Starfire, there were scars on the body of Obelisk. Seeing this, Garfield and Blue Beetle were able to inflict a deep wound on the body of Obelisk. Even though the skin of it was tough, all the five were able to find an opening. Seeing this, Nightwing took a bomb made by Rocket and inserted inside the body of Obelisk when it was wincing in pain. The bomb entered inside the body of the beast and Damian remote-controlled it to detonate. The bomb was powerful enough to kill the beast from inside. Drax didn't have to go inside of the beast to kill it as he did in the original story. Nightwing had already done research on the beast before they confronted it, as they all had a plan. All gathered together after it was killed. Quill and others still felt weird by the presence of such superpowered beings. When John asked them to add the members to the team, they didn't expect that the new team would take care of them instead. That was easy. Damian said. It's because you all are freaks. Rocket said. Chapter 282, Ego. I am Groot. You are one to say Groot. You yourself are a freak. Damian replied. You understand the language of Groot? Rocket asked, now surprised. Took me a day to understand as I went through the language. A good teammate should know how to communicate. Damian spoke in a serious tone. Quill, who had been with Groot for such a long time, felt ashamed as he still couldn't understand, neither could the other teammates. After securing the batteries, they went to the head of the sovereign race, Aisha, to get their reward. Nebula and money. And since John had warned them specifically not to steal the batteries, they didn't. Nightwing made sure of that. They all took Nebula, who was in cuffs, to FOA and flew away. The sovereign race didn't come after them. On the other hand, the secret of Yondu that he had done child trafficking before didn't come out, so he was still a Ravager as opposed to the original story. Thus the Ravagers weren't actually hunting for Quill. Nebula was put into the prison that was made in the ship. FOA had all facilities and even had a prison cell. Let's take a rest until our next bounty. Groot, keep an eye on your lantern. Rocket said. I am Groot. Everybody agreed to it, and thus they went to an unknown planet which wasn't inhabited by intelligent species. They all were in a happy mood as they were paid handsomely to kill Obelisk. They brought out food from FOA and placed it outside and were having a good time when suddenly a huge oval white-colored spaceship appeared. Everybody got serious as it was an unknown spaceship. Raven used her magic to look inside. She saw two people, one living and another an empty shell. At that moment, she realized that Peter's father was here. Quill, your father is here. Whatever John said is coming true. Raven said. My father. You mean Ego? He really did come for me as John had said. Quill mumbled. Quill, you better act normal and fake your knowledge, if you want to do an in-depth investigation. Don't get emotional. Rocket reminded him. As that was the plan after they left that barren planet where John narrated the story of Ego. They decided that if Ego ever comes in future, Peter would act ignorant and find out after they reach Ego's planet what John said was true or not. The Teen Titans too would cooperate with them as that was their mission. To kill Ego. I understand. Quill said. And the story went exactly like it should have. Ego introduced himself as his father and talked normally. Peter also acted normal, even though he would love to ask about his mother from his dad, but he refrained as it wasn't the right time. Ego then spoke of his heritage and him being a celestial. And then later he took all of them to his planet where he lived alone. Since they had the FOA with them, everybody went with Ego as opposed to the last time where the Milano was seriously damaged. As they went to the planet, they saw the majesty of it. Breathtaking landscapes, blue clear water and everything. The planet looked as if it was made of fantasy. Everything was under the control of Ego. As more time went by, more Quill felt that whatever John had said was correct. Later at night, the Teen Titans went out to search for the brain of Ego. Raven was responsible for shielding the detection of Ego with her magic. They came back late at night saying that they had found the outer shell of the Ego's brain at the core of the planet, and on their way they had found many skeletons of different alien species. Peter, we need to move quickly. If what John said is remotely true, we have a problem. Gamera said. I know, I just want him to admit that he killed my mother. Then I myself will blast him away. Quill said, now with anger in his tone. But how will you make him acknowledge that? Rocket asked. He has a god complex. Beings like him see everything beneath him as flies. So he will admit it. I will take out his words while you can start the assault. Quill said. Agreed. You will be able to occupy him as we blast him. You all should have space gear, because the collapse of his brain will kill him and take everything with us. Damien said. And thus the next day Quill started talking with his father, occupying his attention while the team of Teen Titans went to the same place where they found the brain of Ego. Time to release a god. Garfield said. Father, now it's time for you to shine. Raven said as she brought out the red crystal where Trigon was held. Chapter 283, No Huge Explosion. As she said that, Trigon came out of the crystal. Trigon levitated in front of the shell of Ego's brain. He knew what he had to do and thus used his heat vision of his 4 eyes on the shell. Meanwhile Quill confronted Ego about his mother and soon the truth came out as Ego spoke of his true purpose. He thought he would be able to be calm when his father would admit it but he lost his cool. He used his gun on his father instantly. Who do you think you are? Ego got angry when he was shot. Even though he was shot nothing actually happened to him. As Ego started using his power to make Quill his battery, he trembled. What did you do? Ego said. Aren't you a god? We have a god too for ourselves. We specifically hired his services to kill you. Quill said. You knew about all this? Ego was surprised when Quill said that. We always knew of your plans but it was me who was naive to think that my father wasn't that bad as my friend had described. Suffice to say, you turned out to be more bad than I thought. It's good we had a plan for you from the beginning. Black Winter is coming and here you are trying to take over the world instead of defending it. You are nothing but a selfish jerk. Quill said. Ego didn't know what Black Winter was but he knew he would die soon if that beast wasn't stopped from penetrating the shell of his brain. Trigon was already close to penetrating the inner part of the shell. He stopped attacking Quill and vanished. Yeah, you better run. Hey Damien, he is coming, watch out. Quill said in his communications. Ego appeared near Trigon and changed himself to a huge humanoid, the size of Trigon, which was made out of rocks in the surroundings. He proceeded to attack Trigon with this hand from behind. Trigon sensed the oncoming huge hand, he turned back and he swatted the rocks with his bare hands. It's been a long time since someone fought me of my size. It will be fun. Trigon said. Meanwhile as Ego was busy fighting against Trigon, Quill and others reached the place where Ego's brain was. There was already a huge hole on the shell and Raven and others were dismantling the small bits to install a bomb and blow it up. As Ego was fighting Trigon, he also saw Raven and others were trying to get inside the shell. He sent his tentacles trying to stop them. And thus on both sides the fight ensued. Here a huge body was facing Trigon and their tentacles that were made of his nerves were trying to stop them. Puny god, you have some audacity to ignore me and try to stop my daughter. Trigon said as he got angry and directly used his heat vision on the huge humanoid being created by Ego. This dismantled Ego's false body instantly. The Trigon flew over to Raven's side and defended them while they installed the bomb. Daughter, you all should leave. I will defend the bomb. Trigon said. Are you sure about that? You will die in this explosion. Raven said. I will teleport by your side when the explosion occurs. I am an old god, such an explosion won't even scratch me. Trigon smiled. Quill and the others had already reached by their side. And they heard the whole conversation. This guy is your father? Quill asked. Yes. Raven said. And I thought I had daddy issues. Quill mumbled. Stop bickering. Let's go. We have lived on this goddamn planet long enough. Gamera said. Everybody then proceeded to arm themselves with Kryptonian suits with jets to escape while Trigon was defending the bomb. Even though he could kill the brain with his heat vision but in order to be sure that Ego dies, Rocket was adamant on using his huge bomb. And they weren't sure how the planet would crumble after killing the brain so they had to leave no matter what. So everybody agreed to this plan of Rocket which they had hatched yesterday night. As Trigon was defending the bomb, others directly used their suit's jet to fly up where a small drop ship was waiting for them. There was a timer on the bomb like in the original so they had to leave fast. And like the actual story, Drax did pick up Mantis while they left as she tried to warn them before about Ego, and since they knew the whole story from John, they knew she was a good person for trying to warn them and thus took her to safety too. Thus everybody were in the FOA when the bomb exploded. As opposed to expectations, after the bomb detonated the planet didn't blow outward but just crumbled upon itself. There was no huge explosion. They saw the planet lose its color, and Trigon teleported near the FOA. Apart from small scratches on his skin which was healing, there was nothing wrong with him. Chapter 284, Spider-Man joins. Raven took Trigon back to the crystal. Even though the Guardians were informed of Trigon from before, they were still in awe of the power of him and that these small teens had such a huge weapon on their hands to use freely. And even he was the father of one of the teens. Gamera, never tell me again that your family was a weird one. Rocket said. Gamera, who saw the power of Trigon, admitted it. Now she saw hope. A hope that with these people they could easily defeat Thanos. But the main concern now wasn't Thanos, but Black Winter. All her life all she thought was of killing her father, and now her father wasn't even the main focus. They were running out of time, and even the presence of Trigon didn't give them enough courage. "We should leave, we have completed our mission," Nightwing said. "You sure you all don't want to stay with us and have some fun in this vast space?" Quill asked, as he wanted to keep these awesome teens with him as they would make all their hunts like bread and butter. "No, we have been outside for quite a long time now. We should return to our home." "Fine." FOS flew back to Mars since it couldn't show its face to the people of Earth. After FOS landed on Mars, the Guardians of the Galaxy bid their goodbyes and took their Milano away, while Nightwing contacted Victor about their successful mission. Victor opened a boom tube for them and they all came over to the ring. Wayne and John were waiting for them when they came over. John always kept an eye on them through memories as he wanted to be sure Ego was killed. Even though the whole movie in his previous life portrayed a funny one, the actual stakes were high. After the thing with Ultron, he didn't want to take any risk. "How was the god with the small g?" John asked. "Not so impressive. Just had the usual god complex," Nightwing said. John agreed to this point. The actual gods wouldn't take such a long time to execute his plans. "You will be staying on Earth and continue with your normal life. And you all can do your superhero activities. Only rule is the no-kill rule. It's better for you all that way. The building of yours is the same as the previous one, just more advanced. You can go after Pokemon too, as that is advisable," Wayne said. It was already April when they returned, so the building of Teen Titans was ready and it had already replaced the Stark Tower. After they heard that, they were a little disappointed, as they wanted to live in the ring with them. "You can all come back whenever you want, Guilty Spark will take care of it," John consoled them. "And you will have a new companion too," Wayne said as he showed several videos to them. It showed a person who wore a weird red costume swinging across the buildings using wires and had immense strength as he saved people with ease, even stopping a car. He even had a Pokemon to help him in all of this. "What is the deal with this guy?" Damien asked as he wanted in-depth knowledge about everything. "He is Teen from Queens, who got spider-like powers after getting bit by a spider," John said. "Then I should be bit by an ant, will get ant-like powers," Nightwing joked. "There is an Ant-Man on Earth," John said. "There is an Ant-Man and a Spider-Man?" Damien asked. Wayne nodded at it while John raised his eyebrows when he said that, because that was exactly the dialogue of Banner after he returned to Earth. "Stay here for some time and then you can move to New York, while I handle your identities," Wayne said. All nodded at it and went to the Avengers headquarters, which was different from the Hall of Justice as it was made for Avengers and superpowered beings to live. John on the other hand asked Tony to handle Peter Parker and convince the team to join the Teen Titans. At first Tony refused, but at the end he accepted, as John said it was better for a guy like Tony, who was the face of the Avengers, to show up for recruitment as he would feel important. Tony showed up at the home of Peter like he did during the Civil War movie and asked him to join the Teen Titans group. He first denied him being a superhero, and thus Tony, not taking no for an answer, told him that his college would be paid for with an internship at Umbrella. This was too good of a deal for Peter to refuse, and thus accepted joining the Teen Titans, which was very happy about. He refused at first because if Aunt May would get to know about this she would freak out. He didn't want that under any circumstances. Chapter 285, Vibranium. And thus by the mid of April, when everything was settled, the new building of Teen Titans was ready. All of the Teen Titans moved to the building, and as Peter was asked to join, he too showed up. Nightwing and Starfire were very welcoming as usual, and all the members were good to get along with. Even though Damien and Raven didn't talk much with him, they were accepting of him. Peter was happy that now he had a team and could save people more efficiently. Even though the presence of Pokemon made the world a lot safer, accidents and crimes were still there, so superheroes were still required around. John kept an eye on the Teen Titans for some time after they got integrated. He didn't know how the people would react to it, but was relieved to see that the appearance of Teen Titans in the streets of New York didn't actually cause a lot of discussion. People were more accepting of it. The presence of Pokemon was of great help. Many situations were solved. John was happy with such integration in the society by the Pokemon, and even few gyms have opened around the world. The trainers were selected by professors. So whoever got selected as trainers were good ones. Even though they were not as good as the original world, slowly and steadily they would reach there. The days went by with the Teen Titans doing their superhero things while John and others got busy with their own work. Tony was now hellbent on improving his armor. He already had vibranium armor and wanted to improve on it. One day John went to his lab to see what was going on with Tony's research out of curiosity, as he had cooped inside the laboratory for a long time. "How's the research?" "Working on it. I might have to travel in space to find more suitable metals," Tony said. Isn't vibranium enough? John asked, confused as vibranium was one of the strongest metals in the universe. It is good. But I feel it's not strong enough. Vibranium can't stop Black Winter. I need better versions. Tony said. John contemplated it and suddenly one kind of metal that might be available on Earth. Tony, I am not sure if it's here or not, but you can search in the Antarctic for a new kind of metal. The metal is called Antarctic vibranium. It can literally melt metals when brought close to it. There might be a deposit of it on Earth. Heh. Liquefaction of metals when brought close to it. Are you sure about it? Tony asked, now surprised. John's knowledge of things surprised him and he wondered sometimes how many more stories he had hidden. I am not sure, you can go and search. There is this metal in other universes. I am just not sure if it's present here. It is essentially anti-metal. Got it, I will look into it. Will bring my Pokemons for search. Since it can melt metals, I shouldn't bring any metal compound, I guess. This will be a headache. Now I have to be a plastic man. You can figure that yourself. Antarctica is cold, so good luck with that. John said with a devilish smile. After Tony got the idea, he contacted Bruce to come with him in this expedition. And since this whole expedition might help them upgrade themselves, he agreed to join. Thus they both set off to Antarctica without taking any outside help. Tony built equipment that didn't have any metals to combat the anti-metal if it ever existed in Antarctica. It was cold there, so he had to make proper gears and everything to combat the cold. This search would take a lot of time, so they had to be ready. He even asked Guilty Spark to be on standby to rescue them if anything went south in this expedition. Tony and Bruce set off while John got busy with his own work. Ragnarok was approaching and he needed to save Asgard too. He couldn't let a sheep that gave him wool all year round to just die. This would be his first combat against destiny and prophecy, and he was determined to change it. The days went by and soon it was October. John had amassed quite a lot of fan values in the last few months. Even though he didn't require any fan values right now, he still wanted to introduce new people. On a fine day, John teleported to Kamartaj. He needed to talk with the Ancient One about the Ragnarok of Asgard. Odin didn't leave Earth after he came to the ring to discuss the Black Winter. He needed to talk to Odin too about the future of Asgard and for Thor's future. John was sure that Thor would notice that his father was missing and catch Loki impersonating his father and sitting on the throne. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. If the requirement is not met, the next chapter would be out after 24 hours, otherwise it would be out after 12 hours. Thank you. Chapter 286, Looking Forward in Time. John levitated over Kamartaj and slowly descended on the courtyard. He saw Mordo and others practicing magic with much fervor and enthusiasm. The threat of Black Winter has given people more drive to strengthen themselves. John nodded at it. Nobody paid much attention that John had arrived, as by now they were accustomed to it. Mordo approached him and asked, "Here to meet the Ancient One?" "Yes." "Go in." John thus went in and saw the usual scene of her sitting in her chair brewing tea. John sometimes wondered if that's all she did all day. "Don't you have anything to do other than brewing tea?" John asked. "My retirement is coming, John. Now I can do whatever I want," the Ancient One said. "Retirement? What happened?" John asked. "Strange has accepted to take over the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme." The Ancient One smiled and said. "How were you able to convince an arrogant guy like him?" John asked. "I didn't. His arrogance made him use the Time Stone to look forward in time. And after seeing the future, he chose to be the Sorcerer Supreme." The Ancient One. "Huh. You allowed him to use the Time Stone in such a way?" John asked. "I could have stopped him, but I wanted to see what he wanted to do with it. He didn't disappoint me." "Where is he?" John asked. "In the mirror dimension, practicing. He has become incredibly capable in the last few days with magic," the Ancient One said with a proud smile. "Let's go and see," John said. The Ancient One opened the mirror dimension and both stepped in. They saw Strange fighting against Wong and they both showed equal levels of power. Strange was using magic very proficiently. John was surprised. He knew Strange was a genius, but he had improved tremendously since the battle. "Wong. You can stop. We have a guest," the Ancient One said. Both of them stopped. All greeted each other while the Ancient One opened a portal to the real world. "What did you see, Strange?" John asked. "Enough to know a lot. There is no other way, other than me being the Sorcerer Supreme. I don't want to take this huge responsibility, but I will have to take it no matter what." John wanted to know but didn't ask, as knowing the future sometimes doesn't prove to be helpful and instead pushes the story towards that future more. Whatever can happen, will happen no matter what. That's good that you have decided on that. Jon said. I am going to meet Allfather Odin. Jon then said after a pause. The Ancient One nodded at it. But Strange suddenly said. Take me with you. Why? Is there any reason? Jon asked as he didn't understand why Strange wanted to meet Odin. Though Jon speculated it might be because he saw something in the time stone, Jon didn't ask. Jon wanted to ask the Ancient One about Strange, but since he has already chosen that path, he didn't need to ask. After saying goodbye to the Ancient One, they both vanished from their spot. Jon had already pinpointed the location of Odin. Off the coast of Norway. The place where New Asgard was made after they came over to Earth. They appeared again to see Odin standing and watching the ocean silently. Jon and Strange walked to him and stood side by side. Expecting your sons? Jon asked. No. I was expecting you. I just didn't expect Mr. Strange to accompany you. Odin said. How is retirement, away from all the grandeur of Asgard? Jon asked. I was driven by my ambitions for a long time. But ambitions change over time. A lifetime of war and brutality changes people. Odin said in an old voice. Jon nodded at it as he had been fighting for a long time. So I guess you know why I am here since you are expecting us. Jon said. Yes. The Ragnarok. Asgard needs to be saved. Odin said. It does. I can't let such a beautiful place die just like that. Jon said. As they were talking, the Bifrost opened and out came Loki, Thor, Kratos, and Atreus. They came by Bifrost because Heimdall was still in the helm of the Bifrost. Even though Loki impersonated Odin after he had left Asgard, he didn't try to change the whole management of Asgard like he did in the original. Due to the butterfly effect, he chose to take a different path, and Heimdall too didn't rebel against Loki even though he knew Loki was the false king. Probably because Odin asked him not to do so. What surprised Jon was that Kratos and Atreus came with them. That he didn't expect. Jon, you are here too. Thor said with a smile. Loki had fear in his face when he saw Jon. The last time they met it didn't end well for him. He hesitated but kept his ground and didn't step back after seeing him. Jon gave him more fear than Hulk. Father, we have been waiting for you to come back. Thor said to Odin, the person who he actually came for. It was after the expedition of all the 9 realms he came to know that his father wasn't in Asgard anymore and Loki was sitting at the throne using his father's identity. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 287, Hela. My sons. You are here. Come. Odin said. Jon suddenly remembered something and chanted a spell. After the spell was completed, a portal opened and out came Frigga. At this point he didn't give a damn about the TVA. The timeline had already gone out of his hands. Thor and others who saw the portal and the emergence of Frigga were happy. Especially Loki, he hadn't seen his mother for a long time. Atreus ran up to her and hugged Frigga. My queen, I was going to meet you, but I didn't know if I had the courage. Odin said. Queen Frigga looked sad as she knew that the time of Odin was coming to an end. Father, we are here to take you home. Loki impersonated you, but we will make things right. Right. Yes. We can't make the past right. We can only look forward. My sons, my time has come. Ragnarok is approaching. Ragnarok. Father, I already defeated Surtur. We will defeat Black Winter. It's far away and Jon here had already said that I defeated it once. I will confront this being named Galactus and I will save the universe. You fool. You don't even know what kind of being Galactus is. You haven't seen him. He is the devourer of worlds with the power cosmic. Do you think stopping Black Winter will be very easy? Odin reprimanded. Even Loki now knew about the Black Winter and had a solemn face. Then father, you will be with us then. We will defeat Black Winter by ourselves. Thor then said. No, my sons. I have reached the end of my path. I can't continue here any longer. Odin said. What do you mean? Thor asked. He means that your father has reached his end, my son. He is going to die. Frigga finally said in simple terms. That is impossible. You are still young. Thor said. We aren't immortal, Thor. We live, we die. But she will be coming after my death. Odin said. Who? Loki asked. My firstborn. Hela, the goddess of death. Odin said. She is the real Ragnarok. My existence is what stopped her from breaking hell as I imprisoned her. She will be coming after you all after my departure. Odin said. Father, I am sure there is various magic or technology on Earth that can prolong your life. Even the Witchers have found the corpse of a dragon that could prolong life. I am sure it will be applicable to you. Thor said. Odin shook his head and said. No. My path has diverged and I won't be in this conflict anymore. It's you all who will confront her. Jon and Kratos will help you. I have a question. Is Hela really your firstborn? Jon suddenly wanted to know. He wanted to know if Odin's other daughter Angela existed in this universe. You mean Aldrich? She was killed in that battle. Odin said with a sad tone, reminiscing the past. We had 2 sisters which we never knew. Typical of you, father. Loki mocked. Loki. Thor and Frigga both shouted at him. She might not be dead. Jon said. He instantly used his helmet to find the location of Aldrich, aka Angela. After a second of searching, Jon did find her. Jon then smiled and said. Yup, she is alive. What? My firstborn. She is alive. Thor, Loki, Kratos. Please find her and bring her back. This is my last request before I go. Jon, please help my sons. Atreus, look after your brothers. Both are fools, only you are the sensible and normal among my children. My queen, I leave you a kingdom which is on the brink of disaster. I hope you will forgive me. Odin said. His words made everyone sad, even Jon. No matter what he did in the past, Odin did whatever he had to do to put everything in order. But sometimes the past will always come back to haunt you. Hela was one of them. It's all right, my king. I will take care of them. Be well on the journey to Valhalla. Frigga said with tears in her eyes. She knew this part of life was going to come someday, but now when the time came, it was more hurtful than she expected. Atreus had tears in his eyes, and Kratos too had a sad face. Odin was the first god who didn't look at him in a condescending eyes and treated him as his equals. Odin then turned into golden dust and the dust was blown away by the winds. Jon, who was sad, became serious now as he knew a huge fight would be coming, and this fight should never happen in Asgard. It would be game over if the battle was fought in Asgard, as Hela would be too powerful there. Jon needed to end everything right here and now before she grew too powerful. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 288, Hela, 2. As he was getting ready, a black spot appeared out of thin air near them. Jon, who was already in his helmet, shouted. Shazam. As he said that, a huge lightning dropped on him from above. He now looked more muscular and tall. After the battle against Strange, he didn't let go of the power. Now the power of Shazam was shared by both Jon and Constantine. Everybody knew of this power by now, so nobody was surprised, except for Frigga. She wasn't up to date with the works of Jon, so he didn't know. The black spot finally became very big and out came Hela, with her weird smoky eyes. She still wasn't in full power. Only in Asgard she would be immensely powerful. So he is gone. It's a shame, I would have liked to have seen that. Hello mother, how have you been? Didn't expect you to be alive even after all this time. Oh. Seems like you all have a welcoming party for me. Hela said. You must be Hela. I am Thor, son of Odin. Really? You don't look like him. Hela said. Perhaps we can come into an arrangement. Loki said. You sound like him. Hela said. Hela, my daughter, you don't have to do this. Frigga finally said. That's a good joke. After millennia in captivity you expect me to forget all that's happened. Asgard will shine again under my rule. Kneel. Hela said with a serious tone. It's useless to reason with her. She will sacrifice all of Asgard just to be the queen of nothing. Jon said. Oh. You seem to know a lot of me. I can feel an immense magic power from you. It's because I am powerful. Jon said as he used lightning to blast at Hela. This lightning blast was so powerful that it threw away Hela a few meters, before finally stopping. What are you waiting for? Attack. Jon said as he transformed himself into a phoenix. Like before, his fire body was covered with lightning. Everybody got serious when Jon said that. They had only seen Jon this serious in the fight against Strange. Thor and Loki both became serious. Kratos took out his blades of chaos and even Atreus got ready with his bow and arrow. Both had come prepared when they came to Earth. Queen Frigga, I will send you to the ring. Wait for our good news. Jon said as he waved his wing. She got teleported instantly to the House of Mysteries. Adino and the spirit could take care of her till they return. As expected, the lightning blast wasn't enough to kill Hela. She got up from the pit that was created due to her fall. Her hair got replaced by weird horns that looked like a crown. Congratulations. You have succeeded in annoying me. Hela said. though she had surprise in her eyes after he saw the transformed John. She had never seen such a creature before in her life. "Do you think I care if you get annoyed or get killed?" John said, and this time he sent a blast consisting of both fire and lightning. This time Hela was ready and used 2 swords to block the attack. Even though she was dragged behind by the power, swords were able to stop it, albeit both the swords broke after that. "This will be interesting," Hela said as she threw 2 swords at John. The swords appeared out of thin air for her. She could literally make swords out of nothing. Kratos, who was equipped with the blades of chaos, flicked at the coming swords. His blades were able to cut away the swords easily. Thor, who got the opening, threw his Mjolnir at her. And as the story should have gone, she stopped Mjolnir with her bare hands. "This is impossible." "Darling, you have no idea what's possible," Hela said and proceeded to break the hammer, but Strange, who had been an idle and silent guest all this time, used rings of Ragadair to throw at Hela. Hela knew she had to let go of the hammer, if she didn't want to get hurt by the magic. Magic was one of those things which did hurt her a bit. After Hela released the hammer, Mjolnir went back to Thor's hands. But now Mjolnir had small cracks on it. "Thor, don't use Mjolnir on her. She was the previous owner of it, so she has the power to override and destroy it. Use your own power," John said. "My power? My power is the Mjolnir," Thor shouted back. "Are you the god of hammer, Thor, or god of thunder?" John said back. Hela meanwhile threw 2 swords again at them, and this time it was pointing towards Thor. John flew to him at fast speed and stopped the incoming swords with his wings. The swords got blasted away by his fire and lightning strike. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 289, A Surprise. John, strength and physical attacks have no effect. We need to use magic to restrain her. Strange said. You are right, John said as he changed back to normal form. Even though he could use magic in normal form, he still found it comfortable to use magic in human form. John then used biofission and made multiple copies of himself. What really surprised John was that even Strange made multiple copies of himself by using the magic spell of Images of Ikken. This guy is a genius, John mumbled. John then used magical chains to tie up Hela while Strange used the crimson bands of Sidorak, like he did against Thanos, to tie up Hela. Hela looked like she was drowned in chains. We can't kill her. She will only die when Asgard is destroyed, John said. Then what do you propose we should do? Bring Ragnarok on Asgard, Loki said. As he said that a clone of him went with 2 long knives so that he could stab her with it. What they all didn't expect was a bunch of swords emerging from the ground killing the clone of Loki. The swords emerged so fast that nobody could even react. The swords emerging looked exactly like it did to stop Surtur during his final attack. Only this time it was smaller in magnitude. And as the swords bloomed out, it killed all the clones of both John and Strange. Few swords even flew out. And one such sword directly went straight to the abdomen of John, impaling him. John! Thor shouted and ran to him. No. Kratos, who looked at it, screamed. He went instantly into rage mode and started using blades of chaos on Hela, who just got freed. Even Atreus went into rage mode and started shooting arrows on her. John, who was impaled, couldn't even scream out when the sword stabbed him deeply. He was stuck to the ground with a huge black sword that went from one side to the other side of the body. Thor! John mumbled. I am here, my friend. Tell me, what should I do? Separate my body from the sword, John said as he knew he would die if his body wasn't separated. He needed to heal from the resurrection fire. Are you serious? You will die. This sword is stopping the bleeding, Thor asked with concern. Just do it, Thor, I don't have much time, John said in a more grave tone. Thor hesitatingly separated the body of John from the sword. It was a slow burn, with blood gushing out from the stomach. Thor literally had to tear away one side of the abdomen to separate the sword, which was stuck to the ground. Thor felt angry. His only power came from Mjolnir, and the 2 had been decommissioned by John on the fear that it will break. He couldn't even help his friend who had helped him so much in his journey. He felt ashamed. He felt proud before, thinking that in future he would face against Black Winter alone and defeat it. But now reality has slapped him hard. He couldn't even save his friend, let alone the universe. You moron. What are you doing? You will kill him, Loki said as he saw Thor doing such a horrible thing. It was John who asked me to do so, Thor said with low tone. His voice didn't have the conviction, as he felt whatever John asked him to do might kill him. Are you nuts? He would die by bleeding. What is this? Loki shouted in amazement. He saw that on the abdomen of John, which had a huge hole, suddenly lit in blue fire. The fire mended the hole fast and created new skin, tissue, organs, and everything. After a few seconds the whole wound disappeared. Both Thor and Loki were amazed by what just happened. Even though Thor had seen John in Phoenix form, he never really cared. This new thing of John surprised him. Loki, who had never seen the form of Phoenix, was already surprised, and now his healing ability gave him a scare. He was literally on death's door a few minutes ago, and now he was back as he was before. John moved his body a bit as his clothes got mended again by magic. Sheesh. That was close. Never been so close to seeing death. John said in a low tone. I need to bring people to stop this madness of hers. Never expected her to be able to go through my skin, which is powered by gods. No wonder she is called Goddess of Death, even though it's a fake one. John mumbled. He saw Kratos, and Atreus was still confronting Hela, who was now defending herself. The blades of chaos were still very sharp and a strong weapon. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 290, New People. Kratos, I am alright. Come back. You can't fight in rage mode for a long time. Atreus, you too. John said. Kratos, after hearing the words of John, stepped back and stopped attacking Hela. Hela was surprised that John was alright even after he was stabbed by her sword. She used her sword specifically to kill John, but even that was not enough to kill him. Who are you? State your name. Hela said. After all this time you care about my name? John said with a mocking tone. Don't test my patience, Midgardian. Hela said. You are the one who tested my patience. John said. And as he said that, a long and shining sword came flying towards Hela from the back. She didn't even sense the incoming flying sword. The sword stabbed right at her stomach and she was impaled the same way John was impaled before. Only this time it was a white and exquisite sword as opposed to the black ones used by Hela. It's been annoying listening to your almighty voice for some time now, came a voice which was of a girl but had a very deep tone in it. Then the people saw who was talking. A woman clad in white and blue-colored armor. The woman had red long hair hiding her left eye. The armor looked angelic as it had wings on the back. What was most astonishing was that there were swords circling around her, levitating in air. I saw you using swords. So why not have a sword fight with me, said the woman. She looked very beautiful and had a feud to die for. Yes, she was Urza Scarlet, the S-class mage from Fairy Tail and a member of Team Natsu. Her armor was the Heaven's Will armor, Tenrin no Yoroi. Count me in, came another voice. And this time the voice came from John's behind. Another woman. The woman wore an outfit of a magician. The magicians that normally operate in circuses. She was Zatanna, Zatara. From the Justice League Dark movie. John just spent 600 million combined to bring both of them. Since physical strength has no effect on Hela, John brought two high-class magicians. Even though Urza's power was more tilted to the strength side, her main power comes from magic. And Zatanna too was a very powerful magician. You brought more people to this fight. Loki sighed. So what do you think we should do? Do you have a better idea to defeat your sister? John asked. This is Urza, and this is Zatanna. John said. Yeah, I know of Urza. I have seen her in anime. Thor said. You saw my work? John asked. My father ordered us to watch your works as it might be a key to the future. Thor said in a low tone as he brought the topic of father, who has passed away now. Loki went up and placed his hand on the shoulders of Thor, consoling him. Thanks for helping us with this. John said, as he needed to play out the drama. Our pleasure. Z said. I have been itching for a fight. Urza now came up to John and stood by his side. And as expected, when all of this was going on, Hela was able to remove the sword from her abdomen. She was bleeding after the sword was pulled out. But her wound healed fast too after that, just like John did. Only this time, the wounds got healed by themselves. How will we even defeat her, let alone kill her? Thor asked. I have been looking at the fight for some time. We can bring her soul out and trap it. Her body will just be that, a body. Zatanna suggested as she had already got the relevant information from John. We can bring her soul out in the astral form and trap her. Strange said. Surprisingly, Strange had no expression when Z and Urza showed up. It's like he had known they would come. He didn't even react much when John was injured. Now John was pretty sure that Strange had definitely seen all this via Time Stone. I have the amulet of Anubis which houses souls from the past lords. I can seal her there. John said. He didn't want to point out Strange as he might have had his own calculations. Good, let's get on with it. I will bring her astral form out. You all use your magic to restrain her. Strange said. All nodded and thus attacked. Urza used a bunch of swords to throw at Hela. John used magic to restrain her again using magical chains. Only this time the chains were more sturdy and huge. Zatanna used magic to grow vines from the ground and restrain her. Z even used hypnosis on Hela, to make her lose concentration. Even though she was sure it wouldn't be too helpful, she still could make her slow. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 291, Sealed Again. Hela of course couldn't take all of this lying down and retaliated. Again swords started growing out from the ground. The swords were bigger than last time, signifying that she was becoming stronger little by little. John stopped the swords using magic and supported Strange so that he could be near Hela to bring out her astral form. Urza too started defending, but not with flying swords this time, but by close combat. John saw that the chains were on the verge of breaking and used magic again to strengthen it. Oh no. You are not going anywhere, Zatanna said as he used more magic power to make her more slow, and even used magic chains over vines that she had used. Strange finally was able to be close to her. He struck her head, which was the only accessible part of her body as all the other parts were covered by chains and vines. Kratos helped him in clearing the path towards her with his blades of chaos, cutting down the swords that grew out. And as Strange struck her head, the astral form of her came out. The astral form flew quite a distance back. John, come here fast. Her astral form won't be out of her body for a long time. John flew to him as Hela had stopped attacking now. He directly opened the amulet of Anubis to suck her astral form inside it. No. No. Not again, Hela said as she was trying her best to go back inside her body. But the souls of the previous lords that were in the amulet proved to be too powerful. John had already directed the souls of previous lords of order to keep Hela's soul trapped and sealed. After half a minute of struggle, the soul of hers was sucked by the amulet, trapping her inside with no hope for getting out again. Everybody sighed in relief after this happened. Even though they couldn't kill Hela, this was close to death for her as she would never be able to get out of the amulet. Thor, are you sure you are Odin's son? Both Hela and Loki had black hair while only you were blonde. John joked in order to make the situation a little funny. Thor didn't reply to it as he felt sad, while Loki gave a weird smile to this comment. Thank you warriors for helping us in this fight. Thor then thanked Urza and Zatanna. Urza and Z nodded at Thor. You can thank Urza by helping her make a home in Asgard. Their whole guild is going to arrive in Asgard, John said. The whole guild of Fairy Tail, you mean? Wouldn't the enemies also come? Thor asked as he was concerned now. The enemies of Fairy Tail were really of high level, especially Zeref. For now, no. Maybe they will arrive, but it might be far away from our planet, John said as usual, giving a vague answer. John would bring the Fairy Tail to Asgard in order to gain more fan values from it. I will take care of it, Thor said. John could have used Pokemon and many powers to defeat Hela, but he chose not to do so. He wanted to see how powerful he was alone fighting her. Even though Hela did stab him, he wasn't fatally wounded. He needed to have good exercise, so he had this fight. Though at the end he still ended up asking for help. Urza and Z were on his agenda for a long time. Urza and her guild would be in Asgard, influencing it and keeping an eye on everything. He wished to do the same with Nova Empire too, but before that he needed to collect fan values. Z would be with Constantine as that was the deal with him. Thor, what will you do with your Mjolnir? John asked as he saw Thor looking at his hammer. I don't know. I will need a better weapon, Thor said as he was really confused now of what he needed to do. Mjolnir is just a part of your power, Thor. This was never your whole power. You need to awaken the powers of thunder that have been buried deep inside you. Then what do you recommend I should do to awaken the power which you think I possess? Thor asked. Talk to your mother. She will be able to guide you on this, John said. Speaking of your mother, let's go back. The fight here is sure to alert the locals. Loki, you better behave. I won't stop the Avengers if they come after you with swords and axes, John warned Loki at the end. Loki just shrugged at it. All vanished from the spot the moment John said that and appeared again in front of House of Mysteries. Loki was surprised with all the changes Earth had gone through the last few years. When he sat on the throne, he never cared to look into Earth, but now when he looked at this new ring he was in awe. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 292, Water of Sights. As they were about to go inside, John stopped and looked at Loki with squinted eyes. Loki became stiff when John looked at him. What? Don't play tricks, Loki. Come back here, John said with a grave tone. Loki's shoulders drooped down as he knew that he was caught. He wanted to escape and look around the scenery but was caught red-handed. The illusion faded away and the actual Loki, who was a few meters away, appeared out of thin air and started walking towards them. "You can see the illusion?" Loki asked. "Didn't your brother tell you I am the Sorcerer Supreme of this ring? Do you think anything escapes my eyes here?" John said. Loki had a weird look on his face when John said that. When they last met, he wasn't even half as powerful as he was now. Now he had weird phoenix powers and even became the Sorcerer Supreme. This guy really thinks that he can escape from the Lord of Order. "Funny one," Z said with a bland tone, as if Loki being caught was written on the stars. Finally they all went into the House of Mysteries, including Kratos, Urza, and others. They saw Frigga sitting in the fireplace talking with the spirit of the house. She had a sad and anxious look on her face, but when all came inside there was relief. "We won, Mother. She is sealed away," Thor said. "Thanks to me and my friends here," Loki added, as he too was emotional seeing Mother again. He really missed her all these days, and now finally the family is back together. Only person missing was the father. All took their seats, which the spirit had arranged for them. Everybody introduced each other properly now, and had a talk of the battle that had happened against Hela and narrated to Frigga of how they had defeated her. She was relieved that her daughter was sealed away. Even though she was a violent one, at the end Hela was her daughter. Her body was with John and would be given to Frigga to be laid under the vault of Odin where a previous army was buried. They were able to stop the Ragnarok of Asgard, and that in itself was a huge achievement. "Thor, you should give me the crown of Surtur. Eternal fire and Surtur staying close to each other is a disaster," John said to Thor. "Only a fool like my brother will do stupid things like these," Loki said. "Shut up, Loki. I at least defeated Surtur while you spent the days in luxury," Thor replied back. "My son, stop fighting. I heard Mjolnir had cracks now. What do you want to do about it?" Frigga asked. "I don't know, Mother. I thought I was strong enough to stop the Ragnarok of the universe. I can't even save Asgard from Ragnarok. How do I even confront that being?" Thor said, as almost lost his confidence. "Didn't your father always tell you that Mjolnir was just a weapon to channel your power? The hammer does have a power of its own, but you, Thor, is stronger than that. You are the god of thunder," Frigga said. "Have to mention this as I just remembered Jane Foster will be the new Thor in Love and Thunder." "I know that, but how do I awaken it?" Even John said the same thing, "but I don't know anything about it." "Then what should I do, Mother? Guide me," Thor asked. "Isn't there a water of sights in this realm? Go into the water. Maybe the water spirits will help you in this regard," Frigga said. Water of Sights was in the deleted scene of Age of Ultron. You can all look up to in YouTube. I will be explaining it more in the later chapters. The legends don't end well when it comes to that water, Strange said as he was drinking tea and listening to their conversation. All the more reason for him to go and experience it. Only hardships will make him stronger, Frigga said. "Sure, Mother. I will leave for the Norn cave of this realm. I hope the water spirits will accept me of this realm," Thor said as he was now determined to be powerful and awaken his hidden powers. "Loki, you two need to practice your illusions," John suddenly said. "Why am I being brought here into the whole conversation?" Loki grumbled. "Do you think I saved you those years ago because I had a pity on you? No. It's because I know the potential of you. The potential to do good. Didn't you want a throne? Now you have it. With everything you ever wanted," John said. "I never wanted the throne. I just wanted recognition," Loki said in an aggrieved tone. With the search for recognition he just lost his father. Even though he didn't like his father very much for lying to him, in the end he was still his father. Recognition. You were born in a palace with all things delivered to you. Can you imagine how many people in your own realm envy you? John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 293, Heaven. Loki became silent when John said that he was really privileged in this regard. He had all the luxury one can think of. Being a prince he never cared about it. But what John said was right. Now Black Winter was coming and all the past grievances needed to be together to save themselves. I hope we all can be together to face the upcoming danger, John said. Agreed. We need to be together. And I need to go to Norn Cave. Who will accompany me in this? Thor asked. Strange got up and even Zatanna. John expected Strange to go with Thor as he had seen the future. But never expected Z to join. Don't want to meet Constantine yet? John asked. Who cares of that Ash ******? I will meet him when I am in a good mood. Z said. Mother, you should go back to Asgard with Loki. Thor suggested. Yes. You should go back, Queen Frigga. I don't think the TVA will come after you anymore. The future is already in the garbage bin. There is no point anymore to fear them. John said. Frigga nodded at it as she really missed her home now. Especially after the death of her husband. What shall we do about our other sister? Loki asked as he remembered another sister being present in the universe. Heaven isn't exactly friendly to the 9 realms. Opening that realm will cause a war. We will have to tread very wisely here. John said. Opening the realm. What does that mean? Loki asked. The current 9 realms were once 10 realms. Your father sealed away the 10th realm, known as Heaven, after a war which broke out for supremacy of all realms between Asgard and Heaven. In that war my daughter was kidnapped and killed. In anger, your father went to the Yggdrasil and cut away Heaven from the world tree, sealing away that realm forever. We always believed that my daughter was killed. Frigga said. Until now. Yes, I can sense her in that realm. But in order to save her we will have to do a tough fight. This will be an uphill battle to free her, as she has already been brainwashed by them and she doesn't even know her own heritage and birth. John said. How dare they kidnap our sister and brainwash her? I will kill everyone in that realm. Thor said with anger. For once in life, we agree with each other, brother. Loki said. John shrugged at it, as Heaven really needed a kick in their posterior to remind them who was the boss in all the realms. Before saying such big things, get your power. Then we can talk about your sister. Frigga said, as she too felt a little angry for being deceived by them and losing a daughter. After a small chat with everyone, Thor, Strange and Z left for the Norn cave where the Water of Sights was present. Every realm has its reflection in the Water of Sights, and all of the wells were connected to Yggdrasil and originated from the Well of Mimir, the place where Odin got his power and knowledge. Frigga, Loki, Kratos and Atreus and Urza left for Asgard. Urza left with them in order to see her future home. Since John had said that the fairy tale would arrive on Asgard, she needed to see the place with her own eyes. John went to rest after everybody went away, as he was a little tired from all the fighting. Especially him being impaled was painful. Even though he healed with no scars, he still didn't like it. He just went to bed and slept. He was so exhausted that he slept till the next day. He felt refreshed after waking up. He called Adino and the spirit to make him good food, as he was hungry and needed a recharge for his body. He was having a good time when he heard a knock at the door. Adino went and opened the door only to see Thor, whose vest was in tatters, standing. With Z and Strange standing behind him. Come in. John sighed. Can I have some sleep here, my friend? Thor asked. Sure. Adino, take him to the guest room. John said. Adino led him away to the guest room so that he could rest. Thor looked like he had a tough battle. Did he dip in the water with all his clothes on? John asked. Yes. Z said. No wonder his clothes are in tatters. Did nobody tell him not to do so when you go swimming? John asked. We wanted to, but he jumped before we could say anything. Strange said. No wonder. Was the journey successful? He hasn't spoken a word after coming out of the pond. He just asked us to take him to the ring as he needed a good sleep. Let him wake up. We will know what his deal is. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 294, Nidavellir. You all can take a rest till he wakes up. John suggested, as he could see Strange was a little tired with all the running around, and even Z. But Z refused, as she wanted to pay a visit to Constantine. At the end of the day she loved him even if she hated how Constantine led life like a thug. Strange sat in the living room and was looking at the fireplace with concentration. You know all of this and what is going to happen. Don't you? Yes. Well, I know what the future possibilities are and where it might lead to. I am just trying to rudder the ship till I become the Sorcerer Supreme. I only know up till that point. Care to share? John asked. From what I have seen, you already know what is going to happen. Strange said. John raised his eyebrows when Strange said that. He knew many versions of the story, but the problem here was the story had messed up a long ago after the emergence of Black Winter, so he actually had no idea of what was going to happen. John didn't ask more and advised Strange to rest while he went to work. And as expected, Thor slept for more than 24 hours. John was surprised that he could even sleep for so long. After having a huge and proper meal, all sat in the living room. Even Z came back, and this time she brought Constantine. Thor was sitting silently for some time before finally opening his mouth. I had gained the powers of thunder. Thor said. Then dude, why do you look like you lost everything in the process? John asked as he was confused. Thor should have been happy, but he didn't look like that at all. Because I met a child at the pond. The child said I am still very weak and needed to find him to become the king that I was meant to be. Thor said. Mate, you just met the kid. Couldn't you just kidnap him? Constantine said. No. The child wasn't a living being. And it was just a dream. How can I catch him? Thor replied. Figures. Z said. What does the child look like? John asked. The child was made of white light and spoke an ancient language which has almost been forgotten in the 9 realms. Thor said. What more did the child say? John asked again. The child said that I can only find him after I complete the Yggdrasil. Thor replied. John was now thinking who this child was. He had to go through all the known stories he knew of Thor, and then suddenly it struck him. A story of Thor which was long forgotten. Did the child have 2 crows on his shoulders? John asked. Yes. Thor replied with shining eyes because John had guessed correctly. He was confused with what his visions were, and so he came straight to John as only he might know of these visions and the meaning of it. Then John looked at Strange. The whole story became completely clear to him. No wonder you joined us in this quest. Are you ready to sacrifice? John asked Strange. Yes. I have already thought of it. Strange said as he too now knew the story. Good. Thor, what else did the child say? John asked. He only said I needed to be powerful and connect all the realms to the Yggdrasil to meet him. Understood. But before we connect heaven to the Yggdrasil, we will need preparations. John said. Leave the hammer. You will not need it anymore. John continued. You want me to give away Mjolnir? Thor asked in a sad tone. You will get a better weapon. Don't worry. Even though you are now the god of thunder, a weapon like Mjolnir isn't enough for you. Only a king weapon will be fit for you. John said. Avengers, we have a war to participate in. Report back who are free and want to have some fun in space. John said after he put on the helmet. After a minute, notifications came to fix it. Tony and Bruce were busy with finding anti-metal, so they declined. Tony wanted to join, but he knew finding the metal was more important than participating in a galactic battle. At the end, Victor, Aquaman, Oliver, Clint, Mara, and the Wolf School reported for battle. John had already given a small rundown of the battle they were going to face. Another realm which was very powerful and even clashed with Asgard once. Thor knew that they would have to fight heaven after they connected to Yggdrasil, so he was happy that many joined to help him in this journey for self-improvement. Now since all of you are here, let's go to Nidavellir. The place where Mjolnir was made. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 295, Eitri. Where are Diana and Steve? Victor asked. Apparently they went on a date somewhere in the Amazon. Steve wanted to build a post for the League there, so Diana joined in. Clint said. Seems like the end of the world had made them closer. John joked. Everybody laughed at it. So now all of you are updated about what is going to go down. John continued. Yes. A different realm. Enemies. Kill. Got it. Oliver said. Right, but I do have to mention, among the enemies will be my sister. Thor mentioned. What's up with your family? First it was Loki, then your sister Hela. And now another sister. Arthur said. Thor shrugged his shoulders as he really didn't know what was wrong with his family. All right, let's go. Then we will go to Asgard too. John said. With that being said, they all vanished from their spot. At the next moment they were in Nidavellir, the place of the dwarves. Well, they weren't actually dwarves. More like giant men. And Nidavellir didn't look like the way it was in the original story. The forge surrounding the neutron star. The ring surrounding the star looked huge. And there were several rings surrounding it. As they landed they saw several dwarves working and running around. All had hammer on their hands or on their back. In Nidavellir all the dwarves present knew how to forge weapons. As they appeared the dwarves noticed that many people suddenly appeared. At first they were defensive as these people had never seen before here, but soon noticed Thor among them. One of the dwarves asked, "Are you Thor?" "Yes. I am Thor from Asgard. I need to talk with your Eitri." Thor said. "Sure. Please follow me." "He is in the main forge," said the dwarf. "How are these dwarves?" "They are more big than giant men in our realms." Ciri asked in a low tone. "That's a good question." Triss replied. They all followed him to the main forge where they saw Eitri hammering a sword. John, after seeing Eitri, mumbled. "Tyrion Lannister." Eitri turned back when they all approached him. Thor. What a surprise. After so many years. How are you? How is Allfather Odin? Eitri asked. Thor became sad when Eitri asked this. Asgard is fine. Father passed away 3 days ago. What? How did this happen? Eitri asked as he was surprised that Odin had died. He was old and his time came to an end. It's been many years. Thor said with a sad tone. I understand. Why are you here, Thor? You should be in Asgard mourning. Eitri said as he was confused why Thor was here. I need you to make a king weapon for me, Eitri. Mjolnir now has cracks. I need a new weapon fit for myself. There will be a war soon, and I need to be ready. War? What war? Heaven is going to be connected again. Thor replied. Heaven? Eitri mumbled. He too knew about heaven as was the king of dwarves, and he too was as old as Odin, so he knew that heaven existed and terrorized all the other realms until Asgard came and pushed them back. Why do you want to connect the heaven to the world tree again? The 9 realms are better off without them. Eitri said. Because I need some answers and more power. And my sister is with them. Thor replied. Your sister? I understand. We have a mold for your weapon. Do you want me to build for you now? Yes. And if possible, make some swords and weapon for my friends here. They will accompany me to this war, so we need to be armed. Thor said. Gladly. My friends, we will have to make the sharpest of weapon from URU metal for the guests here. We will have to be ready for war. Eitri declared to the dwarves. The dwarves got serious when Eitri said there will be a war, so everybody got busy. And since the ring was working properly, Thor didn't have to be near dead to make his new weapon. Other dwarves too started asking the others of what kind of weapon they wanted. Everybody was amazed by the new place that they were in. At first they thought Nidavellir would just be another planet, but that notion quickly went away as they saw it was a bunch of rings like their ring surrounding a neutron star. They never expected such kind of places existed in the universe. Oliver and Clint asked for new and improved bows. The Witchers asked for new swords made of URU metal, as John had said that URU metal is more strong and powerful than their current swords. John suggested that they should combine URU and vibranium if that was possible to make by the dwarves. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 296, Stormbreaker. The dwarves needed to gauge the power levels of everyone to make suitable weapons for them, and thus took the Witchers, Clint, Oliver, and Ciri. Eitri was particularly interested in the trident of Aquaman after placing his eyes on it. So Eitri asked to check on it. Arthur gave him the permission, and thus he started researching on it while the other dwarves became busy in getting the mold ready. The whole process took a longer time than John had expected. He thought it would only take a few hours, but in the end it took more than a day. Apparently Ciri's power level was too huge, so they had to bring another mold of URU metal which had the same power as Thor's new weapon. Even though John expected her to be very powerful, he didn't expect that they would be happy to help her with King's mold. Probably because Heaven might have antagonized them a long time ago, and since they all came to fight Heaven they were happy to help. So after a day, all the weapons were ready. The dwarves were successful in adding URU metal to the vibranium-made bow of Clint. And Oliver's long bow too got added by URU metal, since Oliver's power was more magical now. The Witchers got new and shining swords. The swords could even shoot now as opposed to only being used for close combat. But Ciri was the one who got a more fantastic weapon. Her sword now literally could distort space and send space blades across. John was sure that Ciri's sword was more powerful than Thor's Stormbreaker. What do you want to name it? John asked, as every good weapon has a name. Ziriel. Ciri said. Thor, is your weapon ready? John asked. Yes. Thor said, as now he had the Stormbreaker in his hands. And instead of having wood as the handle, the axe had a handle made of URU metal and was wrapped in a cloth around it. Groot wasn't present in its making, so it wasn't required. So can you open the Bifrost with it? John asked. Yes. They also mended Mjolnir, so I can use both Stormbreaker and Mjolnir. Good. Let's go. Thank you, Eitri, for all the hospitality. Contact us if you need any help, especially if Thanos comes asking for making a gauntlet. No matter what, don't oppose him. Just send us a signal. We will handle it by ourselves after that. John said to Eitri. During the whole time he was here, he talked with him and warned him that Thanos might come to Nidavellir to make a gauntlet. Thor, who was also listening to all of this, convinced Eitri that whatever John was saying might come true, so they needed to keep an eye. Thor even decided to send some soldiers here as defense since John had warned. Eitri nodded at it. And after saying goodbye and thanking the dwarves, all vanished from their place and appeared at the palace of Asgard. Those who have come to Asgard for the first time were in awe of such a majestic palace. They all had to take a second to fully take in the view. Even Arthur, who lived in Atlantis, was impressed by such a huge palace. They all went into the hall. The guards didn't stop them as Thor was with them. After they reached the hall, they saw Loki directing some guards. John was expecting Loki to sit on the throne, but surprisingly he didn't. There was nobody sitting on the throne. "Brother!" Thor shouted. "My brother! You are here. How was the adventure in the Water of Sights?" Loki asked. "A successful one," Thor replied, showing him both Stormbreaker and Mjolnir. "Congratulations. I guess you are all here to face the upcoming war." "Yes," John replied. "I didn't expect you not to occupy Father's throne." Thor said. "Do you think so low of me, brother? I said I never wanted the throne. I just needed recognition." Loki said. "Doesn't matter. There should always be a king of Asgard. That's what it was and that's what it should be. You all better be ready to appoint a king after the war is over." Thor and Loki both nodded at it. As they were talking, Queen Frigga entered the hall. "I was waiting for you, Thor. Tonight there will be a mourning ceremony for your father." Frigga said. "I understand, mother." Thor said. All knew they would have to participate in the ceremony before they would go to war. And all were okay with that. For many people it was their first time in Asgard and they wanted to explore this legendary and beautiful place. Thor got busy in the arrangements with his brother while others just left. The family needed a bit of time off after all that had happened the last few days. They didn't even get time to mourn their father's death, and so they wanted to have a fitting mourning ceremony for their father. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 297, Heaven, 2. That night they all went to the ceremony. The ceremony was almost the same that happened after the death of Frigga in the original story. Only this time Odin was on the other end of it instead of Frigga. All were sad about the passing of their beloved king. Many had tears in their eyes. John and others too attended the ceremony and mourned for the king. The next day all got ready to assault heaven. This time even Loki was present. They all wore Kryptonian suits as they might have to travel in space. All gathered in the main hall for departure. "Before we go to heaven, I will make something clear. From what I know, their kingdom is ruled by women. The men there can be said as only lower class, as their powers are mostly centered towards the women and they have a queen to rule them. Their appearance will be like angels. That is the reason why their realm is named as heaven. They are aggressive and are nothing like the angels that are depicted in the books of Midgard. So don't get distracted by their beauties. Their place is like Asgard. But they are more towards the technological side. Their city is powered by a furnace. If we can destroy their furnace, we will win half the war. The suits of yours are calibrated to fly so you all can fly and fight. Victor, Arthur, Siri, Triss, Yen, Thor, and I will be the frontal assault. Expect heavy retaliation as they will probably be very pissed off. We will first bring their realm to their knees. And then Thor can connect their realm to the world tree by going to the Water of Sights in their realm. Can't we have a discussion first? Loki asked. They will attack the moment you show your faces. Especially you, my son. Frigga said as she pointed to Thor. Doesn't matter. We will come out victorious. Thor said. All right. This war is going to take time. So good luck. Don't die out there. Especially you, Clint. Why am I being pointed out here? Clint asked. Because only you are the normal one here, mate. Angels, huh? Love to bring these false goddesses to their knees. Constantine said. The team consisted of Strange, Kratos, Urza, Zatanna, Constantine, Thor, Loki, Clint, Arthur, Mara, Oliver, Victor, Geralt, Triss, Yennefer, Ciri, other two Witchers and John. This was a big team which had huge firepower. Let's go. Geralt said. With that said, John vanished with all of them. And the next thing they saw was a huge city. A city that had almost the same size as Asgard. But the main difference was the sky-reaching skyscrapers. The buildings were so tall that the buildings on Earth would look like ants when taken into comparison. John didn't directly take them to the city but just teleported them outside the city where they were hovering using their magic or suits. The city looked so futuristic, so they had to stop and appreciate such marvels created by people of heaven. This is better than I imagined. John mumbled. Let's stop the appreciation and assault. Thor reminded John. True. Ciri, Triss, and Yen. You three will in charge of destroying the furnace. We will divert their attention. Since you three are women, it will be easier for you. They haven't noticed us yet, and I have also enchanted ourselves so you three will be able to blend in easily. Now go. After blending in, signal us. We will then cause havoc. John said. Noted. Let's conquer this realm, girls. Triss said, and Ciri teleported them to a dark alley in the huge city. While John and others just waited in a hidden place outside the city. This place is huge. Mara said. Yes. It's a pity that such a place has such a dark past. Geralt said. Every monument of civilization is also a monument of barbarism. Neither is Asgard very pure. All the progress that Asgard has achieved didn't come easily. Odin and his father fought for it and conquered realms. John said. Thor, who was listening to it, also accepted it. He knew that his father went to conquer realms, and for this reason they have the current prosperity. This riches and glory came at a cost. The cost of lives. Then what should we do? Be peaceful at all times. I don't think that is possible. Victor said. It isn't. Ambitions will always be there. Wars, battles will always be present. Even if we are silent, do you think others will be silent? No. We can either choose to attack or defend. That's how the worlds work. Survival of the fittest. John said. As they all were getting philosophical, suddenly a signal came that Triss and others had already disguised themselves and had found out the location of the furnace. They now needed a distraction. People, it's our time to shine. Arthur said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you.